Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. And have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah,
Yes, yes. We are in here. I hope everybody's having a beautiful Sunday. And we are back again. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, home of Titans Debate League, where we bring real talk, sharp minds, no filters, just the facts. Tonight, we're taking on one of the most weaponized, misunderstood, and fiercely debated topics in modern discourse. For years, coordinated misinformation campaign was driven heavily by white conservative evangelical circles, and it sought to demonize and discredit critical race theory, turning it into a political boogeyman rather than an analytical tool. And yeah, that's what we're talking about today, folks. Let me show you the background or the flyer so you can see what we're getting into. Critical race theory in the Bible. Tonight, we aren't relying on talking points or media spin. We're putting the claims to the test and examining the intersection of race, justice, and the scriptures. Returning to the arena for his second appearance, we are joined by Professor Robert Ash, visiting professor at Nile Theological College in Juba, South Sudan. And together, we're stripping away the rhetoric, I just had this, demythologizing the myths. De- Say it again for me, Professor.
Demythologizing.
Demythologizing the myths and doing a deep dive into critical race theory in the Bible. So grab your seats, sharpen your arguments. Professor Robert Ash, welcome back to the Titans Debate League.
Thank you, my brother A1. It's a blessing and a privilege to be here. And again, I just introduce myself briefly. My name is, thank you, my brother Omar Muhammad. It's a blessing to see you again as well. My name again is Robert Ash. I'm a visiting professor at Nile Theological College in Juba, South Sudan. And I teach in the master's degree program of the college. I teach apologetics and also hermeneutics, which is the art and science of Bible interpretation, the history of world Christianity, and also, theology of justice. Sorry, I had to kind of think about that. Yeah, but anyway, those 4 classes. I also run the Thinker's Bible channel on YouTube. And what I do is try to provide a balanced, denominationally neutral analysis of doctrine, of societal events, or social issues, and also world events from a perspective that respects the Bible, that respects science, that doesn't take any strictly one denominational perspective on the Bible or on life. So that's it. And by God's grace, we'd like to share about critical race theory in the Bible. So let me go ahead and see if I can share this screen right now successfully. Last time I had a little bit of a issue here, but let's try it. Okay, I need to, there you go, window. Here you go, there. All right, take that at this time. All right, can everyone see that?
Let me get it on the screen for you. There we go.
Okay. Now, if anyone has questions or comments, please feel free to interrupt me, Brother A1, because I can't see the screen when I'm sharing it like this, okay? So what I like to do, again, is discuss critical race theory in the Bible. And it is second, certainly for Christians, but I would say, for the Black community as a whole, it's second, only to the gospel is the most important issue of our time for our community. And the only reason, and the reason that the gospel is the most important is because that's eternal, right? But in this temporal life that we live, the world that we live in, this is the most important issue in our community, in certainly in the United States today. And the reason is that we have seen, the Cyrus Carmack Belton case, where this man shot him in the back after chasing him 100 yards. The man was found not guilty of any charges and just walked away. And that poor young man is still dead, and his family is still grieving. This isn't the only time or the first time it's happened. It happened. This girl was in a store, a corner store, had money in her pocket to buy what she wanted, walked out of the store, and this woman shot her in the back of the head and got no time. She was charged with manslaughter, but got no time, no, just community service and a fine. There's also what we saw in Walmart. This little baby on the right was shot dead by a police officer at Walmart. There's 4 young brothers on the other side, here on the left, that were hanged. There was a young woman, her name was Junia Ngozi, I believe, that she was just found hanged. Her feet were head height, from a tree's height, twice her height, by a church. So this is something that is a horrific thing. There's at least 17 or 18 or 20 recent incidents like this of Black people being murdered in vigilante Jim Crow lynching style just in the past few months to a year. It's terrible, and it's not stopping even there. There's a study that came out where NBC News, they reported that Black women as a whole across the nation are 6 times more likely to be killed than white women. And then also, it's not even just that, it's worse, it's murder. The murder rate for US Black women is 6 times that of white women. And then some places it's worse than that. In Wisconsin, 20 times more likely Black women were to be murdered than white women in that state. And the things that we are going to explore and address here are underpinning the attitudes and patterns in society that underpin and make this horrific statistic a reality. So why present this here? I'm a Christian. Most of the viewers here are not Christians, but there's actually, and why present on the Bible, critical race theory in the Bible? There's actually 3 major reasons for this. Number one is to provide you, whatever your ideology, whatever your belief system, whatever your framework, a framework, a structured framework for understanding critical race theory and using its findings to address systemic racism, because this is something that all of us have to deal with in our daily lives. It's something that all of us run across people that we can communicate with to address, and to have a good structured, academically sound framework for this can be valuable in those discussions, because we never know, however hostile someone may be or however uninterested they may appear, we never know when we engage with them what kind of seeds that we're planting in them and how those seeds will grow even years down the line. So to have a structured framework will give us a more solid foundation and get respect from people that otherwise might just dismiss us. Another one is to help everyone here understand that Jesus Christ cares about our cause. The Bible cares about our cause. Jesus Christ came down as a poor man, not as a rich one. And the Bible has a lot to say, as we're going to see, about people that are discriminated against, that are marginalized in society, and God cares. So, and a third one is that racist professing Christians are lying, to show you how they are lying. And also in opposing these findings and in having the types of attitudes that we see in voter suppression and all of these other things that are coming up and these murders that are coming up. And a lot of these negative attitudes behind them really are from people who are professing to be Christians. And really what they are practicing isn't really biblical Christianity. And this is something that our ancestors understood, and that's why there is a Black church. And this is something that that brothers and sisters in Africa understand, and that is why the the spread of Christianity actually happened the most after the colonial oppressors were thrown out. That's when Christianity exploded in sub-Saharan Africa. It only had a kind of a modest presence prior to that. So what they're practicing is a heresy. It's called Philitism or ethnophilitism. And what it is, it was condemned as a heresy by the church, the Orthodox Church in particular, in the Council of Constantinople in 1872. So what these racist professing Christians here are practicing is not really biblical Christianity. And our ancestors understood that. Some of that distinction has been lost because of the misrepresentation of Christianity by these right-wing MAGA type people that actually are presenting a caricature of Christianity and not biblical Christianity itself. And we'll go into that in a lot more detail. So what we'll do is first discuss what is critical race theory. What is it really? What's the core of it? Something about the history, documented examples, and this is going to be documented examples in a range of societal areas a range of areas that we deal with in society every day, and so it's across the spectrum, and it'll show how pervasive this actually is. These problems actually are. Document some objections that you're likely to hear that you may have even heard in the past, and then also how Christians should respond. And this can translate to non-Christians as well. It's especially applicable to Christians, obviously, but non-Christians can use this information as well. So what critical race theory actually is, and this is after reading books and articles and looking at videos, and so it's watching interviews by the founders and reading articles and things by prominent critical race theory proponents. At its core, it's a body of academic research that documents patterns of racial disparities, and it's focused mostly on the U.S. But some of the things that it does is that its focus is on disparities in outcomes for populations. And what these scholars did, and this is a range of African American scholars in the like 70s and 80s that started looking at things that they were looking at these differences in outcomes for different people based on race, and started doing an analysis of why it is that happens. And so they were looking at outcomes. They weren't really postulating things and being theoretical about it. They looked at outcomes and did analysis of it. Another thing too is that there's disparity in enforcements of laws, and that's something that we're all painfully aware of. And we'll see a lot of that, more detail in that documentation of that as we go on. The actual laws themselves tend to be discriminatory as well. So for instance, we're all aware of like the Coke versus crack disparity, where it's chemically the same thing. One is just pressed into a hardened form, and the other one is powder. The powder is used by wealthy people and by white people. The rock was used by poor people and black people, and yet the penalties were 10 times as severe for possessing the rock as opposed to the powder, or for dealing the rock or the powder. Or, for instance, the amount of substance you had to have in order to be considered a dealer was like, it was 10 times more that you were allowed to have as a white person with powder as opposed to being a dealer of crack, even though it's chemically the same substance. Another thing that it is a graduate law course framework, right? It's a way of understanding how things are. It's not something like the detractors and naysayers of critical race theory. They have all this, one of the disinformation points that they threw out, and this is people like Ron DeSantis and government and Frank Turek and the white nationalist, white so-called Christian nationalist circles, is that it's that they're teaching it in elementary schools and all that kind of stuff. They're not. That's actually just completely false. What it is, it's a graduate law course framework. They don't even teach it in undergraduate courses in college. This is for like law school, the doctorates in law, and so forth. And what it is at its core is that it's based on three very key observations. The first is that laws, systems, and rules can be racist. It's not in just individuals. So what right-wing people try to do is that they try to relegate racism to an individual act or an individual attitude by an individual person. But that's not true. We saw that with the crack example that I shared earlier, but actually it's entire laws, rules, and systems that we'll go through in a lot more detail that target certain populations for disadvantagement or for disproportional impact or disproportional harm or disproportional benefit compared to others. Another thing is that laws, systems, and rules can be racist even if individuals who make them don't intend them to be. And that is because there's this underlying framework that people deal with, this underlying paradigm. It's a mental, conceptual paradigm that people have about each other because of the history of this country, where they start making these assumptions when they make laws that actually end up, even if they individually don't intend them to be racist, they end up having racist outcomes. And the third is that racist laws and rules can hurt people long after they're eliminated. So some biblical examples of the principles underlying critical race theory is that laws, systems, and rules can be racist, not just individuals. There is an incident in John chapter 4, verse 9, where it says the Samaritans said to him, how do you, being a Jew, this is a Samaritan woman at the well. Many of us are familiar with this account, but Jesus met a woman who was a Samaritan. And the Samaritans were this basically biracial people who were Jews and Assyrians that were mixed during the captivity. Like they were when the Jews went into exile, they were Gentiles that were brought in, and they ended up mixing, intermarrying with Jews. And this these Samaritan people were, basically a biracial demographic. And the Jews hated them, by the way. What happened was that the Samaritan woman who Jesus met at the well said, how do you, being a Jew, ask for me a drink for me, being a Samaritan woman? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. So what they did at that time was that they had these rules and customs where the Jews at that day would try to avoid going through Samaritan countries, through the Samaritan territories, unless they were merchants or something, wanted to sell something. They would often spit on the ground if they talked about them. And they made these rules that were discriminatory against Samaritans in their society. And we see some of that now in modern Israel against Palestinians. So it was a parallel type of, and the Palestinians are actually descendants of the original Canaanites in part, and Samaritan and so forth. So anyway, we see that today, but it happened in Jewish time, in biblical times as well. So that's principle one. Number two is that laws, systems, and rules can be racist even if individuals who make them don't intend them to be. In Acts chapter 6:1, we see that the church was growing, the church was booming, and that the church, what happened was that there were ministrations set up. Ministrations meaning like handing out goods and food and things that people contribute to other people. And so there was like a sharing, a communal type of sharing among them. And what happened was that in those days, the disciples were increasing in number. The Grecian Jews began to complain because the Hebraic Jews would leave the Grecian Jews' widows out of this daily distribution of food. And that wasn't necessarily, these were all people that were, accepting Christ, that were turning to the Lord, that were living in brotherhood and for the most part, I mean, nothing like that's ever perfect, obviously, but they were living in overall brotherhood and sharing. And then still this pattern came up, and it wasn't necessarily intentional, but that's the way it happened. Even though it wasn't necessarily intentional discrimination, it turned out that just because of the attitudes that they had had towards each other, especially the Hebraic Jews toward the Grecian Jews, that they brought that pattern into their practice, even though they intended to serve the Lord. Now, the way that the apostles handled this was by appointing 7 people who were known as the first deacons to oversee that and to eliminate that disparity. But that principle does show up in the Bible. The Bible is not unrealistic about it, and it is very truthful in how it came about. And then also, this was the same nation, Israel, but they had discriminatory practices based on ethnicity. And in today's parlance, in today's vocabulary that would be considered racist, whether it's whether it's intentional or not. And again, these are solid scriptural principles, and they're not being acknowledged, right? Especially not by white evangelicals or ardent conservatives or by racists. These sorts of things are not really discussed in their sermons, in their books, in their apologetics texts, and so forth. But the Bible actually does record them. Another one is that racist laws and rules can hurt people long after they're eliminated. So again, we saw in Acts chapter 6 where there was this egalitarian type of mood and teaching and sharing among the disciples. But even then, further on, the residual effects of these things, of these former attitudes, actually had impact in the newly formed church. So it's soon after the news reached the apostles, they believed, the news reached the apostles and other believers in Judea that the Gentiles had received the word of God. And this is when Peter preached to the household of Cornelius, those of you that are familiar with this, and the Holy Spirit fell on Gentiles the same way that he had fallen on Jews in Acts chapter 2. And so they became Christians as well. And this was a barrier, a mental barrier, and a religious barrier that the Jews had, that they felt that the gospel was only for Jews until that time. But even then, when Peter went to Jerusalem, the Jewish believers criticized him and saying, "You entered the home of Gentiles and ate with them." Now, these are people that knew that the Holy Spirit, that God had been saving people, that people were believing in Christ, but they were still faulting, they were still faulting Peter for having ate with people that they didn't like, who were outside of what they considered outside of the Old Testament covenant. And so this residual effect, even though the rule had been dissolved by God himself by bringing Gentiles into the Christian family, these old racist laws that they used to have still impacted the way that they thought and behaved. And over time, that became less of a problem, as church history goes on. But it still shows that these old rules and laws had residual effects even after they were eliminated. Another thing is that doing new things the old way can discriminate. If we bring in the same types of mindsets and the same types of attitudes towards people and establish new rules, those things can also discriminate, even if they're not intended to. And that's and this is in Acts chapter 15. They were saying, unless you're circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved. So there were a subset of these Jews. They were called Jewish Christians or Christian Jews. It depends on who you read. And basically, they were trying to do new things the old way. And what Jesus said, he said, putting new wine into old wineskins is a bad idea, because it'll burst the old wineskins and ruin everything, ruin the wine, ruin the wineskins and everything. So many times what happens is that when we're doing new things, we need to have to learn to think new ways. And that includes thinking new ways about people. And that is one of the things that critical race theory is a conclusion and a follow-on of action coming out of these critical race theory principles, is to do new things in new ways with new understanding and new awareness towards people, and not keep the same old framework mentally and thinking that's going to work to eliminate systemic racism. So again, it's the same nation, Israel, but and this is the chosen people of God, in the Old Testament times. So a history of it is, it grew from what was called critical legal studies, and this was a look at law across the country in law schools by legal scholars who were looking at the impacts of law in society, and also looking at various disparities during that time. And they found out that law was not objective or apolitical, meaning that many times, as we know perfectly well, laws are passed with political agendas in mind, with political goals in mind, either to win an election or to get rid of a certain population that doesn't support you or that they don't like. That's the way that it happened, because there's arguments, and we run across this sort of thing all the time, right? These are the rules. Well, I don't make the rules, right? But the thing is, the rules are often not objective or apolitical, and that's a key finding that came from critical legal studies. It's a documented finding and something that people know, but sometimes academics don't want to acknowledge something unless they feel that they discovered or did a study that to validate it. But anyway, it started in the 1970s in law schools, and there were a number of Black scholars like Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw, Cheryl Harris, uh, Richard Delgado, Patricia Williams, and there were others. But what happened was that all of these scholars were looking at the same problems and drawing the same sorts of conclusions and findings, finding the same things independently. And then they started discussing things with one another and finding that many of them were thinking and finding and discovering things in their studies that were along the same lines. So what they were doing as a group, among themselves, really was focusing on the failed promises of the 60s. And this was something that a lot of people were doing independently. It wasn't just a coordinated effort at first. And so what happened was that the 60s, and by the time the 70s came, the promises of the 60s still hadn't appeared. And things were still into the 80s and even into today. But at that time, those promises weren't being fulfilled. And they discovered that there was a pattern of why, having to do largely with law, and that this pattern actually went back farther than the 60s into the Reconstruction era. So the actual name critical race theory came in 1989 by Kimberly Crenshaw, and she's one of the people that a UCLA law professor, and she's one of the scholars that I would really recommend in terms of really good information for it. She has interviews on YouTube. She has articles that she's written, and it's really and she's one of the best sources for information that if you'd like to follow up. But now let's get to the meat of it, really, which is documented examples. And we're going to see a wide array of these. First of all is treatment by police. And this is something we're all painfully aware of. What the Bible says in Luke 3:14, John the Baptist said to the soldiers, "What shall we do?" Who were asking, "What shall we do?" To escape this coming judgment. He said, "Do violence to no man, neither accuse anyone falsely." And there's three things. Like, one is that the soldiers in Bible times were actually the police. They didn't have dedicated police forces everywhere like we do today. That's a fairly new development historically. But in that time, the soldiers were the police. Another thing is doing violence to no man. That doesn't mean that you never, like if somebody's trying to shoot somebody, you don't shoot them as a police officer or whatever, that there's never any need to hurt or even kill people. But what violence is this wanton, it's what we call today police abuse, that you're not supposed to be bullying people or beating them down when they haven't done anything, or dragging them out of cars and throwing them on the ground and those sorts of things. Do not do violence to people. So police brutality is the way that we say it today. So what John was telling these soldiers is do police brutality to no man, to no person. Right. And don't accuse anyone falsely. Now, we know all about these false accusations. We see all of these brothers and sisters who were prison for 30, 40 years, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And then all of a sudden DNA finds out that they really didn't rape that white woman, or whatever else happened, or they find exonerating evidence and they find out that they had prejudiced juries and so forth. These types of false accusations and police brutality and false accusations, or even in Miami, they were planting drugs on people and shooting them. So all of these, that is what the Bible says do not do. And it's speaking specifically to police officers. Now here in Aurora, some years ago, there was a situation where a black family was pulled out of their SUV and face down on the ground. And these are children, 4 children, plus their mom, age 6 to 17, is going from 6 years old, face down on the concrete like this by these officers. And what had happened was that one of them had gotten the license plate of her SUV mixed up with the license plate of a stolen motorcycle in another state. And for that, they did this to this family. Also, what happened was that the guy who handcuffed, he won't be charged. He wasn't charged. He wasn't, he wasn't charged with anything, and he ended up running for sheriff. This man not only didn't didn't get any consequences for what he did to this family, but he obviously didn't have any kind of remorse or consequence for it. And this is a pattern that we're all aware of that happens throughout the nation. In fact, Stanford did a study that Black drivers got pulled by police less at night when the identity was obscured. So during the day, they got pulled over 4 times at the rate of white drivers for doing the same thing, just driving down the street. But at night, where the police couldn't see who was driving the car, the pullover rates were identical. So this is a pattern that it goes on throughout society that critical race theory that supports what critical race theory has found. Another thing is just the criminal justice system as a whole. So the Bible says in Exodus 12:49, one law shall be to him that is homeborn and to the stranger that sojourns among you. Immigrants, whoever it is, are supposed to have one law, and that is not the case. Data showing that Black men consistently receive harsher punishments than white men, especially Black people as a whole. And this comes from a new study. Another one is from the University of Michigan, the Law School Scholarship Repository, about racial disparity in federal crime sentences. So this is not just local, not just state, but also federal. And that the arrest, the sentencing for the same crime or the same offense, same track record, same backgrounds, comparable backgrounds, was 55 months for whites and 90 months for Blacks overall. And this is consistent across the entire nation, most of the country. Another one is that Black offenders were 75% more likely to face a charge carrying a mandatory minimum sentence than a white offender who committed the same crime. And it's not just, even the US government, the United States Sentencing Commission has found this, that Black male offenders continue to receive longer sentences compared for similarly situated white male offenders. Another, non-government departures and variances contribute significantly to the sentence length. And this is where what a non-government sponsored departure and variance, it has to do with downward with ratcheting this, with moving this sentence downward for different reasons, either for the discretion of the judge or circumstances in the family or whatever, to give a lower reduced sentences. These departures, as it were less likely to be shown to Black offenders than to white offenders. Violence in an offender's criminal history doesn't account for any of the demographic differences in sentences. So usually, Black male offenders receive sentences 20% longer than similarly situated white offenders. And this is on average, right? So it goes a lot worse than this, especially in red states or states that have a pattern of discrimination against Black people. So this is throughout the criminal justice system. And again, the Bible supports equal justice and not this type of prejudicial justice that's actually being dispensed. School discipline is another area. In Mark 9:42, whoever shall offend one of the least of these little ones that believe in me, it's better than a millstone were hanged on his neck and he'd be cast into the sea. Jesus Christ cares for our children. But unfortunately, many people in the school system don't. So this is from Education Week. Students of color disproportionately suffer from police assaults at school. Now, look at these two words. Assaults, being beaten and thrown around, slammed on the ground by police. Disproportionately, students of color disproportionately suffer from that. They target our children for this type of abuse and mistreatment. Another one is the discipline. This is from Public School Review. Students of color disproportionately disciplined in school. Black and Latino students are consistently punished more severely than white students for the same infractions. Nearly 50% of preschool children suspended multiple times are Black, yet Black children represent less than 1/5 of the preschool population. What does that do to those children? And then another one here, I didn't highlight, but I should have here, that Black girls are suspended much more than girls of any other race. So this is a consistent pattern in the school system. And one useful thing for this is that uh, we should get involved in our children's education, get involved in the school boards, and start learning about these things and bring these things up, make noise about them, to change school boards if needed, because this sort of disparity is really disgraceful. In Berkeley, when I was at Berkeley, when I was studying at Berkeley, there was the city of Berkeley had a big gathering of Black parents that were just outraged. And what they were outraged about was that in Berkeley High, which was advertising itself as the most integrated school in America, Black students were consistently not being told by counselors how to prepare for acceptance into the University of California system. So you have to have 3 years of a foreign language and certain other prerequisites in order just to apply to the school. And what was happening is the counselors at Berkeley High, the most integrated school in America, allegedly, they were not telling the Black students what they needed to prepare. So they were not being admitted, not because they couldn't do the work, but because they didn't have the prerequisites and the counselors weren't telling them. When I was working at Oracle, there was this African American woman. This was at Menlo Park, Menlo Atherton High School, and Atherton is like a very wealthy area. Menlo Park is a wealthy area also. And she was telling me that she was volunteering for the school, and some of the students there were from East Palo Alto, which was a lower income, African American, Latino American community. And she said that the counselors, when she walked there, she was shocked. She said when she walked in, the counselors told her, don't even talk about college to these kids. They can't do it. They're not interested. Don't even talk to them about it. That is what is being done to our children across the United States right now. When I was at Berkeley, I was in Black Engineering and Science Students Association, and I basically I tested this by asking some of the fellow members of the association, so the other students who were in, about their experience, and I talked to over half a dozen and a dozen other members, and not one of them would have been there at Berkeley if they had listened to their high school counselors. So this is something, I've had personal experience. I watched a college counselor railroad my sister-in-law. Didn't even ask her, just handed her a state school, a state catalog, and the California State University system, which is a fine system, but the University of California system is even better. And she didn't even ask her grades, didn't ask what she wanted to do. She just started handing her to these. And then I asked her, well, what about UC? And she acted like somebody had hit her in the face with a brick. I mean, it never even occurred to her to ask my sister-in-law, or to talk to her about University of California. So this is something that is very, very pervasive, and it's something we need to watch out for our own children in our own communities. But the Bible again says that if someone is offending these little ones and doing them wrong, it's better for a millstone to hang on his neck and be cast into the sea. Another thing is that for Black students, this unfairly harsh discipline can lead to lower grades, which makes sense. It leads to disincentives in school. And again, this is a systemic problem. This isn't just one teacher doing this or one school. This is a systemic across this country, and it's something that needs to be addressed that way. Medical treatment. Racial bias in pain assessment, and false beliefs about biological differences between Blacks and whites. And even now, there's medical schools that teach their students that Black people feel less pain, that, and so there's pain medication that's withheld from Black people, and Black women have a higher rate of dying in childbirth and not being given the right medicines to help because of the systemic discrimination in the system, in the medical system. And in the Bible again, in Luke 10:32, this is the parable of the Good Samaritan, where there's a man who was beaten up, robbed, left for dead, and then these religious people, these white MAGA conservatives and their brown and Black allies, when he came to the place where saw him laying, this poor beat up man, passed by on the other side, right? And of course, the lesson that Jesus was teaching from this is that the ones that we are supposed to care for people who are sick, because the Samaritan did. He took him and he said, "Look, I'll pay for his care, and if here's some money for him, and if anything else happens after I'm gone, I'll pay you the remainder when I get back the differential." So instead of doing that, the U.S. medical system takes this opposite approach. So this is something where, again, the Bible supports the findings of this, and it shows that God is really on our side. So another thing, this is from the African American Medical Congress, is that do Black patients fare better with Black doctors? Because they fare better with doctors, not necessarily because of their skin color. I mean, I've had a bad experience with a Black doctor too, and good experience with others. But it's, do people care? And Black doctors will be more likely to care for Black patients, and just seek out, care of people, whatever race they are, who actually do care about you and will do the right thing by you. Another thing is the area of bank loans. So in Proverbs 11:1, it says a false balance, which is being unjust with money or cheating people, is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. And the reason that it says a weight and balance is because that's how money was weighed out. You had ounces of rocks or gold or whatever, silver, and then you put that in in a scale to pay for things. So it turns out that for bank loans, mortgage denial rate for Black borrowers is twice that of the overall population. Black applicants are, this, and from the Urban Institute, local differences in race and place can affect mortgage capabilities, the ability to get a mortgage. And this is very strongly along racial lines. We're going to see more about this a little later, but also it's not just in mortgage balances, but in business loans. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. It says that white-owned businesses were twice as likely to be fully approved for financing as Black and Latino-owned firms. So this is something that, again, is legal. It's not just legal, it's the application of the law. It takes people to apply the law. So even if the law is supposed to be fair, people themselves can make that law unfair. And then, as well as differential other factors for businesses, and then also for housing appraisals, things like housing appraisals. This is a Black couple in Marin County in California, San Francisco Bay Area, and it's a wealthy and affluent, not everyone there is wealthy, but it's an affluent county. And this is a Black couple who were lowballed in their home appraisal due to bias. And it turned out that they, by the same firm, they put a white couple friend of theirs to show their house after their appraisal, took out their personal pictures and things and put basically white pictures up there. And it turned out that the same firm came back and appraised the same house $500,000 higher. And this is a pattern that, and they ended up suing and winning, which is great. More of that suing ought to happen. And again, Proverbs says, unequal weights are an abomination to the Lord, and false scales are not good. So this unequal weighting of home values based on who lives there, the same home is abomination to the Lord, is what the Bible says. And it's actually widespread. So the New York Times reported on widespread racial bias in home appraisals. And even Freddie Mac, and this is one of the government agencies that gives out mortgages, they find pervasive bias in the home appraisal industry. So this is something that happens coast to coast, north and south, and it's something that needs to be opposed, and it's illegal, and it's something that the Bible supports our cause in. So here, the consumer, you can't see this, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was actually set up by the U.S. government to protect homeowners from discriminatory law appraisals, and to have someone to go to if this sort of things happens. Now, how that's managing under the Trump administration is anybody's guess, because he's rolling back a lot of that. Okay. Another thing is in jobs, and this is something that we probably all experience as well too, hiring and promotion. The scripture says, don't hold back the wages of someone you've hired, not even for a night. This is Leviticus 19:13. So wages are supposed to be fair. They're supposed to be fairly distributed, and they're supposed to be fairly paid. Now, with the Pew Research Center, that there's Black people in STEM jobs. Now these are science, technology, engineering, and mathematics jobs. These are the best paying, among the best paying jobs in the country, in any industry. And even in that, with that type of training and education and expertise, Black people are especially concerned about diversity and discrimination in the workplace. Now, Google, Sundar, so the name is Sundar Pichai, I forgot his name, the CEO of Google. Anyway, when he took over Google a few years ago, among the first thing he did was eliminate their diversity hiring. And Silicon Valley firms are pretty notorious for this, about not hiring enough Black people into their firms, Black and Latino people especially. And so they had these programs that really weren't working anyway. So instead of fixing them, he decided to eliminate them altogether. And there's a lot of people that are outside the Black community and brown communities that look at us much the same way as white people do, as racist white people do. But they are also subjected to this as well. This is an Asian woman down here, a surgeon, age 45, which means that she's been practicing surgery for probably a good 10 years. She's gone through 10 or 15 years of school. And these are what are called the model minority, what white people at least call the model minority, and try to portray that way. And she says, people look at the color of my skin and automatically start doubting my ability and knowledge of my job. So this is something that doesn't just affect Black people. It affects Latino people, not just Black and Latino people, but even Asian people and Indian people. Even though many of them feel that there's no discrimination, that they're doing well in many areas, but still many of them also face that same sort of attitude that we do. And so it's a pervasive thing, but it's not supposed to be there. Another thing that Silicon Valley in particular does, I spent my career in the tech industry in research and development, and they use this culture fit to disguise discrimination. And what they do is, like, whatever your qualifications are on paper and whatever your expertise is, they also have this sort of unspoken soft criterion of fit. Do they fit with the culture? Now, the culture often is white, upper middle class males. So if you don't fit in that, a lot of times you won't get the job, not because you're not qualified, but because you, quote, don't fit. And so there's patterns of this that have been investigated, of them using this actually as a way to discriminate against hiring racial minorities. So again, this is a pervasive thing in society that supports what critical race theory is saying. Black workers face promotion and wage gaps. And it says here that there was a study done that showed that if education and housing had been equal, starting from 20 years ago, it would have added $16 trillion to the economy. And this is by Citigroup. And Citigroup is obviously a very well and respected banking power in the United States and also in the world. So this is something where people are willing to be, again, in support to the foundings of critical race theory, that they are willing to hurt the economy and hurt themselves in order to discriminate against people that they don't want among them or don't want to see advance. And that's something that, that the actual fact that this is costing the company so much is something that we can use to help fight against people who try to say that critical race theory isn't helpful and that we don't need to get rid of the systemic racism because it's hurting everyone. Voting rights. This is another one. Here's and Isaiah is talking about, and judgment is turned away backward, and justice stands afar off. For truth is falling on the street, and equity or equality cannot enter. And this is a protest by the prophet against the injustice of the time. And this is something that we're seeing, that in Georgia, it's illegal to give food and water to voters in line. Why is that? It's because they closed down a lot of the polling places in Black areas in Georgia during the first Trump election, the 2020 election year. And Black people were standing in very long lines to go out and vote anyway. And they had people bringing them food and water because they had to stand in lines that were so long. So Georgia, the racist lawmakers in Georgia passed this law that you can't give food and water to people in line, which is positively ridiculous. But it also shows the one of the core tenets that laws can be racist. It's not just individuals. Another thing, voting rounds, round in February 2023, state legislators introduced 150 restrictive voting bills. And then that's something that that they have started doing after Trump lost. Another one here is that a Texas bill would allow presidential electors to disregard state election results entirely. Doesn't matter what the election says. The electors, the electoral college, could disregard what the popular vote was and just vote however they wanted to. Texas tried to introduce that type of bill. And Virginia would empower a random selection of residents to void local election results. So these are things that prove what one of the main tenets of critical race theory and observations is that laws themselves can be discriminatory and racist, and often are. And then it gets to the point where Alabama Republicans refused to draw a second congressional black district when the Supreme Court told them to. So even the Supreme Court said, as right-wing as they were, said this is going too far, and Alabama Republicans refused to draw this district. And again, that shows that that this pervasive disparity in the law that critical race theory shows. Government policies. And Leviticus 19:15, you must not pervert justice. You must not show partiality to the poor or favoritism to the rich. You're to judge your neighbor fairly. Now, this is something that certainly hasn't happened. And government policies are either done by government or by government allowing mobs to do whatever they want. So what happened is that, so there's this active government policy that displaces people. We're going to see more of that just in just a moment. And then there's this passive or supportive government policy that doesn't stop or do retribution towards people who do these types of things, like list of expulsions of African Americans. If you go on Wikipedia, they have a very long list of these, starting in the 19th century, but also in the 20th century. And they have over 100 of them that are listed. And there's many, many more than that, actually, that have happened, of neighborhoods that have been destroyed, of like Tulsa being burned down, Rosewood, and so forth. But there's many others. There's hundreds of Rosewoods. There's hundreds of Tulsas that have happened in the past by white mobs. When black people get affluent, then white people will come in and have come in and destroyed that. So, and aided oftentimes by the government to do that. Again, that supports critical race theory. Another thing is highways. The interstate highway system gutted communities and enforced segregation. And what happened was that they flattened black neighborhoods. And what they would do, and this happened nationwide, what they would do is they would target black neighborhoods that were prospering. This actually happened in East Oakland. It happened in Atlanta through the neighborhood that Reverend Martin Luther King used to live in. It happened all over, like Southside Chicago. Mississippi had a KKK member who was head of their highway commission, and they would target black neighborhoods, especially where there was civil rights work going on, for freeways, to destroy the neighborhoods and by building freeways through them. It happened in everywhere in San Diego. It had happened there, and now Caltrans is trying to reintegrate or reconnect some of these communities. In Atlanta, they have a bridge that goes over this highway. They have a series of bridges, and I forgot what the name of the highway freeway. It's an interstate freeway, actually huge. And then they built connectors over that freeway to try to reconnect the communities. But that's something that cannot do the undamage, cannot undo the damage that was done, the destruction, the displacement. And actually, this has impacted millions of black people, millions. And other things like rezoning, redistricting, which we'll get into in a minute. These things have impacted and displaced millions of black people. And these have been government policies and laws that were directly intended to do that type of damage, okay? Another one is something that I saw happen myself. When I was at Stanford, I was doing my graduate degree at Stanford, and there was a in East Palo Alto, there was this block. It was a little neighborhood of small businesses where there was my barbershop, the barbershop where I got my haircut. Next door was a Filipino bakery. Then there was a wedding planner, wedding dress place. And then there was this little corner store. It wasn't this one, but it was a little corner store like this. And what they did was that they, first of all, started a misinformation campaign because they wanted that. And they started a misinformation campaign calling it Whiskey Gulch because of the corner store. And then they started doing all of this reporting about crime and this and that and the other, and ended up actually flattening that entire neighborhood and building a Four Seasons hotel. So where you used to have this, now there's this. And this is something redistricting, rezoning, and then the euphemism that they used to have, like when I was a kid, they used to call it redevelopment, and I didn't understand what that meant. And they talked about it, and these people, these white liberals, in fact, would be, I still remember this is a white liberal teacher with a mini skirt and all that stuff. I was in the 7th grade, maybe that's why I remember her that way. But anyway, she had this mini skirt, and she was, basically a liberal, and was talking about how great redevelopment was. And I thought, hey, must be a good thing, but it wasn't, because I assumed, naively at that time, that what they were doing was making it better for the people who lived there. But no, they weren't. They were saying, let's pretend this is blank land, knock everything down, and then build something for us. So that sort of thing, those types of policies have displaced millions and millions of African Americans. There was one that I was reading about recently in Philadelphia where they kicked out 50,000 people to so-called redevelop the place. So these types of government policies are things that do the opposite of what the Bible says. They pervert justice when the Bible says you must not pervert justice. They show favoritism to the wealthy or to the white. The Bible says absolutely don't do that, to be fair. Another one is, in this injustice, is audits by the IRS. This is an IRS guy trying to defend himself under congressional questioning, and he confirmed that Black taxpayers are more likely to face audits. And that's not because, Black people as a whole, individuals, have more money, right? It's because they're being targeted away from the people that actually have money and trying to extract it from us. Oh, sorry. Okay, another one is eminent domain abuse, and this is something that I had talked to in the last slide. Is that this is not just so-called redevelopment. Eminent domain is partly that, but it's also things to build parks, like New York Central Park was built on a Black neighborhood, and that's not the only one that has been that way. There's modern examples of that as well. So what they're doing is that the state can, or city can, or the locality, the county, can seize people's property if they want to do something, quote, for the county. So what they do is that they will define these so-called county or city projects, be it a swimming pool or a park or a rec center or something, and then seize people's property in order to make that happen. And that is disproportionately targeting and affecting African Americans. It's happening right now in South Carolina, where the Gullas and the Geechees are, all this land, they're taking the land from them on technicalities like they don't have indoor plumbing or whatever, and because it never went out there and they don't need it, whatever. But then they're making laws to make that requirement so they can take it from these Gullah and Geechee brothers and sisters and give it to white developers. Another thing, but there is hope. With Christ there's always hope, and it can be slim sometimes, but there's a beachfront property. Some of this is changing in certain areas, and this shows that we can fight for these things and change some of them. It was 100 years after it was seized, it was returned to a Black family, and this is in Manhattan Beach in Southern California. And that land, that property given back to the family is worth $75 million. So that's not small dollars that are at stake here. And now many Black Americans have had their land stolen. This is from Realtor.com, and they're fighting to get it back. So with Christ, there's always hope, and we need to be able to fight for this. and fight against these things, because we can make progress. Sometimes it gets really depressing. Sometimes it seems like, oh my goodness, what can I do? There's no hope, but there is hope. And the way that we always need to keep in mind two things. One is the way that we achieved the rights that we have today isn't by giving up. The way that we achieved the rights we have today is by fighting and continuing to fight. And that fight was led by the Black church, but the entire Black community fought against this evil and fought against this unfairness in society, and we've achieved a lot more than we had in the past. And no, things are not perfect. Things are not even good in many ways. But there's nobody I've ever met who is a mainstream African American brother sister. Now, for Clarence Thomas, he might have a different, or Stephen A. Smith and these people. They may Chad O. Jackson. They have different views, but they don't represent the mainstream. But for mainstream African Americans, I've never met one yet that wanted to go back before the civil rights days to Jim Crow. And in Jim Crow times, there wasn't any. There were very few Black Americans, except for these like coon types, that wanted to go back to slavery. So when we look at things, we need to look at it in a context and perspective that gives us hope and courage to keep fighting, because that's the way that much of this, that whatever of it that has been dissolved, it got destroyed. These barriers got destroyed and got knocked down because we kept fighting. And this shows that that there is hope, and that by fighting and by opposing and by advocating for ourselves, it's not necessarily even opposing others, it's advocating for ourselves that we can change. And with Christ as our center and the Bible as our guide, we can make progress, and we have, and we can make further progress. And there's more, of course. There's a history of redlining, that we know about, where banks won't lend into certain neighborhoods and so forth. The stores, food deserts, where chains won't build stores and so forth. There's that. There's this so-called replacement theory, right? That now that these white MAGAs, and so forth, and white so-called Christian nationalists, they're afraid of being replaced by brown and Black people. They don't really understand that by including us, they get more. Because when there's an article that I read a while back, I wish I had it here, but there was an article I read a while back studying the economics of abolition, where it said that the post-abolition period was one of the biggest per capita economic boom in the United States history. Another thing happened is after civil rights, that's when the economy started booming again, right? When Black people were admitted, to schools, were able to get jobs, where they had affirmative action, DEI, and that kind of thing to help accelerate Black progress. That's when the economics started booming, and when they started pulling back, that's when things got worse for everyone. So that's something that that this whole replacement theory is badly misguided, because what it does is that it impoverishes the people who believe it. There's in education, there's all kinds of disparities that are documented. Again, this just shows you the plethora of things in different areas where there's just plenty of evidence for the observations of critical race theory. So the people who oppose it are really opposing it on false grounds. They are closing their eyes to the evidence, and most of them are unaware of it. And those that are aware of it tend to ignore it. But this is a solid framework with a series of examples, and I can make this presentation available to you through Brother A1 if you would like. Whoever would want to, I'd be happy to share it with you. So, so this can give a framework for addressing this, for addressing systemic racism, and you don't necessarily even have to mention critical race theory. You can just you can use the framework and the structure and the examples and the different areas of society. We've looked around a dozen or 12 or 13 different areas of society where we've seen the same patterns through the laws and through the applications of the laws. And armed with that knowledge, we can actually speak in a more thoroughly informed way. Instead of, we all have our personal experiences that we can share on top of that, but on top of our personal experiences, we can share a framework of examples in different key areas of society, all of which point exactly the same direction. And they're underpinned, these are proofs of the underpinning, proofs that underpin the examples of critical race theory and the key observations that it has. And then also, we can see that when people try to abuse the Bible against it, or say that the Bible doesn't support us, we can have the evidence, abundant scriptural evidence, and there's a lot more if you'd like to, that be able to provide, that actually, that the Bible actually supports our cause. Jesus Christ cares about our cause. The Bible cares about our cause, and the white or other racist or the white aligned, the racist aligned brown and black people, and then the white conservative community out there. When they are trying to use the Bible to support their discrimination, you can see there's plenty of things that they're ignoring in order to do that, or that they're twisting and turning, ignoring, or flatly disobeying in order to come up with those interpretations. So it's not really, a white man's religion. There's a sector of white people that have abused it and made it look that way. So some of the another thing is that there's neutral rules that have racist outcomes. Like, we've looked at patterns of intentional discrimination, but here's someone that look more neutral that really actually aren't. One is like voter suppression laws. What they'll do is they'll try to justify all of these laws on neutral grounds. Well, we want to, we want to keep people from doing fraudulent votes. But what they do is that they'll make all these voter restrictions that target only black people or disproportionately target black people. They sound neutral on the surface, but they're not. Another was is industry. The advent of artificial intelligence has included these dangers, has amplified this danger, where self-driving cars can't recognize African Americans as pedestrians. Why? Because they don't test them on African American data. AI that doesn't recognize black people even as being human. Why? Because the people in Silicon Valley and these tech firms that develop these things are in these bubbles, that exclude, for the most part, exclude African Americans, and say it never even enters their mind to test data or pictures or whatever it is, including African Americans, so we can get better representation. A more insidious one, actually, that's creeping up now is the use of AI to screen resumes. And what they found is that AI is trained on data of existing company employees, and that data tends to be discriminatory because of the hiring practices. And so what it does is that if people have black sounding names, that they'll omit the resume, they'll just exclude the resume. The same resume with a white sounding name gets accepted. And there's several studies about that you can take a look at. But that's one of the dangers of AI, is that it's encodifying these biases under the assumption or moniker or even representation that somehow AI is this neutral party that is objective, and it's not. And we need to understand that when we're using AI, and then also when we're pushing for better use of AI in society. Another one is industry, right? The companies hiring from a short list of schools that few minorities, especially African Americans, attend. Like when I was at Oracle, they said they had they said they only hired from the top 20 schools. And that sounds great until you see the pattern of discrimination, like I had shared with you, like that starts at the elementary school and high school level before they ever get to college, to eliminate Black children from even pursuing STEM programs, from being admitted to these top 20 colleges and so forth. So the companies that follow that policy, in effect, let the school system, the elementary school system, and junior high and high school system do the discrimination for them. So another thing too is that that they should be recruiting for more historically Black colleges and universities. Industry requiring college degrees for jobs that don't really require college. That is a neutral sounding rule that ends up discriminating if people didn't have the opportunity to go to college, but they're just as capable of doing that job as anyone else. Education, these so-called IQ tests, this is one of my pet peeves because there's no such thing as an IQ test. Nobody knows what intelligence is, so you can't test for it, right? It's impossible to test for something when you don't even know what it is. You can't define it, and especially not on some written test. And I've seen one of these where they just do pattern matching to try to get these kids in these advanced classes. Which one of these patterns goes with that pattern? You know, like a stripe or whatever, a hash type of pattern. And what does that have to do with a student's ability to do math and to solve problems or to build robots? Absolutely nothing. So what they do is that they label these spurious things as being intelligence tests when they really don't test intelligence because they don't even know what it is. Another thing is like these so-called standardized tests, SAT, ACT, GMATs, and so forth, is that you can study for these things. And they have prep classes in some schools that prepare you with old tests in order to prepare you to take the tests. And other students that don't have that opportunity, that don't have those types of classes in their schools, they often don't do as well on the test because they haven't practiced the way that the other students have. So these look neutral, but they're actually discriminatory. Now, Harvard had stopped accepting these sorts of standardized tests at all, and some other ones. Then under the Trump administration, they got pressured into bringing them back. And this is why the Trump administration brought them back, because they know about this effect. But again, there's no such thing as an IQ test. That's a bunch of baloney. Business is promotion and hiring. One of the things that happens is like this corporate culture. Like if all the supervisors are white, then who gets promoted to a manager is going to be a white person, right? So what is needed, that's a neutral sounding rule, but that's where affirmative action and DEI actually came in, is to give qualified minorities a chance to have jobs that were kind of locked in by this old boys club, right? And so, so these neutral sounding rules are often discriminatory in effect and outcome. Another one, justice, theft, like white collar crime, right? You look at the news. I noticed this pattern when I was watching news about like these, these embezzlers and stuff, and getting busted, and Burning Man off, and all these. And so what will happen is that, like in these so-called white collar crimes, or when they're trying to like get corrupt government officials, what they'll do is the main thing is intent. Or knowledge. Did you know it was illegal, or did you intend to do something illegal? And based on that, they'll get a crime or not. But for the no-collar crime, which most of us are subjected to, no-collar crime is, ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? So it's a different standard for even how crimes are punished, and the standards for what's considered a crime and not, and how guilt is determined. So that is something that is also built into the justice system. Another one is how they measure crime. These statistics often only encompass what is called street crime. But there's a lot of crime that they don't even measure. They don't measure white collar crime, for instance. They also don't measure things like domestic violence. When I was in, wife and I, we were on a family trip to Oregon years ago, and there was this little town. I don't remember the town, but anyway, stopped there at this little small town in a store, like a 7-Eleven type store. And while in there, I saw this newspaper. It was the front page of the paper, and it said, and whatever this little town it said, it talked about this measurement metric, and it said if domestic violence was computed into crime statistics, then our little town would have the highest violent crime rate in the United States. I mean, let that sink in. So it's just the way that crimes are measured, the way that what is called a crime and what's not. All of those things those are neutral sounding rules that sound neutral on the surface, but they're actually discriminatory when they are implemented, and they have these discriminatory characteristics to them that disproportionately will affect certain populations like African Americans. Now, and this goes directly against the biblical principle. The Bible says the opposite. It says that God loves justice and fairness. He is kind to everyone, everywhere on earth. Psalm 33:5. He is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways are justice. Judgment means justice in this case. A God of truth and without iniquity, just and right is he. Deuteronomy 32:4. So we see that the Bible takes the exact opposite stance as these so-called neutral sounding rules. And again, critical race theory is documented observations. It's not a philosophy. It's not a ideology any more than, like when these Gallup polls, how are you going to vote? Republican, Democrat, whatever. Those aren't ideologies. Those are measured tests. That's what critical race theory is. And another thing too is that a theory. I forgot to mention this at the beginning. What a theory is in an academic setting. A theory is not a guess. It is not like, oh, I have a theory, like you and I will talk, just in casual conversation. I have a theory, blah, blah, blah. That's not a theory. It's a guess or it's a hypothesis. It's a theory in a conversational, idiomatic sense. But in an academic sense, a theory is a well-established body of observation and analysis that is thoroughly underpinned by data, thoroughly underpinned by conclusions drawn from the data, and that can withstand peer review, that can withstand critical academic analysis, and still have significant explanatory power. That's what a theory is. That's why they call it like relativity theory, right? This is mathematically determined, and it's experimentally verifiable, right? So critical race theory is a theory in that sense. Gravitational theory is not an ideology. It's the way gravity works. You drop a ball, it falls, and it's a measurable speed, for wind resistance, a line for wind resistance and so forth, right? So that's what this is. It's not an ideology. It's not a, reverse racism. It's not any of that. This is a solidly established body of research and analysis that has high explanatory power, that's able to withstand critical review by academics, by experts, and still have high explanatory power. That's what critical race theory is. So when you talk about theory, make very sure, please, to understand and keep in mind what this definition of the word theory actually means in an academic setting. Okay, that's what critical race theory is. So these are documented, studied observations that rules and systems and laws can be racist, not just individuals, that they can be racist even if people who make them don't intend them to be. Sometimes they do intend them to be, but even when they're neutral sounding, they have these discriminatory intents, right? But even if they don't intend them to be, they can have racist outcomes, even if they're not intentional. And then actually these rules can hurt people long after they're eliminated, like redlining. It still hurts and destroys African-American communities today, poor communities of every race, but disproportionately African-American communities. And so these types of laws, and just because you say, well, now you have to have equal hiring practices, that doesn't mean that people are automatically going to bubble to the top as though nothing had ever happened. There have to be, people have to be introduced into these circles, have to be given opportunities, provided opportunities, and the companies have to focus on inclusion, and also societies have to re-examine their laws. And if laws disproportionately hurt one population, then there should be laws that also target that same population in a corrective manner to help introduce equity and fairness. Okay? Now, some of the objections, there are two main categories of objections that I've basically run across, because I run across this a lot in my online ministry and so forth. But basically, there's reactionary information that's typically racist, and it's disinformation. But there's also these thoughtful and considered objections that we need to be prepared to answer, and that really do have good answers. this thoughtful and considerate of the minority in my personal experience. But so let's look at these reactionary ones, like saying it's racist and this sort of stuff. Now, one of the things is that these reactionary, these racist types that object to it often don't know what it is, right? So Florida banned critical race theory, but they can't define what it is, right? Here it says, it's racist theory is poison. It's ridiculous. Another thing here, like this Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis, they don't really know what it is, but they go railing against it. And the reason is because it advocates for us and because it points out their systemic discrimination against us accurately and factually. But of course, that's always going to have these types of reactions. So some of the reactions are, it's divisive. Okay, well, Jesus said, I came not to bring peace, but a sword. And when you are, doing something wrong, and some people are determined to keep doing something wrong and others aren't, of course, that's going to be divisive, right? That's the way it is. And that's the way that justice works. Justice is divisive. Abolition didn't come about with everybody, all white people in America holding hands singing Kumbaya, let's do this, right? It was divisive. But doing good is divisive many times, especially when evil is firmly entrenched and very harmful. And Jesus, of course, supports that. He came to not to bring peace, but a sword. And this is against two things. This is in two areas. One is the fact that he is the Savior, God in the flesh, God incarnate, but also that we need to live the way he does in terms of treating everybody right, treating everybody fairly, reaching out to, like he reached out to the Samaritans, which the Jews despised, and treated them as equals. Right? That's the way, and that's going to be something divisive, and that's what Jesus came to do. That's the other thing Jesus came to do, to help us live like that. Another one is CRT is anti-white and racist, and it's not. It's anti-injustice. So all of these examples that we've shown prove that. It basically documents the legal foundation behind these patterns of injustice and discrimination that we've seen. Another one is that it makes white people feel guilty. Well, if you're doing wrong, guilt is something that's natural and normal, and it's a good thing if you change, right? The worst thing to do is to make someone feel comfortable when they're doing wrong. And what the Bible says in Proverbs 28:13 is people who conceal their sins will not prosper, but if they confess and turn from them, they will receive mercy. Another one is it's an excuse for lack of merit. That obviously is not true. We've seen examples of like an Asian surgeon and there's many millions of other examples. But see, this is the same thing that they used to say about people in the past. In the Bible, it was, can any good thing come out of Nazareth? They were talking about Jesus, right? So they're talking about Jesus that way. They're going to be talking about people who are less than Jesus, which is all of us, that way as well, right? So these are common, these are reactionary objections, but the real root of it is what conservative leaders said in Acts 5:28 when they were telling Peter to stop preaching the gospel, which is, did we not strictly command you that you should not teach in this name? And listen to this part. And behold, you have filled Jerusalem with your doctrine and intend to bring this man's blood upon us. They did not want to be called out and for what they actually did. They didn't want to be held accountable for what they actually did. And that's really the core of a lot of this reactionary type objection, is that they don't want to be called into account for what they did and what they're actually doing today. So that's something to keep in mind when we're dealing with these sorts of objections. Another one, when all else fails, there's slander. This is a guy named Frank Turek. He's popular in the so-called Christian apologetics field. He goes to these universities and talks to students and tries to defend the Bible and this, that, and that third. Not all of it. He's not defending all of it, as we've seen. But he's a devout enemy. He's a white nationalist, who is a devout enemy of critical race theory. So this is from his actual slide, and it falsely categorizes critical race theory into saying that there's two classes, the oppressed and the oppressor. That's We'll get to that. It's not exactly true. But look at this. This is what they try to do all the time. And white liberals do this too, which is a bad thing. But white conservatives love doing this. What they do is they try to lump in black people with everything else in society that they either don't like or that's wrong or bad. Like, for instance, here they'll say, the oppressed and the oppressed are Christians and non-Christians. Critical race theory has nothing to do with Christians and non-Christians. That has nothing to do with anything with critical race theory, right? Race theory. It's not critical religious theory. Another thing is this whole thing about women and trans and the oppressors are men. Critical race theory, it's not critical sexuality theory, the LGBT and women. It has nothing to do with that. There's a bit of overlap for black women, but it doesn't say that men are oppressing women. It says that there are racial patterns to the law and to society that oppress races. And it's a double whammy with women, of course. Heterosexuals and LGBT, this has nothing to do with critical race theory, right? Has nothing to do with that at all. But by trying to associate it with something that is they feel is bad or wrong, or that it actually is, that is sin in this case, according to the Bible, it's a sin, then they can try to discredit what it actually is, and above all, to discredit the good that it does in the observations that it shows. Right. Another thing too is that poor, middle class, and owning class, it has nothing to do. It's critical race theory again. Ables and disabled, where on earth did that come from? Right. So what happens is that these enemies of critical race theory, these white nationalists, these white racists, these white so-called Christian nationalists, these people like Frank Turek, most white conservative Christians, unfortunately, they really don't want to deal with the realities that critical race theory is unearthing and exposing and making clear, and actually studying and showing abundant evidence for. So instead of doing that, they can't do that. So what they do is that they slander it instead by trying guilt by association fallacies and those sorts of techniques. We're calling it an ideology when it's not. It's an academic body of research. Another one, so what it really does is that what critical race theory actually focuses on is, yes, it's whites versus people of color. That's actually because that's the reality of society. Citizens and immigrants, not so much, but immigrants being, especially the non-white immigrants are the ones that are being impacted here. So there's some of that, but and actually, come to think of it, it's really what this really is things like citizens and immigrants. It's the bias in immigration law. Immigration law favors Northern Europeans, and it disfavors, global South, right? So that's the brown and black, nations are disproportionate, are blocked out, have disproportionately very little immigration allowances and quotas and things like that. It favors this northern immigration, and Trump, in particular, Donald Trump, has the only ones that he's immigrating now are white South Africans, right? Basically people who support apartheid. And so that shows, again, that this does cross into citizens and immigrants when it's this white versus people of color dynamic that's going on. White settlers and indigenous people, of course, right? Because that's what critical race theory actually shows. It shows a racial disparity between the treatment of indigenous people versus the treatment of white people, not settlers. That happened centuries ago. But what it's doing, it's confusing things by trying to stir the pot, by trying to bring things in that have nothing to do with critical race theory at all, and trying to pretend like it's all one thing in order to discredit the validity of this solidly established, very well organized and very explanatory academic theory. And so keep that in mind, please, when you see this topic come up, or when you hear people discussing, even without the name critical race theory, discussing the issues of systemic racism. These are some things that people will often try to bring in as well, whether they're talking about critical race theory specifically or not. Anytime that we talk about civil rights, anytime we talk about systemic injustice or systemic racism, a lot of the proponents of that racism and the implementers of that racism will bring in all these non-aligned, tangential, or not even related types of thing into the conversation to try to discredit what we're saying. Okay, so keep the attention focused on the actual topic and don't let them try to distract the way that they want to do or slander. Another thing too is that this is from Hillsdale College, and this is a very right-wing MAGA type of college. The Marxist roots of critical race theory. What they'll do is that Karl Marx had nothing to do with critical race theory. The only thing I've really found is one mention, alleged mention, and I haven't double-checked this actually. It was by one of these MAGA people that brought it up, saying that Reginald Bell said something about critical race theory draws on some Marxism or something like that. First of all, I don't know the context, don't know if he even said that. And second of all, more importantly, is if you look through the actual writings and speaking engagements of people like Kimberly Crenshaw and many of these other proponents, you won't find mentions of this, right? This is sort of one writer mentioning it one time doesn't mean that the whole body of scholars of these dozens, if not hundreds of scholars across the United States all feel the same way he does. At the end of the day, it is a valid theory that is built on evidence in the United States gathered from Reconstruction times to today and abundantly documented. And it has nothing, just because just because some person may or may not have this type of view of it, doesn't mean that the theory itself is founded on that. It's quite the opposite. It's founded on critical legal studies, which is a legal field going back decades. But then again, they're going to, and then how to fight, critical race theory, what it is and how to fight it, right? They have propaganda that goes out how to fight this. So we need to have, on our side, it's helpful for us to have information for how to explain it accurately, clearly, and not let them slander it with these falsehoods that they enjoy doing. So it's not, and again, this happened in Bible times too, and it happened to Jesus Christ, right? So if it happened to Jesus Christ, none of us are Jesus Christ, right? None of us are perfect. None of us are God incarnate. None of us are perfect, morally perfect. So, they're going to say it to us, but they said to him, then the Jews answered to him, do we not rightly say that you're a Samaritan? And see, Samaritan back then was their equivalent of the N-word. So they were calling Jesus an N-word. You're Samaritan and have a demon. They were calling him an N-word and saying he was demon possessed. And as I've come across, I've had people like that, call me all kinds of names too, these white right-wing nationalists. Don't be surprised with hostility against this, because the fact that something is right and that they enjoy wrong is going to, and that we're exposing this and addressing it in a realistic, academic, intellectual, educated way is going to bring resentment from some of them at least. Okay? And it's not the first time they've done it, right? During this is a pattern that has happened, and I'll be doing some other videos in the future on my channel, The Thinker's Bible, that document how what is now called so-called Christian nationalism, this white nationalism, is actually a phenomena that has happened from colonial times to today, starting at least 1619, but certainly from a legal standpoint, 1640, and at practical standpoint at 1619, that this is the same. It's just come under no names or different names, with different objections, different disguises, different rationalizations at different times. And this is, of course, during the Civil Rights Age, they said race mixing is communism. So the same people that object to critical race theory today are the same people that said, and that say that critical race theory is Marxist today. That's to the main point. The same people claiming critical race theory is Marxist. The same people claiming that today are the same people who claim that race mixing was communist back in the civil rights days, right? It's not. The thing is that they don't like what it says. They don't like, what race mixing, meant to them. They didn't like that, and they didn't like what those laws were saying, and they don't like what critical race theory is saying today. Not because it's communist, it's not. It's because they are racist and they just want to remain that way. Here, Jew communists behind race mixing. This is another thing they put out. They even try to quote the Bible again, 2 Peter 2:11. Communists want to integrate our schools, right? This is what Paul actually said. Peter actually said, it's ironic that they are quoting 2 Peter, because Peter actually said that these are the same people that twist the scriptures, including the scriptures of Paul, to their own destruction. And here they are twisting the scriptures, quoting the man, the apostle, that talks about these same types of people twisting the scriptures to their own destruction. I think this is a rather ironic one, but it also shows the same type of attitude that they have. And again, it happened here, right? So Pilate, the governor, went out to them. The Bible says that this is misguided racist leaders back in Jesus' time. What is your charge against this man? This is when Jesus was on trial. We wouldn't have handed over to you if he wasn't a criminal, they retorted. See, notice they didn't mention a charge. They just wanted him out. They wanted him dead. They wanted him out of the way. And here, they don't have a real biblical foundation for anything they're saying. They just don't want it to happen. They want to keep doing their evil, having the evil attitudes, and they're willing to try to twist the Bible in order to do that. So remember, when people try to use the Bible to oppose good and to advance racism, that they are actually twisting the scriptures, and they're not representing them properly at all. And they're doing so, according to God himself, through the apostle. They're doing that to their own destruction. Jesus is going to be telling a lot of these people, depart from me, I never knew you, when they stand before him expecting a reward and bragging about all the things they've done, all the sermons they've preached, all the books they've read, all the times they read their Bible, and so forth. Right? He's going to tell them, depart from me, I never knew you. These are the types of people he's going to be saying that to. And these objectors to critical race theory, the Frank Tureks, the guy that I showed you earlier, these people's current counterparts. He's going to be telling them, depart from me, I never knew you. So the bottom line to these reactionary objections is found in Titus 1:15. This is one of my favorite verses. To the pure, all things are pure, but to the defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure, but both their minds and their consciences are defiled. And the reason that they object to this is because, and they call it racist and they call it divisive and this, that, and the third, is because what they're doing is they're projecting themselves onto this topic, right? Because to the pure, all things are pure. That means you give it the benefit of the doubt and you try to weigh it out to see, like the Bereans did in Acts chapter 17, where they searched the scriptures every day to see if the things that Paul said were true, right? Instead of doing that, what they're doing is they're projecting their own, because they have defiled consciences, defiled minds and consciences. They assume and they think that way about other people. They think that way about Black people. They think that way about immigration. They think that way about equal opportunity, about abolishing systemic racism. That's the way they think. They're doing that because they're projecting their own inner spiritual state onto the people or the topics that they're discussing that want to dismantle and address and correct the systemic racism that they created. Okay? So this is really what's going on inside of them. So some thoughtful objections. Come now, let us reason together. All people should be treated the same, okay? Now, this sounds good on the surface, right? But look at it this way. Suppose you had a person that for most of their life was working for $1,000 a day on a job. Now, this is a white person. And a Black person was getting paid $1 a day for the same job. And we see some of this stuff in Hollywood, if we know about the pay discrimination and disparity between very accomplished Black actors versus their very accomplished white counterparts who get much, much more, many times more, right? So you're doing $1,000 a day. Now, what's happened is you have been paying your bills and saving money and investing in stocks and everything else off your $1,000 a day, whereas the brother that has been $1 a day has been accumulating debt, has been doing without, and all kinds of other things, right? Now all of a sudden it's $100 a day job. So he's been getting paid $1,000 a day, but now he's getting paid $100 a day. And you've been getting paid $1 a day, and then now you're getting paid $100 a day. Why isn't that fair? Well, it's because of the accumulated benefit of the one versus the accumulated detriment of the other. With this $100 a day, the $1,000 a day guy is going to be out there, buying snacks or going to concerts or whatever else, whereas the $1 a day guy is going to be trying to pay down debt and try to save something for the future just to get his family, just to have a place over his head. And the Bible actually underscores this principle. Whoever steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters or sells it must pay back 5 head of cattle for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. Because the Bible recognizes that by depriving people of what is right and fair, that you put them in a deficit situation. You deprive them of the benefit of what they should have had all along, right? So this is like a case, for instance, for reparations, in fact. But still, this whole idea of people should just be all treated the same, that only works if you're starting from the same place. Another thing is, this is more insidious, really, pro-poor policies, not racial policies. So, if you have policies and laws that disproportionately impact poor people as a whole, then they will disproportionately benefit racial minorities, especially Black people as a whole, who are a disproportionate component of the poor. Now, the problem is it's failed minorities every time it's been tried. It's never worked. For instance, affirmative action, right? DEI, right? These are things that were supposed to, equalize it for everybody. But 95% of the benefit of affirmative action and DEI went to white women, right? So these pro-poor policies don't work. And another thing too is that things that are actually, often done for programs and stuff that are income-based or whatever, a lot of times those funds or whatever are redirected, or the people who administer them are disproportionately, even though it's color neutral, are disproportionately handing out the benefits to people who look like them, right? And particularly if they're white. Now, another thing, and the Bible understands this principle or supports this principle. The Gibeonites were a group of Canaanites, right? So Israel was supposed to conquer Canaan and get rid of everybody there. And so the Gibeonites were a group of Canaanites, and they were under a special protection because Joshua had made a contract with them, not knowing who they were. So anyway, Saul, the first king of Israel, Saul, went and killed some of them, right? And again, these were Canaanites, and there were other Canaanites in the land and so forth. And so what happened was that God, that King David suffered the consequences of Saul's wrong and sin because there was a famine in the land because of what Saul had done. And what happened was that the Gibeonites were allowed to determine the repayment that would satisfy them, right? They were the ones that determined what would make things right and just for them. Even though they were Canaanites, God didn't say, look, make this pro-Canaanite policy so all Canaanites would be treated the same, and that sort of thing. No, what he did was that this specific group who had been wronged were the ones who should determine what it takes to make them right, right? So this whole idea of pro-poor, policies, they don't work for racial discrimination, right? They work for overall poverty in some sense, but they don't work for racial discrimination. So targeted solutions should be for targeted populations. Populations that were targeted for wrong should be populations that are targeted for right also. to make it right with them. Okay, so this poor policy doesn't work, and it's not really from a fairness and certainly not from a scriptural standpoint the right approach. Communities don't have the same rights as individuals. Well, that's not the case, because white people vote for white communities all the time, their own communities, their own schools. But also what the Bible says, the Bible, like we talked about in Acts chapter 6, verse 1, is that the apostles, when the Hebrew Jews and the Greek, the Hebrew Jews and the Greek Jews, the Hebrew speaking Jews and the Greek speaking Jews, the Greek speaking Jews were discriminated against. What they did was they organized to meet that specific need, that specific community's need. It wasn't just, well, look, this one food dispenser person, you start dispensing food to this Greek Jew person. No, it was a community-wide solution that addressed a community need. So this is an invalid argument as well. Another one, we shouldn't have to pay for our ancestors' wrongs. There's two problems with this. One, of course, is that they benefit from the ancestors' wrongs in an ongoing manner. And it's just like, say you steal a car, right? If somebody steals your car and then they give it to their kid and their kid gives it to their kid, is it really their car? And the answer is no, right? You have rights you have the right to be reimbursed or get your car back at least, or at least be reimbursed for it. And it's the same thing. Now, from a biblical standpoint, in Lamentations 5:7, it says, our ancestors sinned and are no more, and we bear their punishment. God does allow sin to accumulate because he's given nations time to repent. And then Israel got exiled for that. They got exiled not only for the sins of that current generation, which were grievous, they were terrible. Like Manasseh was killing a lot of innocent people, King Manasseh, at that time when he was exiled, but also for the accumulated sins of the past, because that nation had been disobeying God for a long time. They'd been sinning for a long time. The Civil War was God's judgment on America for sins that had been accumulating since the 1600s, and that this nation was not repenting of. So God sent the Civil War as a judgment against the sin of America against his people, because most of the slaves were actually Christians. So they were oppressing Christians. This was Christian persecution, this chattel slavery. Same thing with Jim Crow. Most Black people were Christians. So they were oppressing God's church. They were lynching ministers, choir members, deacons. They were persecuting God's church. And God, will judge this country for that as well. But this whole idea, we shouldn't have to pay for our ancestors' wrongs, is wrong on both of those. Like the Bible, these wrongs still continue to reverberate. And if a nation doesn't repent and change their behavior, change their thought, then this sin becomes accumulated. If they turn away from it, then it can be forgiven. If they make restitution and correction for people that they've wronged, then God will forgive. But if they continue the same pattern, which is happening, in our nation, then God does hold them accountable for all of those sins, their sins today, plus the sins of their ancestors. So now, how to respond? Okay, one of the things, there are a few things to understand about how racism works that people may know but may not think about, and some things may not be aware of. One is that systemic racism is a statistics game, right? So one of the things that they'll do is that they'll say, well, look at all these, Black athletes and Black entertainers or Black business people, there's some Black CEOs and so forth. Look at them, okay? Well, that's not really the point of systemic racism. The systemic racism is that the racists want to have this kind of a distribution, where most of them are in this range here, economically. Some of them are doing really, really well. Some are doing pretty poorly, but most of them are right here. But what they want is us to be here, right? So most of us here, most of them there, and most of us here. And notice that there's always going to be some that are out there on that tail on that curve. What they really care about is the bulk, the majority. They want to shove the bulk of us back to this and keep the bulk of us there. It's okay if a few escape, because what will happen is that is talking points for them so that they can deny the reality of that the majority faces every day. right? So it's a statistics game. It's not a game, and they also want to have their little spokespeople. They want to have their Clarence Thomases and their Byron Washington, is that guy's name? That Republican conservative dude, Chad O. Jackson, who is a black guy who does apologetics for the Confederacy, saying that they were the good guys. They want to have some of those people there that, we typically call coons, and that's a pretty good description of some of them, is that, they want to have those types of talking points, those what they used to call house Negroes and that kind of thing. They want to have some of these, even though the real house Negroes didn't get treated that well at all. They got raped and abused, and all kinds of horrible things happened to them. But at the same, but the other slaves had it even worse. So they want to keep a few of these people around because it benefits them to do that. So that way they can pretend they're not racists, right? And they can pretend that the system isn't racist. There's no systemic racism because look at these people here, right? So racism is a statistics game. Systemic racism is a statistics game. You'll also see, and statistics always have exceptions, what are called outliers, right? So you'll see these wealthy people here. You see poor whites. You'll also see people like Mitch McConnell having an Asian wife, right? Even though he votes all these racist things and has these racist views, right? A new image, right? The racists have adopted a new image. That's another thing too. And there was a really great article on Breitbart that I read a while back. It was years ago. I can't find it nowadays. But basically, they've moved from overalls and white sheets and hoods to dockers and golf shirts and suits. They've also, to have a more respectable image, they've also stopped using the N-word, and they start using other synonyms like woke, right? Immigrant, Haitian. Like woke is their code word for get the black folks, right? And they've tried to twist this word to say that they want to that woke is LGBT and all of this sort of stuff, and it's not. Woke came from the black community, as we all know, and it meant two things, and it still means two core things, which is awareness of systemic racism, and also the awareness that our culture is richer than what we've been told, that we have a rich culture going back to Africa, a rich culture in the United States, high accomplishments, high achievers, many, many inventions, scientists, and so forth, right? So that's what woke actually means. And they try to twist it to, again, include this other stuff like that Frank Turek guy does, and that has nothing to do with actually being woke. Immigrant, this is another thing for brown person. Haitian is a code word for black person because they do not, they want to go after Haitians, talking about Haitians eating their pets and all that disgusting stuff, those lies. And the reality is they don't discriminate between whether a black person is from Haiti, Nigeria, or U.S. It doesn't matter to them. But Haitian is their code word for trying to make it look like they're being selective in who they criticize. But what they're actually doing is that they are slandering and maligning all of us, everybody who is African American, right? Another one is appeal to principle. This is another racism tactic that's been used for a long time, but it's used a whole lot today. Safer borders, fair elections. Safe borders means, rounding up brown folks and throwing them in concentration camps. Fair elections means voter suppression, gerrymandering districts and taking away all the black districts so we don't get any representation, right? So these are things, much of this is we're aware of. I think some of this, the racism is a statistics game, is one that I haven't heard discussed a lot in African-American communities. So it's something to really be aware of from that perspective, okay? As well as the new image that we've see through. So in reality, critical race theory is a mirror. The people who care about African Americans, in particular, racial minorities in general, they don't hate it, right? The people who hate it most, they hate it because it shows them who they really are, and they don't want to face that. So even there was some images I ran across for a different presentation I was doing, where there was this white, there was back in the pre-civil rights days during the civil rights marches, there was this white guy by a car, and he had this big poster, right? And it said, The Southern white is the Negro's best friend, but no integration, right? So what they want to do is they want to promote this false positive image of themselves, these racists do, and they don't want to face who they really are. And they don't want to acknowledge what they're really doing. Now, some of them will, like Donald Trump, he didn't really care. But there's others that don't care. They just spew out the N-word and say, I don't like y'all. But most of them don't behave that way. Most of them want to pretend and see themselves as better than what they actually are and not doing the evil that they actually are doing. So critical race theory is a mirror that forces them, if they actually examine it and learn about it, it forces them to face who they really are, and they don't want that. Another thing, they do not say label it an ideology, right? So they can live with denial, in living in denial of this mountain of evidence that supports it, a lot of which we've seen today. And that's a dynamic that's been happening since this country's founding. And then also, there's going to be people who will never learn, right? Because they just don't want to. That doesn't mean we stop trying, it doesn't mean we stop fighting, that we stop speaking out, that we stop resisting. We don't stop any of that, because that's what gave us the progress that we have. And what happens is, over time, we will win over that critical mass. It's never been a majority that have supported civil rights. It was never a majority of white people that supported abolition of slavery. It was a minority. It was a minority of white people who supported civil rights. But that minority, combined with our numbers, was enough to get the job done through the grace of God with his help. There's a saying in the Black church, and those of you who are the Christians who have been in church before, you probably heard it. 1 plus God is a majority, right? And that's the truth and the reality of life. And and God sees our struggle, and he's on our side, as is the scripture itself. So there's going to be some of these people that they try to pretend like it's just they're against civil race, against critical race theory, but that's absolutely not the case, because look at this whole list of things that these same people have been against in the past. Critical race theory, woke, those two are today. Black Lives Matter, they hated that, right? They hated the very idea, so they came up with this all lives matter stuff, ignoring what we were actually saying, about the disproportionate murder of Black people by police. Martin Luther King's birthday, right? They didn't want that. Apartheid in South Africa. There were people here, these racists here, didn't want apartheid to end in South Africa. They opposed Tutu, Bishop Desmond Tutu. They opposed Nelson Mandela, and so forth. Right? Civil rights movement, Reconstruction, abolition. See, creating the country, they even opposed creating the U.S. as a free country and not a slave country. Right? So these same people, the same mindset, right, the same type of person has always objected, and they always will. So don't let them try to position themselves as this. It's just this thing that they're opposed to. It's not. This is just the latest symptom of their disease, of their moral disease, their moral decrepitude. So for Christians especially, and for everyone actually, honestly, they'll keep the gospel first, right? Because opposing the church is opposing God. Opposing Christianity is opposing God. Because whatever your feelings are about the church, about Christianity as a whole, the fact is that God used the Black church to win the freedom that we have today, right? The white church opposed it, but God used the Black church. So we need to respect that. And independent of whatever our ideology is, whatever your worldview is, it's just like physics, right? Physics works, gravity works, whether or not you believe in it, doesn't matter. You better not jump out that window if you're on a higher than the first floor, right? And it's the same thing, respect God, and he will continue to give us the strength. If we don't, then he may leave us, he'll tend to leave us to our enemies, right? So keep the gospel first. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and these and other things shall be added to you, right? And that's true for everyone. Keep focused and beware of pitfalls. There is intersectionality where, say, Black women in particular face two types of discrimination. They face discrimination on the basis of race and on the basis of their sex gender, right? That they face chauvinism and racism. So we need to be particularly sensitive to their issues and to their concerns. And we need to be especially cognizant about including them and making them feel respected and cared for, right? Um, Appropriation, the way that they slandered woke and tried to appropriate that. They tried to appropriate the word liberal. They tried to appropriate, DEI for themselves and all that sort of stuff, right? Beware of that and these types of pitfalls. Deprioritization, and we've talked about can I say this? We've talked about the white conservatives. The white liberals have done a grave injustice to Black people as well. There hasn't been the violence, and there has been a lot more support from white liberals than from white conservatives. But what they've done is that after the civil rights movement, actually after around, after 60s and in the late 60s, early 70s, what they started doing was a different group of people. These weren't the freedom riders that went to the South with African Americans who got killed down there, who got beaten down there, who got spit on and called names and all that. Those were the original OG white liberals. They were the real deal. They were the real deal. After the 60s, like the late 60s, early 70s, these fake ones started creeping in. And what they did was they started appropriating the word liberal for themselves to try to push for stuff they wanted for themselves. And very quickly, what they did was they changed the priority from Black people and civil rights and addressing systemic racism. They changed the priority to promoting LGBT, to promoting abortion, homosexuality, atheism, and anti-church, anti-marriage, anti-whatever, drug, sex, and rock and roll, do your own thing, baby, right? That type of thing. Me, myself, and I. And so what they did, and even animals like pets, what they call animal rights. So now the priority of racial justice is behind LGBT, it's behind abortion, it's behind keeping, prayer out of schools or religion out of society. It's behind pets, like Michael Vick got a lot worse punishment for fighting dogs than Raymond Chow got for shooting a Black child in the back, right? So in this redlining and stuff is still there. Now, they are less of an enemy than white conservatives are, the more ardent ones, but we need to be aware of that sort of thing and not let them redirect or dilute civil rights legislation, civil rights focus, and the problems that are uncovered and addressed and explained by critical race theory. Those things, we need to demand of them that they put those back at the top again instead of putting our priorities behind everybody else's and sort of getting to them every once in a while whenever they feel they can. Okay, so beware of that. Another thing is there's two types of intersectionality. One is biblical, which is women, right? So the prophets talk a lot about these social justice. Jesus included women in his ministry. The early church had men and women worshiping together. Paul mentions a lot of women in his epistles. So there's biblical intersectionality because being a woman is not a sin. Being a woman is a blessing, right? It's how God created women, right? So being able to address the special needs that minority women, especially Black women, have is very important and is biblically supported. But there's unbiblical intersectionality where they try to say, you're Black and LGBT or Black and abortion or whatever. Those have nothing to do with core critical race theory. And what they do is that they serve the white racists' goal of trying to discredit it among their own, discredit it among people who would otherwise support it. So let's keep that conversation focused on race. Race is the biggest problem today, right? Redlining still exists. Neighborhoods are still segregated. Schools are still segregated and underfunded.
racial disparities in loans and all these other areas, medical treatment still exists. So we need to focus the conversation on race and not focus on anything else, because race is the one thing that is the biggest issue. There's 49 million Black people in the United States, tens of millions of us, but that's the one issue that's the most important to us societally, outside the gospel, of course, but societally, that's the most important issue, but it's the one that's been pushed down on the list in terms of priorities. So don't let that happen, and don't let it get diluted. Actually, there was some things that we were working on with Stanford, with my alumni class at Stanford and my graduating class, and they wanted me to get involved in some racial justice things, which I'm still in communication with them and was involved with for a short time. But I told them, look, the only way to get involved is nothing else. Focus on race. Don't dilute this with these other things. And they did it, and we started making some progress and raised some real awareness there that actually changed some people's outlooks among our class. And remember, lastly, this is a spiritual marathon. It's not a sprint. Hebrews 12:1 says, we have a great cloud of witnesses. And we have a great number of ancestors, right? We have witnesses for the gospel, ancestors who believed in the gospel, who endured these things and suffered and sacrificed and kept fighting even when the goal looked out of reach, so that we could have what progress that we have today. And it says, let us run with patience the race that is set before us. Don't be discouraged. Don't be downtrodden. Faith without works is dead. We need to act on what we know. So take this knowledge and put it to use, put it to purpose. Okay. Know the basics. What is critical race theory and what isn't it? Like I said, I can make this, if you want this presentation, I can, ask Brother A1, I will make it, I'll give it to him so he provide it to you. I'll provide it to him so he can provide to you. Build on it. You can use it. You can build on it, add extra information if you want to. Like again, with all you're getting, get understanding. This is out of Proverbs. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all you're getting, get understanding. Understand what it is at its core, critical race theory, and don't deviate from that core. Don't let people distract you when you're discussing these things. Understand the documented reality and research. All the examples here, and there are plenty of other examples that you can build on in your own research. Understand the scriptural support and the reality. The prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, talk a lot about social justice. And the 12 are the shorter prophetic books near the end of the Old Testament. They talk a lot about social justice. Don't let people con you into believing that the Bible supports, doesn't support social justice. It does. Or don't let white racists, these professing so-called Christian nationalists, don't fall for the impression that they are trying to create and for the image they're trying to create of the Bible being only for white people and not supporting our cause and not supporting us. They are lobotomizing the Bible. They are castrating the Bible, and just omitting a lot of the Bible by trying to create that impression and by denying the fact that the Bible supports social justice. Right? Don't be distracted and misled by all these red herring attacks, division, reverse racism, and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with it. And then also, again, don't be discouraged. Galatians 6:9, let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. Okay, so it's a summary. Again, it's a data-grounded, researched way of understanding how things actually work in society, particularly the legal framework and the legal structure of many countries, but the United States in particular. It's scriptural and accurate if it's CRT is scripturally supported and it's scripturally accurate if it's understood in these purely racial terms, that laws and systems and rules can be racist, not just individuals. Again, don't let people try to con, like these white, you won't let them try to con you, but don't even entertain the argument or claim that it's only individuals who are racist, right? Probably none of us really believe that anyway, but just to reinforce that point. Even if people don't want them to be, they can be racist. And this is something that maybe new information that's worth thinking about, and that these laws hurt people long after they're eliminated. And there's redlining is the biggest example of that, but there's others as well that can be researched. And so again, do this and learn this for them. Do this and learn about this and absorb this and discuss it for them and do it for her. Thank you for caring. And that's the end of my presentation. Bill, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. That's a wonderful presentation. A1.
Sorry, I'm over here talking. I'm muted. My bad. Amazing presentation. I just learned a lot about critical race theory. So you covered it from the rooter to the tutor.
Thank you, brother.
Let's drop that link so people can come up for questions. We're going to have you come up one at a time. I have some of my own as well. I just don't want to be selfish. Let you guys get in first. Oli, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything that you heard so far?
I just want to say thanks to I might got an echo. Thanks to Professor Ash. I'm like you. I learned a lot about critical race theory. I have done research on it. I've never looked at it at this depth within the Bible, especially us being in the United States. We kind of live the critical race theory, and so it's easy to apply these things when we see it, correlate these things, actually want to be a part of these things. And I think for us to know sometimes our missions and our means for different movements we have, and then like Dr. Ash was talking about how they change them and make them look different. It's systematic, and yet and still it's only systematic because of those people and those individuals who are in positions. And I think it's a real big step for us to not just start saying that the system might need to be redone, but we might have to start stationing ourselves in those positions widespread, where we can always have a proper say in things that's going on, especially when it has to do with us. So again, I thank you, Professor Ash. I wanted to get more into the part about women. It's the same thing, I guess, when you think about critical race theory, but it's a whole nother topic itself. But it falls in with this because we know in the end, if we talk about just the hardships of all of human life, the Black woman has endured a large portion that is overlooked because of many things. And most of it is systemic systems that keep the man, the Black man, held down in certain ways, and with that's family, and so that's automatically going to put the Black woman at a means. And like, as you know, when we started the civil rights, they talk about it being for us, which we know we was moving for us, but they had to make sure that the white woman got her voting rights first before we could even do anything. And so, and then it goes to us as the Black race. But within the Black race, we have two different categories, male and female. And so you know how that moves. And so it's just, I'm glad that you opened our eyes to a lot of those different things, because it just gets you asking different questions and critically thinking. This critical race theory makes you critically think. So I got some more questions, but I'm going to let everybody else come up and see if they have anything before I continue. But thanks a lot, Professor Ash. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much.
We've got Omar to the stage. How you feeling today, Omar? Any questions, thoughts, or comments on anything you've heard so far?
Hey, shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
Shalom, Oli. Shalom to the whole Titan debates. Shalom to all the people in the chat. Man, of course, it's always a pleasure. Hold on, and shalom to Professor Ash. I just want to say it's always a pleasure to see you come up here and for you to come up here and do your thing.
Shalom, my brother.
I appreciate it, sir. Your presentation was excellent work. I think it was some of the finest work I've seen when it comes to critical race theory, also systematic racism. The slides that you showed, the validated everything that you were saying. I like how you lined it up. More importantly, is you sourced up and you actually showed valid proof. I like the way you broke it down to it's something that can be weighed, it's something that can be judged, it's something that you can plug into a scientific format, a mathematical format, something that has actually been proven. Like I said, just about everything you said, I think was accurate. It was very well sought. The delivery was excellent. I'm kind of tongue tied because, like I said, I want to give you your flowers, and it's always it's a blessing when you come up here. And I think the way you formulated the way you executed, because see, a lot of the times on a lot of these stages, we get puffed up when guys give a presentation, and it's a lot of hoopla, it's a lot of dramatics added on to it. I like how you just kept your composure and you let the information speak for itself. Very well spoken, very well educated, and I just wanted to, take my hat off to you, Professor Ash. Ash, that was an excellent work, excellent job, sir. And once again, it's always a pleasure to hear you talk, to see your presentations, and just to hear you break certain things down. I'm like I said, I'm tongue tied because I want to give you praise, but I can't even really find the words to take my hat off to you. So I'm just gonna keep it simple. Just excellent work, and like on this Sunday, because today's my day off. You this was so enjoyable. And one of the other brothers put in the chat, he said, "This is a breath of fresh air." It was absolutely a breath of fresh air. My time off this evening is well spent, very well put together. There was not one moment to where I got lost. I was locked in during the whole thing. Not one part of it was boring. It was very educational, and I was very excited and very engaged. Like I said, just hearing you bring this out, being very eloquent, very well spoken. More importantly, sourcing up to show the actual sources to validate your point, sir. I'll go ahead and mute out.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, man. It's a blessing as well to see you again.
Thank you.
What do we have on this? Did you share that, Robert?
Whoops, my bad. No, I put that up there. I was gonna go over it after everybody went over. This is the paper that he did. I wanted him to talk about that. Atlanta. I guess it was a conference, maybe.
Yes.
I was looking at this paper. It says why this topic is important. And I don't want to jump everything else, but I accidentally pulled it up. I was just getting it ready, A1. So if anybody wants to say something. Okay. This right here, guys, is one of the papers that Dr. Ash was just doing. Critical race theory in the Bible, the less explored perspective. You can find this on Academia EDU. Y'all know I'm big on Academia EDU. That's where I put my papers. But he goes into critical race theory is maligned by many white conservatives and their non-white allies, Christians and non-Christians, as being Marxist, socialist, anti-Christian, anti-American, and anti-biblical. But it is none of those. To the contrary, CTR, or critical race theory, although not a religious framework, is solidly supported by biblical principles and has strong scriptural support for its core findings and assertions. That first part right there, Dr. Ash, you say that as as support for the people who might not be religious but still can find correlations within it.
Yes, there's two purposes for that. One is what you've stated, that is absolutely right, and the other one is that yeah, and the other one is that a lot of the people who lie about critical race theory actually tried to put it as though it's against the Bible. So what I wanted to do, the second part of this, was to expose the lie and to provide abundant scriptural evidence for the fact that the principles of the Bible align with the findings of critical race theory, and the people who are the enemies of critical race theory, especially in the so-called religious community, they're lying about it, right? They're actually, from a biblical standpoint, they're liars. They're lying about it by calling it all of these things. And it's actually, from the Bible standpoint, the Bible is actually takes the opposite stand on critical race theory than they do. So, and what that does is that it creates, and like I said, I'm planning to do a very extensive video of this on my channel, The Thinker's Bible, but on the white man's religion, it includes, there is and just to give you a kind of a spoiler, a preview, that there is a white man's religion, right? But that white man's religion is not biblical Christianity. It is what many Christians, and this is something that is kind of hard to say because it's so pervasive, and it's actually something that kind of goes against what I grew up believing, is that most white Christians, Donald Trump really made this, the Trump elections really made this crystal clear. Most white religions, most white Christians, and are not really practicing biblical Christianity. They're practicing a heresy. It's called Philitism, or ethnophilitism. And this was a heresy that was condemned in 1872 by the Orthodox Church in their Council of Constantinople. And the heresy really consists of putting one race above another in biblical terms, trying to make it seem like God favors one race over another in the gospel. And that's really not, and what it does is that it actually makes salvation impossible. It's a heresy. It's a salvific heresy, meaning that it actually impacts salvation, meaning just like not believing Jesus is God, right? That is a salvation issue. If someone doesn't believe in Jesus being God, that is a heresy, a salvific heresy, meaning that they can't be saved. But Jesus also said to obey him. He said that by this they will know you are my brothers, that you have, that they will know that you are my disciples, that you have love one for another. Jesus said that in John. In First John, John the Apostle says, by this we know that we have passed from death into life, because we love the brethren. We love fellow Christians, but we also love our brothers, and as a whole. And that is and James is this scripture that said, faith without works is dead, right? Faith without works is ineffectual. It's insincere. It doesn't work at all. And so what they're doing is that they are trying to divide faith and works. They're trying to say that you can have faith in Christ without actually living the Christian life towards other Christians. And one of the things that they conveniently omit, like from these histories and stuff, they try to act like it's just a racial thing. It's not just racial, it's spiritual. Like most black people, like 85 to 90% of black people in Jim Crow times were Christians. Most of the black slaves were Christians. So when they are persecuting, hanging people, they were blowing up churches and they were persecuting Christians. And that is a Christian issue. And you can't persecute Jesus Christ's people and be one of his children, right? So it's a whole, they've reframed their brand of Christianity into something that the Bible actually doesn't support. And that is what our ancestors saw through. That is why Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and all these other, Martin Luther King, Ralph Abernathy, all these people, they saw through the hypocrisy and they saw what the Bible taught, because the slaves came here. Many of them came here as Christians. They learned to read the Bible and had underground churches. And so they knew the Bible didn't say those things. And they knew the Bible said the opposite of what their enslavers practiced, right? So what they're doing, and that is a heresy, again, called Philitism or ethnophilitism. And I want to expose the heresy of ethnophilitism in white so-called Christian nationalism. So it's both of those purposes. It's the purposes that you had shared, but also the purpose of exposing the lies of the people who are opposing this. And that doesn't mean it's a perfect theory. It's not, inspired by God and like the scriptures and stuff, but it's very solid and accurate. And it is consistent with biblical principles.
Okay, that's kind of what I
and just
figured.
for this paper, the background of the paper was I was invited to Atlanta to present on critical race theory in the Bible to a group of churches in the Atlanta area. It was so that's where it came from. It was back in 2024. Now the paper, the research I did for the presentation for the seminar, it was, like I said, it's on my website, on my channel, but this is, I actually gave the same seminar that I gave back then, but with more detail. So this is actually an upgraded and enhanced version of the seminar that I presented that is on my channel. So this is the one, this is the one that I would recommend watching. Subscribe to my channel, please. But this one will give even more information than that. And so this is it. And then what I did was that there's an African American theology, Afrocentric school of theology, excellent school. It's called Meacham School of Hymenot. It's based out of St. Louis. Hymenot means theology, and what they do is that they are reclaiming. They focus on the African American and African aspects, Christianity, and then also the history of Christianity, and explaining the Bible from a perspective that includes the African American experience, African American theology, the historic Black church, that the one that brought us over, the one that saw through the hypocrisy. And so they have an annual conference where their scholars will present papers, and I was invited to present this paper there. And this is a summary of the research that I did for the seminar that I presented as a paper.
Okay, that's interesting. Right. One of the things that caught my eye, and I heard you say Donald Trump. We'll get down there, but right here it says why this topic is important. Mm-hmm. It says for the African American community, second only to the gospel, critical race theory is the most important topic of our day. I'll explain the reason with a question. How many of you love your mothers, your daughters, your wives, yourself if you're a woman? Well, turns out that Black women are 6 times more likely to be killed in the United States than white women. And you went over this in your presentation, but for me to see it right here on your paper, that means that topic means a lot to you. I heard you talking about your sister-in-law and some things that she had to go through. Is she a woman of minority?
Yeah, she's Black. I just background. I mean, there may be some questions about it. I am biracial. My dad is Black. He's from North Carolina. He's from South Carolina, and he grew up as a sharecropper. My mother is Russian. They met in Germany when he was in the army. So I'm literally a Black Russian. So next time you hear that drink, think of me. So but basically what happened in my story is that I grew up in the Army. My dad was in the Army, so we went around a lot. We moved around a lot, and I was in classes a lot with white people. And I tried to, like most of the people I not hung around, but was around most of the time were white. So I tried to, like I was tried to be, friends with them and stuff. But when I was about 13, what happened was I found a pick on the ground and picked my hair out. And then I started hanging around with the black kids, like in school. So, and what I found was a level of acceptance that I had never experienced in my life. I mean, I used to hear these white kids talk about N-words this and N-words that, and it was just disgusting. And so I didn't really know what to do with that. But after I started hanging around with the black kids, that's when I started, realizing, that I was accepted in that community, identifying as black, and that's in my whole ministry and church membership has been in the historic black church. I've been a member of 4 different denominations, the Church of God in Christ, of course, historically black, Missionary Baptist, a non-denominational church that was a black church, and then also African Methodist Episcopal. I was on a pastoral team of an AME church for about 8 or 10 years. And then I teach in a fifth, I teach in Juba, South Sudan, which is Presbyterian, conservative Presbyterian, and these, of course, are African Christians. So this is, so I have, seen both sides of this. My mother, when she remarried, she ended up marrying a white man when my dad died. I did the ceremony for them. I performed the marriage ceremony for them. But a few months later, she called me, she said, Robert, she said, I can't believe it. I get invited to things now. People are so open, so welcoming, so, friendly. And they were never like this when I was with your father, when my father was alive. And that taught me a lot of the, realities, just through 2 different lenses, right? I as a minority black man, hanging around with black people, I felt a lot more accepted, but I never did with whites. And then my mother, who's a white woman, she felt a lot more accepted with whites, than she ever did with a black man. And she was with him for, my whole life, until he passed away. And so, so that's that. Okay, now that's me. Okay, as my family, my wife is black. She is a African American. My son, he was coming in here. We have 1 son. He was, of course, black. And so, and we still go to a black church. I'm a associate pastor at a black church now, where I was on loan for a long time. I'm a co-pastor of another black church, Euphrates Missionary Baptist Church, and so that's my story, right? And that's and my wife, being a black woman, she tells me a lot. And I've talked to, been in the black church for decades. I've heard a lot from the sisters in the church, the mothers in the church. And so I have a deep care and appreciation. And actually, I was sort of like a chauvinist when I first got married. I had these kind of 1950s style attitudes about women and roles and all that stuff. And then my wife helped me come out of that. And it was a blessing to do that. And now, like, I just have a deep appreciation and love for the black woman, and an empathy for the black woman, because I see, I just, the things I've been through in my life, I see that they're going through even more. And we really need, as black men, to care for them, right? And to make them feel accepted, included, valued, feel as equals to us. Yeah, we have our different, God created man and woman, husband and wife and all that. But at the same time, in Genesis 5, he called their name Adam and Eve, Adam. He called, so it's like God sees us, even though we have husband and wife, male and female, God still sees us as equal and as complementary, and not as being one is better than the other and one is more spiritual or and one is worth less. We're of equal value, and we need to treat black women that way, and especially to reinforce them and to encourage them, because they go through so much, and they're faced with the reality, like, black men are suppressed And so black women are allowed more opportunity in many ways, so they have more a higher rate of college education and that kind of thing. And so and so that's a burden on them to see us in that state as well. So we need to not look at them as competitors or as people nagging us or whatever. To be firm men, to be masculine men, but at the same time to appreciate the black woman and to have an extra conscious effort to appreciate the extra burden and the extra layer or direction, rather, the extra direction of discrimination that she faces every day. And by doing that, we will build a stronger black community, more unstoppable.
Definitely, I agree with that, and I agree with your point about the women, and that's one of the things that interested me the most when I was reading through this, because there's plenty of perspectives that you could have walked through to get you to the same results when it comes to critical race theory. It's just that for you, in my opinion, it seems that you started at the bottom of the barrel to climb out, and that's what we have to see, because like you say, we might get stuck in the problems that we have as a race, but we also stuck in the species. Like the black man is the recipient of the most folly, and the follies that we have, that we've overcame, the atrocities that us as a race, us singly as the black man are still coming out. But to understand that black woman is still under all of that, she might not be she might not be feeling the weight that we physically have went through, but us bearing that weight, they bearing us when we do come home and into those families, when we were trying to have families and things. And so the systematic racism is, if not one of the most important obstacles that we're going to have to overcome. And it's things like this that you providing, that's going to get people to looking deeper into the situation and trying to better the situation, because I know that's what all this is for. If don't nobody take that out of it, I feel like you do this so people can take on to that and find ways to find better paths for us as the race.
Absolutely. And it's a serious, and to build on your point, brother, one of the reasons that it is serious is that it shows up in the lifespans, of black people compared to white people. And there's been recent studies as well of the detrimental health effects of racism, of the just having this burden on us all the time, and the psychological, emotional, and actually physical health tolls that it takes on people. So this is something that is actually impacting our lifespans. So that's one reason that it's so important to take this with priority. And then, by God's grace, I pray that this provided a structured way, in a evidenced way. And again, you're welcome to my presentation. I'll be happy to send it to Brother A1. And actually the build slides, right? You can modify it, add information, whatever you want to it. And so, so that we can have a framework for discussing this, and also a framework for planning how to address it as communities, a starting point for that.
Definitely, I can grab hold of that, because that's kind of what I'm doing right now within my walk. I want the same outcome. So
Okay.
I appreciate it, because I know this is one of the obstacles that I'm going to have to overcome, whether I'm a Christian, a Muslim, or, what I'm saying? Like you say, we're in America and we're in a system. And so
Right.
Religion, it'll help us out in personal ways when we want to have a personal moral system. But we know as a group, it's going to take some standing up and being accountable for the choices that we start making as a group, and walking, even if you walking in prayer or walking in what you think may be a blessing, you still gonna have to get up and make that walk. And so,
Absolutely.
and I land there, A1 for right now, man. I know you probably ready to get some of your questions answered. Thanks a lot,
You pretty
Professor
much
Ash.
touched on the few couple things I was going to talk about. I didn't know that critical race theory. I guess I never looked at it inside of the Bible, especially the way that he broke it down. It's just not a place where I thought that stuff was, but there are laws and a lot of stuff in there. So I'm glad he highlighted that. So I don't get caught slipping out there trying to tell anybody that it's not there when it definitely, in theory, it's there,
Mhm.
So that was interesting. That was fire. I requested this one actually. So this was something special for me. I appreciate it. Everybody, let's give Brother Robert Ash a round of applause. We have Humble Mystic to the stage. How you feeling today, Humble?
It's spinning. Connection issues. Brother Humble Mystic, how you
What
doing?
up, family? How y'all doing, y'all?
How you doing, Humble Mystic? How you doing, my brother?
He must have
I'm
dropped.
doing well. Thanks for asking. I'm just coming up here chilling, y'all.
Oh, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far? You freezing over there?
Yeah, I think Humble might be having technical difficulties right now.
Okay. My lighting sucks right now. I'm not feeling the lighting over here. Brightness. Mess with this a little bit. There we go. Guess that's a little bit better that I have to do for now.
I had to turn my light on because the sun's going down.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
and,
you.
until Brother Humble come up, I just kind of wanted to touch on a few things. Professor Ash said that I kind of wanted to touch on. So when you talked about the about Central Park, how that black community that hey Humble, if you back, I'll go ahead and wait for you, brother.
No, it's all good. Everything good. I gave my introductions and whatnot. Go ahead, brother Omar. You good?
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to be quick. So, Professor Ash, when you talked about the how they eradicated the black village in Central Park, I believe that was Seneca Village, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that was an excellent example because in
You want me to go
Seneca
sit?
Village, that was a that was a black, that was a black, a whole black area slash village.
Mhm.
They were prominent. They were thriving. I believe they had their own schools. They had their own little police force there. They had their own businesses, and they was doing excellent. They were thriving. And just because they wanted to build this tourist attraction, they actually eradicate. Well, they started off with oppression. So somebody can say systematic racism, redlining, how people can have a prime real estate, and just because somebody else want to come down and build some attraction here, how these people in this village get eradicated just to build Central Park, and then also to touch on Manhattan Beach, which is Southern
Mhm.
California. That was excellent on how you led into that. So dealing with that, that was the a lot of black families had prime real estate on beachfront because if you remember, um, beachfront wasn't considered prime real estate, 100, 150 years ago. They didn't
Hmm.
consider that prime real estate. There was a lot of black families, not only on the East Coast, but also on the West Coast, and like you said, Manhattan Beach, that had prime real estate. And then all of a sudden, because the point of view changes, and now they want to value this piece of land, this piece of prime real estate, beachfront, coastal front, and now because it's a hot commodity, they want to hold on. Not even they ripped it from them. They destroyed the deeds to the property, to the homes. I know that, but the sad thing about Manhattan Beach is for those family members and those families that actually fought year after year after year to actually win the rights and win the deeds back to the land. The sorry outcome was, what a sad outcome was, they end up selling it back.
Oh,
that 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 was so sad, because it's like, how could you do that after the family members got together and they fought through the courts, I think for like 5 or 10 years, like years, probably close to a decade, of probably over a decade of fighting, court battle after court battle, just to win the land back, just to sell it right back, was absolutely atrocious. But that's a
no.
whole discussion. But I think how you how you kind of lined that up, kind of fell perfectly in the point you was trying to get across. I just want to quickly say that, Professor Ash.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Omar. And also, I didn't know this is great to learn, because I didn't know that beachfront property was not considered prime real estate in the past. That's something I didn't know, and that's really great information. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and
As
to
well
give
as all
you
the
and
details, the Silica Village details and the Manhattan Beach details. I knew about those things happening, but I didn't know all the details that you shared. Thank you.
yeah, so just to kind of land my plane, a good example of that is, have you ever seen a show called Boardwalk Empire?
I've heard of it, but I
Okay.
don't know if I've seen it or not.
Yeah, so there's a character that the one brother who passed away, that was on a wire, the brother with the dark skinned brother with the scar on his face, he played. Uh,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, yeah, his ancestors actually owned prime real estate land that they fought over and stole to actually build what they call now is Atlantic City, New Jersey,
Wow.
which is the boardwalk slash gambling sites are all on. So a long time ago, there was loads of black families, no matter if it was on the East Coast, West Coast, prom because they, like I said, they had to go to certain outskirts because that wasn't considered prime real estate. It wasn't, it wasn't looked at as something as value. So they went out there and established households, family, tradition, through a lineage, what I'm saying, passed down from one generation to another generation, until these so-called, what people said, oh, now now the um now the tables have turned, and now it's considered prime real estate. Now they're moving people off. And also, to give another example, is when you're dealing with Oakland now, with the
Mhm.
with these communities in Oakland. They built loads of projects with, I mean, with the best view of the bay and everything. And what they're trying to do, they're trying to lowball these people, tear it down to build condos up to give people a view of the water. So that
Yeah,
just kind of nailed back. But yes, beachfront was actually not considered prime real estate back at that time, Professor Ash.
that's amazing. Thank you, Brother Omar.
Yes,
That's
sir.
very informative, and that makes sense. That puts another thing in perspective, where because they're doing the same thing to Golas and Geechees in South Carolina, right? Where that's
Correct.
becoming more desirable real estate now, and so they're moving the black
Correct.
people off of it. And this is like a national pattern that's happened hundreds of times. It's impacted millions and millions of people. So thank you for sharing those details, my brother.
No, not a problem, sir. I'll go ahead and mute out.
Welcome OTK to this. Oh wait, we had Humble Mystic first, but welcome OTK to the stage. Humble Mystic, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm just up here listening. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I comment if I see anything, get it in. If I see anything, I can comment or whatnot as I'm. But as of right now, I'm all good.
OTK, any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
I think it was a great bill. A1, keep doing your thing, man. Hey, man, you never seem to amaze me, my brother. For real. Just when you think that you at a stopping point, bro, you just keep elevating. Man, shout out to you, man. Shout out to Oli. Shout out to Humble. And shout out to Titans Debate League, man, Coliseum. And shout out to Doctor. You know what I mean? The professor. I call you a doctor professor. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Once you get to a certain level, before the first person ever had their doctorate, they was calling themselves a doctor, and then they had this, you know what I mean? So it had to start from some point. So one thing I just heard you say just now, and that brought up my point. You say the Geechee Gullah people. So I'm from South Carolina. I'm from Goose Creek, South Carolina, right next to Charleston. So who do you say the Gullah Geechee people or the Geechee Gullah? Because you know they like to reverse the names.
Yeah.
Who do you say they are?
My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this is a unique type of situation because there was a community and it was in West Africa somewhere, either Ghana, or Mali. I forgot. Ghana comes to mind, but I could be wrong. But what they had was a specific expertise. They had two things. One is they had a specific expertise for growing rice and other grains. And not only that, it turns out that the growing of rice, or these grains, especially rice, is something that you just can't, even normal agriculture doesn't work. You've got to know some very specific things about the plant, about the conditions, like water and things that the plant needs. You have to know there's a communal aspect to growing rice that requires a critical mass of expertise, and that critical mass of expertise is seldom distributed. It is seldom concentrated in a single individual. So you can't bring one person or a few people over and grow rice. You actually have to have that entire body of expertise to do that. And so what they did was that they, unlike every other, area of chattel slavery, what they did was that they brought entire communities over as a whole. And so they brought the entire community over, and they were able to maintain community even though they were under those conditions. And so what happened was that after abolition, there a couple of things happened. One is that they were able to keep the community together. They were able to keep and actually continue developing their own language, their own dialect, and then also, and then also they were actually, I guess, fortunately in this case, isolated in an area that where white people really didn't want to live, and so they pretty much kind of left them alone to that degree, and they were able to develop their culture, and they have a unique preserved culture from the motherland that many other populations don't have. In Louisiana, like in New Orleans, there's some of that as well. But the Gullah and Geechee are really unique in the way that they were preserved, and that was because of the unique expertise, communal community expertise they have that was extraordinarily valuable and that couldn't be separated out by parts. Is that on track?
Okay, yeah. That's on track with the common narrative of South Carolina. Yes, that's definitely on track. Yeah. You absolutely hit it on the head. So now, you being a professor, you know what I mean. From my study of research, I found a group of American Indians called the Ogeechee. I also find a group of American Indians called the Gullah or the Gullah, depending on who's writing, who's spelling, who's seeing these people, correct? That's why our language, and when we study history, we know who's writing depending on the type of context and the way that they're writing, correct?
Okay.
When we study in history. So in my research, I found these things in South Carolina going into Georgia, what is now modern day Georgia. So now, if I show you the Ogeechee already over here before any African ever came over here, and I'm showing you the Gullah over here before any African ever came over here, what your honest opinion, what would you say?
Well, I'd like to see that evidence.
All right.
And I'll say a couple things. Right? One is that I think it's possible, if not likely, that probably likely that Africans did come to the New World a lot earlier than our European history books indicate. I do believe that, and also if this turns out to be valid, because I've seen more and more of these claims, over recent years, and I'm kind of open to evidence to looking at them. But if this happens, it's also not necessarily mutually exclusive, meaning that it could be the case that if people, that African people, if this turned out, to be the case, then that doesn't exclude additional populations being brought over during the slave trade, right? So that, because the slave trade actually did happen, 10 million people or more were brought over here from different parts of mostly West Africa. So it's not a mutually exclusive thing. Another reason that I'm more open to it is because I have a good friend, he's a deacon at my church, who is Choctaw, right? And he's black. I mean, he's black, but he has Choctaw blood in him. And I've seen more and more times where, in a greater, body of evidence of African diaspora people who went to live with Native Americans, had children, and became parts of the tribes, just like some white people did. And the only ones they really show in history books are the white ones, right? And the ones that they have in these representative, the Native American tribes, are people that are a fraction Native American mixed with white. Whereas there's a large population, a hidden population of, Native Americans mixed with black, right? So these sorts of things, and then also, and more about the Jewish diaspora. Like my area of research is the early church, from Second Temple Judaism times into late antiquity. And one of the things that I've found in doing that research is the dispersion of the Jewish diaspora into non-white countries. Like, so for instance, even in South Africa, you see Lemba people that have DNA traced back to the tribe of Levi. And then also in India, you have what are called the Black Jews of Kerala, who were settled there when the Apostle Thomas started the church in India. He was started evangelizing among them, and they came from the different Jewish persecutions, like after Antiochus IV in like 162 BC, and after even like the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. So there were waves of people that were coming. They're called Black Jews of Kerala because they're black skinned and they live in India, and that's what they are. So I'm more open to that. It takes a lot of evidence to establish those sorts of things, but I'm always open to taking a look at it.
All right. So let me ask you this question before I show you the source. I am going to show you the source because I wouldn't ask you that question without showing you. Hey, I appreciate you too, A1. I appreciate you, Professor, for being open. My name is OTK. OTK stands for open to knowledge because I'm
Okay.
open to everything, man. I'm open to everything. I don't know everything. I'm a sponge. I like to consume all type of info. Um. So you before I show you the source, you said that black people was mixing with Native Americans. See, I call myself an American Indian, some of the first that was here. All right, that's a way big difference than a Native American of today. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So when you say the word black, who are you calling black, and does black specifically donate a nationality?
Um, what I call black, all right, and I kind of see where this is going. But what I refer to as black is in the common idiom, meaning that people that came here from the continent of Africa, and most of whom have black skin, but not all have like jet black skin. That's the way, you know. So okay. So that's it. In terms of, I think if I'm correct, we seem to be going with this is that that saying that Native Americans that are typically that we think of as being Native Americans, Cherokee, Choctaw, Seminole, um, Iroquois,
That's the
and so
five. Yeah,
forth.
that's the five civilized tribes you calling
Yeah,
out. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
So
way more tribes
you're
than that. Yeah,
yeah, of course. Yeah, the Algonquins, you know, and everything's in
way
the
more than that.
Algonquins. Yeah, so there's like hundreds of tribes. But anyway, but that saying that they were um, that the original that they were. I've heard different variations of this. One of saying that they were that the original Native Americans were Africans, and that another what it seems like I'll let you present what you're going to say, but let me ask a question then. Are you saying that that the people that are now, like when you say Native Americans, you go to the Hopi, you know, Apache, you know, and so forth, the reservations, and you see the people there in the stores and stuff. Are you saying that those are not Native Americans?
No, they are not.
Okay, so that's something
They
that
are Native American by the name because that's the name that was given to them in the 1900s. Yes, if you want to go by that terminology and we want to stick by that, yes, they are the Native Americans, the one that's on the reservations and stuff like that. But they, we can completely, we know from their own saying that they came through on the Siberian land bridge, which I don't believe that. I don't believe that. They say they look Asian and all that, but Pacific Islanders got an Asian phenotype. Who's to say that the Pacific Islanders didn't go over there to Japan and China and all that and populate that place? You know what I mean? So that's neither here or there. But we know the people who they are calling the Native Americans today are not the people who inhabited this land from the jump. They have a
okay,
story that they came during the Clovis period, but yet we find artifacts. We find and I really don't deal with science too much, but dealing with science, they got evidence of tools and stuff and people that was already here before the Clovis era, which would be the time that the Siberian land bridge froze during the Clovis period, Palestine period into the Clovis period. I don't agree with that though.
okay,
Yeah, I
all
don't
right,
agree with that. Yeah,
okay,
but why I say I'm American Indian, bro, because my peoples have always been here. We don't got no story from nowhere else. When we do our genealogy, we only trace our people back to here. So And then when we start doing our research, we see that it's people that look like me that has been reclassified up underneath. Instead of black, it was Negro, which means black, depending on who you was dealing with. This is how you got classified up underneath the census. So I'm gonna show this real quick. Let me turn my camera around real quick, Professor. And I appreciate you too, Professor, man. I truly do. This is to me real. I'm gonna turn around. So this is coming out of the the dictionary of the American Indian. It's written by Stutenberg. My bad, Professor. I'm not acting scholarly at all. It's underneath Wing Books. So I'm gonna go right here to the G section, and can you see where my finger at? Can you see that right there? Guaxule.
Yeah.
So remember, American Indians had their own language, American English. That's what American English is today. They just pronounce it different. So we can see a possible village. Let me back up a little bit. A possible village of the Creeks that visited by De Soto in 1540. All right, located near Cartersville, Georgia. Because of the good treatment that the Spanish soldiers received here, the name became synonymous with good luck.
Okay.
So that is Gully. Now, let me take you to the O section real quick. I should already have this page marked out. And my bad, Professor. Thank you for bearing with me. But anytime I do some kind of research like this, I love to show other researchers. So do you see that right there, Professor?
Yes.
That's a Ogeechee. Correct? Would you agree?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. A small tribe of the Yuchi or the Uchi, because we use Y, who live along the Ogeechee River in Georgia. They were wiped out as a tribe by the Creeks in the early 1700s. So, meaning being wiped out, when you go and study the history, you see they just amalgamated into the Creeks and it became a bigger chieftain. But you see, they're along the Ogeechee River in Georgia in the 1700s. So this is where I have a problem at when people talk about the Gullah-Geechee being African. When you can't show me nothing that says Geechee from Africa and nothing that says Gullah from Africa for them to even create that name.
Oh, okay. I think okay, and I'm not sure whether you'll accept this or not, but looking at those dictionary entries, both times, and there is a linguistic phenomena that's important to be aware of. Okay, if you look at those dictionary entries, the first entry had to do with Creeks, and Creeks were a Native American tribe, and the other ones were the Uchis, who were also Native American tribes. When people assume names or are given names, those names don't necessarily correspond to their places of origin, right? So there's no mention, for instance, of people from Ghana, right? So and there's records, that of people of who brought who. They kept records of the slaves they kidnapped and brought over here, and historical records. So the people that they brought over here to South Carolina, from at least the sources I've been aware of, were actually taken from Ghana, and because the plants that they grew were not native to North America, and so they did take like an entire communities of people to grow those. Now, once they got here, they could have given them whatever names they want. Like for instance, they took away.
What plant are you talking about, Professor? What plant you talking about? So I can
Rice.
write it down real quick.
Yeah, the rice plants the rice plants that they had that they were
Okay.
cultivating in
Okay.
Ghana or wherever it was, West Africa. And so what happened, and same thing here. Like for instance, even though they called black people Negroes, there's no word Negro in West African languages like that, right? So what they did was that they took a Spanish word and applied it to African people. That didn't mean that the African people named like that were from Spain. Same thing here, like we call ourselves black. Black is a word in the English vocabulary that is a successor of the word Negro. But that doesn't mean it's an English word, but that doesn't mean that even though we're named that in the society, it doesn't mean that we came from England. So it's important to make the distinction between where a name comes from compared to where a person comes from who has that name, right? And if I were to suggest some further research to do, that's what I would suggest. Is you've done a good job, I think, researching the names. So I would also do some additional research into the actual origins of the people who are called Gullah and Geechee, because that may not be the name that they had for themselves when they were in Africa.
All right, then. So hold on. So the Gullah Geechee are supposed to be remembering their culture and celebrating their culture from Africa. Remember, the story goes on the transatlantic slave trade, they lost all their culture, their language, they didn't remember nothing. Do you know anything about South Carolina wild rice?
No, that's not exactly what happened.
Hold on, OTK. Yeah. He gave a presentation. He's not here to. He's here to teach today. He's not here to listen to other people try to teach him. Did you have any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything anything relating to critical race theory in the Bible?
Yeah, hey, great bill, man. I respect the whole bill, man. I just had that one thing to ask him into this. Hey, I appreciate you, A1, and I appreciate you too, Professor. I love to build with you again. Hopefully, A1 can set it up with us, man, so we can have a dialogue. It's no pushback. It's just that we're sharing information. Mm-hmm. So you can help me out. I gotta pique your brain, Professor, so you can give it out to me.
You got him talking about American Indians. Like he all off topic.
Okay.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It happens sometimes.
So, Professor Ash, if I could ask you, since pro-slavery theologians use the curse of Ham, in the Bible to promote divine ordainance of slavery, this is supposed to happen to them. How do biblical scholars address how this text was built and was used for slavery?
That's a very appropriate, timely question, because I'm planning to do a video on that topic, and you just reminded me. All right. So first of all, there's no such thing as the curse of Ham. If you look in Noah, I think it's Noah chapter 6 or 8, chapter 8, I think it is. The curse was on Canaan, who was one of Ham's 4 sons. Ham had 4 sons. One is Cush, which is Ethiopia, Sudan. Another one is Mizraim, which was African Egypt. Another one was Put, and
which is in Libya, in northern Africa, in the north part of Africa, and then the other was Canaan, which was in the promised, what became the promised land. And so what two things happened. One is that Noah cursed Canaan, and Noah was not just a ordinary man; he was also a prophet. And so what he was doing in that was uh, outlining um, that prophesying that Canaan would be um, destroyed or enslaved by would be enslaved as a servant of servants, and that actually has literally been fulfilled when Israel, and then it goes on to say that Japheth shall inherit the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And so what happened is that, that this was fulfilled in two different ways. This prophecy, the first prophecy was in Moses' day, when when Shem, the Semitic Israelite, conquered the land of Canaan. They did not destroy all the Canaanites as God had commanded, but what happened was that the ones that they didn't, they actually ended up enslaving. One incident was to build Solomon's temple. So Solomon had someone that he put over the forced labor. A lot of that forced labor was Canaanites. So they were servant of servants in that sense. So that happened in the Bible days. Another thing that there were still Canaanites in Israel at the time that Jesus Christ was incarnated and walking the earth, and they were, a marginalized population. And then the actual second wave, actually happened in Israel in 1940. Well, starting in 1898, when and this is the part where Japheth shall inherit the tents of Shem, is that Shem is the Semitics. Japheth was the father of the Europeans. And so what they did was that after the dispersion of Israel, after the temple in 70 AD, the temple was destroyed, the destruction of Jerusalem, many of the Jews emigrated into European countries, intermarried with Europeans, and that's where the Ashkenazi Jews come from, the Germanic Jews, the Nordic Jews, and so forth. And they were the ones in England and in the U.S., and they were the ones that actually ended up reconquering the modern day territory of Israel. And these are white people who are subjugating, again, the children of Canaan, who are the Palestinians. The Palestinians are descended from the original Canaanites plus other peoples like around that area, Arabic peoples during that area, but they're a part of their bloodline is the original Canaanites. So the curse was on Canaan, and it was abused by racists. This is something that actually started that abuse that you're rightly referring to. The abuse, at least it is. They were misconstruing that abuse actually started happening more in the 15th century when the African slave trade started. So what happened was that they were trying to use that to justify, enslaving Africans, Hamites. And that's what happened. And that line of distortion is what has come through these too many years, and still creates that impression in many conservative, right-wing, rather, MAGA type white Christian professing Christians' minds. So there was no such thing as a curse of Ham. That was expanded by people who disliked Africans and wanted to enslave them. It was expanded from Canaan to all of Ham's sons by enslavers, European enslavers, starting in the 15th century. There's a guy named Prince Henry or someone, I think. I'll get his name, but he's the original one. And then after that, there was called the so-called doctrines of discovery that were implemented by Pope Nicholas V. On behalf
so basically,
of,
dispel the myth of there ever being a curse of Ham in the first place.
That's correct. There never was such a thing. It's a historically late invention. Although there's people that
disliked Africans, just like, there was color-based prejudice back in early times, but it was very rare compared to today. It was you didn't see it very often.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Professor.
Appreciate you too, brother Humble.
Professor Ash is Omar.
Hey, brother Omar.
Hey, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you an ollie hoop and help you out a little bit, even though I know for a fact you don't need my help. So this is what we have to have Brother Humble do. Brother Humble he's being very vague. He's just saying the curse of Ham. What Brother Humble would have to do is go to a biblical text, is which me, like brothers, me and you agree upon, even though we may have a different perspective of the biblical narrative. In order for Brother Humble to demonstrate this so-called curse of Ham, he would have to go to the biblical context and he would have to explain to us in detail what is the curse of Ham. And he would have to do that for the people that are in a chat who don't necessarily have an understanding or may not have heard what
Professor Ash, you understood my question, correct?
Humble.
I didn't make no assertions about the Bible and the curse of Ham. I asked you about the people who was pushing that narrative about slavery, correct?
That's right. And Brother Omar,
with the actual curse of Ham being in the Bible, didn't you just answer the question about saying y'all deal with that by dispelling the myth that the curse of Ham is even there?
Correct.
So I don't know where Omar been for the last, couple minutes we've been chatting it up. But Omar, you need to get the wax out your ear and pay attention, bro.
Brother Humble, respectfully, bro. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You specifically posed the question to Professor Ash about the curse of Ham. So I think what you should do to give your question more clarity, if we can quickly have 2 to 3 minutes, explain what do you mean? Explain what is, as far as your understanding, what is the curse of Ham? If you can just be detailed and explain that right quick to give it more context, please.
I can explain that. I think
no, not you.
Brother A1, could you moderate this, please?
Yeah, I don't understand why having him, Omar, just fall back, Omar. He asked the question to Professor Ash. If you didn't understand it, it's okay, but Professor Ash did.
Okay, listen.
And he answered it, and Humble was happy with the answer. But for some reason, I don't know what you're doing.
No,
but do you have a question for Professor Ash? Because his time is limited.
Actually, I don't. Well, I had a question for Humble, but you know what? No, I didn't have a question for Professor Ash. I had a question for Humble.
Save the Humble question because we're about to do an open panel when Professor Ash makes his exit.
I'll save it. I'll save it.
Any other questions, for Professor Ash before we let him get out of here?
I really don't have any questions. Once again, I just think he did an excellent presentation. Like I said, I was locked in the whole time. It was excellent work. Well spoken. He backed everything up with credentials. He backed it up with sources. I agree. I agree with probably about 99% of the things he said. I really didn't have pushback. You know what I'm saying? It's always a pleasure to see Professor Ash up on the panel, and he's a good brother. I think he's very genuine. You know what I'm saying? He's not a brother that comes up here for argument or to slander. He's a kind-hearted brother and he's a well-spoken brother. And I just wanted to once again just take my hat off and give Professor Ash his flowers. Excellent work, brother.
Thank you, my brother.
Appreciate you, brother. Any other questions? No other questions? Did you want to do closing remarks, Professor Ash, so we can let these gentlemen tear each other's heads off?
Okay, my brother. I pray that the heads stay on and that they remain cool, calm, and collected as they have been. But I did want to, before going, I did want to share something because I appreciated the builds, a few things because I appreciated the builds from last time. And I wanted to share some encouragement with several of the brothers that did the most build with in the order that we're building with them. One is my brother Omar. And I want to, I relate very strongly, as you can imagine, as you probably know, to your uh, reverence for the biblical text. And and actually, and what I'm saying is something to encourage you in terms of, in some ways, there's a next level I'd like to share that encourage you with, and that is that there are certain things like that. And just for background, for anyone that didn't know, that we were building on different verses having to do with Ethiopia and the relationship of Ethiopia with the nation Israel. And I had, it reminded me like early in my own walk where I had sort of like a really black and white view of things. It was either this or that. And what I've learned over the years is that there are there's sometimes an order of complexity to people, because I even saw people that way, not just relationships, but I mean people. This is either a good guy or bad guy. I mean, that's the kind of personality that I had, and 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 there's a level of complexity where it's important to be comfortable with the level of complexity and sometimes ambiguity in order to understand certain things or appreciate certain things about the Bible. Meaning that, like, Ethiopia has a complex relationship with God. It's not either they attack Israel or they are incorporated in, which is what you were pointing out, and that is true, or that they were incorporated into the society of Israel, which I was pointing out, and that's also true. And the thing is that it's both at once. And so that's complex. It's not clean. It doesn't give you a clean good guy, bad guy, right or wrong answer. But sometimes things are complex, including situations in the Bible that are complex, that are multifaceted. And it's important, to as you advance in your study of the Bible, to be aware of those things and be comfortable with them. There are certain things in the faith called mysteries. Jesus Christ is fully God and fully man. That's called the mystery of the incarnation, and it's or the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. All are God, yet there's only one God. And there's a and there's a and that's what the early church used to call a mystery. It's something that we can see the outlines of it, and we can understand sort of in principle sort of what it means, but we can't really understand or dissect the internal details. And in doing that, we because it's just there's certain things that we're not, just because of our sort of limited um, existence as finite beings. There's certain things that we just don't have access to, like the example I said of you have people living on a piece of paper, flatland, and then there's a sphere that comes through their world. That they just don't have the thought paradigm or vocabulary constructs to actually understand it totally or explain it, although they can see the part of it that, at any given time that's passing through their world. So I'd recommend that, just think about that and understand that in the Bible that there are certain things that are complex, that are multifaceted, and that are like people that get messy sometimes, and they don't have like crisp, clean answers. So that's one thing. For my brother, Humble Mystic, I thought of something that could encourage you as well. We were talking about the Kibber Nagast, which is the glory of kings, and that the Solomonic heritage of Ethiopia from the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, that came from the Kibber Nagast, and there's no real earlier copies of that before like the 13th, 14th century. But there are some things. So even though that is not necessarily something that can be traceable to Solomon, because they have a literate society, and trying to keep something like that not written down for 2,200 years, that's not really the way people work. But there's something else, in your respect and love for Ethiopia, that I would encourage you is a strong, very strong point, and that is the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible was the translation from Greek into Ge'ez, and it is one of the oldest existing Bibles ever discovered. It dates back to the early 5th century, like the year 425. It is it's only 100 years older than the earliest known Greek Bible, which is like the Codex Sinaiticus. So that provenance, that heritage of being that close to the original manuscripts, that close to the actual oldest discovered copies anywhere, even in the original languages, that is a special distinction of Ethiopia that no other country in the world has, that no other culture, no other society has. They also have, a larger canon than other Bibles. Not all of those Bibles are accepted as inspired by all Christian traditions, but they've preserved them, right, and in a way that others haven't. It's a unique preservation, and then also they also have a a system of churches, and do some if you're not aware of it, do some lookup. It's fascinating. It's after they actually built churches the opposite way. They started at the ground and built the entire church, digging it out of the ground. This is a multi-level church with entrances, with decorations, with sculptures, and they did all of that starting from the ground down. I mean, that's something that is just amazing. And another thing too, that's distinctive about them is that they were never colonized. They weren't colonized by the Europeans. They weren't colonized even by the Arabs. They resisted all that colonization and kept the faith, in a way that no other tradition has. And also, they have a much higher inclusion of Jewish, Second Temple Jewish traditions in their liturgy, and the liturgy is the worship services, the way they conduct their worship. In their liturgy, they have a higher component of the pre-Christian, the Second Temple Judaism. That's in the way that, like, for instance, even in the tradition that you mentioned, like the Ark of the Covenant being found and that sort of thing, that focus on the Ark of the Covenant, and they have they had a significant population because there was a lot of evangelism done from Jerusalem into there of Ethiopian Jews, right? And they're called, they were called Phalasha, but now they're called Beta Israel, the second Israel. So there's all of these other distinctions that are unique about Ethiopia that no other culture has, that you can be equally, proud of, and that you can highlight, in addition to the Kabra Nagast, right? Even though the Kabra Nagast doesn't go back that far, but there are other traditions that go back much farther that are verified and very, very solid. Okay. Praise God. There's another brother, my brother Ben, that in terms of, there's a document that I see if I can share my screen here. My brother Ben Eaton, hold on a second. Let's see if there's a document I'd like to share. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay, here it is. Let me see if I can. We're talking about Bible origins. Hold on. All right, share screen. Share a window. And let's see if this is a window thing. Entire screen. Let's try. Let's try entire screen. See if this works. Okay. These are all my files, sorry. Here. Okay, can you see me on screen?
Mm-hmm.
You can? Okay, good. All right. So check this out. All right, this is something you might, this is we were talking about the date of the Bible and when it was written. This is a fragment of a manuscript. It was discovered in Africa. And this is called papyrus. It's called Ryland's Papyrus 52. It's also called Ryland's 457, in case you haven't. But if you do this is from the Biblical Archaeological Society, and this is a New Testament fragment that was discovered around 1935, and it was actually dated to around 125 AD. Now, what this is, it's actually an excerpt from a page of the Gospel of John. It's written on both sides. It's about the size of a credit card.
Wait,
But there was a
are
lot.
you showing it?
Are you okay? Wait a minute. Let me see if I can. Wait
Yeah,
a
I don't
minute.
see it. I see
You
a
don't see it?
folder
Oh, bro. Okay, hold on a second.
with a bunch of files in it.
Let me stop sharing. Let me see if I can share a window then. Um, Here we go. All right. Now, can you see it?
Yes. There we go. Earliest New Testament fragment.
That's the one. Okay. And so this is a photograph of it, and it's on both sides. You can see that here, but it was dated back to around the year 125, and it was found in Africa and in Egypt, in Africa. And so what this does is it's known to be a copy, and the the original John actually lived in Ephesus, which is Turkey, and he was the bishop of Ephesus at the time of his up till the time he died, and when he wrote the Gospel of John. And so what happened is that they know the patterns of how different manuscripts traveled, how long it took to write them, how long it took to copy them, and then what the distribution patterns tended to be for ancient texts. So with this itself has been dated into the early second century, around 125 AD, which means the original could not have been written, have not been, had to have been written before the end of the first century. And if you can see here, you're mentioning Bart Ehrman. He actually, can you see this? For the A1, can you see this? It's some dates here.
No, it still says earliest New Testament fragment.
All right, so let me see if I can, all right, let me go back to this. Okay, all right. Okay, wait a minute, let me see if, quick, okay, this is kind
If
of,
you're on the web, there may be, if you go to a different tab, there should be a button that says share this tab instead at the top.
really? Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Cool, didn't know that. All right, you see this?
Yes.
Okay, this is off of Bart Ehrman's blog, and I had an article. When were these different books written? Right, the Gospel of Mark, 50, 7, traditional like from 50 to 70 A.D. That's what I use. And Gospel of John from anywhere from 80 to 95 A.D. So that means, and Gospel of John is known. Gospel of John is the latest gospel, and so these are showing that the New Testament is essentially complete. The letters of Paul predate these in his estimation, and even from a secular atheist, that these books were written all in the first century, right? So they weren't written hundreds of years later after the events happened. Now, the reason that these happen is because secular scholars, atheist scholars, want to push these events back as far as they can to try to distance them as far as possible from the original events, to try to undermine the credibility of them. But John was actually, he lived into his 90s. All right, so so this is showing that the actual dates of the Bible. See here, look, up to 100 so far. And this is on Bart Ehrman's blog. I did a query on when does Bart Ehrman think the New Testament was written. Okay. Now this is from some guy on his blog that's sort of a guest author. I did find an article written by Bart Ehrman himself. Unfortunately, I lost the tab because I've got like hundreds of tabs open. But so I looked this one up just before our discussion here. And there should be, and there's other information that Bart Ehrman himself wrote on this blog that the Gospels and the New Testament was written, really completed by in the first century. So in terms of like the distance of the manuscripts from the actual timing of the events, it's quite very, very close and within the lifetime of those who actually saw the events themselves and beheld them. Okay. So I don't know what sources were saying, in terms of like written hundreds of years after the fact, but like what I've done is that in my current ministry and having got made these sorts of misstatements now and then. What I do is that I try to find sources that are sort of contrary, to double check the sources that I have that are telling me one thing or another. But my encouragement to my brother is that that I'm trying to I'm sharing information that is as reliable as is feasible given the current levels of scholarship today. And that's really it. And I also wanted to thank, I don't know who the brother was. I was meant to rewatch the episode, but the brother that shared about one of the this an understanding of like the crucifixion of Christ and resurrection and so forth that I hadn't thought about. So, and then here I'm learning from a brother about Brother Omar about the Seneca Village and so forth. I mean, in the Manhattan Beach. I mean, each time that I've been here, I've not only been able, been privileged to share information, from my own research, but also to learn something new that I didn't know before that's important and relevant to the topics we discuss. So I just want to thank everyone again, for the privilege of sharing with you. And I know you have, a lot of other things you could be doing with your time, and you're here. So I know that's a privilege and an honor, and I feel very blessed by that. And thank you, for everything.
Definitely, we thank you very much, Professor Ash. And that's going to be a wrap for another explosive edition of Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. A massive thank you to Professor Robert Ash for coming back into the arena, bringing that heat, breaking down the biblical and historical realities behind critical race theory. Um, Look around. We don't do superficial talking points or script-driven echo chambers. We bring real talk, sharp minds, um, because true understanding comes from challenging ideas, not people. Uh, Now we want to hear from you. Did tonight's discussion change your perspective? Got a counter argument or a burning question? Hit me up. We can do a solid refutation if there were things that you disagreed with. Titans Debate League at gmail.com. Drop your thoughts or comments in my email. Don't forget to hit subscribe, smash that thumbs up on the way out, and turn those notifications on so you never miss any of our live presentations. Until next time, keep your mind strong, keep your arguments sharp, and keep seeking the truth. Well, thank you from Titans Debate League again to you, Professor Robert Ash. And we're going to keep it open for an open panel for everyone. But I know Robert Ash probably has some stuff to do. Did you want to do closing remarks, or was that your closing?
Yeah, that was my closing. Thank you again. And just, keep it real. God bless you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for the presentation. You have a blessed rest of the night.
You too. Bless the
And
rest of the
until
night.
next
Bye.
time.
All right, then. Till next time. God bless.
Shout out Robert Ash. That was an amazing presentation. Gentlemen, now you can go back and forth. Omar and Humble. What were y'all two talking about now?
No, I just think Omar didn't hear the question that I asked the professor. I asked the professor, right, based on the fact that we know Europeans was using the curse of Ham theory, right, to justify slavery. I said, how do y'all deal with how, the book was being used for racism? He answered it the best way anybody could answer it. We deal with it by dismantling the myth that there was a such thing as a curse of Ham. I don't know where Omar was mishearing things. Like, that wasn't like a setup or a yes and no, or it was just, I just wanted his thoughts on that.
So before I speak, I just want to let Professor Ash know that
He already
great to
left.
see you. Yeah. I don't know if he's still listening, but just
Okay.
I want to let Professor Ash know that can't wait to see him back on the panel to do another presentation, to answer questions. And I also want to let him know that his time, his valuable time over here is well appreciated, and I'm sure that all the brothers and everybody listening in can agree with me. Just wanted to say that. Humble, 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 humble. If I don't, go ahead, brother.
Before you go, because I know you've been to go for a long time, Omar.
Actually,
But
I'm
I
not.
just
Go ahead, Oli. No sweat. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say this. I think you just had the wrong idea about Humble's question. I don't think Humble believed what he when he asked him about the curse of Ham. I don't think Humble believed in it. So Humble don't really have to go show nothing about the curse of Ham because he was just asking a question. So I think that's where you misunderstood it. Because if you was gonna say anything else, you know you just to be out of line.
Okay, now, see, here's the thing here. A lot of the times, y'all brothers, I know you love, I know all y'all love y'all brother Omar. I do know that. So that's not the subject. And I love y'all brothers too. Here's the thing here. Sometimes y'all be so quick to jump up on my neck. If y'all actually heard, I had no discrepancies with Humble's question. And I know that Professor Ash answered the question. This is what y'all didn't give me a chance to think. I had a separate my whole question for Humble was simple. And the simple question was as far as what you think, what is the curse of Ham according to Brother Humble? It was a simple question. So I didn't misunderstand nothing. I had my listening ears on. I heard the question Humble presented. I heard Professor Ash response. My simple question to Humble is according to him, what is the curse of Ham? It was very basic, very simple. I don't know how y'all got that confused with me saying anything else but
So,
the question.
so now
According
here's
to
where you're confused at, Omar, right? In
listen,
my
you
question, I
still won't
let you
answer the
know.
question. You brother,
Hold on,
you
Omar, I got you. I
still
got you. In
brother.
my question, I let you know what I thought the curse of Ham was. I said, right, being that the curse of Ham, right, was used as a tool to justify slavery. What is the curse of Ham? A tool that was used to justify slavery. Then I asked Professor Ash,
Brother, you
how
was
do
not
y'all
answering my
deal with
question.
this?
I don't
Hold
know if
on.
y'all
How
not
do
hearing
y'all
this.
deal with this in the text? He said
You are
simply, we dispel the myth. It's not there.
listen, A1, A1. I'm gonna give a quick example. So let's rewind. Let's say, Brother Omar, which of course is me. I say Humble. According to what you know, and according to you, what is the curse of Ham? He hold on. What I said was, if y'all listen, I said he gave a vague. The key word was vague explanation / answer. Now, this is what I'm looking for. Oh, Brother Omar, according to me, the curse of Ham is saying that Hamites or Africans would have nappy hair, dark skin, boom, 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 according to the biblical narrative curse. See what he did was, because he doesn't want to answer the question. I said answer the question. Remember, the key word I use is in detail. And I said, you can go ahead for 2 or 3 minutes. I want him to answer my question in detail. I don't want him to say, oh, the curse of Ham is something that the so-called white man use for black people. I'm not looking for that. That's being vague. What I want him to do, I want him to answer it in detail. I don't know how hard that is to do. Hold on, brother, and I'm gonna mute out. I don't know what's so. I don't. Hold on, brother. I don't know.
Hear the question I asked, brother.
It's like,
hold on, Omar. Hold on, I got you, Omar. Hold on. I just heard you. I just heard everything you said. Hold on. I just heard everything you said. Let me respond. I got you. So, right. What did you just say, Quantum? I clearly don't believe anything in the book, right? And I wanted to know, right, what did Professor Ash think about the subject since we're dealing with critical race theory, right? I wanted to know how his people dealt with the subject, right, of the Bible being used to justify slavery and racism. He gave a great answer. He simply said, well, Humble, we deal with that because we just go and say that it's not there. Okay, now a person in his position could have said anything. Oh, well, you know what, in the Bible, or this text right there, this text, it actually goes into where it cursed Ham and it cursed Cain and his sons, and this is where you see Ham, and this way he could have said anything. But he was genuine about, I know it's not there. This is why when he asked me the first time, well, no, you gotta go show him. Da-da-da. Why do I have to go show anything when the man clearly just answers the question? It's not there.
So I dig that like a shovel. But here's the thing here, once again, Humble. By me asking you to go into detail, you know what you are, you know what you just should have just said. Now I understand according to how the white man so-called used the curse of Ham to inflict damage on quote unquote black people. Now go into actual detail on what those elements were. I don't know, brother. But see, the thing is, you sitting on your high horse. You hate to admit that you don't have a detailed answer. But brother Humble, everything's gonna be okay, brother. I understand, man. So you know what?
Am I lost here?
Brother,
is it
brother,
me? Am I tripping? Maybe I need to roll up again. A1.
Listen,
Didn't the professor just admit the curse of Ham was not in the book?
I've been
Am I tripping,
very detailed.
or did the professor not just admit the curse of Ham not in the book? So now, why am I going to go try to prove something that we now know that's both not in the book?
Then why ask the
idiotic.
question? Hold on. Then
It's
why?
idiotic.
Listen. Why ask the question?
He had to ask the question to get the answer.
No,
Thank
A1,
you.
stop answering.
Thank you. Because he could have had a total different answer than what I had.
Hold
A
on.
total different answer than what I had.
Humble. A1. Oli, respectfully, can you please let this man answer for himself? Please, brothers.
I'm beating you up.
You asking silly questions though. That was a
I
real
ain't
silly
said
question.
Yo, A1. He's not answering them. Stop helping them, brother, please.
Hey,
You asked why he asked you, but you're asking why he asked Professor Ask a question. It's because
I'm not asking you, A1.
But look, it was because it was Professor Ash's show, so it don't matter. He's allowed to ask Professor Ash the question. Like, can you ask a question
respectfully, brother? Come on.
Okay, for all intents and purposes, can you find something relevant to talk about? Because that wasn't it.
Oh my God!
Let's talk about how Cosmon stole your God and put it in his Bible. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how Cosmon stole your God and put it in his Bible.
Listen. I've stayed on topic since I've been in the chat, since I came on the panel. I've been exactly on topic.
All right, so now let's talk about.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Quantum, go ahead.
But Omar, I guess this is what I'm missing. Why does Humble have to answer what he thinks the curse of Ham is, and him not answering the question you want to? What? Because you understand he was asking for Professor Ash's opinion, and he didn't state that he had an opinion.
This respectfully, this is what I want y'all brothers to stop doing. Stop acting like I don't comprehend the question that Humble asked Professor Ash.
I guess I'm asking. Well, why are you making it a beat? Why are you making it like Humble has to?
No. I didn't listen.
Why are you making it like Humble has to know something?
Listen. I didn't make it a big deal. I just wanted to know, according to what Humble thinks, what is specifically in detail the curse of Ham.
Okay, yeah, and that's why we stopped you while you were trying to do that
And that's it.
on Professor
And it's
Ash's time.
simple.
Because it's like, why would you be asking him questions instead of Professor Ash about what he thinks? That's why we was like, no, it's not debate time. But still, I mean, he never was one to put what he thinks out. He asked Professor Ash a question, and then for some reason you wanted to challenge him after hearing Professor
No.
Ash's answer.
No. Listen.
That's
Just
what I'm missing.
see this is what y'all brothers think sometimes. Y'all think just because another brother posed a question that I'm trying to challenge. I'm not trying to challenge. I just wanted to know, according to Humble, in specifics, what
Man, stop playing naive with me, bro.
What was the curse of Ham?
No, I'm not about to let you play naive with me like we don't know what questions are set up to challenge people, because it's only not a challenge until you don't like the answer. I'm already 3 moves ahead of everywhere you about to go. I just don't like people. I don't like being gaslit because if you asking a question, it's too challenging.
A1. You
Let's
know,
stop with the games, bro.
A1. You know specifically when
Just
I
keep
come
it trill though. Don't say that.
A1.
Because I'm gonna point it out that you bullshit.
A1. Have I not had a history of repetition of coming? Listen, if I won't smoke, do I not let it be known? Or have I came on this panel and pussyfooted around? No, everybody knows when Brother Omar has the smoke, I let it be known. I don't pussyfoot around. It wasn't something to try to set Humble up. I wanted to pick Humble's brain, and I truly.
You don't have no smoke yet because you don't know what he thinks about nothing. You're trying to figure it out so you can get some smoke.
And that's why.
So stop pretending.
Listen, A1. That's why I asked him if he can answer the question.
I answered it.
Y'all
So saying it ain't a setup to get no smoke is a lie. That's just all. That's all I'm pointing out.
But now here's the disingenuous part. Because I done answered the question like 5 times, and he still act like he didn't get the answer.
Hold on. In order for me to truly have smoke with Humble, you would have to answer my question in detail, which I asked the question. Why y'all getting mad at me?
Bro, I answered you 5 times.
What?
Here, I'll answer it again. What did I do? It was a tool used to justify slavery. I answered it again.
Okay. What were some of those examples of the tool?
What were some of those examples of the tool?
Brother,
you know what the curse of Canaan was. Time out. Hold up.
Okay, brother.
You know what the curse of Canaan is. We know what the curse of Canaan and not the curse of Ham. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. We know what the curses of Canaan is, and we know that those people, that the people who was promoting racism and slavery, was using those attributes and putting it on the people that they considered slaves during that time. So what are you talking about? Okay, well, what is this? Get specific.
Name two attributes of name 2 attributes of the curse of Ham. Go ahead. Just name 2.
Dark skin and woolly hair.
That's the answer that I was looking for, brother. Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you, Humble. That's the answer. Hold on, Humble. That suffice. That sufficed. I'm happy with that answer. I wasn't happy with the other answer. What you just said, hold on, and I gave you a hint because 5 minutes ago, that's what I just said. So I helped you out. I gave you a hint, but guess what? That's water under the bridge. That answer actually suffices. Let's move on, brother. It's all right.
So if I say that it's a
tool, brother, it's okay.
Hold on. No. Hold on, Omar. So if I say that it's a tool used to justify slavery, right? Who's the curse of Ham being put on? Well, really, let's correct that, family. In the honor of Professor Ash, let's correct that. The curse of Canaan. Who was the curse of Canaan put on? Dark-skinned people. So now when you say, well, what are some of the attributes? All of the attributes are going to go towards dark-skinned people. That's not some profound something that we didn't
that is
found
not
out
my
that's
argument.
something mystery.
Hold on,
No,
humble,
bro, that's something
humble,
simple that we can
humble,
attribute right there, bro.
Humble,
I
that is
don't know
not,
why that's going
that
over
is
your
not
head,
my
Omar.
argument. Yo, Humble, what are you doing, brother? That's not my argument. All I wanted you to do is go into more detail and explain those certain aspects of the so-called curse of Ham. And you heard what I said, and your reply was the same, the same two attributes that I used 5 minutes ago. But guess what, Humble? There's water under the bridge. That suffice. Guess what? I have no pushback after that. Let's move forward, brother.
That's just some disingenuous stuff right there, family. Do y'all see that?
I don't even understand what happened. That whole
I
thing
just
was
want to know what
weird.
it proved.
Yeah, he didn't prove nothing. He
I
wants to
wasn't
feel
trying
like
to hold on. A1. That's where y'all getting confused. I wasn't trying to prove a goddamn thing. I had a simple question, and all I wanted him to do was answer it. It wasn't brother Omar wasn't trying to prove nothing. I wasn't trying to get a one-up on Humble. I wasn't trying to embarrass Humble. I wasn't trying to ask a question to set him up to do nothing.
So now here's my question.
Then why? Well, then hold on. Hold on, Omar.
Question.
Okay, so let me respond.
Y'all brothers getting mad at me for what?
Can I respond now?
Why you getting mad? I ain't getting mad.
So if you're not trying to get one up on him, why is your language that of? Why are you talking about, oh, it's okay, Humble, we'll move along, and doing all that shit like that if you not trying to act like you getting one up on him? If you don't want one up on him, stop acting like it, nigga.
And before he gave you
what the hell is you talking about? Stop acting like I'm delusional, because I'm not. I can see what you're doing. I can hear how you're talking.
Yo, I haven't used none of them words towards y'all, and not all of a sudden because
you acting like my reality ain't my reality, and I don't like that.
Well, your reality can be your reality, but I'm telling you, your reality is as far as bitterness right now. Don't get mad at me because I asked Brother Humble a simple question. Why you mad at me for?
Omar,
what are you mad at me for?
Look, Omar,
I just told you what I had a problem with. Why do I have to repeat myself? Why would you even ask that question after I just explained some shit?
How is that a legitimate problem? Listen.
How is that a legitimate question after I already gave you an answer to it? You literally asked me the question and I gave you the answer to. I just told you what you was doing specifically. I told you how you were talking. Stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second. That's why you can't understand nobody. You always trying to talk while they talking. You sitting over here talking about, no, Humble, we about to move it forward as if you got one up on him. And I'm saying, if you're not trying to get one up on him, stop talking like you are. Because that's why we confused. Don't lead us to confusion and then get what? Like, that's weird shit to me. At least keep it trill and say, okay, yeah, that's what you was doing. But don't act like I'm delusional and not seeing what I'm seeing. Because I'm going to keep pointing it out like, yeah, that's what you was doing.
In this context, you are delusional. I'm going to say that because I wasn't trying to do that.
Well, I'm confused. This is where I'm confused, Omar, because when he gave you the first answer about it being a tool, you said you didn't like it. And then he didn't never give you another answer first. And then you said, what was your remark after that? You said, Humble, if you don't have the answer, it's all right if you don't have the. You were saying something opposing to like you had a one up, and that's when I asked you like, why do Humble have to answer that? Because I didn't understand it, but now you're saying that you wasn't trying to get a one up because he gave you the answer that you wanted to hear. Now I need to understand like, why is that the answer you wanted to hear? What does that prove?
That's not the answer I wanted to hear. What I just said is that answer suffices. That's what I specifically said.
Since it suffices, what does it?
So, what y'all are doing, y'all terminology is imposing what. So this is what y'all trying to do. Y'all trying to make it look like I'm imposing something that I'm not. Y'all know whenever I want smoke, I let it be known. I don't try to lead somebody into something, set them up, or get a one up. Y'all know that. I brings the smoke direct, and everybody knows that. So stop imposing what y'all think that I meant, because what y'all think that I meant is wrong, and it doesn't listen, and it holds no weight as far as what Brother Omar really think a thought about that specific situation. That's what y'all are trying to do. And the reason, listen, the reason I said, look, let's move on, because I did not want it to get to this point and take away from the context of what Brother Ash was talking about, dealing with the topic. That's why I said let's move on. I didn't want to spend 30 minutes talking about some BS. I didn't.
No.
So
it ain't no BS though.
So does that suffice to you, Oli?
Because listen.
All right.
Because the hair. Listen, Omar. Because the hair.
He don't realize you asked him a specific question and he completely took 3 minutes to not answer it. But it's okay because he asked you, what does that prove? That's what his first question was.
No, listen, Omar.
And we still don't know. But okay.
When he said when y'all found an agreement on what the curse is or what suffices for you for an answer, okay, what is that doing? It's pointing to something. That's pointing to something for you. You ain't telling us what that's pointing to for you. Does that mean that it's a certain somebody? You asked that question for a reason.
Because the reason why I asked the question to Humble is I wanted his specific thoughts as far as what he thinks the specific elements of the curse of Ham was. And it's basic and it's simple. Listen, just because y'all want some eloquent, some eloquent and some all this philosophy and using all these big words, I just kept it basic and simple. How come it just can't be like, you know what, Brother Omar just kept it basic. He kept it simple. He just wanted to know. He just wanted to know.
You incoherent. You incoherent, bro. But it's okay.
You was trying to get a one up over a Humble. Nigga, it ain't about no one up. I can give a damn about getting a one up when it comes to this. Listen.
I said you was trying. I didn't say you was trying.
Oli, just move on. Let's just move on. Don't respond to him, Oli. He don't realize he was being incoherent and we was trying to call it out.
Oh my God.
He was just trying to clean it up.
Here come the hate for Omar Muhammad. It's cool though.
Nobody's got no hate. We were just trying to, while we're trying to simultaneously understand, you misunderstanding us. So we're never gonna get nowhere on that.
I didn't misunderstand y'all. Y'all misunderstood.
You can't say that.
Oh my God! Here comes this woman now. Oh my God! Now here comes all the hate. Now come on.
You can't say that because you still don't. Obviously, you still don't understand. You still arguing. So obviously, you still. I'm not
arguing no more. I'm not even arguing.
Okay. Oh, so you get it now?
You know what?
I didn't think so. Exactly.
To suffice for y'all, yes, I get it, brother A1.
No, you don't. That's what I was trying to say, but you was trying to tell me that I can't even say that. Just stop. You arguing with me because we don't agree, and I can't even call that out.
Brother A1.
Anyway, let's just move along. Because now we're not even talking about nothing. Nobody ever got the point of your questions. His whole question was, what does that prove? You talked for 3 or 4 minutes and never answered that.
Argument with me, A1, but because you started the argument with me, A1, because you started answering the questions that I specifically asked Humble, and you started answering. So actually, you started the argument with me. I didn't start it with you. So let's be contextually correct. No, let's be contextually correct. You started it.
Yeah, you're really confused. But let's go ahead and keep this information moving forward.
And what about that Hebrew Bible though, man? I'm trying to hear that conversation.
Who are you talking to?
You right there, Quantum?
You the only Hebrew up here.
Yeah,
well, I don't listen. I don't listen.
Right there.
Listen. In respect to Professor Ash that just came up here and gave about 2.5, 3 hours of his valuable time. Listen, I only want to talk about critical race theory and I want to talk about systematic racism. I don't want to listen. That's what I want to talk about. And guess what? If y'all want to talk about something else, I'll mute out and y'all can discuss it. I don't want to indulge in that conversation because that would be me disrespecting Professor Ash's time on coming up here and giving that perfect presentation that he just delivered.
Right. Sounds like you running, but okay. We'll let the memory of Professor Ash's presentation save you tonight. Anybody else want to go ahead?
Does critical race theory in the Bible include the Hebrews?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and Professor Ash already showed y'all.
I kind of thought it was anachronistic to call the Hebrews racist, but it's putting a modern construct on the ancient people of antiquity.
So let's talk about that. Is the Hebrews
fact.
part of the problem of critical race theory?
They definitely are. There's some, the whole thing is that they're the superior race
They're the
and that they're
chosen people.
God's chosen people. It's
Mhm.
funny how people pop up with a book saying they God's chosen people and we all got to believe them. That's crazy. We rule the world because God said so. How do we
After
know it's
get
true? Because the book. How do we know the book is true? Because God wrote it.
because God wrote the
Well, how do
book.
we know God's right? Because it's in the book. You see the circle that goes. And then we're trapped in this loop of small hat dominion over the planet.
And that's the thing, right? That's the pattern that we gotta keep consistent with all of these brothers that come out here with this crazy religious doctrine, right? It all follows the same pattern. We got to do this because this being, this omniscient, whatever we want to call it, said so. And how we know it's right? Because it's in the book. It don't matter how it got in the book. The fact that it's in the book, we got to believe it.
And I
But
really
you don't
wouldn't call
believe
it
Tom
racist.
Sawyer.
I'm sorry. My bad.
You don't believe the comic book, Superman, Batman. I don't know. Some of y'all might. And Quantum, some of them might believe it, bro. Some of them might believe it. But that's where the incoherence at. Y'all still believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, and that's where the incoherence at. I just don't understand.
You can find so much correlation in them superhero movies.
And the religions are the same way. You can find so many correlations within them doctrines. We know where they come from. But yet we'll have people who follow the traditions that and they don't even know nothing about. That's what kills me. They don't even know nothing about the tradition. You ask a Hebrew Israelite to speak some Hebrew, they be stumbling all over the words. They start making stuff up because they think you ain't gonna go research it. They start telling you the basic stuff. They ain't out here teaching these people actual Hebrew. If that's so called the sacred language, why they ain't teaching nobody that? But yet we go all around the internet and see them small hats teaching Hebrew though.
Can I speak right quick? Can I speak right quick? Can I please speak right quick?
Absolutely.
Okay, so humble, finna stand corrected. He just said, I don't see them teaching no Hebrew. So every Saturday morning, the UPK does a class called Lashawan Quadash, to where they teach you how to speak the Paleo Hebrew. That's one thumb down for Humble. Now, just because, see, Humble don't know because Humble don't watch. Humble don't watch. So number one, Humble just made a false accusation. That's one down. That's one thumb down for Humble. Keep on trying. Let's continue. So let's just go here right quick. So let's do this right quick. Let's line it up.
Oh, let me get my slides out, man.
Okay. So this is the meaning of racist. A racist is a person who holds the belief that certain races are superior to others. Okay, here's a Bible scripture. Put your listening ears on. This is Deuteronomy 7:6. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all, above, we are the same. In trouble, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Once again, this brother humble don't know what the hell he talking about. So this we gonna do. We gonna teach, and he gotta stand corrected. Like I said, he just made a false claim saying, "I don't see nobody. See them teaching Hebrew. They don't know how to speak Hebrew. You know how many brothers in the UPK can actually speak the Paleo Hebrew and that can actually have a conversation in Paleo Hebrew? Now, I might not be one of them. Some of the other brothers, that might not be a specialty, but there's loads of brothers in the UPK, including the one brother every Saturday morning. Y'all can tune in and watch it, who teaches the Lashawan Kadash, which means the holy language. He teaches it every other, once a month. No, every Saturday morning. He does it for a good maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. He teaches it. So that's a false claim. Number two, when we talk about racism, I just read the definition. A person who holds the belief that a certain race are superior to others. Now to back it up, Deuteronomy 7:6. For thou art a holy people. Holy in Hebrew means separate. Unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God has chosen thee, the Israelites, to be a special people unto himself. Equal? No, listen. Above? No, equal. No, above all people that are upon the face of the earth in our land. It's bully time. Come on.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine, but
you remain one.
Now, why did I play that, family? Why did I
Can
play
I answer?
Go ahead, Quantum. Answer that question. Why I play that, Quantum?
Oh shit, that was crazy.
For some reason, Omar don't understand that he just said that his God is racist.
That's the whole point.
For some reason, Omar want to be special, and the specialness is being a slave and getting done wrong because you chose to do wrong, and then you turn around and say that God is racist, so you can turn around and be racist after you didn't like the racism when it was done to you. But the racism was done to you because of your ancestors.
At least somebody was paying attention.
Yep, and he called the Lashawn Kodesh Hebrew, and it's not. So yeah, that was my big problem.
I called it Paleo Hebrew.
Look, it ain't even Paleo Hebrew.
Well, guess what?
It's a modern rendition of it. And
listen, A1.
Don't you still issuing out challenges? You ain't dealt with the first one.
Go to the class. Listen, go to the class.
What's the challenge? Is this a challenge?
Listen, go to the class, which they have every Saturday morning. And guess what? You can go in the chat, and guess what? You can ask questions, and guess what? They won't run. They'll answer the questions.
So drop the link for me. Drop the link in the private chat for me right now, Omar, so I can save it and go to the class.
I will.
And I'm going to do a presentation, and I'm about to break you down and this class down since you sent me there. Hold on real quick. Let me shout out Akira in the chat. Shout out Akira and shout out Lurk Squad in the building.
Akira's a woman, man. I don't like that.
Akira is not a woman. Watch your mouth. That's the homie. Akira's about to be doing a presentation soon. I got to get with him this week and schedule that in.
I'm going to take a fat crap all over it, too.
Hey, yo, so Omar, don't your Bible say...
And shout out Rebuke and Reprove. My bad about that. Go ahead.
Dang, y'all made me forget. I said, man, look, y'all was just getting on his head, man. Dang.
I already got a presentation on LaShawn Kodash. Like he gonna make me pull it up right now for real. But I'm gonna go to the class first. They're gonna give me more ammo, I'm sure.
Here's the thing here. Here's the thing here. A1. Hold on, I'll be quick. There's a specific prophecy in the Bible dealing with Deuteronomy. I can get it, where it talks about how the scattered sheep of the scattered sheep of Israel was gonna go into multiple different slaveries, and how they was gonna forget their tradition and forget their native language. So it specifically tells you you don't listen. Once you come into the truth, you don't have to dwell and spend hours and you got all.
I found out what I was going to say now.
It's real sheep.
Hey Omar, can I ask you a question, Omar?
This is cut off central.
Don't your Bible tell you not to believe?
Hold on. But let's let Omar finish. He right. I don't want to. Let's not jump him, y'all. It's 3-on-1. It's 3-on-1.
Let me
let's let him finish his sentences.
So, like I said, real quick, there's specific scriptures in the Bible.
Jada Snake.
Go ahead, my bad, A1.
No, Jada Snake was up here. He just dropped back down though. I don't know if you having connection issues. You can come up here though, Jay. You're always welcome. Go ahead, Omar. You got the floor.
Okay, thank you, A1. So there's specific scriptures in the Bible that talk about when it comes to the scattered sheep of the 12 tribes of Israel, how they was gonna forget their native tongue due to being subjected in multiple different slaveries and servitude. So it tells you, look, if you got time to study and that's one of your expertises, go ahead. But listen, I'm gonna tell you what's more important, me learning and speaking Paleo Hebrew, or what's more important, me learning these scriptures and following these laws, statutes, and commandments and waking my people up. Just because Brother Omar don't speak the Lashawan Kadash, aka Paleo Hebrew, or can read it, doesn't mean that there's a plethora of other brothers that can actually speak it and read it. So I don't get that. I'll mute out.
Okay.
I don't. Go ahead.
So my question from Omar was going to be: doesn't his Bible say, "Let every man be a liar"? So he's actually going against his Bible when he's telling us go to other men to verify what supposedly the Bible is saying, right? Because we're supposed to go get that information. That's number one. Number two, he said, what's more important, him getting into them scriptures or him learning Paleo Hebrew? Him learning Paleo Hebrew would be way more important, because the reality of the matter is he can't even truly decipher those scriptures if he don't know Paleo Hebrew, because that's transliteration. So he's reading English, right, which is translated from some other place, right, was translated from some other place, was translated some other place, which goes all the way back to this final language. So what we're reading in that Bible is not even the real words that's in the real scripts. So now you asking, well, why would I concern myself with Paleo Hebrew? So you can learn, and if this is supposed to be a true story, and you so-called believe in this story, why wouldn't you learn Paleo? Why would you learn Paleo Hebrew? So you can read the story in its truest version instead of reading it in a watered down version. But no, y'all lazy. Y'all don't like to do that. See, that's the problem. I realize why y'all don't do that. The reason why y'all say, oh, well, everybody got a book in their own language, because y'all lazy. Y'all don't really want to do no real scholarship. Y'all ain't got time to learn no new languages. But yeah, y'all so-called Hebrew and the Kodash, that's our language. And that ain't, man, listen. Family, get them people back their traditions and stuff, man. Come back to something that look like you. We ain't playing with these people, man. What's up, OTK? You on the panel? What it do, bro?
What's up, cuzzo? Man, salute to y'all, man. A1, another great bill. Hey, man, tighten up with the Titans Debate League. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie, man. I got smarter coming through on this channel, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. I'm one of them niggas that say, man, listening to these niggas, man, you gonna get dumber. like that shit said, man, you could get dumber. You can get dumbed down by listening to certain people. But one thing about this channel right here, man, is I always learn something. A1. Shout out to you. Shout out to Humble putting in that work. Shout out to Oli putting in that work. Hey, Omar, man, that's my brother. You know what I mean? And A1, all we gotta love Omar because Omar always coming with a different opinion,
Oh
just
yeah, I
like
fuck
me.
with
You
Omar
know
though.
what I mean? I love
Omar might
Omar.
think I got a problem with him. It's just until he start breaking the rules. All the arguing and stuff I don't care about though. Like that
Right.
shit
And
don't
usually,
like
and
we
usually
gonna
that's
do that all the time. We gonna bicker
right,
like married couple because we not gonna agree on this.
right.
But
And
yeah,
usually Omar usually will be a real dude and be like, yeah, that's what it say. But he will try to give a scenario to try to explain his way out of it. But usually he would agree. And that's what I respect about Omar, man. Hey, but man, y'all keep doing what y'all do, man. With this critical race theory,
hmm
um, we definitely know that that's a fact. Um, but we know critical race theory came out late, correct?
yeah,
Oh,
critical race theory
Yes.
is modern for sure. Yeah,
right.
the Bible 2,000 years old.
So the Bible does do critical race theory because the Bible says it's only speaking to the Israelites and not nobody else until Jesus come along, and Jesus is spreading it to everybody. So it is a critical race theory thing in the Old Testament. The New Testament, no, because it's going to the savages and all of that, your Gentiles. And a Gentile and all of that is just somebody who didn't believe in what they believed in at the time. So yeah, in America, I saved that A1. Maybe me and you can build on that. I see my brother Kazran come up here. But yeah, that's how I feel about the Bible with critical race theory. And I grew up a Bible thumper growing up in the Bible Belt. Um, I don't knock nobody for following the Bible. If that helps you become a better you, then so be it. Who am I to knock it? You understand what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I guess that's why the churches stay away from certain scriptures. Because when you go to seminary school for AME and you go to college for AME, they don't teach you uh to teach the whole Bible. It's only certain books that you can teach from. There's only certain things that you can teach from in the Bible. So
You saving Omar from this LaShawn Kodesh though.
my bad,
It's
man.
just people. We was
Hey,
all on this top. We're about the same thing.
hey, man,
See,
I had to
But you
throw.
can
no,
talk about
I
whatever
had
you
to
want,
throw.
though. It's
just
your
wait a
floor right
minute.
now,
Hold
so
on.
you
Hey,
can
I had to
talk about
throw.
whatever
Wait a
you
minute.
want.
Hey,
But I was
I had to
just letting
throw.
you know.
I had to throw that in the play, man. I
Yeah,
fuck
take
with
your time
Omar.
though. I'm not rushing you though. Take your time. I was just
Hey,
reminded everybody.
hey,
Don't
thank
forget, we
you.
are Omar
Thank you
top
for
as
being
soon as
honest and fair, brother.
OTK land this plane. Go ahead, OTK. You got the floor.
Salute OTK. I'll mute back out. Salute OTK though. Thank you, brother.
Nah, go ahead, Omar. Go ahead, Omar. You on your own now. I can't throw no more goddamn flags on the play now, Omar.
All right. So let's do this right. Let's do this right quick. Because like I said, I just wanted to validate some of my points. And the first one we're gonna go to. Let's go to
Oh, you gonna make me do my LaShawn Kodesh presentation. Thank you for giving me a reason to bring it out. I ain't gonna do it tonight, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna save it to next weekend.
all
Go
right,
ahead, though.
no, fair enough. So
Y'all talking about the language, the so-called
Yeah.
language?
Oh, the
Yeah, there we
Sumerian
go.
text.
Yeah, he put
Sumerian
so-called on
text.
there because I ain't know what to say at first.
No. So, okay. So, I I can't remember. Was it A1? Was it A1 or a mystic that said something about God said something about being true or something? So let's just go back. So this is the scripture that you was looking for. You was looking for Romans 3 and 4, KJV. It says, God forbid, yeah, let God be true, but every man a liar. So the thing is, these brothers is trying to lie. So I just wanted to bring that scripture out. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump to Isaiah 28 and 11, KJV. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people due to subjugation. So, like I said, me being an Israelite doesn't predicate on me knowing Hebrew. Like I said, that's not my specialty. But I also said that there's loads of other brothers as far as following this truth that are experts in Elashawan Kadash, which is the holy tongue, Paleo Hebrew. No matter if A1 or other brothers want to agree or disagree with it, like I said, they teach the class every Saturday. You can tune in to it. So what Humble said was a false claim. He said, don't nobody speak. No, you can't, y'all don't speak that. You can't speak it. So some of Humble's claim was true when he said Omar can't speak it, which is true. I can't. That's not my specialty. So guess what? I don't focus on spinning. Listen, me, I don't spend loads of time on focusing on how to learn Paleo Hebrew, how to read it. I don't spend time like that because guess what? There's other brothers in my school of thought who have mastered it that I can go to get clarification from. That's not my specialty. There's other brothers' specialty that teach it every single day, week in, week out, 365 a year. That's fact. So that's shut down. Now, like the brother tried to say, oh, God said this and that. No, I said, let God be the truth and every man a liar. So here's the point here. Like I said, I brought out the scripture, Isaiah 28 and 11, to where it talks about how the Israelites was going to serve in slavery and what are the key aspects? When you serve in slavery, chattel slavery, what get taken away? Your history, your culture, your language, certain things that you do that you don't like, the historicity of the background.
How did y'all remember y'all was Israelites?
Hold on, brother. I'm almost done. Verbal.
Omar, how did y'all remember y'all was Israelites then?
OTK, you finna make me forget. The oral, that's what I'm trying to get. Oral traditions. So riddle me this and riddle me that. Which I believe the Israelites are the people that came over here via slave trade. That's a whole different. I don't want to jump into that because we're gonna jump back into critical race theory. So what happened? So what happened to the people that came over here on cargo slave ships? Did they not get their traditions ripped away? History.
Can you show me a cargo slave ship?
Oh my God, man. That's all. No, because the same thing you tried to do with Professor Ash, you tried to take him into this little 30-45 minute diatribe. I don't want to talk about that. All I wanted to do was reiterate my key points, which makes what I'm saying valid. You know what? And I'm gonna land at that. Let's get back.
You know what, Omar? To you, it seemed like a diatribe, Omar. To you, it seemed like a diatribe. But to me, being an American Indian, bro, it wasn't a diatribe. It was a conversation to see where that brother stood at. That's why I was asking questions where the professor stood at, so I would know how to ask other questions, bro. No, it was a feeling out thing because I never encompassed the brother before, the professor before, bro. It wasn't nothing like that. I don't play no games with grown people, dog.
OTK, listen.
Word.
Listen, I paid direct attention on what you were saying when you had your brief discussion with Professor Ash. Actually, OTK, I agree with a lot of things that you said. I did. That's not the argument. So I'm not trying to make it seem like the argument that you posed to Professor Ash wasn't important. All I'm just saying is that specific argument it wasn't so necessarily important or of value at that time, because we're talking about we're talking about critical race theory.
Right.
And
I agree. I agree.
But OTK.
I agree. I agree.
OTK, hear me out. I already know where you was getting ready to go, and I actually agree with the sentiment.
Yeah, I was about to get into the critical race theory thing after that, but you know what I mean? A1 brought it out, but hey, shout out to A1. Shout out to A1. A1 say, yo, let's not forget the topic of this, but OTK, I'm going to still let you finish, my brother. And I said, you know what? I got to back up. You're right. It's not on topic, but I was going to get back to the topic, but it was taking too long to get back to the topic. So shout out to A1 for that, man. Shout out to the Professor too, bro.
Ain't no sweat, OTK. Because like I said, I already knew where you was going with that question, but I think it wouldn't have been to go 30 minutes or 40 minutes on that specific topic. Wouldn't have done Professor Ash's 2.5, 3 hour presentation that he gave. It wouldn't have due diligence to that specific topic of that. But like I said,
you was trying to get him to say you was an Indian. That's what you wanted him to do. You wanted him to concede on his own show.
No, that's not actually what
he was trying to get some validation.
I ain't never came to nobody and never told them, dog, you were Indian. No, I never did that, bro.
No, that you was. You was trying to get him to concede that you was one.
No, I wasn't doing that neither. We was going off the research that he researched. That's why I asked him about the transatlantic slave trade thing. And he gave me the research from what everybody else, the same narrative that everybody else had. So I was giving him another narrative about the transatlantic slave trade for him to look at. I really didn't get into the American Indian slave trade. That would have really made him look at that on a whole nother level. That's why I was going at. Because that's a critical race theory thing too, because the American Indian got reclassified more than any other race in the world.
So me personally, I agree with that, but I don't. You came in late. I don't know. As soon as I got the alert, I came on. I saw this presentation from second one all the way to the end. So I do have to give my due diligence to Professor Ash. In the very beginning, Professor Ash did state that his father is, I think he said, was from the Gullah tribe of South Carolina, and his mother was a German. So he kind of briefly spoke on that, but he think
the Gullah is from Africa, brother. That's not true.
The conversation was not about who's the original Gullah people.
No, bro. You stop people and you correct people about who the Israelites are.
I never get off topic though. Whenever somebody do a presentation, though.
Yeah, that's why I said I agree with you. I was definitely off topic. I agree.
Ain't gonna let nobody come out here and false claim Israelites. So why can't he come and correct somebody about his history?
I didn't false claim no Israelites.
That's all I was doing, bro. That's all I was doing, bro.
All of my comments in the chat, and once I got on the panel, didn't stray away from.
Hey, salute A1.
Topic. That's all I'm saying.
Salute. Goddamn humble. Salute Oli. And salute.
Lurk Squad says E1B1A.
A1. My wife just got me a new piece, bro.
Hey, that's nice.
Listen.
Throw you on the big screen.
Stay humble.
I would love to have a bill.
Stay humble.
I like that.
Well, you got humble?
I like
what is
that? Hey, yo, humble, can I borrow that for 2 weeks?
Hey, listen, my wife.
I like that piece, humble. I like that piece, man. Salute, and shalom to your wife for getting that to you.
Hey, humble, you don't look like no Baltimore dude, bro. You look like you a southern dude, dog. I ain't even lying to you. The way your hair is, that curly dread shit. See, people will think your shit naughty because it's dreads. It's not.
Yeah. No, but
It's not.
hey, listen, man, you still gotta have that conversation on the Native American joint, because hey, listen, I'm with you in that boat as well. Y'all see my crest up there, y'all see the Nisi Tapi. Hey, they from this land. When I hear that history, when my grandmother and them told me that history, they ain't come from nowhere else. You see what I'm saying? But I also am aware of the anthropology that come behind that. You feel me?
But see, that
They
would
take
be then that
something
would
that
be
we don't know. Go ahead.
humble. Well, then if you're following the anthropology, bro, you might as well just say that you believe in evolution, bro. That everybody came out of Africa. You just saying it a different way.
Yeah,
You blame it on
hold on.
anthropology,
I
but you're
stand by
still
the
saying
African.
evolution, bro. I
I
mean,
stand
let's
by
be
the
for
African
real.
theory. The outer Africa theory, I stand by that.
That's evolution. The out of Africa theory. That's a part of evolution.
I stand by that.
That's actually Darwin's first theory. Darwin was one of the ones saying that all life started in Africa and all of that. He was one of the ones that was saying that. And when them other people heard that, they said, "Oh hell no, we got to be above these black motherfuckers." And that's when eugenics came into play and scientific racism and all of that came into play. But they started that shit on their own self, on their own peoples first. They didn't get to the black people until the Tuskegee shit. So let's not forget these Tuskegee people who helped them with the Spanish flu and the syphilis and all that, the Tuskegee shit. That's where they started testing black people at. That's the first eugenics where they started testing black people's at. So don't get it fucked up. But
I think when it comes to the Native American joint, I think when we study this, we have to take in consideration really seriously the disease and the damage that the European brought over here, right? A
hold
lot of
up. The
people
European, hey, make sure you look up the European lifespan when they came over here. A year and a half, bro.
and so a lot of
And
people
and, and my and
Yeah, the
many excuse
European
me,
did
my
not
bad, y'all.
survive over here, bro. A year and a
and
half, bro.
so And so a lot of people be asking, what was the need to bring slaves over here? The need to bring slaves over here was because a large population of the people that was originally here was being wiped out due to them people not being clean. And so they found a group of people who was immune to their diseases and stuff like that. And so okay, well, they can do the labor that we had intended for the Native Americans or the American Indians, to respect to Brother OTK, right, to
Yeah.
do. And so that's what was the need for them to be bringing the Africans over here in the first place.
Well, the African got a different sickle cell than the American Indian, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right then. So they say sickle cell was developed to combat what, bro?
Sickle cell,
Malaria?
well,
Malaria, correct?
yeah,
All right. So in the Americas, you had
they can't produce enough
already
blood.
that over here, and the American Indians was living with that. The Africans, even the so-called Africans, dog, if you do the study of the life expectancy for an African, a Portuguese, or a Spanish in North America, dog, it'll shock you, especially in the Southeast. They was dying in the Caribbeans and
Yeah.
South
Well, that's
America.
because
Listen,
well,
that's why
that's
the
because
Spanish,
you
hold on, bro. I'm gonna give you some more insight. That's why the Spanish stayed in the Caribbeans and the Portuguese was able to go inland because the Portuguese was darker skinned than the Spanish. They was able to go inland in South America, not the Spanish. because the Spanish life expectancy was like a year and a half. Even any so-called African that they was bringing with them, 3 years was the max, bro.
All right. So what you also have to understand was a lot of people was dying off because of nutritional values as well, right? They
You
were
can't
getting
prove that.
used to
You
certain
can't
food.
prove that.
That's you can prove that.
No,
They
you
were
can't.
getting. You can. Hey, all right. After I'm finished making this point, you already know I'm about to go bring it up and read it. But so basically, what I'm saying is, people were getting sick because they was getting introduced to food and certain things that they wasn't used to, right? And it's just like your immune system. If your immune isn't used to something or a certain bacterial or a certain chemical or a certain disease, you're gonna
Yeah.
automatically get that. So
Right.
if
Right.
their body chemical was not
Uh-huh.
adapted to break down these new food structures, a lot of them got
So
sick off
how
of that.
long? How long
Land
did
my
it
plane,
take?
and I'm not gonna get
How
that
long
research.
did it take for them to become immune to the sickness over here? How long did it take, bro? How many years?
How do the indigenous people starve in their own land?
Yeah, I don't even understand that concept. Just like the brother was talking about rice, but A1, hey, I would love to do a bill with you so I can show you about South Carolina wild rice and wild rice in North America, bro.
Yeah.
But ain't no motherfucking African bring no rice over here, bro, and they here. That's their story. They brought rice and they here and okra and all that. They brought the seeds and they here. For one, the rice that was grown on the west coast of Africa ain't even African rice.
It's
It's
American.
Chinese rice.
Chinese today. Yeah.
So who really taught them how to grow rice? And they say the lands in West Africa is the same over here in South Carolina. No, it's not. We in the swamp lands, dog. Like I said, you dig 25 feet underneath the ground, dog. You touch water down here. You can put a well and you can get fresh water. You can't do that on the west coast of Africa. So how they got swamp land? I'm not saying that they don't, but not on the west coast of Africa. Show me an African rice that they brought over here. And I guarantee you they'll say that shit came from Asia. Damn near, hold up. I don't want to miscalculate the number, but damn near, I say this much. A large percentage of the food that's eaten today in the Western Hemisphere or the Eastern Hemisphere to us. The Eastern Hemisphere came from the Americas.
Oh,
I'm gonna throw a broad statement out there like that.
You're talking about the 640 food groups. They
Right.
say 600 of them are indigenous to the Americas.
To the Americas. Go ahead, Humble. I will wait for you to come back, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Thousand pardon. Appreciate you.
Y'all can go ahead and cook. Well, while he's doing that, we'll go to a word from our sponsor. Shout out everybody in the chat. Please make sure you smash that thumbs up and share the live. That's how you can support us for the free 99. It costs you nothing. Go ahead, tell a friend that we're live. Appreciate you. And don't forget, this Tuesday, only here on Titans Debate League.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Back to you, John.
Tighten up. Tighten up, goddammit. Tighten up. Hey, yo. Hey, Humble.
You
Hey,
already
Humble.
know. You already know.
Hey, hold up. Hey, Humble. Before you show this, bro, do you ever got any sources that you ever research and you don't use Google overview or AI overview? Is there anything that you ever research yourself? I just ask.
So you think? So watch
No,
this.
I'm
Okay, I'm gonna answer that.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, bro. I'm not saying there's
Let
nothing
me
wrong
answer the
with it.
question. Let me answer the question. So,
Okay, my bad.
just to prove that I did not get this from this, or I had to research and look this up, this is why I answered the question first. You think I got this, the answer that I gave from AI? I already knew that because I did I read books on this.
No,
Right?
that's the story, though.
So now let's go back. So hold on. No, let me get to it. Don't cut me off. So now remember
It's
my
not
answer
real.
to his question, or remember my statement, right? The indigenous people from the America and Africa, one of the reasons they got sick was due to the imported food because it didn't sit right with their digest. They wasn't used to the food. That was one of the claims. OTK
One of
said,
the claims. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
prove it.
I mean,
Historical records show that
if you,
diet. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because you can't even go to Mexico right now and drink the water, OTK. Because you go ahead if you want to, you're gonna shit yourself into a casket.
No, I'm saying.
I mean, well, you can go to the doctor and get some medicine and it'll stop.
Yeah,
but granted,
I'm
we don't
saying-
have
I'm
the
saying
stuff
you
for that
can't
back
drink.
then, and they coming
Right.
unprepared. Yeah, they
Right.
dying.
You can't drink no salt water, bro.
I didn't say salt water.
But y'all didn't
Are
say
you?
fresh
Hold on, hold
water
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
either.
on. Hold on, don't just focus for a second. I said you can't go to Mexico and drink no water right now. I'm just
All
talking
right.
about out
You
of
got
the.
fresh water.
I'm not
streams in
talking about
Mexico.
from the ocean. I'm not talking about drinking salt water. I'm talking about right now. You couldn't even drink the water out that comes out of their public water systems because it has a certain bacteria that gives Americans horrible diarrhea. You didn't know that?
Yeah, that's pretty much every country.
It's not though necessarily, but yeah,
that's
that's
why you
one of the
gotta take
countries where we
shots
can't,
and
and
shit
that's
like
our
that.
neighboring country.
Yeah,
But I was
got
just
you.
giving that as an example because you said it's one of the claims. I'm like, it's one of the claims that we could also see prevalent today, right here on American soil here.
Right, but you brought up water. He talking about the foods they brought over here.
It's the same thing.
No, it's
It's
not.
just,
He said they brought foods over here, bro, that got us sick. What foods did they bring over here that got us sick?
no, he's talking about why you say the population of the European was 3 years. That's what
No,
he's
he's
talking
not.
about.
He's talking about how all the American Indians was dead and died from diseases and all kind of shit that the
He talked about
Europeans.
both. He talked about both. The part I'm responding to is the lifespan.
So
Because you did bring that up, am I right? You said it
My
was a
bad.
year and a half,
having a
3
conversation.
years.
If
And
I
then when he
may
went
clear
into
this up,
go ahead.
Yeah,
if
the
I
life
can clear this up
expectancy.
real quick.
Yeah.
OTK, if I can
Yeah.
clear this up real quick. Me and
My bad.
OTK was
Thousand
having
pardon.
a
Thousand
conversation
pardon.
about the anthropology of the ancient, if we want to say Native Americans or indigenous Americans or however we want to say it, right? We was having a conversation and we were sharing our knowledge of what we know about these civilizations. we got to a point to where as though we started talking about why these civilizations started getting wiped off the map. We named diseases, right? We named, the slavery, things of that nature. And I just interjected another reason they was dying or getting sick was because of the food that the Europeans was bringing over here. And OTK said,
Oh,
well,
okay.
no, that's not necessarily true because da 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 da.
Oh,
And
my
that's
bad. I
why
was wrong.
he said, go pull it up. And then that's why I'm pulling this up right now. Right?
Yeah. I got you,
Okay, I
bro.
was wrong. My bad. I was wrong.
No, you wasn't wrong, A1. A1, you actually brought me back to reality, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You wasn't wrong. Go ahead,
Okay.
Humble. Go ahead, Humble.
Okay.
It's on you.
So, part one, Native Americans and food shock, imported foods. While the catastrophic collapse of Native American population, estimated at 50 to 95 reduction, was primarily driven by old world infectious diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza, which they had no immunity. Food and ecological disruptions also caused widespread sickness and starvation. This isn't just any source, by the way. The source to this is the Britannica. So for the people that say, do you ever go anywhere to get any? This is the Britannica. You feel me? It's just I don't have to go to Google and then find the Britannica and then get this source. AI gives it to me right here. So if you
Hey,
want the source,
bro,
and
I
you
just want you to know. I just want
but
you to
I'm
know
just
that that's
proving.
South
Hold on, I'm gonna land
America
my
now.
plane, OTK. Hold on,
No, you ain't
OTK.
gotta land your
So,
plane. Keep flying. You good. That's Colombia though. That's
so,
South America, bro. Just long as
all
you
right.
know where you talking
So
about, what
hold
area
on.
you talking about.
So hold on. So, right, it's a disruption of traditional food systems. European colonizers introduced invasive livestock, cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses, and staple crops, wheat, barley, and rye. It's a feral pigs and cattle often trample and destroy native maize, squash, and being filled. This forced native population off their traditional, it's a foreign agricultural lands, leading to serve nutritional stress, right? So even what they brought over here was disrupting the crops. You see what I'm saying? Food shock, right? And nutritional deficiencies. When Native Americans was displaced, forced into reservations, or enslaved in Spanish accommodations, their diets were
Man,
forcibly shifted from the diverse nutrition
can
rich
you give us
indigenous
a
food,
year?
wild game, beans, squash, and tubers, to unfamiliar low quality European rations such as processed flour, it's a lard, salt, pork, and refined sugar later on. This sudden shift contribute heavily to systematic malnutrition, metabolism, metabolic issues,
Metabolic,
and
yeah,
weakened
metabolic.
metabolic issues, yeah, and weakened immune systems. Thank you for that. And weakened immune systems, making them even more vulnerable to epidemic diseases. So, like I was saying
Right.
before, the foods
Hold
that
up.
we
Stop
introduce
real quick. Hey, can I ask you a
weaken their
question real
immune
quick?
system,
Can I ask you a
right?
question real quick?
And it make them malnutrition.
What
So it's
year?
backing up everything that I'm saying. And
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
not.
only
Hey,
the Native
bro,
American population. We ain't even get to the Africans yet.
hold on, bro. I never said that what you were saying was wrong. I said that's the textbook history. That diseases and all of that killed all the American Indians off. What I'm telling you, bro, that's not true. We gotta look at who's writing these things. More than one people was writing, bro. So what you do about research, you cross-reference. You just don't go off what you just first see and then just bring it out to the forefront and be like, no, boo. Boy, you gotta find like two or three things that say the same thing, bro.
Now
For
let's be
real.
clear.
So
Seems to
now,
be a bad habit
Hold
lately.
on 1 second.
Hold on,
Let's
bro.
be
So
clear.
now you're talking about the Caribbeans and South America right now, what you're talking about. You know how I know, bro? Because it's the Colombian thing.
So let's back up. So now let me refresh our memory again, right? We even got on this subject because I introduced a segment. I segued into the reason Africans was even brought over here, or one of the main reasons they were brought over here. Because did I say they wiped out all of the Native Americans? No. I said they wiped out a large portion of the Native Americans.
No, they didn't though.
Yes, they did.
No, they
It says
didn't,
right
bro.
there. Hold up,
I
bro.
know.
What
All
do you,
right. So
what do you
now,
mean?
hold
What
up,
do
hold
you
up.
mean they didn't?
Humble. So if I show you research that I did that showed that it was still multiple American Indian tribes here, chieftains here, that was fighting all the way to damn near the 1900s, what would you say then, bro? Because from what they're saying,
I
all of
wouldn't
it was wiped out. So that's why I asked you,
No,
what year
that's
is
not
this research? Hold up. That's why I asked you, what year is this research that you're bringing out? Because that means a lot too.
Listen, OTK.
Go ahead,
Listen.
bro. Go ahead, big bro. Go ahead, big bro.
Nobody is saying all of the Native Americans were wiped out. I don't know why you keep saying that. Or if I come show you that when they were fighting the Europeans and they
American
was
Indians, man. American Indians, man.
hold on. I didn't cut you off. Hold on. Nobody
Yeah, quit
is
calling
saying.
us Native
Hold
Americans,
on,
bro. We
OTK. You see,
American
y'all
Indians.
start cutting niggas' tears off. They want to keep interrupting me. Hold on. I didn't do this to you. Hold on. So, nobody is making a claim that all of the Native Americans on this land was wiped out. Nobody's making that claim. What we are saying is a large portion of them was wiped out. And we are going into details how that happened, right? And one of the points that I made, that I interjected to the conversation, was food was a part of the reason why. As I'm showing right now, food is clearly part of the reason why. The food they introduced caused malnutrition, right? It caused it easier for them to get sick. Like, so then how do we say that, okay, well, they had strong enough immune system just to eat anything? No,
Hey,
we
A1, I gotta drop out and come right
had
back, all
native
right?
food over here. That was never the claim. The
Gotta drop
claim
out and come
was,
back.
right, the native people, one of the causes of the native people over here getting sick and dying was due to the food that was getting imported from Europeans. That cannot be denied. See, that's the problem with these people. They don't listen. They so quick to try to keep making their points and argue. They going all over the main claim. They don't never deal with the main claim.
But if they're starving, and that kind of don't make sense. Okay.
I'm gonna land my plane with this because, man, this is why I always have to go back and remind not only the panel but the people, but the family in the comments what we're talking about. Let's go ahead, Cosmo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going over your logic. It doesn't really make sense that Europeans who were starving, coming from disease-ravaged countries, you dig where they can hardly feed themselves, would be bringing a place of quote-unquote milk and honey, anything. They were coming here to gain resources and privileges and things that they didn't already have in or had used up in Europe. You dig what I'm saying? So I find it hard when they can't feed themselves that they would have been bringing enough food to get the indigenous populations here sick by feeding them food. Now, as in disease, I did a whole show on the guy that they said was enslaved by Cotton Mather, who's a pastor. You know what I mean? And one of the guys who took part of the Salem witch trials. Well, he had a slave named Onesimus. They don't actually know where Onesimus is from, but they called him a Negro. He said he could possibly be even Garibaldi, people who were extinct at the time. But he had explained to them while the disease was ravaging Europe, in Asia, they had a way of getting past the measles, mumps, and all that stuff. And in Africa, they had a way to do it, right? But it hadn't been transferred yet to the Royal Societies. And that got done through Cotton Mather because he got it from an indigenous person enslaved in America who already had the remedy, right? Which is a different way of it's an early type of inoculation, but it's done differently than how they did it in Africa and Asia. You dig what I'm talking about? So, but it's a style of early inoculation that was done by the American Indians. So, uh, there's info to show that you know, the malaria or measles, mumps, smallpox had already been understood and had for hundreds of years already been worked through as a process in indigenous culture. So the story of millions and millions of people just being wiped out by disease, I think is justification for things like dumb diverses and the stealing of land. You dig what I'm talking about? They say, oh, you know, it was just, you know, there was nobody there, right? So it gives them a right to just come in and usurp and take land under the auspices and guises of things like papal bulls. You know what I mean?
I first we first have to understand what my statement and what I was bringing up and the reason I was bringing it up. I was bringing up what I was bringing up because I was showing a family that food was in fact one of the reasons the Native Americans, but not only the Native Americans, but the indigenous Africans as well, got sick, right? And it was a cause of death.
But they wasn't
Now,
eating any
Cosmon,
food.
hold on, Cosmon. Now, I showed y'all my proof. I didn't come up here running my chops. I didn't come up here telling y'all what I believe. I didn't come up here telling y'all my thoughts. I came up here and I brought y'all my evidence. I brought y'all the Britannica. I showed y'all some other things, right? Now, Cosmon, can you show us that food was not at least one of the reasons why the indigenous people in America got sick? Imported food. Can you
Well,
bring us any
what?
receipts for that?
Well. Firstly, the indigenous people wouldn't have been getting sick off their own foods. That's illogical, and it wouldn't have been making sense for them to try to take food from people who are coming and visiting them or coming to see them. They would have been bringing ration stocks for themselves, right? So I don't believe that Europeans brought anything in mass as a food stock that would have fed the population enough to ensicken them. It doesn't make sense. And so the question would be,
Is that a belief or of that effect? What you just said?
yeah, that's a fact. They were
That
starving.
you said the Europeans didn't bring anything over here, full population. You
Not
said
in
I
mass,
don't believe.
no.
Hold on. You said I don't believe that the Europeans would have been bringing anything of massive food and population over here. Is that a belief? Since you said you believe that, or you don't believe that, or is that a fact?
Yeah, it's a fact, and I'm about to look it up. Just bring
Go
it up
ahead.
on the screen. Hold on one second. What I'm saying is, as a population, the Europeans did not introduce any major food group into the America. None. So if you think that they did, you would have to prove that. Uh, uh, hold on. Food group.
He over there typing like you, A1.
Yeah.
Y'all see the hypocrisy, family?
Right. They didn't bring livestock. It was already here. Cereals, grains, they were already here. Fruit, they were already here. The only thing that they brought has, for the most part, has caused some of the most destruction in indigenous populations, and that's the pig.
Thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me, Cosmo. I don't know why you did all that just to agree with me, bro. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Next
but
subject, family.
yeah, no, that's not
He's
true.
terrible.
Okay, all right. Look,
Now it's
the
not
thing
true.
is, hold on,
No,
listen,
cause you don't get to
hold on.
keep doing
Why
that.
do
You
you
don't get
always
to
do
go
this?
doing research
Why
and
do
then
you
going
always
back
do
with your
this?
own research when you feel like it don't agree with you. That's
No,
disingenuous right there. You don't get to come up here and call me liars and disingenuous when you
yes,
sit
I
up
do.
here doing disingenuous acts
Yes,
like
I
that.
do. I proved you're a liar.
That's crazy, bro. That's
No, I
crazy.
proved that
You
you're a
every
liar. You
time you
just
yo,
mad
it's like
about
4
it.
or 5 times
We
you've been
talking.
doing this,
We
bro.
talking.
He'll look something up, and as
No,
soon as when he
listen,
look up, don't agree with him. The
listen,
first thing he says,
listen.
"I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this." Come, yo, this is bull crap, bro. Do y'all see the hypocrisy, family?
Listen,
Hey, listen, man, get out of here.
listen.
Crazy.
The crazy part is, right? They were supposed to be. Listen. They're coming over here to plunder lands that they had never been in before. Right? They're bringing their little stocks, and certain pigs got brought here, but America had its own pigs. They didn't introduce something new to the Americas that America didn't already have. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to prove to him. You dig what I'm
You
saying?
can't come and
And
move the
listen,
goalposts.
and then hold on, listen, and then no. You dig what I'm saying? The major influence went from the Americas towards the East. It wasn't from them to us.
What do that have to do with the
And
claim
then
about Asia?
and this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. They didn't give, especially North America up here, anything. Right? This is why you gotta listening is a skill. He can't listen. He can't prove that Europeans gave the indigenous people food.
I
Right?
just proved it.
I did not prove anything.
I did just prove it, and you proved it
How?
too. Because one thing that me and you both read was that the Europeans brought, like you said, one of the most destructive things over here, right? That killed their immune system
Was a
the
pig. Yeah, but the
So
pig
what
was
does that have to
already in
prove?
America.
We
They
ain't
just
talking
brought
about the
their
pig. But see,
version of a
that's
pig.
where you moving the goalposts, because we ain't talking about the pig that was over in America. We talking about the pig that they brought over.
So what did they bring?
Why you keep trying to do all? See,
What did they
look,
bring?
you dealing with a different individual, bro.
What did they bring?
You might try to talk fast, but I listen faster.
Yeah, but you don't have the correct answers.
What
And
do
you're
you
so
mean?
simple.
I'm
Hold on.
listening to you.
You
You
so
ain't making
simple.
no sense.
Yeah, but you're so simple, right? You can't prove it all. Europeans gave the people a food group that sickened them. Niggas been eating pigs forever.
You just gave us one. We both just gave one. The
Go
pig.
ahead. Show it. Don't they call
You
pigs
ain't show
other
nothing.
white meat?
I'm still waiting for you to show that they didn't bring nothing over here.
I don't eat meat, period.
What they ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
What I'm trying to tell you is
This man can't give you a straight
there's
answer
always
to
been
save his
people in
life.
America that ate pigs.
What
But
does that
until
have
they-
to do with the claim that I made?
Nah. You can't, because it doesn't prove that your claim is true. Just because you make a claim, don't mean it's true. You can't show us when it happened, with what food, that they poisoned all these people that they got sick from. It's just a claim.
What do you mean? We was just talking about it. How is it just a claim? How am I? All right, since it's just a claim, then you prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong since it's just a claim.
No, you prove yourself right.
Exactly. Y'all see this nonsense, man.
I already proved you wrong.
They just
already
be
proved
talking.
you wrong.
You ain't show nothing.
Because listen,
and what
I
you
showed
read
you,
agreed with me.
and OTK
And what
pointed
you
out this
read
very
agreed
fact.
with me.
I
What
pointed
you
out,
read
listen,
agreed with me.
hold on. Listen, no, I didn't. Listen.
Yes, I did. Read it again.
Listen,
I bet you won't read it
watch
again.
this. Okay,
I bet
will you
won't
be
read it
quiet?
again.
Listen, he get mad. He's still mad that I
I
exposed
bet
he
you
a
won't. I
liar
bet
from
you won't
last
read it
night.
again.
I bet
I
you
bet
won't
you
go in that Owaspy and show that verse in Book of Jehovah. Now, so shut your
You
lying
see how
ass
he be
up.
liking
So
to
look,
change the card?
now
Yo,
look,
listen,
hold on,
man. This
hold
man
on.
is
Let's
gonna,
not
one thing
change
he
the
gonna do is
subject.
move the goalpost.
Hold on, let's not then. Won't you be quiet? So what he fails to understand, and he failed to see the uppercut that OTK gave him earlier. He's still talking about South America. He ain't brought none of that shit up here yet.
What do
Right?
that have to do with the claim that I made?
What I'm trying to
What
say
do that
is
have to
you
do
ain't
with
showed them.
the
Hold
claim
on,
that you
you
said
ain't
was false?
showed them killing off. The proof is you haven't shown them
What do
killing
that have
off.
to do
It
with
has
you
to do.
proving the
It
claim that I
has to
made was
do
false?
with
I proved that it was
debunking.
true. Now you
It
go debunk it.
debunks your claim.
That's not how this works,
Yes, it
Cosmo. You
does. It
don't just get
debunks
the
your
word
claim
salad your
that
way
millions of
and make something
indigenous
false. That's
Americans
not how this
were
works,
killed
Cosmo.
through
Go
European
bring
food
some
groups.
evidence. Go bring
It
some
totally
empirical evidence. Go bring something from the
debunks your.
Britannica like I
We
did.
can't hear you if we talking at
Go
the
get
same time,
something.
bro.
Go
We
get
can't. Hold
something
on, be
from
quiet. But we
history
can't
like
hear
I
you.
did.
We can't hear you if you're trying to talk over me.
Because you ain't bringing
So
nothing
be quiet.
substantial.
So
What are you talking
just
about?
like I said, he can't show none of this happening in North America. Everything is happening down there, and the food exchange is happening one way, primarily from the Americas to Europe, the Americas to Africa. It's not from European. He can't show us anywhere, right? Especially in North America, in the US, where a European food group was introduced into the Americas that killed off the population in a large mass. Good, y'all bet.
Who said that? Y'all see how he be
You
acting?
said
So this man
in
is
a
a
large mass.
manipulator, bro. This man is a yo. Where did that ever come up in the conversation that we was having, bro?
Okay, do you want me to run it back?
You said.
So how many people did it kill?
He can't be trusted.
How many people did it kill? How many people did it kill?
Bro.
How many people did it kill? You see how he ducked that? So he won't readily admit that he's trying to say a mass amount of people.
What does that have to do with it?
Because it has to, it debunks your claim. That's what it has to do.
How does it debunk my claim? Explain.
Because you can't prove. Because you can't prove.
This tournament right here about to be one of your best, A1.
Listen, because it debunks your whole claim that Europeans gave indigenous Americans a food group that killed them in mass. So show us. So how many people?
He don't even listen.
How many? Listen,
he don't even listen.
Be quiet. Yes. How many people? How many people?
A food group that killed them in mass. That wasn't even a conversation.
When you punch on them, when you ask them common sense questions, they short circuit.
Hold on, because you are
they
now
short circuit. How many people were killed by these European?
No. You don't get to sway the conversation like that. Let me bring it back.
How many people were killed? That's your claim. I'm not swaying the conversation. I'm staying exactly on topic.
Y'all see how y'all know he about to cut his head off.
I'm staying exactly on topic. You said indigenous people. Be quiet for a second. Hey, do somebody got to mute him?
No, we
got to mute him, or
you
will
don't
you gain
get all
some
the talking
decorum?
time. You don't get.
So I'm trying to explain to you. I'm exactly on topic, right? You said Europeans brought their food over here, and it got Americans sick and killed off a lot of people to where it changed the demographic, right? That was your whole point.
No,
yes, you did. Your whole point. Listen, you're a liar, bro. Hold on. Let's go back and see your conversation.
When me and you was having a conversation, right? Wasn't we talking about how they died, how the native people here died off in mass, and we were talking about specific things and conjecture that killed them off? Right or wrong, OTK?
Yeah, he disagreed with you.
Right or wrong, OTK? You see, now he try. You see, yo, this is what be happening. Y'all be killing these brothers, boy. I be killing these boys, man.
No, hey, my bad, bro. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. I was trying to unmute. My fault.
Go ahead.
You said how they brought food over here and diseases over here that killed off almost a majority of the American Indians, and then your source said that it killed off 85 to 90% of the American Indians.
Caught him lying again.
That's the source that
caught
you
him lying.
Was I lying?
because of
OTK
food brought up what they brought up. Go ahead.
So OTK, the conversation that me and you had was talking about the amalgamation of things. Every time I brought up food, what did I say, OTK? Food was one of the things, correct? Did I not say that?
Yeah, you said it was one of the things. Yeah.
Did I say that it was the only thing?
I never said it was the only thing.
No, you didn't.
But what I'm saying is OTK. What I'm saying is,
why are you trying to
painting a false
red herring the conversation?
Man is disingenuous.
I didn't say that.
He's dissing. You did just say that.
No, I don't think.
No.
I don't think nobody thinks that it was just one thing, because me and you was talking about malaria and all kinds of stuff.
Exactly. Thank you. I brought that up too. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So we was talking about multiple things.
I was just trying to
talk about multiple things.
Right. So. I was just talking about the food part.
So now, did I ever say? Now watch this. Did I ever say food? Hold on, Cosmon. OTK. Did I ever say food alone killed a mass majority of people?
I didn't say you said that.
No,
you did say I said that.
Hold
bro.
on, hold on. So look. So now, since OTK the judge, OTK, did I say only food brought from Europe killed indigenous people, or did I state that he would have to show us which food group introduced into the America killed off this mass amount of people? And then he said, no, I didn't say they killed off a mass amount of people. And then I asked him, well, how many people did it kill off?
Before he said that, hold on. Before he said that, did he not say, I don't believe that the European brought in anything? Huh?
Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
Go ahead.
I was saying, he said, I don't believe that the Europeans brought anything over here, any food over here in large quantities. I said, yo, that's crazy. That's a crazy statement. Well, I'm not saying I don't believe they brought it over here and they killed the mass people. I said, that's not my claim. My claim, right, is what me and OTK was saying. Hold on 1 second. My claim is what me and OTK was talking about, right, is that there was an amalgamation of things that wiped out the native population of this land. That's my original claim. Food being one of them.
I don't even believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I don't even believe that.
That's why
if y'all don't believe, listen, if what y'all are saying is y'all don't believe it, or is that a fact? If it's a fact, show me evidence.
I mean, I just showed
show me otherwise.
Right. I just showed you.
Fact, bro.
Then show me otherwise.
I'm a fact.
Hold on, because
I'm a product of it, bro.
No, you gotta show. You see what? You see the flip-flap family up here trying to pull,
hey, man, y'all letting him straw man the conversation.
This is
y'all
crazy.
letting him straw man the conversation.
Just said, okay, if what I just said was false and y'all don't believe it, show evidence against what I presented. And they, instead of them showing evidence against what I presented, the first thing they're gonna say is, "Oh, I'm proof of it." How is that? That's fallacious. That's crazy.
Hold on, humble. Hold on. Am I not a primary source, humble? Yes.
No, you ain't no primary source. What field you an expert in?
Why would I not be hold on, humble? Why would I not be a primary source, humble?
What field are you an expert in? What books have you wrote? What books have you wrote that I can go read and quote you?
No.
What books can I go read and quote that you wrote?
Now I see. Hold on, bro. So now I see that you got to read books, and you
what
got
do you
to
mean?
be
Come on, man. Now we
scholar.
about to play this flip-flame trickery stuff, bro. Now you gotta read books, and how else do we learn anything? How did you learn? How you learn what you learn today? If you ain't read nothing, if you ain't acquire no knowledge, we ain't about to play them games, bro. That's crazy.
Man, he can't
my
show us
grandmama,
one food
from my
group that they
bloodline, from my
gave us
grandmama,
that turned around
my
and feed the
grandmama, my
world, man.
granddaddy.
He just lying.
And I guarantee one
He
of them
just
gonna turn
lying.
around and then try to share their
Memory
screen
books,
and read something after they talking about we don't gotta read. Nah, man, this is buffoonery right here, bro. This is
No, I
craziness.
didn't say that.
This is why
I
we
didn't
gotta
say
get
that.
this
this
out,
is why
bro.
you-
We gotta get
This
this
is why you
incoherence
gotta
out of
shut
our
liars
community,
down.
family.
Humble,
It's
This is why you
crazy.
gotta shut
nobody
liars
said that,
down.
Humble.
He listen.
What's
Nobody
going
said
on
that,
here?
Humble.
Hey, listen.
All
He
I'm
just
asking for is a genuine source to go against what I put up, and neither one of them can produce anything because it's the truth.
Wait a minute.
All they
won't
can
even
sit
let-
there and say is
you
down
can't get
around.
your breath
What
so
you
hot.
talking
We
about?
can't even get a word in edgewise because
This
your
is
breath so
crazy.
hot. You can't stop
Hold
talking.
on.
You so
What do you
emotional.
want a source on, Humble?
You a little girl. You emotional. Calm
What do you
down.
want a
Show
source
me,
on, Humble?
show me that the Europeans didn't bring any food over here when they
That
came over
poisoned
here.
Americans. You gotta
You're
put that
agreeing
in
with me then,
context.
Cosman. You are agreeing with me
Poison
when you say that.
Americans.
Duh.
One.
Duh. Isn't that what I said? Wasn't that
What?
my claim,
That
OTK?
they poison Americans.
Wasn't
What
that
is
my
it?
claim, OTK?
Show us what it is.
Wasn't that my claim, OTK? That the food that they brought over here was harming the native people over
Americans,
here.
right.
So now
What
he's
is it?
agreeing with me.
What
Come
is
on.
it?
Yo, this is,
No,
that is
I
what you
don't.
said.
this is rhetorical.
Yeah,
Man,
that
this
is
is
what you said.
ridiculous.
I'm
That
just,
is what you
but
said,
what
Humble.
that ain't what I
Humble.
said.
Calm
Man,
down,
I ain't
Humble.
saying what you saying.
He's
I'm saying what I'm
I
saying.
think we agreeing, Humble.
He's so emotional.
Humble. I think we agreeing. I think we just saying things different ways. And I think we got a different understanding. And some people might know more than the next, Humble. We agree with you. Yes, food was one of the things, like the pig. But we already had a form of the pig over here, which
But ain't nobody talking about
or
that
the
form of
boar.
the pig.
We had
We
that
talking
over
about
here,
what we
though.
talking
You know what
about.
I mean? The reason,
There's no
and
even
another
proof
thing
of that.
too.
Hold on
and
one
another
second,
thing,
family.
The
Hold on one
Soto
second,
brought the
family.
pigs
Let
over
me
here.
hop in here real quick. Let me do a little moderation,
DeSoto,
family. We got Kojo
but we
up on
know
the
who
panel. OTK, I'm gonna let you get in right after this, Brody. Let me
Hold
just
up,
introduce
Humble.
Kojo
We
real
know who
fast,
brought
bro.
the pig here.
Hold on. Hey, what's up, brother Kojo? What's up? Thank you for joining the panel, bro.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, what's up, Humble?
Peace and
Peace
blessings
to
to you,
A1,
Kojo. Peace
peace
and blessings to you,
to
bro.
the panel,
We need to
OTK,
have a good conversation about this,
Karma,
man, and not be
Cosman,
so.
and Humble yourself. And yeah,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
just here to chime in a little bit on what you guys are saying. And I know OTK and Cosman don't believe, or they're not really sure whether that what you're talking about happened in terms of that mass murderation, should I say, of the Americans. So my question would be, if you think there was some kind of mass murderation going on, then show me one gravesite in America, basically, of this genocide that took place.
I got you.
What
Yeah,
genocide?
I
I never
was
spoke
asking.
about a genocide. That
Yeah,
would be humble.
let's get back on topic. Go ahead, finish what you were saying, OTK.
I was saying I didn't speak.
Hold
on
on.
genocide.
Were you
That
guys
was
talking
humble.
about some disease that wiped
wasn't me.
out the Americans? When you wasn't
Yeah,
that
we
you
was
were talking
denying
about?
that.
Am I wrong?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was denying that.
Yeah, I know you guys were denying it. I'm asking Humble because Humble said
We was denying that.
Say what?
I think OTK got a delay, Kojo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was asking Humble if you could point out one.
Now, if
gravesite,
you asking about mass graves from wars, that's a whole nother level, because I can show you graves and I can show you burial sites and stuff like that from 1500s all the way to 1800s of American Indians fighting wars over here with all types of those foreigners.
And our food from over here saved Europe. Our food from over here saved Europe. You dig what I'm talking about?
We saved Europe.
So, with things like potatoes, maize, tomatoes, tobacco, all that stuff come from America. We saved them. So I don't think that they gave us a food crop that First of all, it would have had to been amalgamated to America to even grow in America. They wouldn't have known. They would have had to been here a grow season to at least try to grow it, right? Or you dig what I'm talking about? Introduce whatever they trying to do. It would have took generations and populations, years and years, for it would have affected the already built-in American culture. You dig what I'm saying? Because
even the
you got to remember, before 1500,
you had
before
Africans on that boat with them, Cosmo.
Right. You got to remember also the thing that saved Europe: potatoes, maize, tomatoes, all stuff like that. Before 1500, potatoes were only grown in South America.
Big facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? And the trade that came in is called the Columbian Exchange. It didn't have nothing to do with the people up here.
Correct.
They never made it up here.
And that's what he brought up. He brought up the Columbian Exchange, Cosmon. That's what his source brought up. The Columbian
and that's
Exchange.
what debunks him.
And that shit showed beans and all kind of stuff. Yeah, that killed. But that's why I try to tell Humble. Terrible. Do you got anything
Can we read something that y'all are talking about?
Or are you just looking at
it? I mean,
can we read something that? Because I'm the only one up here sharing the screen. I'm the only one up here.
Oh, you want me to share the screen real quick? I'll share the screen. I'll share the screen. I'll show you. I'll show you. We fed them.
I probably.
Hold on. I'll show you. We fed them, not the other way around. I'll show you that we fed them, right? We fed them and not the other way around. Share my screen. This is common knowledge. This is common. Everybody should know this. If you got past the 10th grade, you should know this.
A1, how you share your screen on a laptop? This is my first time being on a laptop and trying to share my screen.
At the bottom, you're gonna see a square with a plus in the middle, bro. You at the bottom of your screen, you're gonna see right next to your mic, right next to your camera, you're gonna see a square. Yep, and that's how you just get wherever you need.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Bet.
Right. Let me show y'all something, right? This is common knowledge from Wiki. You dig what I'm talking about?
This is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, guess what? It's got sources. Hold on, right here. Here go sources from Willie Lay from December 1965, The Health of Aromatic Herb. Right? This is common knowledge. You should know this. Right? The potatoes' contribution to the population and urbanization, evidence of a historical experiment from the Quarterly Journal of Economics. The sources are there, right?
What do this have to do with Europeans bringing in food?
We're showing you it went the other way around.
This not showing anything. How?
Right? Because listen, you listen. What? You're just emotional. Why are you so emotional? Why are you emotional?
Y'all be on that flam, bro.
Why are you so emotional? We can't even read without you talking. Your voice all high and cracking.
Was just getting out.
Come on, dude. Come on.
This is terrible, bro.
Come on. Listen, this just debunks you. I'm just showing you that it went the other way around. It went from America to Europe, not Europe to America. Watch this. Because of the new trading resulting in the Columbian Exchange, several plants native to America spread around the world, including potatoes, maize, tomatoes, and tobacco. Before 1500, just like I was telling y'all, potatoes were not grown outside of South America. But by the 18th century, they were cultivated and consumed widely in Europe and had become an important crop in both India and North America. Potatoes eventually became an important staple food in the diets of many Europeans, contributing to an estimated 12 to 25% of the population growth in Afro-Eurasia between 1700 and 1900.
Big fact.
Huh? I'm not making none of this up. I'm just showing you the facts go against your assumption.
So they don't understand the word trade mean both ways, family. I'm sure. I'm glad somebody in the comments paying attention, family. He's
Okay.
saying that he's showing me that the Europeans didn't import
It don't
any
say
cotton.
change.
Hold on.
Hey,
No. I just sat here and let him get it in.
Well,
It's my time.
Okay.
Hold on. Yo,
Show
it's
us
two
what
of
they
y'all,
gave.
bro. Hold.
Show
Time
us
out. It's
what
2 of y'all,
food
bro.
they trading
It's
us
2 of
with.
y'all. I
Show
gotta
us
get it
what
in where I
food
fit
they
in. It's 2 of y'all, bro. So hold on. Let me get it in. I ain't gonna be too long. So he just sat here and made a claim that he was debunking the fact that the Europeans didn't bring anything in. It was the other way around. And so he showed you the fact that from the Colombian exchange, family, exchange, it ain't the Colombian
What did they give them?
Hold on. It ain't the
Pluma y
Colombian.
plata.
Hold on, Cosmon. It's not the Colombian export. It's not the Colombian import. It's the Colombian exchange, which means they were bringing stuff here, and it was being exchanged. So, but that's not what he's saying. Because what am I saying?
wasn't food.
I'm saying hold on. I'm saying that they are bringing stuff in. Cosmon is just using
What? That's
this.
not food, though.
Hold on.
It's not
Cosmon is
food.
using this to strictly say that they were just bringing stuff out. When in
I
his
do.
very source, it says it's an exchange. It wasn't just an
They
outsourcing.
weren't exchanging food.
What are you?
You're stupid. You can't read.
Bro.
Remember? You don't
Bro.
read well. Watch this. Remember, look, listen, the Spanish got it from the South Americans.
This is crazy, bro.
Watch this. Hold on. The introduction of the potato to the old world accounts for 47% of the increase in urbanization between 1700 and 1900. Look,
that's
cassava,
just the potato. We're talking about food.
It is about food. Remember, you said they bought a food. What food did they exchange? I'm telling you, the exchange was called pluma y plata. Get down or lay down. You're going to get the bullet or the pen. Which one is you going to get? Silver or the copper? Which one you want? Right? They weren't exchanging food. Silly man. Just because you see the word exchange doesn't mean that the Europeans were giving Americans food because the Americans were giving them food. That doesn't mean that.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Hey,
yeah, I'll
let
let
me just
you
say
know.
this. Let me just say
Hold
this
on.
on a side note.
Go ahead.
On a side note, what you just pulled up basically suggests that America was the land of milk and honey, and that was the first world. They provided food for everyone because the food that even Africans eat come from America. So that will tell
we
you.
stated that. We believe you, Kojo.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So the point I'm trying to make is that Africans are Americans, Asians, and Europeans.
The food that come from Africa do come from America. He right. Cassava was introduced from South America by the Portuguese.
If he's saying the food that comes from that's in Africa come from America through trade, then okay, we got some common ground. But if he is saying that the indigenous food that was here when they were there go all the way there through to migration or something, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they got journals about it, bro.
Yeah, they were migrating.
They got journals about how the food went bad.
No, they wilding now.
Yeah,
no, we gotta
hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. If they were
no, they wilding now, bro.
Hold on. If they were exchanging, hold on. If they were exchanging, hold on. If the Portuguese were exchanging goods in Colombia, if they were exchanging goods in Colombia, that means they were migrating, traveling all across the world, at least from Portugal to Colombia, because they were trading at least that far.
Oh my gosh. Do y'all see how far they're trying to
For one, we got to understand the Portuguese and the Spanish are two different travelers at this time, too.
You gotta
the Portuguese and the Spanish.
These people terrible, family.
Look, the cassava was introduced.
Let's share oh no, is that quantum?
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Don't take that. Hold on. Look what it say. Look what he's trying to do. When he punch on him, he start crying. Because look, cassava, which is a big part of the meals in Western Africa today, right? Like jollof and all that stuff, is made out of cassava. right? What he doesn't know is the cassava was introduced from South America by the Portuguese in the 16th century and gradually replaced sorghum and millet as Africa's most important food crop. Hadouken.
That's not the claim. What do that have to do with the claim that I
The
made?
claim you made was that Europeans gave the Americans a food group that got them sick, along with disease,
That's not the
along
claim I
with other
made.
claims, along with other
You
claims.
don't hear
So we're
well.
just
Y'all see how
focusing.
he be flag,
We're
bro.
just focusing on the food. Why can everybody else understand this, but you can't?
No, nobody understands that. OTK literally just agreed what we was talking about the food being one reason, the food that the Europeans
I agree with that. We're talking about food and disease, right?
Okay.
So guess what? I'm
You
just
keep
focusing
hold
on
on one
food.
second. Hold on
I'm
one second.
focusing. Hold on. I'm focusing on
keep trying
food
to
because
introduce
we're
the
showing
claim I
that
never
it
made.
didn't go. Your claim is
Oh
that
my
a food from Europeans came over here and got Americans sick. We're showing that primarily that is not true, and he can't, and you can't prove it because you can't show us the food group that got them sick.
All right, let me let's listen. Don't worry about it.
Showing again that you got poor scholarship.
We are going to, as soon as you're done sharing your screen, I'm gonna share my screen. Don't worry about it.
Go ahead. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. On the larger scale, right? Hold on. Spanish colonizers of the 16th century introduced new staple crops to Asia from the Americas, including maize and sweet potatoes, contributing to population growth there too. Showing you what Kojo was saying. We the breadbasket of the world. On a larger scale, the introduction of potatoes and maize to the old world improved people's nutrition throughout the Eurasian landmass, enabling more varied and abundant food production. Okay, now I'm done.
All right.
Now we want to see that.
He showed, right? Hold on. You said you was done.
All right,
now,
but we want to see that food that they brought over here.
Hold on. Y'all see, every time I get, you see, but he said I'm the sensitive one, though.
You are
sensitive. He can't be quiet for 3 seconds, but he's having a sensitive one. So,
sensitive.
And now he be wanting to know why I cut him off all the time, because he can't let nobody else talk.
Because you
so
emotional.
Listen, right? Mind you, he just showed you an outsource of potatoes and maize, right? But this is simple stuff. Was food imported when Europeans got to this land? Yes. Food was actively imported from Europe when the colonists and explorers first arrived in the Americas. Though relying on imports was generally a temporary measure while they worked to establish their own agriculture here. So they wouldn't have to keep importing food. So the food that they imported here, they established. No, I did not. They established the agriculture. Hold on. See, y'all see how y'all see? So, mind you, they imported food and then they established the agriculture while they imported food. When Europeans traveled to the Americas, beginning of the Christopher Columbus voyage and continuing through the colonization eras in the 16th and 17th and 18th century, supplying expeditions and early settlements required continuous maritime trade, which means they were overly trading food here and outsourcing other resources. It's not just they was just outsourcing other resources. It wasn't nothing coming in. Maritime trade was content. Hush and let me finish. It does not mean that it was just outsourcing. It means continuous maritime trade. Trade, I don't think they know the definition of trade, family. Let's get into it. Key aspects of food imports during this period include initial survival rations, early settlements, fleets such as those arriving at Jamestown and Plymouth brought heavy sources of non-perishable food from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their food locally. So they brought food until they can harvest it locally, right? Crops. What they say? Well, America already had their crops. Of course.
So that means America gave them food.
Hold on, Cosmo.
That means America gave them food. Hadouken.
Hush and let me go. No,
you slow, bro.
Does not mean
you're dumb.
This nigga cannot read. First off, this nigga cannot read. He cannot read. Where does it say American gave them food at? Where does it say American gave them food at, dummy? Where right here does it say American gave them food? It don't make any sense. They don't make hush up and let me finish. Hush your
until
mouth
they
and let
could
me
harvest
finish.
their
Hush
first
your mouth and
local
let me
crop.
finish. Because
Stupid.
you just
Local
like to
crops
spin
are from
narratives, bro.
here,
Let's get
dummy.
into it. Let's get into it. Right?
Local
Establishing
crops from
European
here.
agriculture, the Columbian exchange. Europeans did not to rely forever on expensive long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds, plants, and livestock. They brought wheat, barley, rye, rice, onions, garlic, grapes, and citrus fruits along. Livestock like cattle, pigs. Remind y'all, they was just agreeing me. They brought the pig over here, and now they saying they didn't import anything over here. Yo, this is how they like to lie, family, and they like to call me the flim flam. Man, what? Come on, bro. This is crazy. This is
They
crazy.
didn't have none of that shit.
They got pigs, sheep, and horses, and they introduce horses over here. They won't tell you
Horses
about
are
that.
indigenous to America. How did they introduce them to here?
Come on, man. Let me finish.
True.
Let me finish with the nonsense.
Horses are indigenous to
with
America.
The nonsense. Get out of here. Let me finish with nonsense.
How
The
did they
shift to
introduce a
local
horse?
indigenous food, while luxury items, certain spices, alcohols, and manufactured goods continue to be imported from Europe.
Imported. So they didn't bring food.
Yo,
they didn't bring food.
Let me finish. You see how they like the? You see why he keep trying to overtalk me, because he trying to spin this narrative of what I'm actually reading. How didn't they bring food? It's telling you right here they brought food and started their own agriculture. He's the only one on the panel. Oh my gosh, bro, this is crazy. This is crazy, bro. Let me land my plane, bro, because they cutting their own self. They don't even know what they saying, bro. And this is what I mean when I say bring sources. You see how he talked about the exportation of potatoes, but I talked about the importation. We was talking about hold on one second. We was talking about the importation of European goods, and they tried to sit here and act like Europeans didn't import any goods. Everything they got over here, they got from the indigenous man over here. That is a lie.
It's imported,
you see how they like to lie to you, family? And they say I'm disingenuous. They are some liars. This is crazy talk, man. I'm landing my plane. Go ahead.
Listen, okay, bring your source back up. Bring your source back up.
Y'all gotta do all the work now. I'm landing my plane. I'm watching the shit show.
All right, bring your source back up. Because your own source debunk you. It said they brought imperishables, and then they had to wait on the local crops. They started plantations here, growing fruit and stuff here, and imported them to Europe, not the other way around. They didn't give us food.
You see how he lied just that fast, family? You see how he lied?
Seen it. You wouldn't bring your source back up.
I'm about to bring it back up right now.
Let's see if they were using local stocks.
I'm about to
go ahead, bring your source back up.
Right, I'm about to bring it up right now. Watch this.
We know you don't read well, so we know your comprehension is low.
This is crazy
work. Hey,
right
I want to correct Cosmon quickly. Just a slight correction. You said cassava jollof was made out of cassava. No, it's not. Rice is also came from America. So
what you said jollof is? Oh, yeah. No, I was talking about what's that soup that they got that's made out of cassavas.
I don't know.
Ingeo? Is it in? Well,
fufu.
Anyway, it's like a little fufu. No, wait a minute. Fufu is the is that little doughy?
The pounding, the one they pound.
No, I'm not talking about the dough. I'm talking about the soup made out of cassavas.
I have no idea about that.
Yeah, it's a West Coast staple. You dig what I'm saying?
All right. So now let me read my source that he just lied about. Right. It says Europeans did not want to rely forever on expensive long-distance imports from across the Atlantic.
So they was relying on our food.
Hold on. You see, this is why he keep misinterpreting what I'm saying, because he can't be quiet long enough for me to read. Hold on. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds, plants, and livestock.
Where were they planting them?
Barley, rye, wheat, barley, rye, rice, onion, garlic, grapes, and citrus fruits alongside livestock like cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses.
Where are they
This is what
planting
they imported. They didn't get none of this from America. They imported these
Where are
things.
they?
Now you
Where
bring up
are they
no.
planting the seed?
Now you bring up something that debunked this. You bring
Okay.
up something that
All
debunked
right.
this.
Are you done? See,
I'm
he
done.
wouldn't answer. He wouldn't answer you. And he wouldn't answer where are these quote unquote old world seeds being planted, these plants and all this stuff being grown at. It's in America and they're importing to Europe. Now go up in your source. Go up a little bit. Go up some more.
See the disingenuous.
Go up some more. Listen.
How do he say? How do he say? Joe, this man is crazy, bro. He just literally agreed with what I
Hold
said.
on, I thought you was done.
As you
I thought you was done, little girl. Little girl, why you can't shut up? Why you can't stop talking?
No, because you disingenuous, bro.
I stopped talking when you was up here lying and couldn't read. When you don't read well, I let you go ahead and put your neck in the noose.
You lie to the people like that. You disingenuous. Get your facts.
Yeah, just come on, chill out for a minute, bro. Go back up in the source, right? Because you see, right here, they was tired of this long trip, right? Long distance imports from across the Atlantic, right? From America. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds. Where? In America. And they created farms and imported the stuff here, there. Right? If you will go up, a little bit, don't be so disingenuous your whole life. Go up. I just want to show you that even his own sources said they had to come here and wait till they could harvest local crops. Right? Go up. Go ahead. Even his own source debunked it. Go ahead. Go up a little bit.
1 second, family. Hold on 1 second, cuz I'm changing rims real fast. I'm coming right back. Give me a second.
All right, just go up a little bit real quick before you go. Just roll up a little bit. Scroll up. See?
And while he does that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors. Okay, he scrolled up. Go ahead, Kaz.
Okay. Go back up to the part where it's talking about you just gotta go up a little bit more.
Yeah, I will go to a word from our sponsors while he gets that together. Starting this weekend, coming up, we have the $1,000 tournament, Clash of the Titans 1.0. If you didn't know, now you know.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Right.
Yes, we upped the ante. The last tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist walked away with $500. This tournament, somebody's going home $1,000 winner, plus $50 for each round you win on the way to the finals. You know how we coming. Definitely putting some money back into the community and into the debaters' pockets, man. You guys work hard. You deal with a lot of stress when it comes to this, and you put work into these presentations, and y'all deserve to be paid for y'all work. What else? Back to you, gentlemen.
Right. So nobody is making a claim that Europeans didn't eat food, or that they didn't.
All right, I'm back, family.
Or that they didn't bring food with them to sustain them on their journey. What the claim that was made was that Europeans gave Americans food groups or livestock that killed them in mass. Right? And then he's going to try to say that, oh, I'm not telling the whole story. In mass, we're talking about the food and diseases, but I'm talking about just the food. I'm showing that there was no major crop that they introduced to America that got Americans sick enough to where any mass group died. Right? And to show you that most of what they were eating, right, was different from the stock that they were bringing from Europe, is that it's in its own source. It show you right here, the early settlement fleets, right? These would have been the 1500s, 1400s, Colombo and them, right? DeSoto and them, right? Such as those arising in Jamestown or Plymouth, brought heavy stores. They brought them with them of non-perishable foods, right? This typically included, look, salts, pork, beef, dried fish, hardtack, ship biscuits, peas, oatmeal, beer, wine, and olive oil, right? But they brought heavy stores of non-perishable foods from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their first local crops. Right? This blows a hole in the idea that they brought shit here. They were dealing with indigenous groups, trading with them, right, to get their first crops, and the Americans probably showed them and did, per history, how to survive.
That's not what that's. Do y'all see how this man is so this man is crazy.
Hold on, this
man is a liar, bro.
Hold on. This is historically known. Hold on, this is literally the story.
This is their own local crops, man.
Yeah.
No.
Local crops.
Since I see you don't have a high comprehension, let me break it down for you. Right? It's crazy the person who can't read got to break it down for the person who can. Right? The first local crops, mean when they brought their seeds and stuff, they brought enough for when that ran out. They already had stuff planted, so they don't have to keep going back and forth. That's what that means. That don't mean they got their crops from the indigenous people. That don't mean that. Yo, he terrible, bro.
Because they brought.
Listen. How is that an assumption when we read?
You know, because
hold on, Cosmon. How is that an assumption when we're reading the lines down here?
Let me answer the question.
Hold
on, let me answer the question.
Every time I'm busting his head, he want to answer a question.
Hold on, you want to ask 13 questions in a row.
Availability of supply lines.
Let's address this.
Relying on imported food was risking often led to disaster. Ships were. That was my whole point. Was that not my whole point from the beginning? The Europeans imported stuff here.
Imported what?
And you're going to say that the potato and stuff was exported. How did I even go to my claim? What I was saying, you don't even make sense.
It goes against
and you're agreeing with me. He just
can we get y'all to stop arguing over each other and get back to like some discourse that we can actually understand?
He ain't got no decorum.
Y'all been arguing for a while. I ain't say nothing for a while, but it never toned back down. Y'all gotta.
So let me answer. He asked me a question. A1, go back up right there. Right. It shows that they're bringing food stores with them, right?
That is my claim.
Wasn't till later, and in the story of Jamestown and Plymouth, if anybody knows any history, this is where your whole stories of Thanksgiving come from. The indigenous people showed them how to plant, right? This is right in the source if you know history, but you're not smart. Right? And hold on, be quiet. When I get to proving that you're not intelligent and your comprehension is low, instantly you turn into a mushmouth girl, right? And you can't shut up, right? See, they were relying on imported foods, right? They were relying on that until when? The first local crops for Europeans, right? It would have been American crops being
prove it
totally in America. It says, it don't say that they brought none of that shit and brought their stuff over here and grew it. Because what we see is what they bring back to Europe from the local crop is maize, potatoes, tobacco, everything, tubers, all those indigenous to the Americas is what they brought back to Europe from the local crops.
Okay, it's my turn. So first off, he's gonna have to prove where they got their crop when they brought their stuff over here. He has to prove that the word local here mean the American tribes crops. He got to prove that. And see, he just be the manipulation is real. Let's read this one more time, family. Let's read this one more time. Put it in its proper context. Early settlement fleets such as those arriving at Jamestown or Plymouth.
Okay, where are they arriving from?
Hold on. You see. We just said chill out with that. Chill. Right? Brought heavy stores to non-perishable foods from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their first local crops. Right?
So
that means that hold on. That means they brought food with them, perishables, right? Until they got there where they can then plant seeds and they can have their own harvest. This is local crops. It's local. So you know they're not going out and getting it from anybody else. Listen, right? It says,
how you agree with me?
Hold on. It said this typically includes salted meals, pork, beef. They'll be the first to tell you that they didn't even deal with stuff like pork and beef. That was something a European introduced. They just agreed with me about the pig. So if that's the case, then how are you sitting here saying they didn't import these things? Dried fish, right? Hard rock, shit, biscuit, peas. Y'all know this. He just went over it. But let's finish reading. This is the part that he don't want to read because he want to make up his own narrative, right? The vulnerability of supply line, right? Relying on imported foods, which we don't agree now. He want to agree with me that Europe imported foods now, finally. Right?
Starving time. Look at that.
Often led to disaster. Ships were frequently delayed, lost at sea, or wrecked during.
They gave us some food during starving.
Bro, stop doing that. Hold on. Right, prayers like Jamestown, starving time, 1609 and 1610, when expected supply ships failed to arrive, were destroyed en route. Colonists faced catastrophic famine. Right, watch this. Establishing European agriculture. Did they say establishing Native American agriculture? Absolutely not. They said establishing European agriculture. Europeans did not want to rely forever on expensive long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world. Now, family, when we talking about the new world and the old world, we knew what was the new world, right? We know America was the new world. What was the old world, family? The old world was Europe. Right, so they planting old world seeds, so they're planting European seeds. This right here show you how he's a liar. He's saying they was planting American seeds. This says they was planting European seeds, old world seeds, plants and livestock. They brought wheat. They brought wheat over. Barley, they brought barley over. Rye, they brought rye over. Rice, they brought rice over. Onions, they brought these things over with them. Cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses. Right? This is what they brought over here. Shift to local and indigenous foods. While luxury items, certain spices, alcohol, and manufactured goods continue to be imported from Europe, not to Europe, but from Europe, I don't think Cosmo know how to comprehend these things. For those who could afford them, colonies quickly adapted and integrated indigenous American crops, such as maize, squash, beans, potatoes. Now do y'all see how he tried to play the flim flam? After they didn't already had that stuff, now they already incorporated. So this is a trade. This is why he don't know anything about the word exchange, the Columbian exchange. right? The trade. He don't know nothing about that. He think that the beans and squash was just exported. He don't know anything was imported. This is, and then, yo, they just some walking contradictions, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll land my
All
plane.
right. This is
I'm
just,
just keeping
you know,
quiet
this.
because hold on. I'm just keeping quiet because I don't believe in this Google stuff, and so therefore, but I agree with Cosman when Cosman's narrative because I believe America was the old world, but hey, I'm just listening. So you guys go ahead.
Well, it per his own source. At the same time, he's saying they came and fed us, right? And fed us enough to get a nation sick where a mass amount of people were killed. They were starving in Europe. They were eating their own dogs, right? So I find it highly unlikely at a time where, first of all, if you didn't know, they were in a mini ice age. Right? You probably didn't, you probably never even took that into account as into why they were starving. Why did they go on into the time of exploration? You dig what I'm talking about? Colonizing other people. You dig what I'm saying? So when we actually look at what's going on in the world, it makes sense that they would go to where the food is, right? Trying to save themselves. Right, we see that over the time, even during with the story of Plymouth, their supplies from Europe ran out. Right, it wasn't able to supply itself, keep itself going, so they had to learn how to grow local crops. Right, they had to grow local crops. Your own source says that. So nobody is trying to say that there was never a European that came over here and didn't get nobody sick. Nobody is never saying somebody never ate one piece of whatever you saying came from Europe and never got a person sick. We're not saying that. That's an absolute. But what we are saying is there is no historical objective proof of millions of North Americans, Aboriginals, indigenous Negroes, right, dying in masses because of a food that was introduced from Europeans.
Now, do y'all see how disingenuous he is? He agreed with all of the points I was making, and then he going to try to throw in his own point in there as if that's what I said. He said, we agree, right, that food was one of the things that made the people sick. Okay, y'all know that was my.
I didn't say that. I'm saying I don't agree.
You see, come on now, come chill out.
No, what? Listen, just to frame it to the people. Hold on, just so you don't. Just so you don't. Hold on, just so you don't quote me wrong.
Exactly what you said. That's why.
No, just so you don't quote me wrong. I totally disagree with your point. I disagree with it. I'm not agreeing.
All right, so
I'm
just
saying there is no food stock introduced by Europeans that got Americans sick enough to kill a mass group.
That's not my point.
None of it.
That's not my point.
Yeah, it is.
You know that
is
your
point. Yes, that is your. Okay, what is your point?
What my point is?
What is your point?
Never my point. My point was right. While we know there was a mass dying of people over here,
you don't know that.
Yes, we do know that. Hold on. My point is, food was one of those ingredients that helped the cause of them getting sick. One of the most ingredients. Me and Quantum got me and OTK was up here talking about the multiple things that
he didn't agree with you neither.
Come on, yo, stop cutting me up. But you see, when I do this to you, now I become a crybaby. Chill out, bro. So me and OTK was up here having conversations about the multiple things that led to the death of the native population here, right? And he was talking about the diseases and things of that nature. I included, and food was one of those things as well. Food was one of those contributing benefactors, right? Then I pulled the source on that. Then they try to argue with me about the source that I pulled when I asked them, okay, well, can you provide a source that go against what my source say? Neither one of them wanted to provide a source.
I did.
Then Cosmo wanted to talk about how potatoes was exported, right, from America to all these other places, when that was never my point. My point was Europeans brought food over here that the native people was not familiar with, right? And it did more harm to them than good. Did I say that it killed all of them? No,
nobody said all.
He just
you
agreed
said a
with,
significant amount, though.
Agreed with
so
me.
I asked you what was that number.
Agreed with me on the same point I just made. Did he not, OTK? Did he not? When we talked about the pigs being brought over here, didn't he agree with me?
No.
Yes, you did agree. Yo, this man is a lot. Yo, this man is so disingenuous, bro. This man is terrible.
Are you done?
This man terrible, bro.
Are you done? See, I told y'all he don't comprehend well. He framed the conversation all twisted. He keeps saying,
"How you want to make me frame my argument? I have to keep repeating my argument to you because you don't understand my argument.
I totally understand your argument. Your argument was to add on. Hold on. First of all, your argument was to say, right? Now let's show you that I was paying attention and that you're just not intelligent enough to follow along. Your argument was that not only food stocks, but diseases killed off mass groups of Americans.
My argument was food help in the process of getting the native people here sick. That was my argument.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I said.
That's not what you said. You said food and disease was the reason for the large scale insurrection of the people. That's not what I said.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, that is what you said.
That's not what I said.
Hold on. And then, well, everybody sees that's exactly that you're saying food was a major part.
I didn't even say major. I said food was a part of the process.
What food?
What do you mean? The food that the Europeans introduced to the land. The food.
No, it wasn't. No, it didn't hurt them.
We just sat here and talked about how the pig hurt the people, right?
We already ate pig.
But what do you mean? So now he piggybacking.
We're talking about. Hold on. Wait a minute. We already ate pigs before they got here.
They introduced
before Europeans got here. We was already eating pigs.
Where was the horse at?
When I say pigs,
the horse at before the European.
What?
Where was the horse at before the European?
In America.
So why the native people here how to get taught how to ride horses instead of already knowing how to ride horses? Yes, they did. Man, yo, this man is disingenuous, bro. See, yo, this term.
You just regurgitating white man supremacist talking points, ignorantly regurgitating what. Hold on. Hey, listen, I can't even get a word in edgewise. I'm punching on this boy so bad. You dig what I'm talking about? So look, the thing is that I'm showing them. You dig what I'm saying? It's oxymoronic at a time, right? To think when a people is starving that they're going to come and give you food. In the exchange, they exchanged other things than food, right? And then we see really what the exchange is for the most part was bullets. You either get down or you're going to lay down. They went in with a thing called recomendamiento, which is the Reconquista. You did what I'm talking about, where they were going to conquer lands on purpose, right? They came with the Bible in one hand and had the pistol behind their back. So the exchange actually happened one way because things were being taken, right? They didn't have anything to give, right? So again, and to show that you have poor comprehension, right? I stated, just like you stated, right? You said food killed off was one of the reasons that it killed off a large amount of people, just like the disease. I pointed out specifically that there was no food crop ever introduced by Europeans that killed off a major group of Americans ever. And why I brought up the pig as destructive to the people is because today we're having a very bad problem of feral pigs, right? And now they didn't cut them with a pig that got out of a laboratory, and they're producing these things called super boars. They're like 2 to 3 times bigger than the normal, and they're super intelligent, right? So they are trampling many of the black farms and all this stuff all across the world, tearing up stuff all across any farm. Majorly in Canada and stuff and all that too. The indigenous people are having a heck of a time with these things. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's open season up on them. You can just kill them anywhere, which is crazy, but you know. But I was showing you that I was totally on topic when I brought up the fact that you can't show us a food group that could kill off, right? Your assumption is that it's happening. We're doubting your assumption, right? You haven't showed us one that could kill off the indigenous stocks or my people, right? So with that being said, we went to debunk that idea that millions were either killed, millions and millions were killed by a disease like the narrative is, or that millions were killed by food, being that the indigenous stocks still eat those foods today, right? And population has boomed, right? So if you believe the starving people brought their stuff here to save us, right? I think you need to look at the historical narrative. It's primarily the other way around, but the historical narrative written through Western European eyes puts them as the lead and the conqueror. And when the basic thing you're trying to tell the people is that the indigenous of America wasn't shit and that they didn't have anything. You dig what I'm talking about? And all they did have to give was, I guess, some food or something. When they were turning around, they were giving us their people. That's all they had to give. Right? Many of the parts you got to remember, early 1600s, they were eating children. Right? They had been snatching people fresh off the shores for a long time. This is where the invention of kidnapping comes from. And in the late 1800s, they changed the word into blackbirding when they start doing it over in the Pacific. Right? What they had to give was themselves. Right? This is why they're emptying their jails and stuff into the Americas. This is why they called Australia New Holland, because they were populating them with the lowest rung of peasant stock everywhere. They were moving them out of Europe. You dig what I'm saying? So I find it hard that a people who came over here, and even all the way into the 1800s, look at the Europeans that came over here. They created what we know as ghettos. All right, emulating their lifestyles that they had overseas.
All right, let me get it in, bro.
You dig what I'm saying? So go ahead.
All right, so let me share my screen real quick. All right, so let me go back. I'm going to show you how Cosmon does not listen very well. My initial statement, right, was Europeans brought food over here that contributed to the sickness of the people of this land. We never talked about the food causing mass killings and stuff. No. I said the sickness, nutritional illness called food shock. He don't listen. You see how he try to spin the narrative? Oh man, there's a mass food. This is Houdini trickery. Let's get into this, man. Right? The historical proof of the consensus regard in both groups of, as they demonstrate how inputted foods and dietary shifts impacted them. Part 1, Native American and food shock, imported foods. He wanted to get up here and talk about export, outsourcing foods, the potato, the squash, the maize we feeding these people. I'm simply making a statement about the imported foods of the Europeans, right? So it's while the catastrophic collapse of the Native American population, estimated at 50 to 95% reduction, was primarily driven out by old world infectious diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza, to which they had no immunity. Food and ecological disruptions also cause widespread sickness. That's my whole point. And starvation, right? So let's get down here in Africa, right? Europe's food, right, faced dietary shift, unfamiliar and spoiled rations, right? Captives were abruptly switched from their traditional West African diets, which were rich in yams, plantains, rice, fresh vegetables, palm oil, and fresh fish, to cheap, non-perishable, highly processed European bulk foods meant to last months at sea. Standard rations often included horse beans, imported European biscuits, and low-grade salt meats, beef and pork, preserved with massive amounts of salt. Right? Digestive blockage. What did I say? The imported foods did what? Made our people sick. Digestive blockage and intestinal distress. Historical studies show of slave ships' conditions note that their European breed and dry corso grains frequently cause severe internal blockage. Captives' digestive systems, unaccustomed to these dense, heavy, salted, and often rancid provisions, reacted with severe abdominal pain, swelling, and acute diarrhea. Does that not agree with what I'm saying? The imported food that the Europeans brought over here made our people sick because we was not accustomed to it, from the Native Americans and the Europeans. Now let's go over here to the other one that he keep misquoting. So I'm gonna show you where he don't listen to that one either, right? Let's go over here. Native American European food imports. Let's see right here. Bang. Right? Oh no, so this was the grave sites. The dude was asking for the grave sites. Right? Do we have Native American grave sites? So let's go over here to no, this is just a food shop. Where my thing at, bro? I was just had it up.
But Humble, correct me if I'm wrong. What you just read, wasn't that piece that you read about the diseases and stuff, wasn't that referring to the Africans rather than the Native Americans?
No, the Native Americans. No, the Native Americans was with the disease.
That ain't us though.
The Africans, they changed their diets on a slave ship.
It ain't got nothing to do with us.
Oh, here it is right here, the European food import. So this is where he keep getting wrong, right? So now he's saying the Europeans relied heavily on food sources until they was able to get food from the native people that was here. That's not what this says. This says they brought over rations, and then what they did was they established European agriculture. It don't say they established Native American agriculture. They didn't establish African agriculture. They established European agriculture. What did they call it, family? The Columbian exchange. Not the Columbian import, not the Columbian output, the Columbian exchange. Why was it called the Columbian exchange? Right? Because Europeans did not want to rely forever on expensive, long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, quickly began importing and planting old world. What's the old world, family? Europe was the old world.
America's the old world.
Whoa,
America's the old world.
You reading this wrong, bro.
Yeah,
you
America's
reading this wrong, my nigga.
Prove I'm reading it wrong. So y'all
all right, because you said Europeans didn't rely. Hold up. You say Europeans didn't rely on forever. on expensive long distance import across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly begin importing, planting old world seeds. Hold up. Where was it getting these old? Hold up, humble. Where was it getting these old world seeds from, bro?
The old world was considered Europe. Everybody know that. The new
No, bro, no. The
No.
long distance trip is Europe.
I'm about to keep
The
talking.
long distance trip is Europe, bro. Hold up. Stop.
I'm about to
Stop,
mute up.
bro.
Hey, yo, I'm challenging y'all on any of this crazy nonsense y'all keep
All
saying.
right. Well, bro, I'm about to beat you. I'm about to beat you up real quick on your own source.
Y'all are jokes. Y'all terrible, man. Get out of here, man. That's terrible.
God damn, humble. Come on, man. I ain't never call you no
all that
joke,
girly
bro.
shit, man.
God damn, humble. I ain't never disrespect you like that, bro. I respect what you bring forth, humble. God damn.
Yeah,
Just if you don't comprehend some things that you read, bro. And the thing is, you on Gemini, you're not showing us no person who actually traveled and was doing these things sources. I would feel better with that, bro. That's what I would bring to you. Listen, that's what I would bring to you. I would bring Jesuits letters. I will bring to you Spanish conquistadors letters. I will bring you all of these things. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Stop. I will bring you these things, which will be primary sources, because these are the people that's first doing this. You just brought up some Gemini stuff. Ain't nothing wrong with Gemini. Ain't nothing wrong with Wikipedia. But you just can't stop there, bro, and just take that for what it is, bro. You got to dig a little deeper, big bro. I'm just saying, baby boy, you got to dig a little deeper, bro.
This is the Flint. A1, can you do us a favor? I'm tired of pulling up the sources. Every time I pull up the source, they don't want to be genuine. A1, you ain't gonna lie to the people. Can you pull up what's the old world, what was known as the old world, and what was known as the new world, according to the Europeans?
Yeah,
Hold up. All right, hold up. Now
See,
you
I
saying
told
Europeans.
Regurgitating white European
Right. So what European is you talking about, bro? You got multiple classes of Europeans that was getting classified as Europeans, bro. So what European is you talking about? You had the English, the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese. All of them was writing, bro. All of them was writing about what they saw.
What do
All
that
of
have
them was writing, bro.
See how they getting off the train? You see how they want to move the goalposts? What do that have to do with what is classified as the new world and what's classified as the old
way
world?
older here.
Come on, bro.
The new world and what's classified as the old world.
Yeah, our pyramid's older than Africa's. Shit.
And then y'all see how the redundant logic they bring. Oh, our pyramids is older than Africa's. That makes us the old world. That's not even how they use the old world, new world. That doesn't make sense.
The old world.
That doesn't make sense.
The old world. It's just new to Europeans.
These people.
Hey, can't hurt. I tell you what,
It's just
can't
new
hurt.
to Europeans.
You say I never bring up no sources. You know why? Because I never been in a predicament where I had to bring up a source. I can just say it off the top of my head. I can paraphrase the sources that I have, bro. But it's no problem. Hold on, humble. It's no problem with me showing no source, bro, where I get my stuff from.
Source up. Give me a source where it say America is the old world and Europe is the new world. Give me a source that say that. You're being forced to source up right now. Source up or shut up.
Hold up, bro. I never said it was a source saying that it was the old world and new world. I didn't never say that, bro. Hold up, humble. You putting words in my mouth, bro. Humble, you said that, bro. You brought up the old world, new world.
He bleeding. He bleeding. He on his rag right now. He on his rag.
Cosmon, because you said I misquoted that source. And now when I challenge you on what you said, now you said I never said it was a source saying that. Do y'all see the trickery, man? Come on, bro. The games they play,
from
bro.
the European perspective.
These man, it's crazy out here.
It's just new to Europeans,
crazy
bro.
out here.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I think that's a bogus question, humble, because we know all the writing. Hold up, because we know all the writing in history
from what we study in history, started from over there. So they will say that's the old world. 90% of them, 100% of them will say that's the hold up, because they didn't know nothing about America yet.
Prove it.
So, bro, they didn't start writing about America till 1492.
Prove it. Prove what you're saying. I prove what I say. Prove.
All right, well, hold up. Can you prove me anybody writing about America before 1492?
That ain't. Don't switch the goal.
All right then, bro. But let me ask you this. Hold up. Stop.
Where we
The
at?
reason why I asked you that question, Humble. The reason why I asked you that question is because me and you both know that life started over here in this part of the Americas way before 1492. Before they say they discovered us and they started writing about us.
I want to ask you. I want to ask him that question, OTK.
Does he believe? Humble. Stop that.
Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe that you're? Hold on, Humble. Do you believe that Europeans discovered America?
Yeah, he do.
No, I don't believe Europe. How you discover something with somebody already living there?
Exactly.
All right. So do you got any of our old writings?
What do that have to do with the importing of food into America? Do you see how disingenuous?
Listen, there isn't. Listen.
No,
simply,
I don't got no pushback.
There is no.
People lose brain cells listening to y'all.
There is no.
I don't got no pushback with the food shit, bro.
No, a specific food group did not directly cause a mass dying of indigenous Americans.
Nobody said that.
That's objective.
Nobody said that.
You did.
Now he keeps saying,
because you're talking about the Columbian Exchange.
Lies, bro. Do you see
you're talking about the Columbian? Do you know what the Columbian Exchange is?
Extermination in the population. When did I ever say that?
You're talking about the Columbian Exchange.
When did I ever?
You don't know what was exchanged.
Hold on, Cosmo.
Yeah. Something had to be exchanged, bro.
Hold on. A1, as you're sitting here, when did I ever say out my mouth that food caused the mass extermination within the population of Native Americans? When did I ever say that, A1?
I think you said that by accident at the very beginning.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking A1. When did I?
My bad.
Your mic muted, A1. Your mic still muted.
Yeah, y'all just got to slow it down. I don't even know what is the rush to get through the information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I tell Humble. Humble, I think you might have said that at the very beginning, but then when you went into your research, hold on, Humble. When you went into your research, dog, you clarified it up. Like, no, they didn't cause no mass. They didn't cause no mass extermination, but it was part of the contribution. Because you was talking about diseases and then the foods, bro. That's what me and you was on.
So if he's not talking about a mass, he's not talking about the Columbian Exchange then.
Hold on 1 second. So when me and you was talking OTK, we were talking about the contributing factors that wiped out the people, right? The contributing factors, right? I said food was a contributing factors of the people getting sick.
But not at first, though. At first, we wasn't talking about contributing. Hold on, bro. Hold on. No, listen, I'm agreeing with you, but we never was talking about contributing factors from the jump, bro. The first thing you said that food was a cause. And remember, we went into the sickle cell thing, dog. You say food was a cause. It wasn't no contributing factor. But then when you started going farther deep into what you was trying to say, when you was trying to explain yourself, that's when the contributing factor came out. And that's when I said, okay, I understand what you're talking about now, bro. That's all I'm saying. At first, I didn't understand, bro, because that's why I had a disagreement with you.
Hold on, let's get a word from the comments real fast. Respectfully, one, I've been here for a while now. Humble been making his claims clear. Then they just move the goalposts and get debunked on that, then move it again until we way off topic. Just like way off topics of Humble's original claim. Thank you, Akira. Shout out to brother Akira. At least somebody paying attention in here.
His original claim was that some food group somehow hold on. It is. Your original claim was that some food group was brought here by Europeans that contributed to a mass dying of people.
No, it was not.
I think that's what you said, bro, and I think you said it by accident.
No, OTK, you're not about to sit here.
That's what he said.
That's what he said, Humble.
No, that's not.
Am I lying, Kojo?
Because when I came in,
even up here, that's
hold
not.
on. When I came in, hold on. When I came in, the first question I asked was, "Show me the grave sites," because of what you said.
That's not what I said. Me and OTK was talking about the extinction of the people. We said disease.
Was no extinction.
See now y'all seeing where his illogical come from. There was no extinction of the people. Nigga, we clearly know that a mass extinction of Native Americans died over here due to disease. Why do you keep denying it?
No, bro, that's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
Kojo asked you to show you the body.
That's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
Show the body.
That's a lie, bro. Hey, Humble. We ain't got nothing wrong with that. That's the shit you've been taught.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
I'm gonna say this and I'm done with you goofies, man. Prove to me, prove to the people, prove right now.
Bro.
Source up or shut up. Right?
I'm a fucking goofy, bro.
Right now, right?
Damn, I'm a fucking goofy.
Lie that the European people brought food over here that and caused to the problem of the sickness of the people. Matter of fact, no. Prove that it's a lie that there was a mass death extinction over here by the Native Americans. Prove that was a lie. Prove it. Y'all being held on the chopping block.
Yeah, that can be disproved, bro.
I don't want to hear that it can be disproved. I want you to prove it. Source up or shut up.
All right. Well, what do you want? What do you want me to show you that can prove you wrong, bro? What do you classify as sources? Because y'all motherfuckers flip-flop. Y'all some pancake ass niggas. One thing is a source to y'all and one thing ain't a source. So you reading a cracker information from Gemini, shit that we was taught in school. So now, what would be something that I need to show you that you will agree with or look into? How about that? You look into it.
Show me something that there was not a mass group of native people to this land that died out.
Well, I can show you that for the most part, the inoculation process for these diseases was already known in the Americas and was used even used by enslaved people. You did want purported to be Africans, but we know for the most part they was indigenous to America, right? Like in the story of Onesimus, right? I could share the story of Onesimus with you. He's called the slave who saved Boston. You dig what I'm talking about? He's called the slave who saved Boston, right? Because he gave Cotton Mather the history and the process and methodology of inoculation.
Damn, motherfuckers asking me to show my mama dead body.
Damn.
Dog, my mama's still alive, man. What kind of chat this is, man?
Damn.
What kind of shit this is going on?
Right, and that they had already in America, before he was ever a slave, had already caught the disease smallpox and went through an inoculation at smallpox. But the crazy part about it is the Africans and the Asians who had this understanding, and the Americans, the African and the Asians have an inoculation style, right? That's different than the American style that Onesimus knew, which would prove that if he got his knowledge about inoculation from Africans or from Asians, right, he would have done it in the same way they do it, but he doesn't. He does his inoculation in the same way that America does it. This inoculation style is called variolation.
I don't believe you. What's up?
All right, we ain't gotta believe me. I don't want belief. Who cares? That's the problem. That's why you regurgitating white supremacist talking points. You believe they discovered America, right? All this kind of craziness. You did what I'm talking about. That they gave us something, right? Hold on. Let's bring up the story of Onesimus, because in the 1700s he saved Boston and Europe, right?
Damn, that nigga say, fuck you devils, dig up your people. God damn, Asiatic, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. He
That's
probably
crazy work, dog.
In the
That's
chat,
crazy
you don't gotta
work.
keep cussing, but I'm gonna take care of that though. But regardless
That's
of what
crazy
you
work.
you don't cuss up here though, please.
My bad. 1,000 pardon, man. That's crazy work though, man. God damn, bro.
My screen is
I
showing.
don't disrespect nobody, man. We dealing with information and shit like that, and we keeping it on information. Ain't nobody getting disrespectful.
I just banned him. I don't know why he decided to get so flagrant, but he got to know better.
That shit
And if
crazy.
he don't know, I guess now he'll know.
Right.
Hey, Humble, I respect your intellect and your study, Humble. For real, for real. That's the reason why I'm still up here, bro. The average nigga, I would have been done cursed
We
out.
just in the ring right now, man. Don't talk none of this serious. We just in the ring.
Yeah, I know. We caught him lying last night. I don't respect this scholarship.
You terrible, Cosmo. You
no, but I'll be real though. I don't respect it. I don't. I ain't gonna lie. You cool, but I don't respect your scholarship. You all right. Look, but this is the story.
Crazy.
Hold on.
Y'all crazy.
This is Onesimus, by the way, which wasn't his real name. But let's get into this story about how.
Why you be trying to debunk your own claims? How you gonna use it?
The claim debunks your claim. This debunks the fact that there was this dying off of any people in America. Wasn't no great dying off of the people. The dying off happened on paper. It's called paper genocide.
Right,
not that the people were actually died.
So what's up? I'm muting up.
All right. I'm my source is on the screen. Right. This is Onesimus. This is going to debunk. This is going right. Or leaning towards that. The diseases that they said killed the indigenous populations in this Columbian exchange or this mass dying off. Right. That's the Columbian exchange. He doesn't know that, right? We're going to show you that in America, they already had knowledge of the process of variolation, which is inoculation. And America gave it to Europe, right? We saved them, not only in America, but in the world, right?
Big facts.
Hold on.
All diseases come from over there.
Right? This says, in honor of Black History Month, we are pleased to feature a series of stories celebrating the contributions of Black individuals have made to our understanding of infectious diseases and how to prevent them and treat them, right? This is from Manisha Kabi. It says, hold on, let me blow it up a little bit. Maybe y'all can see it a little better. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, I'll say right here.
Yeah.
In the early 1700s, nearly a century prior to Edward Jenner's groundbreaking development of an effective smallpox vaccine, the disease had already reached New England and other American colonies. So the 1721 smallpox epidemic ravaged the city of Boston, but it ain't affecting the niggas. It's affecting who? Infecting over half of its population and resulting in the deaths of 850 people, equivalent to more than 14% of the total population. The outbreak also included the concept of inoculation, right? Introduced the concept of inoculation to America, which was later credited with saving numerous lives. Inoculation, a process of inducing immunity by deliberately introducing infectious agents into the body, was a precursor to vaccines, crucial in today's battle against COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. In the history of inoculation, the contributions of one slave, Onesimus, are often neglected, right? Onesimus, they're calling him an African, but they don't know where he's from, right? But we know before he was ever a slave, he was from America and he got inoculated in the American style, showing that his culture would have been American. Watch this. Onesimus was an African man sold into slavery to Boston Puritan minister Cotton Mather, who was a nigger, by the way. According to Mather's records, Onesimus was Garamonte, right? We would have to see if the Garamonte were even existing in the 1700s, which was likely an anglicized reference to Cormansi, or a town in present-day Ghana. While there are no records that indicate his birth name, we do know that Onesimus was not the name he was born with. In 1716, letter to the Royal Society of London, Mather wrote that when asked if he had contracted smallpox, Onesimus responded with a cryptic yes and no. He went on to further to disclose that after experiencing smallpox, this is before he ever got enslaved, he had undergone an operation in America that provided him with a form of immunity. He asserted that those who had dared to undergo this process would be permanently free from the fear of contagion. The procedure Onesimus described was, here's a new word for y'all, variolation, right? A now outdated technique that has been replaced by vaccination. A type of inoculation, variolation, involved rubbing pus from a person with smallpox into an open wound on the arm of the uninfected individual. Conducted in a controlled manner under supervision of a physician, this method aimed to induce milder symptoms while conferring immunity. Mather was captivated by the idea of deliberately exposing people to smallpox to immunize them against a potentially severe natural infection. He hoped that this technique could help prevent smallpox and limit the devastation caused by the outbreak. Upon researching, Mather found that in addition to Africa, right, the practice of variolation had been used for hundreds of years in Turkey, India, and China, right? He recorded in his diary the new method used by the Africans and Asiatics to prevent and abate the dangers of smallpox, and infallibly to save lives of those that have it wisely managed upon them, right? Mather efforts Mather's efforts to help prevent smallpox using his approach faced racially and religiously motivated opposition. Many critics dismissed the idea simply because it was practiced by cultures in Africa and Asia. But it obviously was also practiced by a culture in America, right? And as you see, they do it different than the other people. In 1721, Mather and Zabdiel Bolston, one of the lone physicians in Boston who supported the idea of variolation, decided to use the outbreak as an opportunity to test the efficiency of the new procedure, right? Which they got from this slave. Boylston inoculated his own son, 2 enslaved people working in his household, and between 180 and 250 residents of Boston. Of the inoculated individuals, only 6 succumbed to smallpox, resulting in a mortality rate of 1 in 40 compared to the 1 in 7 deaths seen among general Boston population who did not undergo the procedure. These results showed that those who were exposed to smallpox first through variolation were almost 6 times as less likely to die than those who got it naturally. The earliest test of variolation played a crucial role in paving the way for vaccination. Whether Onesimus was able to witness the success of the technique he introduced, right, remains unclear. Almost all existing information about one Onesimus comes from Mather's diary, supplemented by occasional references in later church and civic records. We do know that Onesimus was married and that the couple had at least one son who died in 1714. Onesimus managed to buy partial freedom, but continued to serve Mather. While little is known about his subsequent whereabouts and details of his later life, his contribution to smallpox vaccination left a lasting legacy on the field, right? In 1980, smallpox was one of the deadliest and most feared diseases, was declared completely eradicated thanks to worldwide vaccination efforts, and remains only infectious disease to ever be wiped out.
Boy, that's like Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? And the style, if y'all notice, the style that they was doing in Africa and Asia was different than the one that they was doing in America. The one in Africa, Asia, they take the scab from the smallpox and they blow it up a person's nose, and it inoculates them in that way. It uses variolation. But in America, they take a cut and they rub a little bit of the pus in there. It's 2 different styles. So the style that came from America that went on to save the world, right, would have shown that the early Americans before 1700 already had a cultural practice of variolation that would have got them through any major dying off if they already had this knowledge.
Big facts. I remember now, smallpox is one of the historian doctrines that say that that's what really killed off all the American Indians. It was smallpox first.
Right. All right. So real fast, let me respond. So y'all heard how the brother Cosmon at the top of his excerpt, it showed you before they even, had found this African man. It wasn't a Native American man, by the way. It was an African man. And then we don't know that. We don't know that. You shouldn't even be reading the source if you don't know that. Anyway, but it's this African man, right? And before that, what did it say about Boston?
Africa was not called Africa in 1700s. Humble. Learn how to read what you reading, bro. It wasn't no Africa. It wasn't no Africa or no African in 1700s, bro.
You gotta let him get it out.
With the stupid stuff, man. Come on with the stupid stuff. Let me talk. I sat here and let both of y'all talk. It's one of me and 2 of y'all. Hold on. So y'all seen how it said 14% of Boston was wiped out, and then it spread to Europe, part of Africa. So then, how is he saying there was no mass death? Right, that's number one.
That wasn't of the American Indians, bro. The Bostonians was pilgrims.
about
boss,
Puritan.
let me talk, bro. Why every time I get to talking, you niggas want to talk over me, bro?
Because
So
that was their own people's, Humble. You don't know what you're reading.
Hold on. What do you mean? I don't know what I'm
can't
reading.
even have a
Y'all blind and you
conversation,
didn't just
bro.
see what's going on. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it in. Both of y'all got at least an hour.
Well, damn, calm down some, bro. Calm down some, bro. Calm down, Humble.
Let me speak without cutting me off. Yo, I just let both of y'all speak in like a good 35, 45 minutes without cutting neither one of y'all off. And it's my turn now. Both of y'all want to jump in on
Man,
me.
this nigga said
Let me
30
speak.
minutes, dog.
Let
Cool
me
out,
speak.
Humble.
It have. You niggas been up here talking more than I have, and I literally sit back and let you niggas talk before I interject. You niggas
All right,
just
man. Come on, man. You want a fucking cookie?
interject.
You want a fucking cookie?
Let's get into it. No, I want to
You
speak.
keep
Is what I
saying
want
you
to
let
do.
us talk.
I want to
That's
speak.
because you doing all the cutting
I
off.
want to speak without y'all niggas talking over me. Is what I want.
But you doing all the cutting off.
Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it.
Damn, you disrespectful.
So as y'all show, right? He's not, like he said, the Native Americans. Let's talk about the Native Americans. And what's this? What's this bang? Okay, so when the Europeans arrived in America starting in 1492, they brought new germs. Native Americans had no natural defense or immunity. If y'all saying they did, y'all lying. Y'all gotta prove it to me.
We just showed you variation.
No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That wasn't in 1492. That came way after.
Oh, yeah, that was
This lack of protection caused massive loss of life, killing up to 90% of the indigenous population over the next century. If you don't agree, prove me wrong.
No, that's the Caribbeans and South America.
Main disease. I don't want to hear
Christopher never came to North America, bro. That's talking about the Colombians.
They don't say
the
that. Native
Brazilians.
Americans. They don't say that. They don't say what you're saying. They say Native Americans. What did I just say? Didn't I
Bro,
say
we know. Dog, hold on.
Native Americans ain't
Show
nothing.
me where they was at in North America in 1492, my nigga.
Hold up.
Hey, yo, hold up. This is getting ridiculous now, bro. Why every time I talk, you niggas gotta talk? Oh, just let me finish. I let both of y'all finish clean. No interruptions. But soon as I get to talking and cutting y'all hands off, now y'all just keep to feel the need that y'all gotta keep interrupting a nigga. Let me finish. I'ma let y'all finish.
You ain't cutting shit off, bro.
It's crazy.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
What it say? Main diseases, smallpox, deadliest virus. Mind you, this is 1492. What Cosmon brought was the 1700s and stuff like that. Don't have nothing. That was this happened way before that. Why did the mass why did a mass death happen? Because they had no defense. They had no protection. Main diseases, smallpox. It's a measles, influenza, malaria, typhus, right? It's a why this impact was so severe? No immunity, unless y'all telling me the Native Americans had immunity, and I want y'all to source it up if y'all saying that. Native bodies had never seen these germs before, so they could not fight them off. Fast spread sicknesses often traveled ahead of the explorers, passing from village to village as along the water's path, right? Social collapse. When leaders and healers died, communities could not care for the sick or find food. This is why it was so severe. Now, one of y'all debunk what I just said. One of y'all debunk this. Debunk this.
Hey, Humble, let me tell you one thing. Humble, can you show me anybody in North America in 1492?
That ain't what we. You see how they keep trying to move the goalpost?
No, bro. Hold on, Humble. Quit all your loud talking. Hey, bro. Hey, humble down some. Your name Humble for a reason. Humble down some, bro. Dog, I'm talking to you regular.
Speak to what I just
Can you show me anything in North America in 1492, bro?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Don't worry about it. I got you. I'm tired of sharing my screen, so I'm gonna read it for you.
All right. I'll wait, bro. Show me something in 1492 about this disease. Go ahead, bro. In North America.
Can I respond?
You don't even know. You talking about the Caribbeans and South America, bro. You don't even know what area you talking about.
Can I respond to that?
That's the thing.
In 1492, the year Christopher Columbus made his first voyage to the Caribbean, North America was a vibrant, highly diverse, and densified populated continent. Far from being vacant wilderness, it was the home of millions of indigenous people belonging to hundreds of distinct nation, cultures, and languages, families stretching from the Arctic to the tropical rim to Central America. So what are you saying? There was nobody there.
So that means the North American people are different than the South American people. Christopher Columbus. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Humble. Chill out, bro. Christopher Columbus. Hold on. Humble. Christopher Columbus never set foot in North America, bro.
No, you're moving the goalposts. Who's talking about that?
Hold up.
You
what
are.
I'm talking about is North America, bro. You bringing up a source. You bringing up a source. Hold on.
Tell me what you're talking about for my argument. This is crazy.
Hold on, Humble.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I agree with you because we did say America. South America is America. The Caribbean, Central America, that is America. So I agree with you in that aspect. But bro, you gotta look at the place that you're talking about.
No,
I'm coming from South Carolina, bro. Why would I be talking about like I come from South America?
We're talking about Americans.
But America, yes, and that's why you have a point with that, and that's why I see that's why our problem come at, bro. We're talking about North Americans. You're just talking about Americans, period. I think that's where the problem came in at, my brother. I think that's where the problem came in at. I think that's where it's at. But go ahead. My bad.
Yo, just because you're talking about Central and South America, that doesn't negate anything that what he said. I know that you want to focus. I think that's a problem. You guys always want to focus on one area, like as if the Europeans wasn't all up and down the East Coast, as if they didn't do. You know what I'm saying? The same thing. So listen,
they didn't, bro.
Let me share my
screen.
Let me share my screen, and let me show you something.
And who is this? This Sadiq Ra?
No, it's Hercules.
Oh, Hercules, King Hercules. Oh yeah, you was in the chat talking shit to me too, my good brother. I see you, my good brother. I see you. Yeah, I see her. Herc was talking shit to me in the chat. Go ahead, Herc.
All right, Humble, share my screen.
I got you, Elder.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I fuck with King Herc, man.
All right, so
go ahead, King Herc.
This is a good book, American Holocaust by David Standard. Free download. It's an easy download. You can download this joint, American Holocaust.
What year was that written?
Find out it's like 90. I think in the 90s.
1900, 1990s. Okay. Everything good. I was just asking what year.
92. This joint came out in 92.
Okay, 92. It was published in Manhattan.
It was published in America somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say Manhattan, right? It was published in Manhattan. Yeah, most of these books was published in Manhattan.
So when we come down to the chapter on pestilence and genocide, page 129. Let's see. He talks about
blow it up some, bro.
All right, wait a minute. Let me see something. I just had the page.
Can you go to your plus? Go to your plus and blow it up some for us, please.
I am. Give me a second. I'm looking for something.
Okay. My bad, OG.
That's it. Back up.
You felt like you had to come save Humble, man, but we wasn't ganging Humble, man. You know.
I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna show you right. Yeah, no, because he talked about the King Philip's War, which took place in the 1600s.
Yeah, actually, that was the second war. You had a war before that, bro. You had the Pequot's War before that.
Hey, yo, let Massa get it in.
War didn't have the population eradicated. So let's see. Right here, this is just one of them, where he is talking about in 1685 that in Virginia and New England, 95% or more of the population had been eradicated. By then, the carnage did not stop. One recent study of population trends of the Southeast, for instance, showed that the east of the Appalachians and Virginia, the native population declined by 93% between 1685 and 1790. That is after it already had declined by 95% during the preceding century, which itself had a follow.
All right, hold on. Did they say disease? Hold on. Did they say disease? Hold up.
No.
I won't.
No. I'm reading. You cut me off. Stop. Which followed up on previous century whirlwind of massive destruction. In the eastern North and South Carolinas, the decline between 1685 and 1790 was 97%. Again, following upon 2 earlier centuries of genocide devastation. In Louisiana, the 1685 to 1790
Stop. Humble.
Y'all gotta
I know that's our OG Humble, but we gotta be able to ask him questions, Humble, before he go too far.
Y'all can't just keep interrupting this man. You gotta let him land his plane. This is crazy.
You've been interrupting all day.
All right, well, keep this source up on the screen. Keep this up on the screen when you get through, bro. That's all.
As a result, when the 18th century was drawing to its close, less than 5,000 Native people remained alive in all of Eastern Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Louisiana combined. While in Florida, which alone contained more than 700,000 Indians in 1520, only 2,000 survived, could be found. So this guy, and not just him, also Renee, what's her name? Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. Her book also on the indigenous people of America, she also comes to the same conclusion. You had 95% of the indigenous population being wiped out in this before 1700 or 17 in this by the 1700s. It started in the 1600s, late 1600s, when they came here. So, and it wasn't just disease; it was massacre. They was literally just killing them, just to be killing them. And they tell the stories, and we know this because they tell the stories. They was bragging about killing them. So it wasn't just disease, and it also happened in the Americas as well. So this is so we have evidence of it happening up in the North American as well.
Right. I agree with that. Now, that's all I was saying, Humble. When he said genocide.
What did you
Hold on, Humble.
I didn't say Massa Hurt.
What'd you say?
What did you read that didn't agree with me?
It didn't say nothing about no food.
All of it agreed with me.
It didn't say nothing about no food, bro.
He was talking about them being sick with disease.
No, genocide, bro.
This is disingenuous. What is this term?
So, do you know hold up, Humble. Do you know anything about the American Indian slave trade, Humble? Yes or no?
No. We ain't getting into that, man.
No, I'm just asking you because this is what he's bringing up right now.
Not what he's bringing up the same thing that I just brought up.
No, what King Hercules is, hold up. What King Hercules is
bringing up, King Hercules.
He's bringing up the American Indian slave trade.
Are you not bringing up the same thing that I just showed with 90?
No.
of the population death?
Okay, and it was nothing about a slave trade. It was about straight genocide.
All right, well, hold on. Hold on. King Herc. Go look up the Pequot Wars and the King Philip Wars. Hold on. Stop. Humble.
You wasn't talking about that. He wasn't talking about that.
Hold up, Humble. This nigga just brought this up. King Hercules brought it up when he talked about the Pequot Wars. The source he just brought up was dealing with genocide. The Pequot Wars and the King Philip Wars, that was about American Indian slavery.
What does that have to do with the mass?
Hold up. Exactly. That's different. Exactly, bro. Humble.
What do that have to do with the claim that I made? See, yo, these are some.
All right, Humble. I agree with you. That don't have nothing to do with the food thing. Exactly. I agree.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mass annihilation. The mass.
Nigga, you said food, nigga.
Yo, mass hurt. What did we not? Did we not then?
Nah, nigga. Quit calling other people, dog. You said food,
You
nigga.
said food was part of them.
You said food, nigga.
You brought
said
up
food,
money in
nigga.
exchange. You brought up
Man,
money
humble.
in exchange, which is a mass buying off.
Humble. I'm a solid ass nigga, humble. You said food. He brought up genocide just now. Do you know what genocide is?
Bro, oh my God.
Even if you
Genocide
disagree,
ain't got
though, you
nothing to
gotta
do
let
with
people
food,
finish.
bro.
You like y'all you. It's really specifically OTK. You cut people off whenever you feel like they've been wrong. It doesn't matter if they're at the end of their sentence. As soon as you hear something you don't like, you have to cut in. It's a bad habit, and it leads to like leads to a offshoot of other problems. If you could let people finish.
I did agree with that. Yeah, A1, I did agree with that. But the reason why I tried to stop him because he was reading something and I was asking him like, yo,
Don't
what is
stop
that
him.
that you reading?
Wait till he
What is
finish,
genocide?
and then correct him.
And then
I'll let
that's what I
people
did.
go on for 2-3 minutes, and they'll be all off topic. Just so that way I can keep the rules.
And that's what I did. I let him finish that fucking paragraph and all of that, bro.
Sometimes they surprise me and bring it back around. Sometimes they surprise me and bring it back around. But if I would have jumped in the first time I thought they was wrong, I would never find out.
My bad. My fault.
Gotcha.
My fault. And my apologies to you, Can't Hurt. My apologies to you too, Humble, man. No disrespect, man. It's all about the info, man. You know what I mean?
The whole point that we was making.
We all reading somebody else's info from point blank.
Real fast. Let me bring it. Let me catch up with everybody. The whole reason we even got on this is because we moved the subject from why they were sick to mass extinction. OTK and Big Cosmon disagreed that there was a mass Native American extinction. I read it. Massa Hurt read it. Right now, OTK is trying to specify when he was talking about mines, he said that's only in the South. Massa brought up something in the North. Now he's saying, well, now you're talking just in the North. It doesn't matter the North or the South. There was a mass extinction of Native American populations.
No, bro. They didn't know nothing about the South until, see, now you getting your groups confused. You don't know who's doing these things, the English, the British, the French, or the Spanish. See, that's what you don't know. You don't know American history, bro. You done been studying Kemetic history and been away from American soil so long till you don't know American history, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you, Humble. That's it.
That's not what he
said.
That's
it, bro.
That's not what he said. He said the Europeans.
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm telling him that.
But it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying, though, bro.
If it's the Spanish or the British or the French, he said the Europeans.
No, but they not all Europeans, bro. They don't call themselves Europeans.
Yes, they do. Today they
no,
do.
they don't. No, they don't. They say I'm German, I'm French, I'm Spanish, I'm Portuguese. They don't say they're European. Y'all lying. Y'all lying. Just like nobody say they African. Y'all lying, bro. Y'all lying.
But we're classifying them as Europeans instead of trying to. You're trying to hawk in on one single aspect of where you're not talking about the Spanish.
Stop it, bro. No, you're trying to put me in that category, bro.
We're talking about what we classified as Europeans, what we classify as white people. Period. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't.
So you saying all these people that was coming from? You saying all these people was white? That's why you calling them European? Does European mean white to you? Hold up. I need to get some clarification. Does European mean white to y'all?
It doesn't negate anything that we were talking about.
They're from Europe. That's why they're European.
Okay, does that mean white though?
It don't matter if it means white or not. We're talking about Europeans.
Okay. Hold on. No, I just asked a question, man. God damn, Can't Hurt. Damn, I just asked a question, bro, to see what I'm dealing with, bro, because some people think all Europeans are what they considered white. That's why I asked that question, bro. So when y'all saying European, I got to know exactly who y'all talking about when y'all saying European.
See, that's how I know y'all really don't study history like that. Because y'all think everybody from over there in that area is European. That's not true.
Okay, that's not true, but it doesn't negate anything that we just said.
Yeah, it does negate a lot of what you said, bro, because you disagreed with me.
No, it don't. Yo. It don't matter, yeah.
Hey, listen, you gonna wreck your brain.
I can do this and laughing again. Soon as you above they pay grade, they start laughing.
Right.
There's no coherence there.
Good job, OTK.
Right.
There's no coherence there.
Whatever. Yeah. Y'all crazy. But you still haven't shown that 90% was not wiped out. And that's what Humble was trying to show you, that 90%.
Hey, listen. All right, if 90% was wiped out, how would you have an Indian Removal Act?
Because those are the ones who wasn't wiped out.
No, bro. No, bro. Listen to my question.
5,000.
Listen to my question.
You said
Listen to my question.
Got his ass.
Listen to my question. If all the Indians was wiped out, 95%, why would they have an Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865? And why would they have the Indian Removal Act? Yeah, Humble. Oh, you didn't know it was an Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865?
90%.
You didn't know? Look it up. Hold up. Humble. Are you serious? You don't know for real?
Disingenuous.
Hold up, Humble. Just say you don't know, bro.
You are disingenuous.
All right. Well, you look up the American Civil Rights Act of 1865, and you will see that it was the American Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865. Not the Civil Rights Bill in the 1900s, bro. That was the second one. I'm talking about the first one.
Elder
Nobody said 100%.
Thank you. We said we didn't even say 95. You see how he slid the 95 in your mouth like that? The 95%. We said 85 to 90%. That's number one. Number two.
Oh, shit. So the 5% slipped through.
Hold on. I don't think you know how repopulation works.
Y'all don't even know the population. Y'all don't even know the population of American Indians.
Why do I keep asking them to source up, bro? Why they keep making all these claims and they misrepresent?
Because you ain't sourced up shit.
They can't source up.
Humble, you was on Gemini.
Nobody. You ain't gave us nothing from anybody at that time. That's a first-hand primary. You lying.
Right. You ain't show no primaries. Those not sources. Those are ad-libs, bro.
You are regurgitating white talking points.
Word.
Listen, this is how you beat up on two of them at the same time. You hear me?
This is called. Hold on. They got a title for this where manifest destiny, right? Where they say, "Oh, they was just dead. It was God. It was God's doing. They died, and this is why we just come over here and we discovered it, y'all." They call that manifest destiny, right? What happened is in history that these people got pencil whipped, not whooped and killed or killed off by disease. They couldn't have killed all these many people. The disease couldn't, because we already see they got a methodology of overcoming it. That was already in effect because this is in 1700, right? So that would have mean Onesimus got it in the 1600s. He would have already had known it, and then it would have had to been used by people older and prior to him, showing that there were cultural practices of this scientifically in America being used already. Right. So that goes against the idea that smallpox could, right? And first of all, smallpox wasn't introduced to America just by Europeans. There was versions of smallpox already here.
Right.
So
the Africans, the so-called Africans, brought diseases too. They don't want to say that part. That the so-called Africans brought diseases over here too. Yeah. See, they don't want to say that part. But Cosmon, how can they annihilate all of the American Indians in the 1700s when they didn't even know nothing about the other side of the Appalachian Mountains until the 1800s.
Right? Because it's called genocide.
That debunks y'all right there, bruh. They didn't know nothing about the Cali Indians or none of that in the 1700s. They didn't know nothing about the Oklahoma or the Alabamas. They didn't, or the Mississippians. They didn't know nothing about them.
So all I'm hearing is talk and how you guys think, what you think about, and how you feel.
No, bro, there's something you can look up, bro. All you gotta do is ask questions. Since y'all like Gemini, since y'all like to ask Gemini questions, ask Gemini the right questions.
Yeah, what year did Lewis and Clark take their journey?
So like, again,
big facts.
You guys again, right? I provided you with a whole source.
No, you didn't.
And so,
no, you didn't, bro. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I gave you a whole book. It's a free download book. It's an e-reader. It's a whole book that he talked about it. The Holocaust.
Yeah, that was written in the 1900s. That was written in the 1900s, bro. You don't even. Hey, for one, any nigga that come against OTK with a 1900 book about American Indian history, dog, you dead out here. Dog, you got to come way before 1900s when you dealing with American Indian history now. For real.
OTK,
come on, bro. All you got to do is look and see who they got their information from. And I probably got their books.
Okay, then show them.
Big fact.
That's the thing that we saying. Okay, you're fine. You're reading.
Come on, bro. I got books now. I done showed it, bro. I done showed it on this channel. I got books, bro.
Okay, you read a book and you drew your conclusion. I read a book and I'm showing you how I drew my conclusions from the book.
And I respect that. But you speaking like it's absolute. I don't speak in absolutes.
But you're not disproving anything. You're just talking about.
You haven't proved that 90% of the people were killed off.
We just showed
no, you ain't proved that, bro. You ain't proved that, bro. How you prove that? In the 1700s, dog. In the 1700s, they didn't know nothing about the other side of the Appalachians.
We're not talking
so how could all the people be killed off?
We're not talking about that. We're talking on the East Coast.
That is the East Coast.
You don't know the Appalachians are on the East Coast?
Oh shit.
God.
Oh shit.
The whole reason, look.
Oh shit.
What was the reason for the King Philip War?
Shit.
Why aren't you talking about the Beaver Wars? That's before that.
Yeah, the Beaver Wars.
Why are you not talking about the Beaver?
We ain't talking about that. We're talking about the King Philip War. What was the reason?
Yeah, but why are you not talking about the Beaver War that predates it?
Hold on. He wanna ask what's the cause. He wanna ask the cause of the King Philip's War. So King Philip, whose real name was Metacom. Do your research. Metacom, daddy, and some of the first pilgrims that landed in 1619 made an agreement. They showed them people how to grow crops and all of that. That's where you get your hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. That's where you get your first Thanksgiving story up north from. All right. It was after and Squanto is a main contributor to that. They met with your 1619 pilgrims met with the Wampanoag tribe. See, your peoples them that was already in Jamestown, they was already in cahoots with the Powhatans. All right. So your people in 1619 was supposed to go to Jamestown, but they crashed. They couldn't make it there. They landed in Boston. This is Plymouth Rock. They stayed on that fucking ship till half of the crew died on that fucking ship before they can get off. And when they got off, the American Indians showed them how to survive. So now, anything after that, bro, hey, what else you want to do? We saved their life.
Yeah, but my question was, what was the purpose of King Philip's War?
Oh, no, it wasn't no purpose. So
So King Philip's daddy and the first dude who came off the ship that was the governor, because before they left off that ship, they already had they appointed somebody to be the spokesman and all of that shit right there before they left off of that boat. You know what I mean? When they came off that boat and they made agreement, they had agreements. So the Indians gave them that town because for some reason, a lot of Indians ended up dead in that area. So they thought it was a plague area. So that's why they didn't occupy that part of the land. So that's why they gave it to them and say, yeah, y'all can have this shit. And they showed them how to grow and shit like that. So now King Philip is the son of the first dude that made the treaty with the first dude from the Pilgrims. It was also the Pilgrim's son and Metacom that didn't get along. They had beef. That was started the King Philip's War. And this is the first time where you really start seeing American Indian slavery taking hold, because King Philip wrote some shit to say, dog, I'd rather die before we become slaves.
Right, because they was
and this shit right here. And he
English
also begged, he surrendered because so much of his peoples got killed off. He said, you know what? I don't need no more of my bloodline to die off. We need to keep our bloodline. We need to surrender. And when he surrendered, he was hoping that he didn't get shipped to the plantations in South America and Barbados. And this is the beginning of American Indians getting shipped from the Americas to the Caribbeans, and motherfuckers from the Caribbeans getting shipped to the America. So they had a whole American triangular slave trade way before the transatlantic, bro.
Right.
That started in the 1500s.
And just to be direct, the King Philip's War began over land claims and Europeans encroaching upon Wampanoag land. That's why the war started.
Right. So you look so at this time, this is 1600s.
They're not dying off though.
So at this time, even before the war started, they was already killing the Native Americans and taking their land.
Oh, we was killing them too.
So this is the thing.
Yeah, fact, bro. We was killing them too. Now you only had one colony at this time. That was Jamestown colony, bro. They didn't have multiple colonies. If you think that. During King Philip's War, bro. No, that means a lot. That means a lot because they only had the Jamestown colony.
Man,
the Jamestown colony was Hold on, they was Anglo-Saxons. They didn't even get along with your Pilgrims and your Puritans.
Fact.
They was beefing with each other, bro.
I don't know.
Y'all gotta do y'all history on why they came over here.
This is not. I don't know. Like I said, you gotta check out American genocide, man, because I don't know where you're getting that information from. Because you have there's a complete native tribe that was in Rhode Island. There were Native Americans in Rhode Island that they were killing and fighting with. So it was not just in Virginia.
Yeah.
You're talking about up north.
Right, but you're saying at the same time that they're so sick. But the crazy part is that you're saying at the same time they were so sick from eating European food that they couldn't fight back when the Europeans were dying because they didn't have food.
They didn't have no food. It's even stories that the Europeans were fighting against each other because they were so fucking, they depended on the American Indians so much to where they was lazy. I mean, John Smith even wrote about this. Some of your first pilgrims, they wrote about their own peoples. Them.
Again, man, you guys, you jump timelines and you guys.
No, bro, you talking about King Philip. King Philip is doing. These are these same peoples, bro.
But
they in New England, brother. They indigenous black people from New England.
It happened up and down the East Coast. You're talking about Jamestown. You got towns that's up down in Rhode Island where they was fighting.
But King Philip
was in Jamestown. That was Wampanoag. That was Boston, bro.
Right. In New England.
That's not Virginia.
But we talking about New England. We ain't talking about Virginia.
Yeah, I said it was Boston. I didn't say it was Virginia.
You said
The
Jamestown.
Anglo-Saxons had a colony in Virginia. That's Jamestown. The Pilgrims' first colony, the
I don't
Pilgrims'
think
first
you get it
colony, dog, was
that
in
they wiped
Boston.
out these people before
What?
the King Philip War happened. They had already eliminated those the natives
No,
in that.
bro, you got to prove
That's
that. You got
wrong.
to prove that. If they
Wrong.
eliminated them, why was the Anglo-Saxons working with the Powhatans in Jamestown colony? If they eliminated all of them, bro.
Right. If they eliminated them, how did they fight
See,
against
y'all don't do y'all
New
history.
England?
Dog,
We
y'all
do
better get out of all that
history.
Bro,
African shit.
either way, you got to slow down. All I hear is yelling. All I hear is you yelling. No, it's not like that. No, 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 no. Every time you think somebody wrong, you don't let them land their plane. You don't let them finish their thought. You don't let them finish their sentence, OTK. Caused by you doing the same thing.
My fault, man. My
But
fault. My
he's
fault.
thoroughly,
Who
he's
else doing?
definitely making sure to let y'all finish
Who
Yeah,
else?
he
because he
is.
don't want
He
to be
is.
cut off.
He
But
is.
then
He
it
is.
turns around and keeps happening. I've been just sitting
Yeah.
here listening, doing sit-ups for 20 minutes. So are you asking me like I'm confused?
No. You absolutely correct, man. I know I do that. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. But I got respect for King Hercules. That's why I shut up when he do start talking, though. I do shut up.
It would be nice to be able to hear both people back and forth instead of just y'all or certain y'all points because that's all I'm hearing. Nobody else is being able to get theirs off because they getting cut off before they can finish their sentence.
Yeah, my bad. Thousand pardon. Thousand pardon. My
I'm
bad,
just
King Herc.
no, I'm just saying that when we look at it at the time when King Philip's War was starting, from the book I was reading, he talks about the massacre of the Native Americans up in Rhode Island, up in Boston and all that stuff, all the way down to Virginia. They were killing these Native Americans just to be killing them, to take the land. And you know what I'm saying? Whatever agreements they had with them, they didn't honor those agreements. And it wasn't just about, smallpox and diseases. It was just about a straight up slaughter. And when the thing is that we don't conceive of how vicious they were when they came here. These people were very vicious. The things that they were doing, they were literally ripping the babies out of their stomachs. You know what I'm saying? And just kicking them. And that's how people claim that's how football, soccer got started. Because they would rip the babies out of the Native American people's stomachs and just kick it around. They was just doing vicious stuff. So I don't think y'all truly understand how vicious they were. And when they was killing these people, men, women, and children, they killed children as well. They didn't care. They would bash babies' heads in. Roxanne Dunbar talks about that in her book, the indigenous Americans. The Delaware tribe. I think she talked about the Delaware people. I think it was them that they got cornered and they just slaughtered them with the kids. So they were very, very, very vicious, and they talk about that. And the small percentage of Native Americans that survived, that did live. You talk about people where there's like 12,000 and 40,000 people, and then there's only 2,000 left. That's what you call like 90% of a population, over 90% of a population being wiped out. And that is classified as genocide when you have over 90% of your population wiped out. And then, yes, they were shipped out to the Caribbean, forced to go into slavery into the Caribbean and resold back into, the Americans and stuff like that. And that's what he talks about. They would literally wipe out populations in Central America and South America, and they would bring the other enslaved other Native Americans and bring them to those areas that they had wiped out, in slavery. So they was moving people around. They was just moving these people all around the East Coast and stuff. So it's like this. It's like when people talk about this, when people like David E. Standard talk about this in his book, when they talk about over 90% of the population being wiped out in the 1500s, and then when the Europeans come over here, the rest of the Europe come over here, the British and the French come over here in the 1600s, and they don't see indigenous people, they just see open land because they didn't know that land was there by some earlier people, because the Spanish wiped them out. And you know what I'm saying? And he talks about that. And that's how come they come here and they talk about, oh, the land was just open. You know what I'm saying? They don't know that 100 years before these people was killed. And so it's stuff like that we're not including into the history. And when we talk about the decimation of these populations of the indigenous people here in the Americas, and yeah, like you said, they didn't know anything about anything past the Appalachians until 1776, after the Americans won that war, and then they started going past the Appalachian Mountains towards the west and started killing those people over there. And you know what I'm saying? So it was just a straight, it was no, they talk about negotiations and stuff and all the negotiations that they did and these treaties that they did. But we know from the history America didn't honor those treaties, and they killed those people. And it was just a straight slaughter. In many instances, it was just a straight, they would just corner them and just kill them all and bury them. Men, women, and children, no matter how old them children were, they would just straight kill them. Some of them, yeah, they did try to re-educate them and all that stuff, but a lot of them, they just straight killed. And that's the thing that we don't consider when we doing this research. We want to talk about doing research. You don't consider the onslaught of death and blood that they just left behind, man. They were vicious and methodical about it.
Some points I agree with you, bro. One thing you got to understand when you talk about the 1500s, bro, you're talking about South America and the Caribbean. You're not talking about North America. That's for one. Late 1500s is when you start talking about North America, and you're only talking about up North America. They didn't even know nothing about the Carolinas in the 1500s, bro. And then on top of that, you got the English and the French and the British coming from up top. You got the Spanish coming from the bottom. The Spanish never had no colony in South Carolina, what we call South Carolina. They tried to establish it, but that got shut down. The Portuguese never had no colony in the Carolinas or in North America, period, the Portuguese. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. We got to understand who's doing the playing and what we're reading. What you're reading for some areas is not all of the areas, my brother. So did they pillage the Caribbean islands? Yes. They even told you that. The Arawaks and the Caribs and the Tainos, they wrote about that. They had their own indigenous stuff talking about how people came over there and they pillaged that place. And then they did the same thing with South America, the top part of South America, the west coast of South America, the Portuguese, the east coast or the west coast of South America was the Spanish, the east coast of South America was the Portuguese, and then the Spanish went into Central America and stuff like that. And then they found Florida. I think they found Florida, 1562?
You got to remember under Dumb Diverses, the Pope,
Dumb Diverses,
the Pope
and the Papist Bull. Yes.
Well, if y'all don't mind, I had to correct a little bit.
1 second. By using authority from the Pope, he gave Portuguese everything under, I think it's the 33rd parallel, right? So that's like parts of the Caribbean pretty much on down, and gave a quote unquote control to Spain. You dig what I'm talking about? Areas north of that.
And they didn't even know nothing about North America at this time. That's the crazy shit.
That's why I want to correct you. I dropped the primary source in the back where you can see in 1526, they already had brought Africans over here from Haiti. It was about 100 or so of them who resisted. In 2 months, it escaped and ran into the interland with the indigenous people. That was 1526. That was along the
That got
Carolina
to be
coast.
Florida, bro.
Hold
That got
on,
to
real
be
quick.
Florida.
Hold on, you tripping? Hold on. That's in between the Carolina coast and Virginia.
He like to
That's
jump
not
on you
Florida.
as
No, it's
soon as he
not.
hears something he don't like instead of waiting for you to finish. It's all
No,
right.
no,
That's
no,
just
no,
I
no,
OTK.
mean,
no, no. I was
I
That's
put
not.
the
asking him.
primary in the back chat if
No,
anybody
I
want
was
to check
asking
it.
the
It's in the
question,
back chat.
I
A1, was
know.
that the
I
Florida
know.
The
coast?
Absent and
Florida,
waiting.
no, the
Hold
Florida
on. Here
account.
we go. The
Hold on,
thing.
I
Hold
got
on,
him.
Kim
I
Nutter.
got him
Hold
real
on.
quick.
He got to understand it don't matter what he doing. He got to wait till you finish. He keep always having a damn excuse like that shit make any sense, and it don't. It
I
don't
mean, I
make
don't
no
mind having a
sense.
little back and
But
forth.
it mattered to me because he's been doing this to everybody all night, and it's been bothering me because I can't listen to the conversation. It turns the whole shit into a screaming match all damn night with this nigga, man. Tighten up, OTK. You not, and this ain't daycare, and a 5-year-old could get this as many times as I've explained to them. They got to let somebody finish. You an adult, man. I hate talking to adults over and over and over and over and over. I'm not Marshawn Lynch. Go ahead, Kim Nutter.
Okay, so the 1513 account is where you're talking about Florida. It was a free African who went over there, but the accounts on that trip tell you that they was ill equipped to fight the indigenous people and they got their ass kicked. And the black dude who was there, the African dude who was with him, went back to Cuba. So they was there for a few weeks or maybe a couple of months, but he was free. He wasn't enslaved. Now, when you talking about enslaved people in America, the first account is 1526, and they had an uprising and they escaped. I got put the primary in the back if you want to double check. So I just had to correct you because you was talking about way later, mid 1500s, and that's just not accurate. And I understand if you ain't know, but records is out there.
All right. I said 1500s is dealing with the Caribbeans and South America. What area are you talking about, bro?
I just told you it's along the Carolina coast and Virginia. All you got to do is hit the little
All
message
right.
right there.
Where
Go,
at?
hold on, let
Where
me
at?
finish.
Oh, hold on.
Let me finish, bro. I'm answering your
Damn, I was
question.
still at. All
No,
right, bet.
you asked me where, and I was telling you where you wanted to cut me off. So I told you it's in between the Carolina coast and Virginia. In the records, they don't know exactly for sure where they landed. So they tell you in between the Carolina coast and Virginia. All you got to do is pull up the records. It's simple.
Carolina, Virginia is and was in Carolina at one point.
At one point, right? But was it the same
Yeah,
in
it was all the same
1526?
piece of land.
Was it that in
15,
1526?
yeah, it would listen. A place like Carolina wouldn't even existed yet. What I'm trying to tell you was when that land started to be existed and called Carolina, right? Virginia was a part of it also.
Yeah, but we
Can
have to.
somebody pull up the primary that's in the back chat, man? Because I'm on my phone and I don't got time to keep playing.
I'll
Just
pull
pull
it
up
up.
the primary.
But the thing is that we
I
have to
see the
use
primary,
today's.
but I don't.
Yeah.
It's not a link directly
The
to
thing
it.
is that we have to
Yeah,
use
it's not a
today's.
link. I just gave you the name of it because it would. I don't think I had the link, but I can go get the link. That ain't a problem if y'all want the link. I gave you the name though.
Yeah.
Easier. So
Can I share my screen?
because it's taking me to Wikipedia. Where am I supposed to be going?
All right, let me go get the link to the primary. Hold on, give me a second.
General Archive of the Indies, Royal Patronage, File 16. Like I don't.
Can I share
So,
my? Let me share my page.
so y'all know from Virginia on down to the Caribbeans was considered the West Indies at one time, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, I bet. I see how this going. I can agree with y'all and respect y'all, but y'all don't respect what I'm saying. But everything good.
I just said I don't know. That's all I said. But up on the screen, if you can see, I guess let me make it a little larger. Again, from the same book, American Holocaust. I think it's the second chapter, Pestilence and Genocide. When you look down here, couple of sentences down, he says, as far north as Florida and southern Georgia, for every 10 Timucuan Indians who were alive in 1515, only one was alive in 1607. And by 1617, a short decade later, that number was halved again. It's crazy. According to most detailed population analysis of this region that ever had been done in 1520, the number of Timucuan people in the area totaled over 720,000. Following a century of European contact, the number barely 36,000. 2/3 of a million native people, 95% of the enormous and ancient Tucuman society had been obliterated by the violence of sword and plague. But the Spanish didn't stop at Florida and Georgia. As early as the summer as 1521, while Cortez and his army were still completing the destruction of the Tenochtitlan, Spanish ships under the command of Pedro.
Let him finish, Cosmon. That's the second time you done said something while he read.
Pedro de Quio and Francis Gordillo land on the coast of what is now South Carolina near Winner Bay, north of Charlestown. Each man independently claimed possession of the land for his particular employer, and each one also denounced the other four doing so. But one thing, at least they agreed. Their mission was to find and capture as many Indians as possible and bring them back to labor in the Bahamas, whose millions of native people by then, less than 30 years after Columbus' first voyage, had largely been exterminated. They did their job well. After 2 weeks of friendly contact with the Indians living around Winnemap Bay, Keogh and Gordillo invited them to visit their ships. Once the natives were on board, however, the two captains raised the anchors and sailed for Santo Domingo. So this happened in 1521, and it happened in, he said, in South Carolina. So we see the Spanish was already up on the East Coast. And he goes into more detail, showing you how the Spanish went up, and still they was, killing these people, capturing these people, putting them in slavery, and killing a lot of them in the 1500s before the British came over here and stuff. So again, we're looking at them traveling over here at this time before the 1600s, and I think that's what he was trying to show.
Yeah, just like I said.
I got my finger up, man, to ask a question. Like I said, the Spanish or the Portuguese never established a colony in what we will call today South Carolina. They was flowing around the Atlantic coast looking for American Indians. When they tried to set up a colony, that shit got disbanded. They got ran out by the American Indians. No different than what happened to Cortez and DeSoto when they went into Alabama and the Gulf of Mexico. See, y'all just looking at these European stuff, but y'all don't go deeper into the research and find out what actually happened. That's y'all problem. I agree with some of the things y'all say because that's mainstream narrative. All right. Your level of comprehension with that's just like my level of comprehension with philosophy and science when Oli talking. That's why I ask questions so I can understand better. If y'all don't know, just say y'all don't know. Quit jumping to conclusions.
But I think the question becomes in that could you show us the opposite narrative? I think that's all we asking.
What opposite narrative?
Of what you just said, of what we've been saying. You just trying to disprove.
Bro, you just said everything I said, that the American Indian was getting enslaved and getting took into Barbados and the Bahamas. You just said what I said.
Yeah.
You didn't know that you read that?
No, at first you was denying that they was only down in Florida. I mean, we trying to show you that the Europeans came
The
up.
Spanish only had a colony in Florida, bro. They never had no colony up in South
Okay, so
Carolina or none of that. For one, let me tell you when you read sources, bro. When you read a source that's dating back to 1500s and they say South Carolina, you know that's not a real source. Because it wouldn't know South Carolina in the 1500s, my dog.
Yeah, you did it again, and he let you finish, but he was talking, and you cut him off the second you heard something you didn't like.
Oh,
And
I thought I was
that's
still
the habit you
responding,
have.
A1.
No,
I
you
thought I
wasn't.
was still
He was
responding.
we just
talking.
going back and forth though,
He
A1. We just going back and
okay.
forth.
I mean, but
Yeah.
it turns into shouting matches with him and other people. So I'm
I
trying to
thought
get him to
OTK
just
was
stop
still
doing that.
talking.
No,
No,
I'll rewind
Can
it.
I
Master
just
Hurt
jump
was
in real
talking,
quick? I want to
and
give him the
he heard what
name
he
of
didn't agree,
the
and he said, "No, it ain't that way there." And then he went on to his thing. But it's
right.
just
Can I just give him the name of the colony that he said didn't exist?
A1, I actually stopped and waited for him to
bro,
finish.
I'm not tripping. You didn't. And
I
if I
had my
gotta
finger
rewind it,
up.
I'm gonna rewind it. That
Go
was
ahead.
way before. That was 5 minutes ago. You had your finger up. Then y'all went into a back and forth. He said something, you said something, he said something, and then you cut him off when you didn't like something you were hearing he was saying instead of just being a little more patient. But if you want me to rewind it to show you, I will.
Yeah.
I'm going to right now.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
because
Kim Nutter.
yeah,
Y'all think I'm fucking dumb.
Okay, well, I put
Go
it in
ahead,
the
The
back
A1,
last
chat.
time
It's
rewind it,
after
called
bro,
I
the.
because
rewind this is the last time y'all ever gonna ask me to rewind anything. From now on, what I say goes because I'm not crazy and I'm sitting here
no,
watching y'all. While
bro,
you're
this is my first
engaging, I'm
time asking
observing.
you.
You can't upgauge and observe at the same time. You can't engage and observe. So trust me. Instead of arguing with me when I'm saying what's going on and trying to get y'all together. I
You
see
say
where the
you
problems
can't.
are.
You say you can't engage and observe at the
You
same
can't
time.
engage and observe at the same time.
That's not true, bro.
I'm not engaging, so I'm just sitting here watching.
Uh,
So I'm not lost in the action like you are to say what did and didn't happen because you're so lost in the damn argument you don't remember. Go ahead, Kim Nutter. It was on Kim Nutter. I'm about to
Okay,
rewind
so
it since he think I'm tripping.
the name
All
of the
right, man.
colony
All
was
right, man. Salute,
the
man.
name of the colony.
Salute, man. Salute.
Okay, so the name of the colony is the San Miguel del Guape. If I said it right, if I messed it up, I put the name in the back chat how it's spelled. It was a short-lived colony, but
Right.
they definitely had one.
Right, and
He's
that's what I
claiming they didn't
said.
have
They
one. No, you
established the
didn't. You said
colony.
they didn't
Yeah.
what
have
year is
none, is
that?
what you said.
What year is
No,
that?
I told
no,
you it
bro.
ended in
No, no.
1526.
Hold on,
You said they
Hercules.
didn't have a
Hold
colony,
up,
is what you said.
Hercules. Hold up,
Now
Hercules.
that I'm showing you they have one, now you saying, yeah, you agree with me saying that it was short-lived. Your
No,
first
stop,
statement was that
bro.
they had none.
All
That's
right,
what you said.
so now I see that you got selective hearing because King Herc can tell you that I said the Spanish had tried to set up a colony in the Carolinas, but it didn't last because the Indians ran them out. I said that, bro.
But that was after you already made the statement that they
No,
had
no, no,
none.
bro, no, bro. It's already bad enough. Me and King Herc been going back and forth, and A1 thought I cut him off, but me and him was having a back and forth at this point. I didn't cut him off no more. A1, we was having a dialogue. Thousand pardon for that, but dog, bro, you're not gonna do that to me. No, I did say that.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you
The
did
whole
say that.
reason I came with it is because you said it. I heard you said it, and that's what made me want to respond to it because I heard you said it. I might have didn't hear you when you corrected yourself, but you definitely made the claim that they
I
had
don't.
no colony.
No, I don't need to correct myself, bro. You didn't listen to the rest of my statement, King Herc. You know, my brother, I did say that the Spanish tried to set up a colony, but that shit, the Indians ran them out. Did I or did I not say that, bro?
Yeah, he said that a while back. He
Thank
did say
you.
that a while
Thank
back.
you, bro. Thank you. A while back.
And I just
Thank you.
admitted that I might not have heard that. And the part that I heard is when he said they didn't. And even if your claim was that they tried to set up one, that's still to say that they wasn't successful in doing it. But they actually was, and it was just short-lived. So my
No.
statement was still
So then
stand,
they
even if
weren't
you said,
successful, bro.
hold on, let me finish. So my statement was still stand, even if you worded it in that way where you said they tried to set it up. They actually successfully set one up. It was just short-lived. So you would have still been wrong, even if you said it in that way. It's all right, though.
Well, but I'm just using the source that you brought up. You dig what I'm talking about? The one that you brought up was never set up. Right? at all. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a perspective, right? Even in your source, it says right here, the contract appointed Elion. First of all, it proposed, right? It proposed a prospective place near the 33rd North Parallel or present day South Carolina, right? It just proposed it. Because first of all, ain't no Carolina in 1523, ain't no Virginia in 1523, right? Let's just get that out the way. The contract appointed Elion as the governor of the prospective colony and granted him a range of privileges, including the right to organize expeditions, govern settlers, and exploit resources in exchange for funding and executing the colonization effort. It just never went off. Right?
Facts.
So even your source says that.
But
because they were what? Because what happened? Charles V issued a royal patent, right, or papal bull to Lucas Vasquez Elion, authorizing him to establish a Spanish presence along North American coast between approximately the 35th and 37th parallel north latitude. Right. Remember, the Pope had given him everything pretty much above the third. I guess it's the 37th latitude. You think what I'm talking about? But it was split in between Portugal and Spain. Yeah. And so he got a charter to do it, but it never honestly went off.
Never did.
Talk about. So I think the what was the name of the San Miguel Guadalupe?
Yeah, Guadalupe.
Del Guape.
It's Guadalupe. Yeah.
Guadalupe. Right.
Yeah. But it was never fully established. We know that colonies turned into the 13 colonies, bro. It turned in the colonies that they established that was established, bro. Them turned into the Continental Congress and what we call the 13 colonies.
Right. And it was only like a little, like it's just a couple little huts that they was living in. It wasn't like the whole state. You did
Well,
want to talk
they
about
had a church and everything, though.
No. I'm just saying, that failed.
I said it failed. It was short-lived.
It was a total failure. They tried, it failed.
But that wasn't an argument, though.
Right. It was so there was no colony that actually stayed there.
That's not the argument at all.
What is the
Right,
argument?
that wasn't the argument. That's something that your bro brought up. That's something that he brought up, saying that he was trying to debunk me about me saying something about the Spanish and the Portuguese never having no colony in North America. And I said it was in Florida. You know what I mean? But he don't understand landmass, that it wasn't no South Carolina in the 1500s.
No.
No, we
know they didn't call it that. We using that for you to know the area. No, we know they didn't call it that. We just using that name so when we talk about it, you know what area we talking about. We know obviously in the records they didn't call it that. That's obvious, right?
Yeah. But see, when you're doing research, you got to study up where the actual name is from. You can't study what today's name is from. That's what loses people.
No, it don't, because you have.
Yes, it does, bro. Yes, it does.
If you said the name, if you tell me the name of the area right now, I'm not gonna know what you're talking about. Only reason I would know what you're talking about if you reference it as South Carolina and Georgia. That's the only reason I would know. I'm not gonna know if you give it the native name. I'm not gonna know that. So that's why we're using the term of South Carolina and Georgia, and that's what they're talking about, just so you can know the area. It has nothing. It doesn't even negate anything about the Spanish, because the first thing was the Spanish didn't come up north, and we're showing you that the Spanish came up north, far as South Carolina. So I mean,
A1, Can you pull up this map for me, A1? Pull up the 1715 map of the Carolinas. This is a war map that the British and them is writing back and showing out to the King of England. It's the 1715 map of North America, bro.
I
Yeah,
just think I just think
I'm gonna just show y'all in 1715 how they map out the states over here on the eastern coast. All right,
Okay,
this is
so
the
at that time the
1700s
name was
now.
Chicora. The name was Chicora, if you want to be specific, right? But
No,
that's the same
it's
region.
Shakora. It's Shakora.
Even if I mention, even if I missaid it, you
Yeah,
know
it's
that's the
Shakora,
name, right?
bro. No,
So,
I'm just
but
telling
when
you,
you
it's
say that,
Shakora.
yeah, but look, when you say that, a lot of people ain't gonna know that, so we just give you the modern day name, so you know the region that we're talking about. So that's not a
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'm just telling you, the name is Shakora. Shakora Cherokee. That's on the making right now. If y'all have seen when the kids that beat up the police and stuff in South Carolina, that was on Shakora. That was Shakora on the making. That was
And I
my
actually
nephew.
pronounced
yeah,
it
and
right.
if
It's
you
Chicora
Yeah,
because it's
it's that first map right there to your
Chicora,
left.
so it's Chicora.
A1. That first one to your left, right there. A1.
and then how can you say this? First of all, it was a failed attempt. You
Blow
dig
that
what
up, bro.
I'm talking about? It failed just because they tried it and it may have lasted 2 days or something and they got
Yeah.
kicked out of there doesn't mean that they had a true settlement. This is
They was
just
there for months.
in the hold on. This is a European point of view of the first time that they saying that they having control over southeastern parts of the United States through Spain. Right.
Facts.
This is the very first time that that a document was created for Spanish exploration to go up there in the settlement of the southeastern United States.
Facts. But they
Yeah.
never made it. But they
No,
never made it.
that's
They
not
never
true.
They
made
only
it.
got to Florida.
Wait, hold up.
They only got to Florida. They never
Hold up.
even got to
Wait.
the place where they were supposed to go up by South Carolina because
No, wait,
it was
no,
a failed
that's not.
attempt. It was a
No,
failed attempt
no,
all the way
no.
down in Timucua land.
You're not
Timucua
Right.
land.
The
Timucua
Timacuans.
land is the Timucua. They
Listen, wait.
way like
Let him finish,
central.
Herc, so that way when you go, he can't cut you off, man. Let him finish. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Yeah, and then they said it failed in Timucua land. Right, Timucua is like
Right
eastern.
here at the bottom part of Georgia. Yes.
Yeah, and Florida.
Yeah, go to your right. You should see the Timaquas. You should see the Timacuans on this map right here, if I'm not mistaken, down to the bottom like you going to Florida, bro. See, it ain't no Georgia at this time. Y'all see how small Florida was? This is all the Spanish had control at this time, bro. In the 1700s, y'all. This is a war map. If you zoom in more, A1, you can see where they can show you how much troops are located in these places. How much Cherokee troops? How much they even call them boys Floridians and stuff like that, man. This is a war map.
Yeah, they was there
You
from
feel me?
August 9th to like mid-November.
Yeah. So the thing is, bro, I don't want to get into nothing with y'all to where we dispute things that we all researching, bro. You know what I mean? It's nothing wrong with what you done research, bro, but it's people out here that's researching more. Just like when these first people was coming out with this Hebrew Israelite stuff, you had people started going in the Bible and started digging deeper to combat them. I don't knock that. I don't do that, bro. I respect that. That's going into your research. That's why I thought we was having a healthy conversation. For real, for real. It's real healthy to me.
I mean, I think we
But
still
if y'all
are.
ask me for a source, I'm gonna show y'all this right here. This is a 1715 map. They didn't know nothing about Texas. No, none of that at this time. Where they had knew about Texas, but the people who drawing this map that was at war, they wasn't fucking with the other side of the Appalachians. This before 1776 now, so this before them first bred Europeans that came across here gained their independence.
This during the Yamasee War, ain't it?
Big facts. The Yamasee Wars that ended right here in Carolina, in Goose Creek, where I'm from. Correct.
Okay, that's fine and dandy, but again, I just read from Daily Standard how the Timucua people were wiped out from 1515 all the way up to the 1600s by the Spanish.
But they didn't get wiped out. They started joining other chieftains.
Okay,
because
but you
see, the thing they don't show you, bro. Hold on. Okay. But see, the thing they don't show you is the war that became behind that. So, all right, let me give you the book to go look up, bro. I'm gonna give you the book. Since you want a source, I'm gonna give you the book. It's called American Indian Wars from 1492 to 1864 or 1860 or something, or 1890. I think you go to 1890. Look that up, bro. That got every war that happened with American Indians and every treaty that never, like you said earlier, every treaty that never got fulfilled, every agreement, it got all of these things inside that book. It's called the American Indian Wars.
And I think they big this whole action up, this failed attempt, right? Because you know it's a foundational attempt for European societies. You dig what I'm talking about? It makes them look like, oh, we may have failed this time, but we got it, guys. You dig what I'm talking about? So you know, I think it's a dog whistle. You dig what I'm talking about? It makes it seem as if these big bad Europeans was over here running things. You dig what I'm saying?
Tell Babylon who the cartographer of this map is. Cause see, Babylon think he one of the smartest, but Babylon, I study topography and cartographers, bro. So please don't do me like that, bro. This is an official map. This is an official topography. It's from a war, bro. Like I tell A1, if you zoom in like on the mountain ridges, A1, you will see they show like 3,000 Choctaws here. 3,000 where Choctaws. They will spell it CHA. CTA. And then you will see like Kashadas. You will see them on the mountain ridges if you zoom in closer. You will see where they even land the boats at. They canoes and they boats and stuff when they was going to war. So this is the Yamasee War. And we know that's official. The Yamasee Wars is official.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know that. But I think, again...
So this is a map from the Yamasee Wars. So, you know what I mean?
Again, that wasn't an argument. And I think that you're starting to conflate the timelines because we were dealing with the 1500s. And what we were showing you is that the Spanish did move up north past Florida and up into South Carolina. Whether or not whether or not they established a colony that lasted doesn't matter. They moved up there. They did start enslaving some of their indigenous people and down to the Caribbean. So they did stay there for a time. The whole point was that they did move up there before the British came over, before the French came over. They was already in that area, and they was already killing the population and enslaving the population in that area. That was the whole argument.
All right. So whilst the Spanish is in Florida, bro, your English and your British is in Jamestown in 1500s. Your French is in Canada in 1500s, bro. What are you talking about?
No, we know that. I said they was there before the British and the French.
Where was they at before the English and the British?
From from Florida up to South Carolina.
No, bro. No.
I just gave you the source saying they went up to Winona Bay, Winona Bay. That's how far up they went. You had two Spanish people establishing the territories up there and start enslaving indigenous people and bringing them down to the Bahamas. I just read that from David Standard. He just talked about that. That happened in the 1500s.
Okay, all right, bro. Now, does that source say that they travel up the coast enslaving people? They travel up the coast just snatching people up, right?
No, after the resistance, they got their ass kicked and they packed up and left. They left weapons behind, all type of metals and swords that the indigenous people can attest that they found that ended up in their inner lands. So they got their ass kicked and dipped. They left a whole lot of stuff behind. So it wasn't like they continued to progress through the lands after that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So what is he talking about? They enslave all of these people.
I didn't say they enslaved a lot of people. What I read was that when the Spanish moved up north, as far as Georgia and up to South Carolina and Winona Bay, and I told you it was Pedro de Quejo and Francis Gordillo. These was two people in 1520. This was 1521 that they moved up into the area, and you know that they was already there, and so and he also said that the Timucuan Indians from 1515 was killed. He said there were 720,000 of them. They estimated, but by 1600 there was only 36,000 left. You know what I'm saying?
Now, if they was talking about an African chieftain, 720,000 Africans.
No, we're talking about.
You mean to tell me you really think that many Africans will let their population? I'm just asking you from logical point of view. I'm asking logical right now. From you mean to tell me that any race of people, they will let all of those people get killed off?
Bro, we're talking about over 90 years. 90 years.
Huh? Whoa. 90 years of the Timucuans getting decimated from 720,000 to 30,000? You say it was 90 years?
I'm estimated. Wait, 15. Let's do 1515 minus 1607 is what? That's what. Yeah,
that's almost 100 years. Yeah, that's 8 years short of 100. Yeah.
So I mean, it's just look. We just showing you. I'm just showing you that these people did. That the Spanish did move up north. They did move past Florida, and they moved up to South Carolina. They moved up down the East Coast. They didn't go far, but they were there in the 1500s.
Okay. Well, now that you say that, bro, that's why I brought the map out to show you what was considered Carolina and what was considered Florida in the 1700s. Now, I done seen some 1500
But we're
maps.
talking about the
where,
1500s.
Hold on. I done seen some 1500 maps to where Florida went all the way into what now today is St. Augustine. I mean, not St. Augustine, but now today is some parts of Georgia, all the way to New Orleans. I done seen maps like that too. So it's about who is drawing these maps. Those are Latino maps, though. Or Latin maps, Spanish, Portuguese map.
And we gotta remember. We gotta also remember.
I respect that. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. Go ahead. My bad. That was part. Go ahead.
Just saying, we gotta keep also in mind that these are just claims being made by the crown. Not that they had control over the land or they were able to stay there for massive amounts of time and set up real colonies or anything. You know, that didn't happen to much later. You know what I mean? At least the first meaningful one probably comes about 40 years after this. You know what I mean? probably comes about 40 years. I think in probably the 1560s, if I'm remembering correctly. You know what I mean? But you know,
Yeah, because the Spanish had hell colonizing parts of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, shit,
Real,
everybody
real.
did. Hey, listen, trying to go up in Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, them some fools. You dig what I'm talking about? They some listen. That's gonna be hard to deal with for anybody.
Yeah, you got King Tuscaloosa, you got
Yeah.
you got Chief Tuscaloosa, you got Chief Kofacheki.
Yep, you got Black
all of them boys out there in that Gulf.
And the Timacoans. Let's not forget about them. Let's not forget about the Calusa. Let's not forget about the Apalachicola. You dig what I'm talking about? Them boys was banging.
The Alabamus. The
Yeah,
Alabamus. All of them in that area, man, and they deep as fuck. They deep as shit.
Shata, all that. You know what I mean? The Wachita, all them down there. I don't know, man.
Why they don't never talk about the story about De Soto had to snatch up a woman in order to get free and get back to the boat coming inland in Alabama, what we call today Alabama, in that area right there. The American Indians ran his ass up out of there, dog. He had to grab. This is, you know what I mean? He grabbed Chief Kofacheki niece. He grabbed her, and that's how he was able to escape. And you know what I mean, let her loose once he got on the boat, and he was able to get back in the water. One thing we got to understand about these Europeans, or whatever y'all want to call them, Europeans or whatever, they always stay by the water. They never went far inland. That came way later. They had to stay by the water so they have a quick escape. This is in their own writings.
I mean, yeah, that's the history, and it's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, I mean, what we see is that the British, the Europeans, they took over. I mean, you can talk about all the stories. My favorite story is brother I can't think of his name right now. Tahui in Cuba. That's my favorite story. You know what I'm saying? And then when he talked about, they was fighting, they was resisting. He had a resistant movement where they was fighting against the Spanish and the Spanish coming through that joint, and they was fighting back. And when they finally caught him, they said, they put him on and say, we're gonna save your soul so you can go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is admit the thing. He says, heaven where the Christians at? They said, yeah. He said, shit, I'd rather go to hell.
I dropped a link for a map if y'all want to check that map out in the back chat. I believe the map was dead in like 1533 or something. I dropped one in the back if y'all want to look at that one.
Did they say that person from Cuba was he African or was he indigenous Cuban, bro?
No, he was a Taino, the Tahui. His name is
Tahui. A Taino, yeah, he was a Taino. So he was an indigenous Carib.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Hey, listen, man. I respect everything, man. A1, my apologies to you too, bro. I know it sounded like I was coming off belligerent to these brothers, but I wasn't.
I mean, we got down to it and we straightened it all out. It was a little confusion at first.
Right.
Because I came in because I heard it was like late 1500. I'm like, oh, man. Here we go. I got a whole book I wrote on this, man. I cover all that in my book, man. I cover all the accounts on this from 1501, where they get the first decree who allowed the West Central Africans that they call Ladinos into the Western Hemisphere. They restricted all Muslims and North Africans and things of that nature. By 1502, the first Africans land in Haiti. And then they escaped that first year. Then they had some more come in, a couple more groups who escaped that came in. Then you get down to, I believe it was like 1518 or something, where they first started bringing the Bozales. They call them Bozales. They came
Yeah,
directly from the
Bazali.
continent.
Yeah,
Those was the
Bazali.
Wolof. Yeah, those was the Wolof peoples and stuff like that who actually led the first revolt against them. And then after they got away, they captured some of those cats. They killed them along the road to make example of them. But the majority of that group escaped too. Then they took that other group over to North America, and then that's the account we was talking about now. But I
So,
go over
bro, do you
all
know
those
who the
accounts.
Ladinos? Do you know who the Ladinos really are, bro?
They was West and West Central Africans that they
Whoa, whoa,
Christianized
whoa.
and taught Spanish so that they can go over there and understand how to speak the Spanish. They was baptized. They was
Uh-huh.
fully Christianized. So they didn't want them to resist. That's why they didn't bring Africans from the continent until
Uh-huh.
after so many of those westernized Africans escaped.
Uh-huh.
And then they had to bring something in just to keep fulfilling the need for bodies.
Uh-huh.
Then that's when they started to bring in the Bozales directly from the continent. So
All right.
that's how that happened.
So the reason why I asked you, do you really know who the Ladinos is, bro? Is because the Ladinos got a complex story. I did a bill on the Ladinos a year and some change ago. Nobody never knew nothing about the Ladinos. When I asked them that, they say, "Who you talking about? The Latinos?" I say, "No, the
Well,
Ladinos."
too bad I wasn't around.
So so that's why I asked you who the Ladinos was, bro. The first
Yeah,
thing you
they
should
come
have
out of
said is
West and
that they
West
were
Central Africa.
no. The first thing you should have said is that they're Sephardic Jews, they're Morisco Jews, they're
Facts.
French Huguenots. That's the first thing you should have said who the Ladinos are, bro.
Mm.
Yeah, it don't sound like y'all talking about the same group of people though.
No, he don't know who the Ladinos is. He's talking about
Nah,
Berbers.
I don't think
He's
he
talking
know which
about
ones I'm
Berbers.
talking about. I'm talking to
The
people. No,
Berbers
those
are the
Berbers.
Western
No,
and Central Africans, but the
no, they not.
Ladinos,
Berbers come from the north, man.
I bet. Hey,
Wait, how
A1,
you
can
spell
you
it?
pull up A1? Can you pull up who are the Ladino people? They even got their own language
How
where
you
they
spell?
separate themselves and they try to keep their culture separated. They are the Sephardics, the Moriscos, your French Huguenots. They
Yeah.
are converts, bro,
Okay, look, the Latinos that I'm talking about is
from
spelled
the
Lad.
Iberian
And look,
Peninsula.
it's spelled Ladinos, Ladinos.
Yes,
Those
yes,
people were
bro. Yes,
West
bro.
Central Africans that they brought over there and Christianized, baptized, taught them Spanish, and
They were
then they was able to go into the Western Hemisphere.
they were Jews.
Right?
Africa
I'm
was
telling you.
already Islamic. Africa was already Islamic at the time of the Ladinos, my brother. So
In
if
that
they was
decree, they don't
converting,
allow no
so they was
Muslims
converting
across.
to
Read the
Christianity.
decree. They don't allow Muslims across in that decree. They explicitly denied Muslims. Any Muslim
These boys
cultures, they
are
denied
converts,
them.
bro. They are
Trying
converts,
to tell you.
and
That's
they
why they
in the
got West
Iberian
Africans,
Peninsula,
bro.
dog. They Muslim and Christian. A1, if you still here, bro, can you pull up Ladinos for me? That they got their whole other language, and they even got problems with some of the people in Central America right now to this day. Right now to this day, they got a problem with the Latinos. This is
Yeah,
facts, bro.
you talking
These
about
are converts. These are Muslims and Christians. The Ladinos, bro. They're both. They are Moors. In other words.
It seems like y'all talking about two groups of people, two different groups of people with the same name, because one of them
but one of us got to be right.
One of them is like judo. It says judo Spanish.
Judo Spanish, right? Judo Spanish, Judeo, which means they Jewish, and they also Catholic.
Yeah, but then
so they practice both.
But there is another group of people who are African that are Latinos as well. You know
what?
Yeah, there's another group. They're
they would be your Moors.
No, it says that they are Spanish.
The Moors couldn't go across because they was Muslims. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They explicitly deny anybody that was of that type of culture.
Listen, the Moors was in Africa from 711 AD, dog. They was in Africa.
Right, and they didn't come over to the Western. Listen, they didn't come to the Western Hemisphere.
Iberian Peninsula after that. They didn't leave out till 1490s. Once they got expelled out.
Hey, can I
They was there for 700 years, bro.
let me
Yeah, y'all
share.
talking about y'all talking about two different groups of people because
Watch this.
one is African and one is the Jewish Spanish. So there are two groups of people with that same name.
But that Jewish Spanish that you're looking up, you will see that they got African descent. They came through the Moors, coming from the Saudi Arabia way. The Moors brought all that through there, bro. The Moors was Islamic. The Iberian Peninsula was Catholic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. It don't have any. It don't say anything about contact with the Moors at all.
I got who
Okay,
are
bro.
the Ladino? Ladino, I spell it Ladino. Y'all want me to show my screen?
I just dropped a verbatim quote in the back
Yeah.
where you can see where they told you
Okay.
explicitly that they did not allow Jews, Moors, or any of
That's
that.
why they had to be conversos.
They was conversos, bro. They was converts, my nigga.
Watch this. Who are the Ladino? And I spell it Ladino. The term Ladino refers to two entirely different groups depending on whether you are looking at it through a historical linguistic lens or a modern Central American cultural lens. Cultural and ethnic identity, Central America. In modern Central America, particularly in Guatemala, Ladinos are a distinct social group. They are a mixed people of indigenous and European ancestry, as well as fully indigenous people who have adopted a westernized Spanish-speaking style. The distinction,
Right. No African. It ain't the people I'm talking about.
Hold on. The term is used to contrast this group with the rural traditional Mayan population who still wear traditional clothing, speaking Mayan languages. They speak Spanish as their primary language, wear Western style clothing, and predominantly follow mainstream Hispanic cultural and religious traditions. The historical and linguistic identity, Sephardic Jews. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the Judeo-Spanish language and the people who speak it. They are Sephardic Jews, the descendants of the Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. The culture. After their expulsion, these communities settled across the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, and Europe. They preserved their 15th century Spanish, which blended with Hebrew, Turkish, and Arabic to become the Ladino language.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just like the brother Hurt was telling you, there's a people, and you got to look at it in two type of ways. You dig what I'm talking about? Because there's a Judeo-Spanish Ladino people. You dig what I'm talking about? Who are in history and exist today with a language today. You know what I mean?
That's what I said earlier, that you got them people in the Yucatan in Central America that call themselves Ladinos, and they got problems with some of the original people that's there.
Yeah.
They got their own problems with the Latinos. That's what I said.
Well, you do know in the record, it do also say that the newly converted people couldn't go
bro.
either.
That was my Yucatan. That was my Yucatan connection. Now, my other original connection was telling you that the Ladinos are Sephardics, they Moriscos, they Conversos, they French Huguenots. It's more than just one title that go up underneath that. Now, Cosmon.
Yeah.
Who was the people getting expelled out of the Iberian Peninsula in the 1490s, my brother?
The Jews.
What was they name? The Moors?
Yeah, the same people.
And where was they sending them people? Where was they sending them people?
No, it ain't about where they sending them at.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is about it.
Moors,
They
bro.
sent them to the
it
Americas.
is.
And then hold on, they sent them to the Americas. They sent them to North America. They sent them to North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe.
Right.
They sent them
They was
everywhere.
exiled.
right?
Yeah, but hold on,
and
wait.
especially, hold on, they especially went to America, especially Central America, Guatemala.
That's not true.
No. The people who got expelled, when you talk about the Jews getting expelled from Spain, that happened before the 1490s. That was happening.
No, it happened in 1492.
I would say right at, right in the beginning of the 1490s, 1489, 1488, whatever. 1490, you know what I'm saying? It happened right there. And when they got expelled, these people, when they got expelled, they went to other European countries as well.
No,
you can't just say that they came over to America. They went to other European countries.
That's just like the source said. First of all, you got to admit that they're Judeo-Spanish.
We know that they were Spanish. They know they were Portuguese.
All right, so they Sephardic Jews, but they're Jewish.
The point. I think my point is this: you had a group of people calling themselves Jews that not only got expelled from out of Spain or the Iberian Peninsula, they got expelled out of French, Britain, all of look at Western Europe. They got kicked out of it at some point in time around this area. They was being persecuted, for whatever reason. I forgot what the reason. More like he was
because they're black.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't about them being black. They weren't. I wouldn't argue that they were black. You talk about. I would argue
they're black.
I would argue that they were more, white looking or whatever, because it was more of a thing about them hogging the wealth and hogging like land ownership.
Well, do you know that
between themselves, they only did business with themselves, just like they do today. They only did business with themselves.
Do you know that they call these? Right, I hear you, bro. Do you know that they call these Latinos black Latinos? Even hold on, they got a whole ethnic community still today in Spain.
Yeah, but what he was,
hold on. I just want to show you. Listen, I just want to show you. Listen, bro, I just want to show you, right, that these people are not necessarily African. They're Jews.
No. Yeah, they came through the Arabian Peninsula, bro. Some of them came through the Arabian Peninsula, bro.
And the social group. Hold on.
No, there's a group of Latinos that are from Africa. That's what he was talking about.
No, bro, it's not.
Whoa.
It's not. The whole Ladino concept came up in the Iberian Peninsula, bro.
Yeah, it's from Europe.
It was a classification of a mixture of a person who was Sephardic Jew. You know what a Sephardic Jew is? That means they Muslim and they practice Judaism too.
Well,
they can go with both, bro. They converts.
Yeah, they Iberian.
Look, I just dropped another one in the back. Look, it say no person of the status of an Afro Mentender. I might be fucking that word up. It said prohibited ones, Berbers, North Africans, nor the people from the Levant, nor raised amongst them, nor the lineage of Moors, nor the Jews, nor newly converted to our holy Catholic faith of whatever status they may be can pass, nor shall pass to the said islands. They didn't allow none of those people over. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
A Catholic is a Jew, bro. A Catholic is a Jew. What are you talking about?
They claim lineage straight from Jesus.
What is wrong with him, man? A Catholic is a Jew, bro.
No, listen.
Christianity comes straight out of Judaism.
Judaism.
That's not what we was arguing about. The thing what I try to point out was that you had a group of African people who was
they're not African, they're Iberian.
Wait, let me finish. They spoke
Africans.
They spoke Spanish and Portuguese, but they was from Africa and they was called Latinos.
Exactly.
Hold on. What are you talking? Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you talking after 1492?
No, I'm not.
What year are you talking about? So we can put it on a chronological timeline.
Yeah, bro.
That's the thing, because then you had another group of people who you were talking about, the Sephardic Jews, who were also called Latinos. Those were two. So you were different at two different people.
Okay, well, show us the other one.
Well, I'm talking about past 1492 because the decree that I'm talking about was written in 1501. It was written in 1501.
Okay, 1501. So this is 9 years later. So the
Okay,
Sephardic
okay.
Jews had already, so hold on, the Sephardic Ladinos, right, had already been kicked out of Spain for 9 years by the time you're talking about.
Big facts.
Right. That's why I'm telling you that the people that came over in 1502 was people that they brought over from the West and West Central African that they called Ladinos. They didn't call themselves that. This what the
Okay, well,
Europeans was
but
calling them.
just
They
because
call it.
that's
Hold on.
what
Let
they,
me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. These European was calling these Africans Ladinos, and those Africans that they brought from the West and West Central regions that was born and bred into Portugal and Spain that was Christianized and stuff. Those were the ones that was allowed into the Western Hemisphere, into the Indies.
well, that's
Oh,
you're
so they
making,
was
hold
free
on,
then.
you're
So
making,
these
wait a
people
minute,
was free?
wait a minute,
No, they was enslaved.
how? Listen,
How?
listen,
How? They
Oh
just
my
got
God.
free.
listen, hold on, wait a minute, wait. First of all, he's making a leap in
These people
logic.
that they brung was the
Right, hold
first
on.
enslaved people that they
Listen,
took to
hold on.
Haiti.
I
This
don't
what I'm
listen. We
telling y'all,
heard you,
tripping.
bro. We heard you. We was doing good before you start talking over people, right? So look, you're making a very bad leap in logic, because in 1492, many of these people got sent all over the world, including Africa. Right? That just because a people is being taken from Africa and shipped somewhere doesn't mean that they're indigenous or from Africa. They were still Sephardi Jews who are from Iberia. If they are Ladinos, they were just Ladino transplants from 1492. That still doesn't, you're not making any claim. Right? So it still doesn't debunk that the Ladinos are Jews. Now, I would ask the question, the Ladinos that come from Africa, could you show us their language and cultural practice? And was it Jewish?
They
Yeah.
forced them to speak Spanish. They didn't allow them to speak their language. That was the whole purpose of it. They wanted westernized, Christianized Africans to go over there. They didn't want you speaking no African languages. They wanted you to be able to speak Spanish.
This is how you
That
catch
was
them
the
up in
whole
their logic,
purpose.
y'all. This is how you catch them up in their logic.
Yeah. So,
You dig what I'm
so
talking
the
about? I just want to show. I just want him to show us that these African Ladinos, right, that got shipped to Central America and other places, right, didn't practice a Jewish heritage and speak Spanish because they were from Iberia.
Big facts.
They are Sephardic. The Sephardis are from Iberia.
Fact.
Hey, no, Cosmon. Again,
But
you're
they
talking
could have
about
speak multiple languages, but their primary
Yeah.
language was Spanish.
Right.
talking
The
about two
Sephardi
different
Jews, hold on, or Sephardim are and rarely as Iberian Peninsula Jews are Jewish diaspora population associated with the historic Jewish communities of the Iberian Peninsula and their descendants.
Right.
So hold up.
That's
So
what Sephardi means.
wait, hold up. You're talking again. We're talking about two different groups of people.
Okay, show us the other group of people and that they don't have the same cultural practice.
I'm about to. It says they were basically called Bozales. Bozales.
Bozales.
So these were the people who what straight from, it said captives brought straight from Africa with no prior exposure to Iberian culture. So these were the people, they was called Ladinos, but they had no understanding of the European culture or of the Iberian culture at all.
How did they speak Spanish then?
They was brought from
The Ladinos spoke Spanish, not the Bozales. The Bozales come straight from the continent. The Ladinos come from the Iberian Peninsula in Spain.
Whoa! You doing the word gumbo.
Bozales is Spanish, bro. That's a Spanish name. Do y'all know
Right.
what Bozales means?
I know that's what they called them. I'm not saying these Africans called themselves that. These Africans was wool-off people. This is what the Europeans called them in the records. You tripping.
Okay. I agree with that.
Okay,
but I'm just saying though, that don't prove your point though.
Right, at all. And the Ladino people don't go on to.
You're missing the point. You had a group of African people
that came from Central Africa. That
Did you show us that?
I said it's called the Bozales. These were
How are the Bozales the
listen,
Ladinos?
And he said they came from Central
I
Africa,
said they
not
not the
West Africa.
same. I
So
said,
they came from
listen,
Central.
y'all not hearing me. Y'all not hearing me. Listen,
Not listening.
The Ladinos were the Christianized Africans that was taken from Africa and raised in Spain and taught Spanish. Some of them was even born in Spain, right? And then you
You
got
didn't
the
say that at
Bozales.
first. You didn't
I
say that
didn't
at
say this. Y'all not listening. I
first.
said they took them from Africa, and these people came over from Spain. I said that.
No,
Y'all not listening.
they
And
didn't
then I
take
said the
nobody from
Bozales.
Africa, bro.
Hold on. Then the Bozales is the ones that they took directly from the continent to Haiti. They didn't go to Spain. They came straight from Africa to Haiti. The Ladinos came from Spain over to Haiti. Y'all tripping.
So then that kills you because you say the Bozales are the Latinos that you're talking about from
No,
Africa.
I did not say that. You keep
You said the
mishearing me.
Latinos are African.
Yes,
Yes,
you
both
did.
of them are Africans. Both groups are Africans. The Europeans
They're not.
called them Ladinos. You tripping?
No, they called themselves Ladino.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
Oh my God.
You don't know the history.
Y'all tweaking. Y'all tweaking.
Yeah, they call themselves Ladino, and they don't produce no Bozales culture. Their culture today is called mestizo.
Mestizo,
See,
which
you
means a
talking about,
mixture.
listen, you talking about the people who call themselves that. I'm telling you, these are Africans that the Europeans are calling them that. This is what Europeans calling
These
these
people
people.
call
You are
themselves
tripping. There are
Iberian
other
Jews.
groups. Listen, there are other groups, just like you found that the people in America who are actually
Man,
Latinos,
it
right? And
wasn't
not
no
being
full blood.
called
It wasn't no
Latinos. See,
full blood
wait, hold on,
African
listen,
in
hold
North
on, listen. Hold
Africa
on, bro. Just listen.
in
It's a
700
difference.
AD.
Just hold on. It's a difference from the people who are actually Latinos and the people that the Europeans are calling Latinos, these Africans that speak Spanish. And then they call the Bozales these Africans that don't speak Spanish that come directly from the continent. They call them Bozales. None of these two groups of people that I'm talking about call
Yeah, the
themselves that. These
Bozales
are
ain't
Europe. Hold on, let
Latino.
me finish. Let me finish. These are
Everybody,
Europe.
every
Hold on.
African from
Let
the
me
Ivory
finish.
Coast speak
Let
French,
me
bro.
finish. Let me finish. These are European imposed names on both of these two groups of Africans.
No, they not. Cap.
No, they not, bro.
Oh my
No,
God.
And listen, first of all, notice he ain't showed you these African people. He ain't showed you no culture. He just talking, right?
Right.
They are Sephardic Jews, the
Big fact.
descendants of Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. He can't debunk that.
And cause if you click on the Sephardic Jew part, that shit gonna take you into a Sephardic Jew classification.
You can
got
see
the
that?
Moristos, your Conversos, and you got your French Huguenots even classified in that.
Oh, you can see that? I'm
Yeah,
sharing
when you kick into the Sephardic, no, I can't see it. I'm telling you, when you click into that Sephardic Jew, it's gonna take you to a whole nother shit, and it's gonna take you into the Judeo language. And that's
look
how
where
I
they
found
from.
out about the people that's in the Yucatan that have problem with the other people, because the people in the Yucatan, they on some other shit compared to the Latinos.
And then what
That's
the
the
brother don't
difference.
understand is, what he don't understand is, and what he really having a problem with is the chronology. He doesn't understand that in 1492, right? In 1492, which is the 15th century, right? In 1492, the Sephardim fled to North Africa.
Big
So
fact.
any so-called Sephardim that you calling Ladinos, that you now calling Bozales, right?
No, that's what you doing.
No.
Y'all tweaking.
I didn't say no. I didn't even bring up Bozales, right? These people, look.
When y'all go back and watch this, y'all
Listen,
gonna
hold
see
on. Now I
exactly
know
what I said, and
I'm
y'all gonna see
punching on you.
exactly
I
how
know it
y'all
hurt.
wrong.
It's only
It's
gonna
all
hurt a
good.
minute. It's only gonna hurt a minute, right? Because you ain't even gonna feel the knockout. The Sephardim initially fled to North Africa and other parts of the Ottoman Empire, and many of these eventually settled in such countries as France, Holland, England, Italy, becoming your Huguenots, and the Balkans. So Salonika or Thessalonica in Macedonia in the city of Amsterdam became a major city for the Sephardic settlement. You dig what I'm talking about? The transplanted Sephardim largely retained their native Judeo-Spanish language. So so even the people that was in Africa would have been speaking this Spanish. Why? Because the Sephardim are European.
Facts.
So
I'm gonna ask you to do this real quick. I'm gonna ask you to wait. I'm gonna ask you to do this so you can bust your own bubble. Just look up the Negro Latinos for the 1600s. You tell me what that tell you.
Black Latinos.
No. Look it up. Don't just tell me what you think. Look it up and read me what it tell you.
I've already done it.
No. Read it. Do it now.
You would have been calling them Negro Latinos, dog. They would have been calling them Moors.
No, they wouldn't have, because they know that them people wasn't from North Africa. This what y'all keep messing it up at.
Listen, this is where he get that. This is where he get this from, right? Where he got that twisted up Bozales, the Negros Bozales, which means, by the way, let me show you. He don't even know what he talking about because he don't even know what Bozales means. What he's saying when he calls you Negros Bozales, he means uneducated blacks.
No, I don't.
Watch this. Black Ladino.
That's what Bozales mean, bro.
That's what Bozales means. It means
that might have been what they called them people. I'm telling you, they West Africans. They was Wolof people.
It's a Hispanicized term. Watch this.
Oh my God.
Watch this. You're just ignorant, bro. Stop. Let me teach you. Share my screen.
Niggas is crazy.
Right? Because he ain't did none of this. Hold on. I already had this. Listen. I already had this pulled up because I know the information. Listen. This is the Black Ladino, y'all. Black Ladino, right? Or Negro Ladino were Hispanicized Black Ladino people. Black. Already from Europe. They're not African. They're European. They're
from. Oh my God. Oh my
Black
God.
Don't mean African. Black don't mean African.
Oh my God.
Silly nigga.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Negro mean black.
My God.
Negro mean black. What is y'all talking about? Black don't mean African.
Who was they calling black at that time?
They was calling anybody that was darker than them black. Or
everybody.
Or Negro. What is wrong with y'all?
It's a racial classification.
It's a color. It's a color.
Yes,
Negro is a goddamn color.
Yes, it's a racial classification.
We know that Negro is not an ethnic group, bro. Come on, we don't gotta go that far. We know that. We know that.
Hey, Cosmon.
We know that too. Come on now.
Hey, mi hermano.
I just said we know that too.
Hold on, you getting punched on. Hold on.
Aprende español, mi hermano. If no la comprende la español, then es no necesito por yo to comprende es todo la lengua that yo la habla de tú. Mi hermano.
He can't. There's no need to argue.
If you don't understand the Spanish language, then it's no sense to talk to you, bro.
Right. Listen, black is a racial classification, a social construct, usually a political and skin color based category. Now let's get back to these Black Latinos that I'm teaching him about. See, I only debate my equals. Everybody else I teach. A Black Ladino were Hispanicized. Listen, Black Ladino were Hispanicized Black Ladino people. Right? Who were
I just dropped the info in the back chat so y'all can read that because y'all tweaking.
Quiet. At A1, where are you at when he cutting in? Why ain't you crying? A Black Latino.
You've been letting a lot of us do it. Don't do that.
Listen, bro, I just want to teach you because you're ignorant about this. A Black Latino.
It's the other way around, but go ahead.
Yeah, but okay, you can always think of that, but I'm punching on you. Is my screen sharing?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And no, you're not either.
All right. Listen, because you didn't know what a Black Latino was. A Black Latino.
Crazy. I'm the one brought them up to y'all.
No, you didn't even know they were Jews, stupid. Stop lying.
They not stupid. I just dropped the information in the back.
Yes, they are.
They are. And then you called them uneducated blacks. Watch this.
I
A
told you
black
that's what the
Latino.
Europeans call them, idiot.
Watch this. That's what you call them, idiot. Cause you know habla español.
This is what the Europeans
Hold
called
on,
these
listen.
people in the records,
Listen,
brother.
you're just ignorant, brother. Listen, let me school you. A black Ladino were Hispanicized black Ladino people exiled to Spanish America after having spent time in Spain. They were referred to as Negros Ladinos as opposed to Negros Bozales. Huh? The Ladino skills grant them higher price than the Bozales. So they're saying that there's a clear difference between the African, right, and the Ladino.
No.
Yes.
Okay, what's the Bozales?
The Bozales.
He
Negros,
tripping, man.
Hold on. Negros Ladinos, they were referred to as Negros Ladinos or cultivated or Latinized blacks, as opposed to Negros Zobales, uneducated blacks.
Okay, what does it say about the Bozales?
Hold up, why you leave that other part off, Cosmo? Those captured in Africa.
Over the word and let it pop up.
Africa.
Those captured in Africa. So they're making
the
a
Negros
distinguish.
Gonzalez was captured in Africa and is a different type of brown person.
A different type of African.
Latino.
It's a different type of African. They both African.
It's an assumption. I don't argue opinions.
Oh my God!
We know that they
I see the flim flam. I see the flim flam.
Hold on for a second, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
My bad. I was up. What's up, Kim Netta? I be seeing you over there with the homie squad. Thank you for coming through. I don't know if A1 done said anything to you. What's up, man? So what's up, OTK? Big Cause you been here. I shared your screen, so I'm here.
Okay,
Thank
you
y'all.
can see it now. So
yeah,
let's learn what a black Ladino is.
All you gotta do is hover the word over Ladino, over Negros Gonzalez. It pop up right there. Just put it on it.
Hold on.
Put the cursor on Gonzalez.
A Bozales is not a Ladino. Right? A Bozales is not a Ladino.
I never said that was.
Yeah, listen. Let's go see. Right?
Wait, why you leaving? Wait, go over the Bozales. Oh my God, he keep running from it. Go ahead.
Hold on, what is it? Hold on, the Bozales is niggas from Africa. They not Ladinos. They different. The text says. Hold on, watch this. A black Ladino, right, were Hispanicized black Ladino people. Who are a mix of mestizo or Hispanicized people in Latin America, exiled to Spanish America after spending time in Spain. They were referred to, hold on, but the Ladino people are from Spain.
No, they got took to Spain, and that's where they got exported out from.
No,
but they're not from there.
Latin America is in Spain, bro. Latin America is in Spain at this time, bro. Stop it.
Watch this. Yes, Latin America is Spain at that time. Listen.
Come on, you know we're using the term, so we know what we're talking about. We already went over that. Let's not keep playing semantics, bro. Damn.
No.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to play this dumb game. We already cleared that up.
Reading. You're adding shit in there that ain't there. The Ladino people, right, were referred to as Negros Ladinos or Latinized or cultivated blacks, as opposed to Negros Bozales, uneducated blacks, i.e. those captured in Africa. So
okay, don't highlight it though. Just put the word on it right there. Now read that.
Let's go read this. Is a possibly extinct Spanish-based Creole language or pidgin that may have been a mixture of Spanish and Kikongo with Portuguese influences, right? Attestation is that sufficient to indicate whether Bozo Spanish was ever a single coherent or stable language. That don't help your point. But let's go.
So now, are you claiming that the Ladino black people are from Spain? Wait, I'm asking you a question. Are you claiming that they from Spain, indigenous to Spain? Because they got took from somewhere and took to Spain, and that's where they got exported out from.
Are
No,
you
bro.
claiming
They
that
was
these? Hold
already
on, let me ask my question. Are you
no.
claiming? Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you claiming that these Latinos are indigenous to this area in Spain that is later
All
called
right.
Spain? Let me say it like that, since y'all like to play. Later called Spain, right?
All right.
Are they
So
indigenous
they
there?
was in the Iberian Peninsula, Al-Andalus, since the 700s AD, bro. It just told you that the Ladinos got kicked out in the 1400s.
So how do you got Latinos
It
going to
started in
America in
1490.
1502
It
then?
started in
So how do you
1490
got
with
them going to
Isabella.
America in 1502 then?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It started
Killing
in
yourself.
1490 with Isabella Mama. It took its stronghold in 1492 with Isabella and Ferdinand when they finished exposing them. Those are the ones that so-called came with Christopher, and they didn't leave. They stayed over here and they started breeding with the indigenous people and the Caribbeans and in South America to start making the mestizos. All right, they got their whole history wrote out, bro. The Ladinos. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, bro. The original start from their religion starts in Saudi Arabia area. They came through Africa in 700s to go to the Iberian Peninsula to fight a war. When they won, that's when they took over the Iberian Peninsula and Northern Africa, which is Morocco, Libya. That's why all of them people there look different than your down South African, what you would call your down South African. The people in North America look mixed up. Facts. I'm just saying that. The Iberian Peninsula, they look mixed up.
Indigenous. He
Huh?
asked, are they indigenous to the Iberian Peninsula? And that being there in the 700s does not make you
Some of those
indigenous.
people are indigenous to that land. Yes.
Then you have to.
They've been born over there.
How?
Yeah, they was born over there. They was born over there in the Iberian Peninsula, bro. So
Being
yes,
born
they
there
would
don't
be
make you indigenous. That make you native, brother. Big difference. Don't play games, because you just wanted to play games when I was saying
Well,
Spain. Don't play games now and say, hold on, don't play games now and say that native is indigenous, because now you really playing the flim
Hold
flammery
up.
for
What do you
sure.
mean? Dog, if you born there, you from there,
Then
right?
you're native. Yeah, that's native, but that's not indigenous. I asked you if they indigenous there.
That is indigenous. What are you
No,
talking
that's
about?
native. That's native. That's native. We are in America right now. We native to America, but we're not indigenous here.
Yes, we are indigenous
We
to
native.
America, dog. I'm not indigenous to no
I see
Africa.
your problem. I see your problem.
Yeah,
I
I
see your
see your
problem.
problem. I see your problem.
The real flim flammery.
Wait, let me ask you a
Right,
question.
because this
Dog,
nigga
I've
can't
been
show
this way
he
since I
sure
came to
can't show he
YouTube, bro.
Egyptian. This
Wait,
nigga
let
an
me ask you
idol
a question.
worshiper.
Let me ask you a question.
I
He
never said I
deified
was
the sun
Egyptian.
and the
I
wind.
never said I was Egyptian. I'm a West Central African.
You
I
ain't
just
none of
read
that.
I read the text
You ain't
over
know
there
that.
in Egypt.
Yeah,
So
you ain't
I
know
would
that.
never claim to be a North African. I never
Yeah, you
claimed
ain't
that.
none
What
of
are you
that.
talking
You
about? I
ain't no
never
West
claimed to be
African
that.
either.
I just study the information over there. I never
Yeah,
said
you
Dog,
I
the
don't
was
North
wanna
a
be
North
Africans
African.
went west too,
you
Come
don't
bro.
on,
wanna
bro.
be.
Now y'all playing games. Now y'all
Yeah,
The
being
North
ignorant.
Africans went west too. If you study the Ladino story, when they left out of the Iberian Peninsula
yeah.
between the 700s
Africa.
and the 1400s, they went west in Africa. They
Yeah,
went
stupid.
Central Africa, bro.
They
That's not
went
the
What is
to
question.
wrong with you?
That is not the question. The question is, let me
No,
ask you.
that is the
that's
question.
Al
That they
Sephardi.
No, it
been
wasn't.
there,
I
bro.
asked you where them
They
people
Hold
been
on.
came
there.
from.
Hold
Too
on.
I
loud,
asked you where
Are
them
you
bro.
people
ready
So
came
to
you
from,
don't
admit?
not
know
where they
who
sent them.
you is.
No.
Hold on.
See, you
Are you
playing
ready
games.
to admit?
I asked you where did those people come from, not where they sent them back to. See, you playing games, and that's the flammery.
Back to?
You telling us where they sent them to from Spain. I'm telling you where them people come from. You said they native there. I'm asking you if they indigenous there. No, they not indigenous there. Those people, ethnic background, they rooted is in Africa. They not
That's a
from
lie.
what was
That's
later
a
called
lie.
Spain. You
That's a
making that
lie.
up.
That's a
Go back.
lie. That's a
Cosmon,
lie.
go back.
That's a
Go back,
lie.
Cosmon.
That's
Wait,
a
go back.
lie.
Cosmon, go back. Cosmon,
That's
go
a
back.
lie, dog. You don't even know that these people here
Go
descend
back.
from the Moorish people, dog. You don't even know that.
Just go back. Cosmon, go back.
They converts, bro. They practice Islam and Christianity,
Okay,
bro.
in all this.
Hey, do you hold on? Do you know why they call them? Do you know why they call them Sephardi?
Cosmon, go back to Google.
Hold on. Do y'all? I'm on it right now.
Now we're gonna
Do
kill
y'all know
all
why
this.
they
Go
call
back
them
to Google.
Sephardi?
Go back to Google.
Hold
Go back
on.
to
Wait a
Google.
minute. Okay, I will. But do you
Yeah.
know why they call them Sephardi?
We don't
No,
care.
they don't.
We don't care. We don't care.
Okay, well, they call them, they don't care because you're ignorant and you don't want to learn any truth. They call them Sephardi because Sephardi is the word for Iberia.
Good. Okay, good. Go back to
Right?
Google.
It comes from separar, from the Hebrew
That
word
don't
for
make them
Iberia.
indigenous there
Okay,
still.
good. Go back to
Watch
Google.
this.
Go back to Google.
Hold on. We
Just go
talking
back
about
to
the
Google.
Jews. We talking about the Jews that are from there.
About to kill him. He don't want me to kill him. Go back to Google.
I'm on Google.
Go back. You're on Wikipedia. Go back.
No, these are Jews that
We
are
talking
from there,
about
bro.
Sephardi.
That's fine. That is fine.
They're from there. One thing you gotta understand, dog. The Moors, when they went in it, where they later became the Moors. But when these Arabian people came in the 700s AD, dog, and came into the Iberian Peninsula, they had African people with them. They had a big tribe. When they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, they started mixing in with these people, bro. And the people over there in France and Italy and all that, they started getting mad. They was like, man, fuck these old mixed breed motherfuckers and all of that right there. This is how swarthy and all of these things started coming
Okay,
out with
watch
these
this. Y'all speak
different
Spanish. I just
descriptions.
put the name that they called them in Spanish in the back chat. Read that name and tell me what that say in English.
Go back to Google. Go back to Google and let me share my screen, man, because you playing games.
Sephardic is English.
I'm at Google. Okay, now what?
No, that's Wikipedia. Go back to Google.
I was at. This is what I'm on. I haven't been on anything.
But he's telling you to go back to Google. He just wants you to
I
go to
was
Google
on.
so you can
This is what
search
I've been
something.
on. I haven't checked. Listen.
But he's saying go to Google. He don't want Wikipedia.
I haven't been on anything else.
Get off of there. Go get off of there.
Get off of there
He's
and go
saying
where?
just go to Google. He's saying go to Google. He said it 10 times.
Hey man, listen, man. Y'all trying to
Y'all
gang
gotta
up,
calm
but
down with all
bro,
that little
you
bitch
brought up the Ladinos and you brought up the Sephardic
You don't
Jews.
even know what they are.
You brought
I
up
never
both of
brought up
those
Sephardic
names,
Jews.
bro.
Y'all brought up Sephardic
right,
Jews.
here
I
we go.
never
You
said
brought up
that word.
Sephardic Jews,
I
bro.
never
Hold on.
said those words. Y'all lying now. I could
I'm
bet you
telling you, you said
$100.
they
We could bet
weren't. You said
$1,000
they was.
and run the
We
tape
just
back.
showing you that
I
they
ain't never
is.
said that. You making
They
that up now. You
Sephardic
pulling
Jews.
more flim
You didn't even
flammery.
know nothing about it.
All right, can
You
I share
didn't
my
even
screen?
know
Let me know when I can share my screen.
because you're
Let me know when I can
ignorantly
share my screen.
talking. Hold on, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you go in after I was done. Cause I was being cut off. I got you. You kept trying to go back to Google. Here go Google. Who are the Ladinos? Right. The term Ladino, right, refers to two entirely different groups, depending on whether you are looking at it through a historical linguistic lens or a modern Central American lens, right? Here we go. In Central America, particularly in Guatemala, Latinos are a distinct social cultural group. Who are they? They are people of mixed indigenous and European ancestry, right? As
We know
well
that. Them ain't the people we talking about. We could really skip them.
we are. This is the Ladinos. You
No,
just
those are the
didn't know
Ladino
about this,
people. We
brother.
talking about the Africans that they call Ladinos. That is the Ladino people. That ain't the one we talking about.
What
Dog, we
Africans they
never
call
seen no
Ladino?
Africans
Ain't
called
it said
Ladinos, bro.
we ain't
We
seen no
can't
Africans
find it.
called Ladino.
Where's your source at with that?
Yeah.
Y'all niggas
Source
tripping.
up
I
or
can
shut
have you
up.
look
Ladinos
it up
saying
right
they
here.
Africans at, bro?
Source
I
up
can
or
have you
shut
look it
up.
up right here.
Source up or shut up. Show
I'm
us
letting
where
Hercules
these
go because he wanted
Africans
you to
are
show
called.
something. He's trying to let
Show
you
us
get
where
to
they
it.
called. Because
After
listen, hold on.
Hercules show you what he's
Before
trying
I
to
was
have you
so
do,
rudely
I'm gonna bust you
interrupted,
up.
I was actually reading. Because as we see, Latinos are mixed indigenous and European ancestry. That culture is called mestizo today. Right? As well as fully indigenous people who have adopted a westernized Spanish speaking lifestyle. The distinction, right? The term is used to contrast this group with the rural tradition Mayan population who still wear traditional clothing and speak Mayan culture. Cultural traits, right? These Latinos, if they were even in Africa, would have still been speaking Spanish. Why? Because they are from Iberia. They are Sephardi, right? the name for Separad is the Hebrew name for Iberia. This is why they're called Sephardim, right? They speak Spanish, right? So the historical and linguistic identity, right? The historical people and their language is called Ladino. They are Sephardic Jews. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the who? He didn't know this, y'all. He keep up here trying to act like he teaching, but he didn't know that the real people, not no made up African people that he's saying. See, he didn't know.
Okay, I'm gonna bust you up. I just want you to finish because you
Okay,
actually Hercule was trying to have you do
it hurt.
something. You cut him
Well,
off
why
just so
is
you
your
can read
mouth
this.
running? Why is your mouth running
when
I punched you in it?
Go ahead, finish up.
Because
no, actually, you missed the punch. I'm gonna show you how.
Yeah, he hurt. I know it hurt. It's only gonna hurt a minute. Because globally and historically, which he ain't been able to show, these people called Black Ladinos in Africa, mind you, those are the Bozales, two different people. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the Judeo-Spanish language and the people who speak it, not no Africans.
All right, are you finished? Are you finished?
No, I'm not. They are, hold on, because you didn't know this. I'm just teaching you what you don't know.
Your Gonzales turn into your Berbers, Cosmont, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, they would be your Northern Africans and all this stuff. You did what I'm
Whenever
talking
you
about.
get some time, I put a question in the back chat
Hold
that
on.
you can type in there, and it's gonna beat your ass. I just want when you're done, it's your own Google finna beat you up, right? I just want you. I put the question in the back chat exactly how you should type it in there, and watch it beat you up. Watch it beat you up.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm punching on you, bro. You just got to duck. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I wasn't done. Hold on. The Ladinos are Sephardic Jews, the descendants of the Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. So if they got some people from Africa that called themselves Ladinos that were
they didn't call themselves that.
Okay, they didn't call themselves Bozales.
I know. I said that too.
Huh? Yeah. So what are they called?
I know. I said that too.
So
I
why
said
did you bring up
Europeans
Ladino
called
then?
them. I said this is
why
the
did you
name the
bring up
Europeans
Ladino, bro?
called
Why you bring
them.
up Ladino?
I gave
Why
you the
did
name
you
because
bring
I
up
want.
Ladino
I'm about to tell
then,
you. I'm
bro?
about to tell you why. I'm about to tell you why.
No,
Don't talk over me after you ask me a question. No, don't talk over me after you. Hold on. Don't talk over me after you ask me a question. Y'all wanted to be specific, right? So when I said Spain, y'all like, oh, it wasn't no Spain. When I said Virginia, oh, it wasn't no Virginia yet. So now when I give you the name that's in the record, which is Ladino, you talk about why you say Ladino? Huh? How you that?
That was never the name of the place, bro. Stop playing with us.
I didn't say that was the name of the place. I'm
But
talking
why did
about the
you bring
name
up
they called the
Ladino,
people.
bro? Why did
That
you
was the
bring up
name that they
Ladino,
called
bro?
those Africans who were Christianized.
Dog, you say you was Ladino.
Okay,
You say
y'all,
you
y'all
was
just hurry up.
Ladino,
I
didn't
never
you?
said I was that. You tripping, bro. You tripping.
He
Now
said
you
he
really
was a
tripping.
Bozale.
Let's bet 1,000. Let's bet 1,000. Let's
Stupid
bet
nigga.
1,000. I didn't say either one of those two. Bet both of y'all. Let's bet
Nah, I'm
1,000
just
out of
fucking
10.
with you, bro. I'm just
I
fucking with you.
bet, nigga. I bet,
He a
nigga. I bet,
Bozales.
nigga. Stop trying to
He a
play games. We
Bozales.
trying to be serious and you playing games, nigga. Stop.
Man, I thought it's all fun, man. Hold up, man. Damn.
No, we're not having fun when a nigga thinking they proving a nigga wrong. We want to be serious right here, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
Man.
why you so
man.
You mad?
All right, my bad, bro. My bad, bro. My
Listen,
bad.
so
Go
I
ahead,
would like
bro.
for you to put
we
that
heard you
question in
answer
there
the
now.
question. We heard you answer. So
I would
look,
like
this
for
is
you to
what
put the
you don't
question
know.
there and search it now.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Oh my God, you gonna keep doing this for 20 minutes? We trying to show you where you wrong. You showed us your half already.
Hold up. Let me share
Hold
my
on,
screen.
wait a minute. After
Let me
their
share my screen.
expulsion, these communities settled across the Ottoman Empire in North Africa and Europe. After. Your 1501 is after 1492.
I've been said that.
This is the problem you're having. You don't have a proper timeline.
No, you tweaking.
Because you didn't
you
know
don't know what you're talking about. That's
didn't
why
know
you
the
confused.
Latino.
So let us show you.
Okay.
Let us show you now.
Admit that you didn't know that they were Sephardic Jews.
The people that I'm talking about ain't Jews.
Okay, show us.
Right.
That's a fact.
We already said there's two distinct
my
people.
screen?
Let me share my screen.
No, keep yours up. Hold on. Look, keep his up real quick. Ah, man. Okay, that's cool because you're going to put yours up. Yeah, put yours up. Go ahead. Go ahead because he was playing games with his. So go ahead.
I can bring it back up. I wasn't playing no game.
Now, if you bring it back up, I got a question. Now, watch this. Look, if you bring it back up, I got a question that I put in the back chat. I want you to copy it just like that and run it through your Google.
Only. You there? Come on, only. Yo, share my screen.
Hold on, man. So you mean to tell me y'all niggas about to AI us to death after y'all been asking for sources and we show you who the
He just
Latino
pulled
is?
up the AI. Now that we finna use his own AI, you got a problem with it?
Oh, we really
That's
don't
weird.
need
Come on
no.
now.
We really
Come on now.
don't
Y'all
need
brought
no
AI to the
AI,
table
man.
now. Hold on.
Hold
Y'all
on,
brought AI to the table
bro.
and
You
now we
brought
want to
out the
use it. Y'all got a
Latino.
problem with it?
You brought
That's
out the
weird.
Latino thing like
That's
you got
weird.
sources to back that, bro.
Yeah, he ain't got shit.
Only.
That's
Just
what I'm
got
saying,
beat up.
brother. About the
Put the damn
Latino
shit on the
thing.
screen, man. Put it on the screen, man.
Yo, only. You there? Only. Yo,
I got you.
only.
Yeah, I got you hurt.
So right here we go. Right here. This is all I did. Who are the Latinos? That's all I did. And the same thing that you just same thing he read. Westernized mixed Spanish and indigenous descent into Central America. Judo, Spanish language, culture, Sephardic Jews. Same thing that he read. Basically everything that he read. These Judo, Spanish people, Sephardic Jews, people and stuff. But what he didn't do are Latinos Africans. No, Marlin Latinos are not Africans.
Hold on, bro. Wait. It's finna kill you right now. Look, it's gonna hurt. Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Let me finish. Because it says modern Latinos are not African, but the term has fascinating history that deeply connects a people of African descent. Depending on the time period and context you are looking at, the connections between Latinos and African identity shift significantly. Colonial history, Black Latinos, Negro Latinos. During the Spanish,
and then you see it 16th century, right where I was talking about, beating you up.
Latinos specifically referred to Africans who have been Hispanicized.
Beating him up.
Origin. These were enslaved or free Africans who lived in Spain or Portugal before traveling to the New World. They spoke Spanish or Portuguese, practiced Catholicism, and understood European customs. And where's this coming from? This comes from Wikipedia. As Wikipedia, you did click on the Latino part, Black Latinos, to read that part. You skipped over that part. The distinction, they were called Negro Latinos, meaning Latinized or cultivated blacks, to distinguish them from Negro Bozales, who were captured directly from Africa and had no familiarity with European culture.
Exactly like I said it.
All right, hold on. So
exactly like. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Don't talk now. Wait. Let her finish. Let her finish. Because I know it hurt. It's only gonna hurt for a little bit.
No, he just reading.
No, it's only gonna hurt for a little bit. Just hold on. Just hold on. It's only gonna hurt you for a little bit, bro. Just hold on.
Man, bro, I just wanted to ask King Hurt about what he just read just now.
Wait, you have to read your text. Let me read my text. They were called Negro Latinos, meaning Latinized, meaning that they were what? They were educated in the Iberian Peninsula. These were African people educated.
Like I said, taught Spanish.
It does not say that, bro. It does not say that.
Or go back to where it said origin. These were enslaved or free Africans who lived in Spain.
Or free. Enslaved or free.
They were still
But you're skipping over where they said they was
Africans.
Y'all said they was indigenous to Spain.
Y'all said
they was indigenous to Spain.
Africans.
It was both. It's both.
It's still, they were still Africans, period.
And y'all said they was indigenous to Spain. I told you y'all was pulling the flammery.
Hey, listen, hold on. Hey, can you click on the source where they got this from?
So this is where they coming from. Black. They got a couple of them over here. So
where it's coming from?
Wikipedia. They got it from Wikipedia. Come on.
No. Where's the main source? Where's the main source? Because me and you can write something and change something to Wikipedia, brother.
Right here. Here's the main source.
Wikipedia
Right
show you other sources. Yeah, yeah. Let's go into the footnotes. Yeah.
Diccionarios de Lengua Española, Dictionary of the Spanish language. This is going to the dictionary of the language. This is not purpose.
It's African though.
Wait,
hold on.
Wait, I'm not, wait. I'm not doing all that, yo, because it specifically says Hispanicized Black Latino people.
Hold on. Black, we know black is modern age, bro. They wouldn't have been saying nobody is black.
Well, Negro mean black. Negro mean black, so they just translated it to English for you right here. So even if you substitute it for the word Negro, you know it means black. So wait,
the whole name Black Ladino, looking that up.
Okay, look.
Hold up, looking up Black Ladino, dog.
Hercule, do me a favor. Now take my question that I put in the back chat, right? Copy that out the back chat and post it in there, and then let it read that from it, and then let it beat these cats up.
Man, can you show me any primaries?
Right here are the people who are called Latinos.
I can show you primaries, my nigga. I can show you primaries, my nigga.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It says, so are the people who were called Latinos in Iberia and 1501, are they indigenous to Iberia? No. The people called Latinos in Iberia, Spain, and Portugal around 15 were not indigenous to the Iberian Peninsula. Instead, they were Africans.
There wasn't none. That's a misunderstanding.
From Sub-Sahara, like I said, man, these cats is tweaking, man. Hold on, it's only gonna hurt for a minute. You're getting punched. Hold on, it's only gonna hurt for a minute. Let him finish reading it. Let him finish reading it. It's only gonna hurt for a minute.
Why are we doing this? We know when in the text of modern time is going to say black. And when they talk,
don't even trip, Hercule. Just keep reading it, man. Just let him beat it up. Just let it beat them up. Just keep going. Don't get through off.
In late 1400s and early 1500s, Ladino was a linguistic and cultural description, not an indigenous and ethnic label. The meaning of Ladino in Iberia, the word Ladino literally meant Latinized or grammatically proficient in a Romance language. In 1501, the Spanish crown specifically used it as a legal status to describe Hispanicized Black Africans, Negros, Latinos. The origin.
They don't say Black Africans. They say Black Latinos.
It do say Black Africans. It's a Hispanic Black African.
They come from Upper Guinea region of West Africa, modern day Senegal, Mali, and Guinea.
Like I said.
But the thing is, though, how can it be Black African when
let him finish? Let him finish. Let him finish. Hold on, because don't play semantics, because you know the word African probably didn't exist, but you know those the people that they talking about. Let's not play stupid. Let's not play stupid. Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish too, just like y'all got to read y'all text. Let him finish, and then y'all can say whatever y'all want to.
Let him finish. Hold on, let him finish, because I'm gonna debunk him when he done.
It says why they were called Latinos. To be considered a Latino, an African person had to live in Spain or Portugal long enough to convert to Catholicism, learn fluent Spanish or Portuguese, and adapt completely to European customs. The opposite steps. They were strictly distinguished from Bozales, who were Africans directly from Africa who did not speak.
Because that's exactly what I said. You going with me.
Right. Now watch
crazy, man. Hold on, be quiet. Let him finish it.
Your own source debunking.
No, it's punching on you, because I can bet you $1,000 that this is exactly what I said. I'm willing to put it down right now.
Remember his question, y'all.
Just let him finish now. Let him finish now. Let him finish. He's not done. He's not done. Let him finish.
It says Latinos, because it's telling you here Latinos were African people that would convert to the European culture. All right? So they converted to the European culture. And Bozales did not convert to the European culture. So
because they got took directly from the continent, like I said.
There's no such thing as Negro.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Oh my God! Just finish reading. Don't even let them throw you off. Just keep reading it first.
Latinos. We're talking about Latinos and African people. We're not talking about whether or not it's black real or it's, we're not talking about that. We're talking about African.
Don't even worry about that. Just go back down to where you was at and just finish it. Just don't even worry about that.
1501
Just finish it, so I can.
All right, I'm gonna finish with this. I'm gonna finish with this. I'm gonna finish
Chop
with
your
this.
whole head off.
It says the exact year 1500 is highly significant. This was the year the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella issued official instructions to Nicola de Ovando, the new governor of America. They banned Bozales from being shipped to the New World and decreed that only black Latinos born or raised in Spain could travel to the colonies. The Spanish government believed that because these Africans were already fully acculturated and Christianized, they would be more complimented and served better as better laborers.
Just like I said.
Anyways,
they were
are you
African
done?
people. They were
Let me know when you're done. Okay, are you done?
Now, hold on. Now, let me say this. First, they said they was indigenous.
Wait a minute. We heard you.
First, they said they was indigenous. I'm about to close. I'm gonna be 10 seconds. First, they said they was indigenous. Then they said that they wasn't Africans, and we just showed you that they was not indigenous and that they was Africans. So now watch the more of the flammery.
Watch this. Now watch this. I'm gonna show you he's stupid and didn't even understand his own question, and AI debunks him. His question was, are the people who were called Latinos in Iberia in 1501, are they indigenous Iberians? Watch this. Watch this. What he doesn't get is there wasn't no Latinos in there in 1501. In Iberia? None. Watch this. Not one. Look, there is a misunderstanding, and look, and then let's, right? And then hold on. Watch this. I'm gonna show you there was no Latinos in Iberia in 1501.
Because they all got exiled. You dumb
Watch
fuck.
this. Hold on. Watch this. And then I asked, are the Sephardi, right? Because that's who the Ladino are. They are Sephardi. Are they only African, right? And this is where these brothers who are regurgitating white talking points, you dig what I'm talking about, think they got it, but they're woefully unprepared for this conversation. See, there is a misunderstanding regarding historical and linguistic definitions. Sephardic Jews are not exclusively from Africa, nor were they the people.
We didn't say Sephardic Jews was. You saying that.
Watch this. Nor were they the people referred to as Latinos in Iberia in 1501. And there is absolute proof from genetic science, linguistics, and royal documentation that clarifies how these distinct identities were defined at that specific time in history. The linguistic proof in 1501, the 1501 edicts, because see, what they didn't bring up was the Alhambra decree. In 1501, Sephardic Jews did not even live in Spain. They have been.
We're not talking about Sephardic Jews. That's what you're talking about.
They are the Latinos. The Latinos. Listen, hold on. Listen. I don't.
And I made the distinction between the people you was talking about in 1492 and the people that I was talking about in 1501. And you keep trying to make them Sephardic Jews.
When you was up here doing all that nigga explaining, when you was doing all that nigga explaining, trying to make these Sephardic Jews only Africans. Right?
Never said that.
Yes, you did. Right? Because the Latinos are
Sephardic
Jews.
Let's bet 1,000.
Here we go. Let's bet 1,000 that the Latinos are Sephardic Jews.
No, that you said that. I said that. I never said that. Let's bet it.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, I bet you didn't know that till I said it. You didn't even know that. That's what I'm telling you. You didn't know.
The people that we're talking about in 1501 was not Sephardic Jews, man.
Yeah. Let's bet. Let's go back. And I told you that the Latinos were Sephardic Jews. You said, no, they not. You said
Nobody
no,
said
they not
anything about
because you
Sephardic
stupid.
I'm
Jews.
talking about the ones in
Listen. Hold
1501
on.
who
Hold on.
came
Why
to the
y'all
West
talking? I
Indies,
know.
right?
Did you
Those
share my screen?
people.
Is my screen showing? Watch
Yeah, we
this.
seeing your
Watch
screen.
this. Watch this. Watch me punch on them.
Put
It's
his
easy.
question.
It's
Wait, put
easy
his
to
question in
hold
your
on. Watch
on your
this. Hold
box.
on. Watch this.
Won't you
Pseudos
put his
always
question in
got.
your box, brother?
Hold on.
Just
Pseudos
put his
die
question.
by their
Put his
sources. Hold
question.
on. Watch
No,
this.
put his
I
question
already
in
put
your
it
box.
there, bitch. Shut up.
We don't see it.
God
We don't
damn,
see it.
man.
Where's
I'm
it
tired
at?
of all
Where's
this
it at?
broad ass energy y'all coming with. You right? I told you. Are the
And
people
so and
like
wrong and
in
moving the
Iberia
goalposts.
indigenous
Okay,
to
keep going.
Iberia? No, right? Because they ain't there. Watch this.
Y'all said they was indigenous before that.
That
Watch
has nothing
this.
to do with
Watch
Sephardic
this.
Jews.
Watch this. They are Sephardic Jews. Give
That has
They
absolute
pulling
proof.
the flim flam, man.
Watch this. Hold
This is
on. Give
crazy, man.
absolute proof that these Sephardi are only African. There is a misunderstanding regarding historical and linguistic definitions. Sephardic Jews are not exclusively from Africa.
Nobody
Watch
made
this.
that claim.
Watch this. Watch this. The linguistic proof. In 1501, Sephardic Jews did not even live in Spain. They had been so
That's my
asking
point. Now
about.
it's beating you up because I said they wasn't. Now your own source is beating you up.
No, you didn't know nothing about
Crazy
the
work.
Alhambra. Why is
Crazy
he
work. Your
talking?
own source just punched you in the mouth.
This debunks you.
One mic.
This debunks you. You was talking about some. You was talking about some Ladinos who were in the Iberian Peninsula in 1501. They hadn't been there in a decade. Sephardic
We
Jews
just
did
read the
not.
source that said they
Hold
was
on,
there.
listen.
You talking about
Hold on, listen.
Sephardic
You just
Jews.
getting beat
You
up.
switching it.
You
You
getting
switching
beat
it.
up.
The Latinos are Sephardic Jews, bro.
Watch this. In
They the same
1501,
people.
listen, in 1501, Sephardic Jews, the Ladinos, did not even live in Spain. They had been legally expelled 9 years early in 1492.
Right, because those are the people that are the
When the
Ladinos. I'm
Spanish
talking about
monarch.
Africans that were
Hold
called
on.
Ladinos, and you keep
I'm not
trying
here
to
to
do the
teach you
flim
what you
flam.
know. I'm
One
not here to
mic.
teach you what you know. I'm here to teach you what you don't know.
Wait, go back to the top.
Right?
Go back
Hold
to the
on.
top.
No, because I'm going to keep reading. When the Spanish monarchs issued their royal edicts, hold on, in 1501, regarding who could travel to the America, they used the word Ladino strictly as
Like
a
I said,
linguistic, hold on, and a cultural description of who? Of who? Right?
Wait, stop. No, don't
why
go
you
so
sliding
fast.
past them? Go back up. Go back up.
Okay, now you want to read? Okay, here we go.
Read
Okay, here we go.
definition.
The definition Ladino meant Latinized, someone who could speak Spanish or Portuguese and practice Catholicism, right? Like the Sephardic Jews did when they were made
No, but the
converts.
Sephardic Jews are not Latinized.
Yes,
They are those people.
were.
See,
Yes,
that's
they
a
were.
difference. That's
Yes,
a
they were.
difference.
Hold on.
See, you pulling the
1501.
flammery.
Hold on. 1501 laws, 9 years later from the
Yes,
Alhambra
they are
decree.
Latinized, bro.
Yes, they are. They totally Latinized. Explicitly regulated the transport of Negro Ladinos or Black Ladinos. These
Sub-Saharan
so-called
African.
Black Ladinos were sub-Saharan African
Like I said, your own source just beat you up, punched you in the
and learned
mouth.
European languages and converted to
Like
Christianity.
I said,
Watch
now
this.
your own source just beat you up, man.
Hold on. Watch
Nothing to do
this.
with Sephardic.
Hold on. Genetic proof, because this debunks everything you say.
Oh my God.
Sephardic ancestry. So the Latinos are Sephardic. Peer-reviewed genetic mapping of Sephardic Jews provides definitive proof that their genetic lineage is not exclusively African.
Hey Hercules, what I want you to do next is we're gonna go pull it up and ask all the Ladinos in 1501 Sephardic Jews, and we're gonna prove him wrong because he's lying.
DNA studies, because the modern DNA studies tracing Sephardic Jewish population show a complex multi-regional heritage. Levantine, Middle Eastern core genetic markers trace their primary ancestral origins back to the Near East. This is the Ladino.
I tell you, man, they the original fucking Moors, man. From Saudi Arabia way. I try to tell y'all.
And this is what OTK was telling you. Centuries of living in Spain. Centuries. Right? Before your Christianity was dominating up there and all that. You dig what I'm talking about? Centuries. Southern European Iberian admixture, right? Centuries of living in Spain and Portugal introduced significant Southern European genetic markers in the Sephardic gene pool. Huh?
Big
While
facts. They was
Sephardic
mixing up.
Jews, listen, while
These are
Sephardic
your
Jews,
swarthy peoples.
right here, yeah, called so-called black. It's just a lookership. While Sephardic Jews do carry North African DNA due to migrations after 1492, the proximity across the Mediterranean, comprehensive genetic studies prove that this, quote, African component is a fractional percentage of their overall genome rather than their sole origin. So they're not African. And then look, the structural proof is the Judeo-Spanish language. It's Jewish and Spanish, not African.
Big
The
facts.
language used by Sephardic Jews, the Ladinos, right, is called Ladino, which the language used by Sephardic Jews, which eventually came to be called Ladino, is structurally a Romance language, not an
Right.
African one.
And once it say Romance language, that means it's Latinized.
And
Because
it
Latin
means
is
it's
a
Europe.
Romance language.
Look,
Correct.
the core vocabulary of Ladino itself that he trying to tell you is African. The core of it, over 80% of Judeo-Spanish vocabulary is directly derived from Old Castilian or medieval European Spanish. Huh?
All right. Now Hercules, get
Hold on,
ready
I'm
to
not
pull
done.
yours back up. I know. I'm just telling Hercules to get ready to pull his back up. I got the question in the back chat that you can copy. It's gonna beam up again.
Okay, the sound preservation. This is how we do it. This is how you prove it. The language acts as a historical time capsule. He ain't showed y'all this. Preserving 15th century Spanish consonants and grammar that have completely disappeared from modern Spanish spoken in Spain today, but it's in America from these Ladino people. Later influence as Sephardic refugees integrated into Ottoman Empire, right? Which includes Northern Africa and surrounding areas after the Alhambra decree in 1492. They absorbed loan words from Turkish, Greek, Arabic, and Balkan languages. Summary of the confusion arises because the word Ladino has been used as a label for three completely different things across history. In 1501, a term for Spanish people speaking
Boom, hit
Spanish
him in the mouth right here.
Christianized, sub-Saharan African people. Hold on. But these people, listen, these people are called Bozales. They're not called Ladino.
That's not.
No, they're not. That's
they're
not.
in
You're lying.
Africa.
You're
Listen,
lying. You're lying.
There are no
lying.
Ladino. Hold on. There are no Ladino people in Iberia in 1501. We just
right.
seen
I'm telling you, these are African people that they're calling Ladinos, and I keep telling you that you keep trying to conflate and make these people synonymous. So watch this. So watch this then. Okay, watch this. Just take my question and put it in there.
No, I'm not
all
done.
right, I'm gonna let Hercules do it.
Mouth is loud,
go ahead and get
don't mean
finished.
you're correct. In
okay, go ahead and get finished.
Be quiet. Just shut up. In 1501, there were no Ladino people in Iberia.
People, right. I agree with that.
So guess what?
These African wasn't Ladino people.
Hold on. The Spanish-speaking term for Christianized sub-Saharan Africans, right, was Bozales.
No, it don't say that.
No, it
don't say that. You're lying. Where it say that at? Show it. Show it.
Hold on. The Africans are called Bozales.
You lied.
Right. Hold on.
You just lied.
Let them keep on. The name, hold on, it's also because they're showing you. Watch this. Right? In 1501, Iberia, a term for Spanish-speaking Christianized, right, sub-Saharan African person That just means he's brown. There's no proof that he's sub-Saharan African, right? Because they call him black.
It's right there.
They call him negro, right? Now watch this. Hold on. We can show you that these people are
No, you don't get another search. We go search for search. Hold on, you got yours off.
Hold on. Ladino is the name of the Judeo-Spanish language preserved by Sephardic Jews exiled from Europe.
I agree.
Right.
But those ain't the people I'm talking about in 1501, and that's what you keep conflating.
Yeah, we are talking about those people. The people who got
no, they're not the same people. That's why I'm finna beat you up. That's why you finna get beat up.
Hold on. The people. Hold on. Wait a minute. First of all, the Ottoman Empire extends all around the Mediterranean, from North Africa all the way to from Pillar to Post in Thing of Hercules, all the way down into Byzantine, all the way back into Turkey and all that, right? That's the the Ottoman Empire, including Egypt and all that stuff at the time, right? It was under the control of the Ottomans, pretty much the whole Mediterranean. When they got kicked out in 1492, the Ladinos, who were already there, right? A Sephardic Jewish people, got shipped all across Europe, all across the Middle East and North Africa, right? When a person was picked up from or enslaved from Africa, right? And he spoke.
Ain't wasn't no Africa compared to what you say. Now you want to use the word?
Hold on. When a person was picked up from Africa and enslaved by the Spanish crown, they called the people Ladino if they could speak Christian tongue. But the same people who they called Ladino, right? It's the same people.
You got to show that. Don't just say it.
Who the crown says are uneducated. You dig what I'm talking about?
Show that, because you're trying to make the Bozales Ladinos, and they not the same.
They called them Bozales.
Are you finished?
They called them Bozales.
Okay, can we get Hercules screen?
People.
Okay, can we get Hercules screen now?
No, we need him to scroll back up. I need him to scroll.
No, don't even worry about it, because we want to get yours so that you in control, because he playing. So let's get yours now.
Go ahead.
Let's get yours, Hercules.
Wait, hold up. Before that,
Hercules.
Scroll all the way back up where you put in his question.
Right. I got the same answer you got. We ready.
Yeah, scroll all that. Let me see that. Where you put in his question.
Yeah. Hold on.
See all that sub-Saharan.
Right there. Okay, now scroll down. What does it say? What was the answer?
No. The people were called Ladinos in Iberia. Exactly what I said. Spain and Portugal.
Keep going.
Listen, around 1501, were not indigenous to Iberia.
Instead,
they Sephardic Jews.
Watch this. Instead,
they were.
See how you keep forcing the words in there. You keep doing that.
Watch this. Instead, they were. This is what they're saying. Instead, they were primarily sub-Saharan Africans. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what it says. Hold on. This is what
don't say Sephardic Jews.
That don't mean it's true.
It don't say anything Jews.
Because
see, look, Hercules, this one I want you to put yours up. Don't worry about his.
Hold on,
let's get yours up, Hercules, man. He done his already, man. Let's get yours up, Hercules.
You can just answer
don't even worry about it. You got your search off already.
Hold on.
No, you got your search off already, man.
Sephardic Jews.
Make sure you put in 1501, because you keep trying to conflate these people. They're not the same.
Okay.
That's why you playing, bro. Just take yours down and let Hercules put his up so we can beat you up.
Since you crying, I'll put it in there. It don't matter. It doesn't change truth.
Or
right? Are Ladinos, hold on. Are Ladinos Sephardic Jews in 1501?
No.
Are Ladinos Sephardic Jews in 1501? Let's just answer the question. No, the people called Ladinos in Iberia in 1501 were not absolutely,
like I just told you.
Talking about.
You said they Sephardic Jews, and they just told you they not.
It says no.
No,
He
because
tripping.
guess what? There
He tripping,
were
bro.
no the people in
Throw down.
1501.
Look, this is why I said Hercules, just put yours up so you can be in control. He's playing games, bro. Don't worry about his. Let him take his down.
Yeah.
Don't you keep letting him play games? No, you don't. You're on your third search already, bro. Let us get our turn, bro. Let us get our turn, bro. Can we get our turn, please, bro? Can we get our turn, please? Can we get our turn, bro? And it's gonna give you the time frame in 1492. Those people are, and you keep conflating those people. See,
Hold on.
Just
Listen.
lost it, man.
Listen.
Yes and
Hold on.
no.
Like I told
this
you.
dude is a trip,
Are
man.
the Latino Sephardic Jews?
This
Yes
dude is
and no.
ignorant.
Depending entirely on whether you mean people or the language.
Exactly. This dude is tweaking, man. That's why I told you, Hercules, don't worry about him. Let him take his down, bro, so we can be in control of ours because he's playing. He's shamming the people.
Source, man.
Don't worry, man. Just let him take it down, man. Hercules, man, put yours up, Hercules, man.
Hold on.
You fucking
Is the
playing, bro.
15th century?
One mic.
Watch this. Hey,
One
let
mic,
me
man. One mic.
Let me just ask you a question. Is the 15th century before 1501?
Oh my God. No. 1501 is the 16th century.
Listen.
1501 is the 16th century, bro.
Hold on. The 15th century
1501 is the
before
16th century, bro.
Listen, bro. The
1501 is the 16th century.
So guess
That's what I just said.
So guess what? The 15th century, the 15th century is the 1400s, sir.
That's what I keep telling you, and you
So I
conflating
asked
these
you-
people. The
so I asked
1500.
you,
Hold on, listen.
was
The people in the
15th
14.
century-
Listen to me. Listen to me. The people in the 1400 are the Ladino people. The people in the 1500 are Africans that are being called Ladinos.
Right,
And you keep
they're
trying to
just
conflate them
called
and make them the same. So take your shit down and let Hercules put his
Hold
out because
on.
you're playing
Watch
games.
this.
No,
Okay,
you done had
listen.
3 searches already,
Listen,
bro.
listen,
What are we doing
listen.
here?
You don't even know
What are
what
we doing
time we
here?
in.
Can you
We're
take this
teaching
down,
you-
please?
we're teaching
Hercules,
you
why are you
time.
letting them do this, bro? Why are you
Okay,
letting
y'all
them do
gonna-
this?
One mic.
We was going search for
One
search,
mic.
bro.
One
You on
mic.
your third search, bro. Take
One
yours
mic.
down, bro.
One mic.
And I'm talking.
Let me
Yes,
just-
take yours
one
down.
mic.
One mic. I'm talking. Take
One
yours
mic.
down
I'm
because we was keep it fair. No, I'm talking. Keep it fair.
No,
We was
you-
going search
hold
for
on.
search. You're on your third
Gotcha.
search, bro. Take yours down and let us put our
Listen,
search
hold
in.
on, no, because listen, I just want to
Oh
show
my
the people.
God, you gotta keep
I'm
dealing
waiting
with
for.
ignorance.
I'm waiting for Master.
Be quiet.
I'm waiting for
Hold on,
Hercules.
listen.
I'm waiting for Hercules to share his page.
Hold on
Cause
one
is up
second, right? Listen, right here. Look,
Hercules, share yours, please.
the 15th. Listen, the 15th century ends in 1500. He didn't know that.
No, it don't. It end in 1499. Once you get to 1500, you are in the 16th century. You dickhead.
No,
Take yours down,
1499
bro.
is the 15th
Take yours
century.
down. Take yours down, man. You
Listen,
tripping. You
1499
tripping.
is the
Like
15th
I said,
century.
yes, I said that, and I said once
No,
you get
you're
to
wrong.
1500, you are in the 16th century.
1501.
Take your shit
1501
down because you
is
don't
not
know
the
what you're talking
15th
about.
century. So I
Yes,
asked
it
him.
is.
I
You
asked
tripping.
him. I asked him, was 1501 after the 15th century? He said no.
I said yes, and we can bet $1,000. I said yes. Let's bet 1,000.
Yeah, okay,
Let's bet
that's
1,000.
worse. That's worse because I actually spit it backwards. I said it's 1501.
Oh my God, this dude is confusing
It's
himself, bro.
1501.
Take your shit down.
Listen, bro. Listen, it's 1501 is already the
Hercules,
15th
why are you
century
not
is over.
showing yours? He said he's waiting on you to share yours so he can put it up. Stop letting him do this, Hercules.
Listen, hold on. Listen, watch this, y'all.
Hercules, you pissing me off. When I get you back on side letter, I'm gonna be on you for letting him do this.
Calm
Does
down, Kim. Calm
1500
down, Kim Netta. Calm down, Kim Netta.
Yeah,
I know you're
watch this.
frustrated. Just calm down.
He said he gonna get me.
Does the hold on? Watch this. Watch this. Does the 15th century? All right, this. Watch this.
Now he on his fourth
Century.
question. What are we doing?
Because I'm just showing you not smart.
Share your
In
screens, Kim Netta.
1500.
Hercules, bro.
Okay.
Fuck, man. He on his fourth question. How long we gonna let him do this?
I'm just body bagging you.
No, you not. You putting yourself in the bag over and over and
body
over.
bagging you. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh my God,
Does
this
the
is so
15th
whack.
century end in 1500 CE? I don't know. I don't know.
Hercules, can you put yours up? Thank you. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
Take the
Simple.
question that I put in the
Yes.
back chat,
Yes,
copy it
the
and put it in
15th
there.
century ended exactly on December 31st, 1500
Just
CE.
like I said,
No, you
1500 is
didn't.
the
You said
16th century. And I said
1499.
that, no, yes, I said it in there. So
It
once you get
doesn't.
into, once you get
It
to
doesn't.
1500, even you are in the 16th century, you
It
dickhead.
doesn't. 1501 begins the 16th
Put the
century.
question in there, man. Put the
Brother,
question in there, please.
come on.
Right.
Let's
Does the
listen.
15th century end in
All right,
1500 CE?
hold up.
Yes.
Cosmon, chill.
No, I'm
So,
chilling, bro. He
all right,
typed us. I'm just showing him he doesn't have a proper chronology. He doesn't know
Man,
how to.
everybody that's watching and seeing you make the mistakes, it's okay. Just take
I'm
my
not making
question
no
out,
mistake.
Hercules, that I put in the back chat and search it, man. Stop letting them do this game.
All right,
Just
listen.
get to it.
All right. Chill.
Punching on him. He emotional now, y'all.
Tranquilo. We know what I'm saying? Chill.
Yeah,
man.
he
Listen.
can't. Yeah, he can't function under this pressure.
This is. I don't understand why we having this disagreement, because the reading comprehension levels are. I mean, I think it's a distinct in reading comprehension. When we put in his first question, are the people who called Latinos in Liberia in 1501, indigenous to Liberia, it said no.
We're talking about 1492.
They were not indigenous people. Okay, this shouldn't be an argument. So we are. I think.
Then you just put my next question in, please. It's gonna kill all of this noise. We don't even gotta go through none of this.
Wait, hold up. Chill. Wait, I am. So they're not indigenous. They came from Africa, and it said sub-Saharan Africa specifically. Okay, so I mean, this shouldn't be. This is not a question about where they Sephardic
They come from
Jews.
the Levant.
We're not talking about where they Sephardic Jews or not at all. Okay, so his next question.
No, they not, and we about to show you right now that you conflating the people from 1492. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
Because I'm trying to take notes, please.
Okay, look, I'm with Herc, but Herc, let me say this real quick, Herc, because I gotta keep making this clear. The people that is in 1492, those are the Ladino people. Those are the Ladino people. Those people are Sephardic Jews. The people that I'm talking about in 1501 are not the Ladino people. These are people that's from Africa that these Europeans are calling Ladinos. These are two separate people, right? And the people that I'm talking about are not Sephardic Jews, but he keep telling y'all they is. And this right here is gonna kill all the noise.
And this is what I said from the beginning. We're talking about two different groups of people.
That's what I see.
It says no. The people.
No, you keep trying to make the both people Sephardic Jews. But go ahead, Herc.
I'm saying the Latinos are Sephardic.
Let me read it. It says the people called Latinos sent to South America in 1501 were absolutely not Sephardic Jews. They were Hispanicized Black Africans. So we're talking about Black people who was, mentally colonized by the Spanish and Portuguese and sent over to the Americas. They were not Jewish people. That's what he was talking about.
Because I told him that in a decree, they explicitly didn't send none of those Jews, Moors, none of that. I told him that. But keep reading.
But so you have two different groups of people. That's what we're getting at. There was one who was Sephardic Jews, calling themselves Latinos. Then you had African people who became, for lack of a better word, brainwashed. They came more Iberianized, colonized mentally, and these African people were sent to the Americas. So you have two different groups of people. That's what we're talking about. So yes.
Now keep going. Let's keep beating him up.
Wait, Cosmon, you're correct. There were Sephardic Jews that were sent to Americas, but they were not African people. And then
they were Sephardic Jews.
Yes, but then
that's what I'm telling you. And they're called Latinos, and they spoke Ladino.
But those were the Ladino people. It's a difference.
But this is the part that you're missing. You're missing the part that there were Black people who also were called Latinos that were sent to the Americas as well. They're two different groups. They're two different people, man. That's what we're saying.
And he keep trying to tell me I'm wrong and I'm just ignorant and I don't know what I'm talking about. And he talking about a whole separate people. And I made that clear when I first said that. Anybody that are the Ladino people, those are not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Africans that they call Ladino, right? Those people were sent to South America, and they were not Sephardic Jews, like I said. And I just beat him up
Hey,
all across his
did
head,
your
punched
source
him all
just
in the
say
mouth,
that
all that.
those people from Africa, that they was speaking Latino, and that's why they was
They
called
spoke Spanish.
Latino?
They
No,
was
All right,
Christianized. They
where did
spoke
they?
Spanish. It
All
was
right, hold
baptized,
on.
all that.
Where did they learn Spanish at in the 1500s?
In
In
the Iberian
1501.
Peninsula.
Hold on.
In the Iberian Peninsula.
So that means they've been there since the 1400s, then, correct?
you don't have to be there that long. No,
Hold
I
up,
mean,
You talking about 1501?
But listen, these are two separate people. So even if they
Hold up,
were
but
there, rather wait,
all the
listen, hold on,
Africans,
listen to
all the
me,
so-called
listen to
Latinos
me,
got kicked out.
listen to me. You're not listening to me. The people who are
I'm
the
just.
Ladino people, listen,
Uh-huh.
even if some of the Ladino people were still there when these Africans came that they are calling Ladino, and they still sent out the Ladino people back to other areas, those are still separate people from the Africans that they are calling Ladino.
Yeah,
Even
I
if they
got
was
you with
there
that.
at the
I got
same
you with
time.
that. But
But you
bro,
hold on, wait,
after
wait, wait, wait. Let me finish. Let me
1493,
finish. Let
bro.
me finish, bro.
Hold
Let
on.
me
After
finish. I'm
1493,
almost
it
done, bro.
wasn't
What
no
you mean? Hold
Ladino.
on.
It wasn't
What
no
do you mean?
Ladino
Hold
in
on.
Hey,
I'm
Europe.
almost
you
done.
need one mic. You need
Almost
one
All
mic.
right,
done, bro. What do you
bet,
mean?
bro.
Hold on now. So, like I said, y'all keep trying to make these people be the same exact people, even if they was there
No,
in the
no,
Iberian
I'm not.
Peninsula. Hold on, man, stop. Even if they was there in the Iberian Peninsula at
Hey,
the
quit
same
crying,
time,
man. God
and they were
damn.
sending those
Shut up.
Ladino
Fucking
people
little
out
bitch.
Come on,
back
OTK. Come
into
on, OTK.
Africa.
Let him finish.
Cool. Those are the Ladino people that they were sending back into Africa. The people that they sent into the America, those were West and West Central Africans from the Sub-Saharan region that I told you they were, that y'all told me I was tripping about, and y'all said they were Sephardic Jews, and they not. Y'all
Bro, you
tripping.
said a lot of shit. Hold on. You said a lot of shit just now, and you do a bunch of mumbo jumbo talking and fast talking, and you do a lot of flim flapping. Dog, you brought up the Latinos. Why did you
And
bring them up?
everything I said about them was correct, and we just
Hold
read it.
on. Why did you first originally bring up the Latinos, my dog?
To show you that the Ladino people that took to Haiti were Africans that came through the Iberian Peninsula in 1502, written in the decree of 1501. And I said that over and over.
Okay, all right. How did these Africans come through the Iberian Peninsula being called Latinos? All the Latinos was kicked out by 1492.
Those are the Ladino people that were kicked out. Again, those are the Ladino people. That is
All
their
right, but hold
ethnicity.
on.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You
African,
asked me and I'm answering. Hold on. You can't answer me a question and then while I'm answering, you cutting me off. So
all right,
hold on.
bet.
The people
Give
that
me a
are the
short
Ladino
answer. Give me a
people.
short answer.
Okay, well, stop. If you keep talking, you're making me start over. The people who are the Ladino people, that is their ethnicity. The people that are called
No,
Latinos, those are Africans. Those are two separate groups of ethnic
no,
groups.
bro.
And you're
No, you don't know.
tweaking.
You really don't know what Latino is. Latino is not an ethnic group, bro.
All right, look, it's 321. I can't get through to these clowns. I'm finna lay down. No disrespect. I don't mean to disrespect y'all. Let me not say clown. I can't get through to my ignorant brothers. I'm finna lay down. This is wild. Y'all done
yeah,
beat yourself
yeah.
up, and it's all good though. Hercules, good job. Even though I know you're gone already, if you're still listening, good job, man. I'm finna go ahead and lay it down, man.
Thanks for stopping through, Kim Netta. We appreciate you over here.
Yeah, it's a complete. I mean, you're talking past each other. You're not understanding. We're not understanding what's going on because I mean, OTK. You was asking about what I'm saying, these group of people before calling themselves 1500 if you want to call themselves Latinos, and there wasn't. They were those were you. If you talk about those were the Jews or whatever, but as it said, they had African people. You had African people who was brought to the Iberian Peninsula, and just like they was Iberianized. For like us, we Americanized. They was Iberianized by their culture, by the Spanish and Portuguese culture. They was raised to be Catholics and stuff, and so they was called Latinos. So that's the thing. We're pointing out that there were a group of people from Africa that was brought to the Iberian Peninsula. That's the thing that we're trying to point out. We're not denying that there were Jews as well that called themselves Sephardic Jews that was on the Iberian Peninsula. But what we're trying to show is that you had two groups of people. One people coming from Africa and being brainwashed to being Christians and Catholicized, and you know what I'm saying, and then shipped to the Americas. And then you had another group of people who were the Jews who also got kicked out and was shipped around the world. So I mean, you got two different groups of people. That's all I think that I was trying to make, the statement that I was trying to make. You just had two different, one was African, one was Jews, whatever you want to consider Europeans or mix or whatever. But you had people that was directly from the Congo that went to the Iberian Peninsula. I think that's the distinction that I was trying to make as well. That's the distinction I was trying to make. What's up, Babylon?
Babylon, what's up, Babylon? To the stage.
Hey, what's going on to the panel, Oli and all the brothers? What's going on? I was just listening in. I'm waiting till they get it all out.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for listening in. You know we waiting for you.
Yeah. I was just listening though. Oli, if I did have something to share, cause I had Gemini look something up. How do I share it? How do I, look out here?
You see right there on the screen, at the bottom is a thing that says present or invite. It should be next to your name, but I don't know where you at on your screen. But down there at the bottom is some boxes where it show everybody.
Yeah, down here at the bottom of mine, I see a mic, a camera, a comment thing.
Yeah, the one after the camera, the plus box. The plus box.
The one with with the plus on it.
Okay.
He hit the exit box.
He dropped himself.
He hit the exit box. I do that all the time. The red one. Yeah.
So hey, let me ask you a question, Hurt. So when the word Negro is brought up or black is brought up, you assume that only applies to sub-Saharan Africans?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I would do that. Because,
okay, I mean, well then that's your subjective opinion. I can't argue.
Yeah. I mean, only reason I do that because it's like that's what we for today.
That's what they taught you, huh?
Today, I mean, just like today, when you think about who are black people, when you think about who are black people, who are you going to think about? Are you going to think about people
Americans?
Are you going to think about people from Vietnam and Cambodia? Are you going to say that they black? We don't think that. We think usually people from Africa, even though
well, black isn't really, Negro is a term, tied to them over there. I would say black is specifically for the people of America, a term that was put on us here.
I understand that distinction because we speak in English. Because we understand we speak in English, but when you actually look at African languages, the word, a BB mind means black land, and a BB folk means black people.
Yeah, but we ain't got no BB. We ain't called the BB.
Wait, hold up. I'm giving you examples in African.
I mean, it's just a bad example, bro.
No, it's not. It's not because in African languages they call themselves black. They refer to themselves as dark people. Black. You know what I'm saying? So this is we just
so you saying they took the word the European?
No,
because I believe that they're just like you were saying. I believe that the people that they calling Ladino in 1492, them people that got kicked out, right, were Sephardi, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they were called, and linguistically later, right? These same people just because their color is nothing else. It's not the same people, right? It's anybody who was from sub-Saharan Africa, right, or from any place that they went to Africa that was dark-skinned. Was called the Bozale, right? If he couldn't speak Latin, they're totally two different, or Spanish, right? Totally two different people. One is not even called, hold on one second. One is, they're calling them the people who can speak Spanish, Ladino. The people who can't, right? They calling them bozales, but they're saying both of them are brown, negros. There's a black Ladino and there's a black bozales.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm not disagreeing with you that they're two people, but there's also a people and a language that went culturally with these people. Right? We see that culture pick up again in America in places like Guatemala that produce what we call the mestizo culture today. They are from Ladinos. They still speak the old Castilian. It's different than modern Spanish. Right? It's totally different. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people who speak modern Spanish can't understand Ladino.
Castilian. Yeah.
Yeah, the Castilian. It's hard to get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that.
Oh, TK, you don't know when to land your plane, though, bro. You just keep going on and on.
That's
Now. You keep
Cosmon. That's
talking
Cosmon.
to the end, bro. I mean,
Babylon.
Cosmo.
That's Cosmon.
Yeah,
Cosmo.
you know what I mean. You know,
It
sometimes
don't even matter
they
at
can't
this
hold
point,
water.
bro.
They springing leaks. You dig what
Yeah,
I'm talking
just
about? They can't hold water.
get some words in, though, bro.
Let him
Come on,
finish,
man.
Babylon. Let him finish,
You don't even
Babylon.
stop. You don't even stop just so you can just keep going. That's just ridiculous, bro. That's just
I
hogging
mean,
the ball.
I mean, that's your opinion. You know, you up into your opinion. It doesn't mean anything. It's only real in your mind.
Well, tell me this. Well, tell me this. Since you like to talk, I got a question.
Go ahead.
I got
Go
a
ahead.
question.
You want to talk so bad? Go ahead.
I got a
Let me say
question for
something
you.
real quick.
Go ahead. Say something. You can talk.
Let me just say something real quick, Babylon, before you respond. So I mean, okay, I get what you. I agree with you.
No, that ain't gonna do it. Hell no, bro. You've been talking, and then you're gonna interrupt me, and then you're gonna have a whole diatribe before I ever say what I gotta say. I'm
Well,
not
you
falling
came
for that.
in last. We was actually talking. Fuck what you talking about.
It was already in the middle.
Yeah, we was actually having a conversation.
Go ahead and have that conversation. Go ahead. Go.
Babylon, go ahead, Babylon. Go ahead. I give you the
Yeah,
floor.
that's
Babylon. Did you
that
figure out
shit is
shit?
crazy. So listen, no, I ain't figured out. I ain't worried about it. 'Cause I don't really need it. But I just want to say this right quick, because they know I ain't gonna go long. But I do want to say this: if somebody tell you that the word Sephardic mean Iberian, then you should look at the word and say, what's the linguistic root? You can go to Strong's Concordance, which I did about 20 years ago. I ain't do that just now. I knew this ever since. That the word Sephar is from the word Spain, right? You can look this up. It ain't specifically Iberia. It's the whole Spain. When you say
Iberia
Spain,
is Spain.
when you say Spain, then that's Sephar. Spain, that's Sephar. And they Spanish. And so they can't be African and they can't be Jewish and be from Spain. You have to be from Israel to be from Spain, to be Jewish. So they're not Jewish. The Sephardic people is no tribe of Jews called Sephardic. That's 1948 talk. Ain't no Sephardic Jews, nothing called that because they're not the children of Shem. All the Jews are of Judah and of the 12 tribes of Israel, and not one tribe is named Sephar. Sephar means Spain, and the other one that he named, the Ashkenazi, those people are of Gomer, not of Shem, not of Abraham, not of Jacob, not of Isaac, not of Jacob, not of the seed at all. So the Sephardim, who you talking about, they cannot be from Spain, Iberia, and Africa at the same time. So, like the brother told you, those would be the Ladino people that you talking about that actually spoke Ladino. Those would not be the people from Africa that's being called Ladino.
Exactly. Listen, I keep telling you, y'all conflating the two, right? I keep telling you that the original Ladinos, right? Hold on, let me go back to this. Hold on to this source real quick. Because he said that there are no Sephardic Jews. There are actually Sephardic Jews, and they are not like the Ashkenazi. They got different cultural practices and everything. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's, that's wrong. You dig what I'm talking about? And just the simple question is, do Sephardic Jews speak Ladino? Yes. Right? It's just an alternate name for Judeo-Spanish.
Hebrew? They Sephardic Jews, they don't speak Hebrew. They speak Ladino. That's
They speak
ridiculous.
it's Judeo-Spanish.
Get out of here, bro.
Right? Sephardic Jews actually exist.
No, I'm gonna tell you again. I know those who say they are Jews and they are not, but the synagogues of Satan. In order to be Jewish or Hebrew, you have to be of the line of Shem through Abraham, through Isaac, through Jacob, called Israel, and called one of the 12 tribes. If you're not that, then you're not of the 12 tribes. You act like the Zionist Jews that's running around on the TV today, who that's who you talking about, the Ladinos, the Zionist Jews. You act like those are the real Hebrew people, and they not, and everybody know it, and even they know it.
So basically, you're trying to say history don't exist.
Yeah, I got a question though for Babylon. Who does he think the real Hebrew people are?
He about to
think
Go
that?
straight to the Bible. The Bible tell you
I don't think
the
he
Bible.
believed that them people is the
I don't
Hebrews. I
believe in
think he
no
be
stuff
banging
like
on the
that.
Hebrews, the black Hebrew Israelites for real. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
hey, can
I
I
can, I
share
can,
this real quick?
can I answer the question real quick though? The black who I know the Hebrews are. They mentioned in the Bible, and that could tell you exactly who the Hebrews are. I just explained it to you.
so
They
you're
the
not gonna
children
answer
of
my
Jacob.
question. I
You
told
said,
you the
what's your
children of
question?
Jacob. Who do you
What's your
think
question?
the Hebrews are today? Because you're talking about today, you're talking about these certain Hebrews are the synagogue of Satan, and that these people of today aren't the Hebrews. I'm asking you who today would be the Hebrews. I'm not asking you to go back into a 2,000-year-old verse and tell me who was a Hebrew 2,000 years ago. Who do you think the Hebrews are today?
Okay, I don't think
Just for
first of all.
clarity.
Okay, I don't think first of all, and I understand the question, and I was talking about those 2,000 years old or whatever people ago, and I wasn't talking about the modern day. When I brought up the modern day, I was talking about the fake crackers or the fake Ashkenazic and
Yeah.
Sephardic. They say they are.
Okay.
Now the people that I say that I know to be the real, what you'll call the real Hebrew Israelites. Let's not say Jews. Let's say the real Hebrew Israelites. The real Hebrew Israelites are the people mentioned in Deuteronomy 28:26, mentioning Genesis 15, 13, like that. Those are the people that have been in bondage in America for 400 years. And if you want me to give you my breakdown, I can refer you to Isaiah 19, and I will walk you through the whole thing from 19:1 to 19:25 and show you how these black people in America are the real Hebrew Israelites.
No, I don't want to debate you. I just wanted clarity because I thought
There
that
you
you
go.
didn't. I wasn't trying to debate you. I just didn't think that you were that you generally thought the black Hebrews were the actual Hebrew Israelites. But then again, you went to the verse about the synagogue of Satan, so I didn't think that you thought the white people were it either. So I was just trying to lock you in to see what you did think. No
No,
debate out of me
definitely,
though. I was just
definitely
asking
the
for
black
clarity.
people here. Definitely the regular Negroes that you see here in America that came here, that slaves, those are the only Hebrews that's on the planet. They're the
So
only ones fit
you
the
believe in
description.
that prophecy in the whole Hebrew prophecy?
I don't
That
believe
they
in
got taken
nothing.
from their land. Well, you going into a belief system, into a book that
No,
this
I'm not.
lineage out
I'm
of
not
this
going
book.
into a belief system or a book. That's you. You think that my Torah is oral, so it's not in a book.
Okay, you
I
got
believe the
you
oral law. I
won.
take
You
the
won.
oral
I'm
law,
gonna
the
fall
oral
back. I'm gonna
Torah.
mute out, and I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and finish discoursing. Y'all won.
Yeah, but when you make assumptions, then you know what they say about that. You just have to ask a question. You can't assume that a brother is this or that, that he believes in shit like that. Bro, you done talked to me 1,000 times. I'm a fucking scientist and a mathematician. You ain't never knew me to be no goddamn Holy Ghost Bible thumping motherfucker. But when I do hear the Bible and I know something is right and true, I'm gonna stand on the facts. That don't make me a Bible thumper just because I know certain stuff in the Bible is true.
Hey,
That's
can you share my
ridiculous.
screen? Hey, Weezy?
I don't know you as a mathemaician or whatever else you said you claim to be, but
Yeah.
I
All right.
digress.
Well, I've been on your show a lot and taught a
Yeah,
lot of
I
math.
know you as
So you
Babylon
must be
Don. That's all I
ignorant to the fact. You must be ignorant to the fact because I did a whole show on your show about mathematics and you sat right there. But I know you hated on me on there and I wrote a whole thing in your comments and told you that. I said you shouldn't try to straighten me out on math because you're not a mathematician. That's what I told you.
And you're a mathematician? You're an autodidact? Self-taught?
I'm a mathematician and I teach linguistics and I got a book to show for it.
Okay. I don't want to drag you around and embarrass you today. I'm gonna just let Cosmine go. I don't need to
Bro, you ain't
challenge you.
about to do nothing to me, bro. You too little for that. Go ahead on A1.
Okay. I'm gonna just
All
let
right.
you continue to talk with your chest out. I don't need to feel
Yeah.
challenged. Go ahead,
Okay,
Cosmo.
my thing was,
Be
I
intellectual, and I'll
you
move
know,
on from that.
I didn't want to. I don't. I hate to push against opinion, but when it is just subjective opinion, we got to show that there is true historical, objective proof to the opposite of what just rambling people are saying. He said that their Sephardic Jews didn't exist, right? And then he made a
That's right.
claim. Then he made a claim that they the demons instead of not him, right? He wants to be a Jew. He claimed he somehow he can't be the synagogue of Satan, right? Can you share my
That's
screen,
the
please?
Sure
Right?
can.
He doesn't take into account that he could be the people saying
So,
that
in the defense of the crackers, you got
they
to
are
use
Jews
me as
and are
an
not.
example as Satan. In the defense of the crackers, go ahead, do it.
Well, first of all, Sephardis are dark skinned for the most part. This is why they were called negros. But that doesn't mean that they're African, because the Sephardis are real people, unlike that made up subjective opinion you just gave. Sephardis are member or descendant of the Jews who lived in Spain and Portugal from at least the later centuries of the Roman Empire until their persecution and mass expulsion from the countries in the last decades of the 15th century, or in 1492, which that brother didn't know the 15th century ended in 1500, right? The Sephardim initially fled to North Africa and other parts of the Ottoman Empire, and many of these eventually settled in countries as France, Holland, England, Italy, and the Balkans. A historically proven people that he's trying to say doesn't exist. Thessalonica in Macedonia and the city of Amsterdam became major sites for the Sephardic settlement. The transplanted Sephardim largely retained their native Judeo-Spanish language, Ladino, right? Literature and customs, right? So this is why we see the Judeo-Spanish influence all through the Mediterranean and even here in America, right? Because they were able to keep their language and their customs. They became noted for their cultural and intellectual achievements within the Mediterranean, Northern Europe Jewish communities. In religious practice, the Sephardim differ from the Ashkenazi or German Rite Jews in many ritual customs, right? He tried to equate that they was the same, right? Shows he don't know much, right? In many ritual customs, but these reflect a difference in traditional expressions rather than a difference in a sect, right? Of the estimated 1.5 million Sephardic Jews worldwide in the early 21st century, far fewer than the Ashkenazim. The largest number were residing in the state of Israel. The chief rabbinate of the Israel has both a Sephardic and Ashkenazi chief rabbi. The designation or an exonym, right? Designation Sephardim, all right, is frequently used to signify North African Jews and others who, though having no ancestral ties to Spain, have been influenced by Sephardic traditions. But the term Mizraim is perhaps more properly applied. So we was just showing historically that these people exist, you know, regardless of belief or, you know, anything, that these are an actual people.
Hey, and we got what, 46 people watching right now. Everybody, make sure you're subscribed to Titans Debate League on YouTube, so that way you don't miss any of this fire debate action. Coming up, we have $1,000 tournament. We just upped the ante. The last one was $500. We're doubling it up for this next one.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yes, and this Tuesday we have...
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yes, and again, that's every Tuesday, only here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And if you want to support the channel, go ahead and share with a friend. Let them know what we're doing over here. Appreciate all of y'all. Back to you, gentlemen. You got your screen sharing, Kaz?
Oh yeah, and I was just wanted to oh, hold on, my bad. I just wanted to address this black thing. Right? First of all blacks are not Negroes and all Negroes are not blacks. You got to let that sink in. Right? And then it's just a racial classification for brown people. Right? It is commonly used for people of African ancestry, indigenous, Australians, Melanesians, and Negritos, though it has been applied in many contexts to other groups and is no indicator of any of those ancestral relationships whatsoever, right? However, right, not all people considered black have dark skin. And often additional phenotypical characteristics are relevant, such as certain facial and hair texture features. And because they try to paint these blacks as this monolith, right? So all blacks ain't niggas. All blacks ain't Africans, right? So right here, now we talking about right now, contemporary anthropologists and other scientists, while recognizing the reality, right? And let's look at that. That's from Chandra Ford and Tina Harara, new conceptualization of ethnicity for the social epidemiologic and health equity research. That was a tongue twister. Contemporary anthropologists and other scientists, while recognizing the reality of biological variation between different human populations, regard the concept of a quote unquote black race as a social construct. Different societies apply different criteria regarding who is classified as black. So anybody could be, just how different people look at it. And these social constructs have changed over time. In a number of countries, societal variables affect classification as much as skin color, and the social criteria for blackness vary. Some perceive the term black as a derogatory, outdated, reductive, and otherwise unrepresentative label, and as a result, neither use it nor define it, especially in African countries with little or no history of colonial racial segregation. Right? It also gets into the Anglosphere here. The term black can carry a variety of meanings depending on the country. While the term person of color is commonly used to accepted in the United States, the near sounding colored person is considered highly offensive, except in South Africa, where coloreds are a specific multiracial group. In other regions, such as Australia and Melanesia, settlers applied the adjective black to the indigenous population. Black was implied to was it also applied to the indigenous population of America? It was in Australia and Melanesia. It was universally regarded as a highly offensive in Australia until the 1960s and 70s, when niggas duped everybody into taking that term. Black was generally not used as a noun, but rather as an adjective qualifying some other descriptor. As desegregation progressed after the 1967 referendum, some indigenous Australians adopted the term following the American fashion. Told you. But it remains problematic.
I mean, yeah, that's that's a good you could try to push back with that as people, for this term of being black is, the latest, things coming up, controversy about being black and, who is black. And so again, the one person, two people that I will refer to as not about Obinga, Theophilo Obinga, how in his book on African philosophy, he has showed that the people of ancient Kemet, they refer to themselves as being black people. And Obadale Cambone, in his works, his book Deconstruction African Civilization, he shows that the term black, while we could say today it's a social construct referring, saying that it was made up, which is fine. I don't think that's not a bad argument. I don't think that's a terrible argument. It's a social construct. A lot of things are social construct. Money is a social construct. You know what I'm saying? But it's their reality. But it's a reality today that we refer to, because if you walk up to anybody and ask them, what race they are, what race do they claim? You know, are you Asian? You know, are you European? Are you African? They wouldn't say, they wouldn't reply, I don't understand what you're saying. You know, I'm just human. You know, they would say, nah, man, I'm Asian, I'm Chinese. You know, they would, you know what I'm saying? It's a social construct, but it's something that we live by today. So it's a reality for us today. And so one thing that I like about Abadale Kambon, brother, that he showed was that in every African language, he showed that in every African language, at least like 90% of them, that the term black is referred to, it actually refers to the people in the language, in its own language. When you ask them, you know what I'm saying, what do you call, what is called this land? What do you call the land?
Right. They all got different names for it, and it's not Africa.
No, hold up. You have to understand that they saw themselves connected as being connected with the land and the people and the community as one thing. And so what he did, and not just him, Kamalu as well, brother Kamalu, has showed that when you ask them, what do you call the land? You know, when you look at tree, when you call the land, it's Abidi Mine. And when you look at Yoruba, when you call the land, it's Illa, it's what is it? Illa Abdullah Wall or something like that. When you look at Wolof, it's Geodesi. You know what I'm saying? And when you translate it, when you translate those words or terms to English, to the English language, it translates to people of the black land, or people or dark or black people, or people of the black land, basically is what it translates to when it's Illa Abdullah Wall. And then you say,
why don't they call it that? My thing is, hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So when you say, then what do you call a person or a human? Then it's translated to black person. Illa Abdullah, there's an Illa Abdullah man or something like that. A BB full means black person. You know what I'm saying? And what he was showing that because the brother, he has, you know what I'm saying, his work is in linguistics. And so what he was showing is that in all throughout Southern Africa, that when they refer to the land, they describe it as being black. And when they refer to the people, they also describe the people as being dark-skinned people, or being black. And the reason for that is because when they refer to their creator is also dark and black. And you want to identify, you know what I'm saying, this purity, because in Western culture, you know, black is negative. It's a negative term. But in African, when you look at an African language, being black is not a negative term. It is a positive term. And so what he was showing was that the language, these people, even though, you know what I'm saying, it's in their own language and in their own society, they all refer to themselves as being dark people, and the land belonging to dark people. And so could contrast that with Western language, you know what I'm saying, something black is always a negative term. And so it's you know what I'm saying, you're looking at black as something that's negative, and something that's being bad. But when you're looking in African languages and African philosophy, things that are termed as black are not always negative and bad. And that's why they didn't have a problem, even though, you know what I'm saying, they didn't say black, they would say, you know what I'm saying, I'm a Khan, I'm Yoruba, I'm Ifa, you know what I'm saying, I'm Ewe.
Yeah, that don't mean black.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that doesn't mean black. But when you ask them, what do, no, wait, hold up. But the question is, that Ewe doesn't mean black, because Ewe refers to that society. Hausa refers to that Pacific people, and the Khan refers to that Pacific people. But if you ask them, what do you call a person? How do you call a person? The word is a bibifo, and it means black person or dark person. And he shows that in the work, that, you know what I'm saying. So the term being black, you know what I'm saying, for us, for African people, it's not always been something that's been negative, is what I'm trying to point out. It's not been a negative thing towards us, because you know what I'm saying, you're looking at yourself. Why would you consider yourself negative? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You wouldn't do that. That's from the European perspective. They consider things that's black and dark, you know what I'm saying, negative, and things that are white are pure. You know what I'm saying? Well,
look, my African homies, right? They told me that they didn't become black or African till they migrated to the Americas.
I agree. I believe that. Yeah, I
And
believe
they
that.
use their own, so they use their own social terms. You dig what I'm talking about? Akan, Mende, Mali, Hausa, to call themselves, and they never. Because I asked this question, right? I asked this question before. Do Africans refer to themselves as blacks in their own mother tongues, right? And the answer is just simply no. Continental Africans historically did not refer to themselves as black in their own native languages.
Right, right.
Right? So there is no, even though somebody who is Afrocentric is saying this about this, you dig what I'm talking about? Notice the people ain't calling themselves them terms. They calling themselves Akan. They calling themselves Yoruba or whatever they calling themselves. But they're calling themselves by their tribal affiliations, you know, by their cultural practices.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm
yeah.
talking about? And usually it is a term that denotes being the people, not black, but being like a people, but a people of the creator, a good people, you know, or like the people or the first. The terms that they've taken, like a Khan, like Mende. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Mali. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Chad. It tends to hint towards being first of something more than it does color. You dig what I'm saying? And that's just what you dig what I'm talking about, and conceptually, right? Millions of Africans only become black in a political, social, and racial sense when they migrate to the United States.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I have no problem with agreeing with what you just said. Because yeah, they all saw themselves different. Like you said, they're gonna identify themselves as Hausa or Airway. You know what I'm saying? And it took what happened was that you got to understand that it took this intervention between the Europeans where they begin to see themselves and hey, okay, we're the same people. And
I would have pushback on that. The concept, hold on, that the concept of a black race didn't even exist on the so-called African continent prior to European contact.
And
I would push back on that totally.
But I would push, and again, what I was saying that Obadale Cambone, what he showed is that's not true, because when you look at ancient Kemet, when they was fighting against the foreigners, the Amu, he shows the Pacific cases where the kings of Kemet they called for the unification of the other black people, these other black communities that was around Kemet, to unite on a simple fact that they all had the same phenotype, that they all were black, and we need to defend ourselves against.
I would push back against that with
wait. That he was saying that they united to defend the kingdom against these invading forces that they all call Amu, foreigners that was not native to the land, to the continent that today what we call Africa.
Yeah, but that's kind of a fallacy historically. What you're saying,
No, hold up.
Wait, damn, dog, I can't. Hold on, we got to build back and forth.
No,
you
wait,
just
wait,
saying
I didn't finish. You're saying it's a fact, but I'm saying it's not a fallacy because he's showing you. What he's showing you is that they united on the fact that they all had the same phenotype, that they all were black. And they're fighting.
Yeah, but I would push back that historically, we don't see that at all, right? And that people did not group themselves by broad skin color categories. Period. The racial idea of that comes from Europe and wasn't done till, for the most part, in America's colonial times. I would push back against that heavily, and I don't think you can show us anywhere in Africa where they group. Hold on, especially for multiple people groups, right? Where they group themselves by broad skin color categories. Instead, You know, the populations identified themselves by ethnic nations, kingdoms, language groups, lineages, bloodlines, and stuff. Not because of color. Because just like today, people come in various shades and colors. That don't mean you aren't who you are. Right?
We're gonna make it clear that the Caucasian or the European did not call us black first. They did not invent a construct called black. We need to stop saying that race is a social construct, because you can't name nothing that's not a social construct. Everything that you know and do is a social construct. So
No.
stop saying race is a social
Not when
construct.
it is
Like
applying
you put
to
it,
numbering
like you
people.
put it up. I'm
Black is
talking.
an
Like you,
exonym.
I'm talking.
Black is an
Like you put
exonym.
it.
It's what other
I'm
people
talking.
call people. It's
I'm
not who they are.
talking. I'm talking. I'm not gonna overtalk you.
let
I'm
him
not
finish
gonna
because
yak you
his
today.
audio already a little muffled. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Babylon.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that, A1. So, you know, and that's how they are confusion artists. So, but this whole thing about black is one word that anybody can look up. And it's the oldest written word that's on any text. It's the oldest word that you can find written down anywhere in the world. And that word and that name is Kush. You can look it up. Just Google the word Kush, and then look up what Kush means. And Kush means black skin, black people. These the first people now. Now, Kush, then we could go into Egypt, right? Ancient Nubia, and the people of Tarseti, the Nahesi people, they are originally called Kush, black. Not only does Kush mean black, Nahesi mean black, but when you go into Sudan, when they call the Sudanese people Balad al Sudan, that means black. When you look at the word Ham or Kim, it means black. So for somebody to sit up here and literally say that it's no culture or no people, no body of people, nowhere in the world that ever claimed or ever said that they themselves were black, that's a lie and a half. Just about every culture that ever existed named themselves black because it was the royal name. It was one of the highest names that you could be named. And that's why the word black is in the word Kemet. Now, when they talk about the word Kemet too, you know, Kemet is a hieroglyphic word, right? So when we look at the first hieroglyph, they teach that these are syntactic phonemes and you know sounds and stuff like that. And that the orthography, right? The letter itself, the picture itself has no meaning. It has nothing to give you. The pictures don't relate to nothing. That's a lie. When you look at the first letter of Kemet, the first hieroglyph, they confuse. They say it's either a black crocodile tail, but either way, they call it a black crocodile tail. This is the first letter in the word Kemet. Or they say it's a burned charcoal. It's a burnt piece of wood. Either way, it's burnt black. So the first letter in there tells you that it's black. Then the second letter is like Oli name, is an owl. It's an M. And it's just a extra letter because you already got the word Kim with the black piece of wood or the crocodile tail. So you add the other M like in the banana language, it's just to put emphasis that this word ends in M. So then the owl, but the owl also means to be in and of. So right there, you said black, in and of, the black owl. Now, then the last one, when you get to the T, which is a loaf of land, which represents the female, feminine, a loaf of bread, it represents female, feminine, you know, things like that. But bread, the land, lady, land, loaf, and lady. That's what the loaf represents. And so then that's the T. So then you say Kemet, right? So now we got the whole word, and we know the T on that is abstract. The T tells us that it's not only feminine, but it says that which is black. Now, after the T comes what you call determinatives. The determinatives, let's say, is a lady and a man, because they got that, a lady and a man. So when you say K, the black wood, you see the owl, you see the loaf, and then you see two people, a lady and a man. And they'll tell you that that means the people of the black land. I'm gonna repeat. They'll tell you that means the people of the black land. But they just making a mistake because you saying that black in the word Kemet doesn't refer to the determinative, which is the people, but it refers to the loaf on the end of the word, which is the T, which makes the word feminine. Black would have to be referring to the people following the land. So it would be the black people of the black land. You couldn't say the people of the black land. Black is referring to the people and the land because it's the adjective, it's describing the land and the people. So I don't know how we went this long without knowing that little bit right there of what hieroglyphics is doing, what hieroglyphs are doing, and how to use them. So yes, there is people that call themselves black, and the people of Egypt, the people of Cush and Kemet were the first people to do it. I stopped right there. What the name?
Cosmo.
Cosmon. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cos. It's on you. Yes, sir.
All right.
The cat got his tongue. The cat out of the bag. And got his tongue.
Just a little pushback on that, brother. You dig what I'm talking about? Do you know the word for black in Yoruba? Or what about the word for black in Swahili? Right? The people in Yoruba call themselves Yoruba, but the word for the color black is dudu. And in Swahili is imusi, right? But the Swahili don't call themselves imusi. These words were historically used to describe the literal shape of an shade of an object or skin tone, not as a political, legal, or racial category grouping a whole continent together. That was brought about by Europeans in the 1500s. You know, during the colonial period. See, the invention of black as a racial category, right, or Negro in Spanish and Portuguese was constructed by European colonial empires starting in the 15th century. Why they did it was for a legal purpose. Why? European powers needed a single massive legal category to strip diverse groups of their distinct national identities, flattening a Yoruba prince, a Mandinka farmer, and an Igbo blacksmith into a single economic unit, a black slave. Because enslaved Africans in the Americas were stripped of their native languages. I don't know how they did that, but stripped of their native languages and specific tribal identities, they deliberately reclaimed and transferred the word black over centuries into a powerful unified cultural rights. Becoming black by migrating to America. This dynamic remains highly visible among modern African immigrants moving to the United States, right? In their home country. A person living in Lagos, Nigeria, does not wake up thinking of themselves as black. Because
you know you're not addressing nothing you asked me or nothing that I said. You just rambling right now. But go ahead.
Okay, no, I was just showing you that, you know, they don't use black as a racial category, right?
But
And
in
none of their names, right? You said Kim is saying about the people. My understanding is when they talk about Kim, they're talking about the land.
But wait, before you go crazy, I just got to make one comment.
Go ahead, bro.
Bro, you moving the goalposts because you made the statement that no tribe, no people called themselves black and meant that they was referring to their skin and their whole nation and their whole tribe. Now you go and say, ain't no continent, the whole continent now. The concept of a continent needs to be there, and you know that's the white man construct. So I ain't about to go there with you. You just moving the goalpost and kicking the can down the road. But the bottom line is, you asked the question, or basically raised the question that there was no black people, and I showed you, and you have not said that, yeah,
Right.
Kush,
You
that
haven't.
would be legit. The name Kush and the people Kush,
You
that
haven't.
would be people that call black, and that would be people that call themselves black, and that would fit the description. You rather go and say, hey, what about the Yoruba? And what word they use for black? They ain't calling themselves black. That's a non sequitur. That's like me going to saying, hey, let's go to Spain. Yep.
Listen,
Now look at
black
the
is
Spanish.
not a
The
racial
Spanish, the Spanish.
category.
I'm talking. The Spanish don't call themselves black. They don't. That's why we're talking about people that do. So for you to go somewhere where they don't, and use that as an example of they don't, that's stupid because we talking about where they do. And where they do, I showed you. In Kemet, in Kush, in Sudan, all of that means black. And you didn't refute that. Go ahead.
All right, can I reply? Let me reply. Let me reply real quick. Hey, go ahead.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, hold on. I was just trying to get off the mic real quick. Let me just debunk that real quick. Kush doesn't mean black, right? He just be capping, y'all. Share my screen, right? Does Kush mean black? No. Linguistically, the Kush did not originally mean black. It was an indigenous geographic name for a specific region located in ancient Nubia, modern day southern Sudan. However, because the people of Kush were dark skinned, right? Neighboring civilizations like the Egyptians, like the Hebrews and Greeks used the word Kush or its translation to mean the land of black people. There's a
Man,
big
y'all
difference.
need to stop with Google, bro.
There's
I
a
just
big
gave you the
difference.
breakdown of the
Hold on, this
hieroglyphs.
is
And you
from,
gonna go
hold on, this
Google?
is from, hold on, I'm talking. Be quiet. I just
Yeah,
debunked.
you got
I know it hurt. I know it hurt because this is from World History Encyclopedia showing y'all he dead wrong. This is an exonym these other people put on these people, right? They used it for the word or its translation to mean the land of black people, right?
That's a lot.
Hold
Man. That's
on. And
crazy.
look, hold on. The original language, right? In the ancient Nile Valley Kush or Kash, right? It simply
Mhm.
was simply the proper name of the kingdom of Kush, a powerful empire in southern Egypt. It was a geographical and political title, right? Much like the words Egypt or Rome or Persia. The Kushites did not name themselves after their skin color. They named themselves after their homeland. In ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptians referred to the region as Kusu or Kash. However, when describing the region's population, they used the phrase Ta-Nehesi, which literally means or translates to the land of the black people,
Bro,
right?
you repeating
Not Kush,
everything I said. Everything I
not
just
Kush.
said, you repeating it back to me.
No, they're
Appreciate it,
not.
though. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm
I said
debunking what you said.
Ta-Nehisi.
I'm
I
showing that
said
you're mixing up the.
Ta-Nehisi. I
Bro,
said
be
Kush.
quiet. I
I
know.
said
Hold on, be quiet. I'm
Ta-Nehisi.
not done.
Everything
We
you
let you
saying is
talk.
what I
We
said.
let you get
Yeah.
everything out. We let you get it
Well,
all
go
out.
on, man.
Now we're
Go
debunking
on,
you.
man. I ready to
Hold
come
on.
drive.
Hold on. I'll let you know when I'm done. We're just
Yeah, park that
debunking
regular
you.
car.
We're just showing the people that you was mixing up the dope, right? You didn't know Ta-Nehesi,
I get down like that.
right?
Straight eight.
Was what the Egyptians called them, right? The people of the land of the black people, right? But they were named after what? The land, right? To the Egyptians, Cush was synonymous with dark-skinned people, and they consistently depicted Cushites with rich black
Exactly.
skin tones, right?
The
Cush
number
don't
dark.
mean black, right? Now, when you are a religious dupe, right? When you've been duped by Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then
Yeah.
in the Hebrew Bible, right? This is where he got
Mm-hmm.
this from, y'all. I know I'm just
Yeah.
exposing him, right? This is why
Uh-huh.
he hurt. This is why he can't shut up. He can't because I am debunking him and I'm showing y'all he dishonest and he is a religious stooge. Because the idea of Cush meaning black comes directly out of the Hebrew Bible. The region is called Kush. Over time, the noun morphed into a descriptive adjective for skin that comes out of the Torah. The person, Cush, is described as a son of Ham whose descendants populated North Africa. The metaphor in Jeremiah 13:23, the Bible asks, can the Cushite change his skin or the leopard his spots? Historical rabbis and scholars, such as this dude, you dig what I'm talking about, explicitly translated the biblical word Cushi to mean Adam Shahor, or a black person. He got that out of religious ideology. He trying to spook y'all. Black person doesn't exist. It's a catch-all term. It's an exonym. See, in the modern shift, because of this biblical connection.
Hey, bro, you gotta stop somewhere now.
Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Nigga, ain't no hold on, nigga. You keep on not being done. You'll never get done.
Yeah,
if
well,
don't nobody
are
do
we
you
not
like
gonna,
this,
hold
you
on.
never stop, nigga.
Listen,
No, nigga, ain't no hold on.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you
Watch
Kush,
out, nigga.
and Kush
No, I don't
today
wanna see
is
it.
a
I don't care about
derogatory
it.
word.
I'll
Watch
hear the
this.
rest of it later.
Watch this. I know it
I'll hear the
hurt.
rest of it
I
later.
know it hurt. Watch this. Because of this
Man.
biblical connection, right? The word
Listen,
Cushi became the literal word for a black person. Ain't that what he just said? In modern Hebrew. This is just a goofy religious nigga, right? Regurgitating some shit he got up out of Bible. However, in Israel today, it is widely considered a highly offensive racial slur to call somebody Cushi. Right? Well, listen, when other empires translated texts mentioning Cush, they completely replaced the word Cush with their own literal words for black. The Greeks translated Cush in Ethiopia, which literally means land of the burnt-faced persons. Same thing that they trying to tell you Kemet mean. Huh? Right?
Done.
But we talking about the land. The Arabs later called the region Bilal Sudan, which literally translates to land of the blacks.
Keep cutting your own throat. There you go. Keep going. Dive on
The word Kush itself is a place name, not a people. It only came to mean black because of external cultures associated the geographic region so heavily with the dark skin complexions of the people who lived there. That's a debunking, y'all. You can go ahead now.
All right. Yeah. So after all that rubbish, trash, garbage, rhetoric, you want to go? I don't want to be rude. Go ahead. You know, yeah, your
Because he
boy,
ain't gonna pull no sources and show it that it's not.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Hey, Cosmon, just chill, bro. I'm letting the brother go. You got it. You already said that bullshit you said. Ain't nobody saying it. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to run behind, bro. You didn't say nothing that nobody can pick. And saying that something came out the Bible and saying that it's religious, I just got through saying that, bro. If the person that read it is not religious, then it can't be a religious text. If I'm reading the book as a historical book, if I'm reading the book as a historical record, I'm talking mark ass nigga. I'm talking book ass nigga. I'm talking lame ass nigga. I'm talking. So if I'm using the Bible as a historical book, man, who is that? You gotta mute your background, man. Mute your mic, whoever that is. Yes. So I'm using the Bible as a historical document. So whenever this book was found, like let's say the Dead Sea Scrolls, when those was found, that marks a date and time. Those books predate the white man even being in Africa or in the Middle East. So the white man has nothing to do with the writing of the scrolls or the scriptures. I repeat, these scrolls predate the white man. The white man, the closest thing to a white man, as Dr. Ben, entered into Africa and Egypt in the year 600, 645 BCE, right? Somewhere around there. Then they came again in 300, right? Then after that, they came again in the 30 BC. So
that's
no,
a long time before the Dead Sea
the white man, I'm talking. The white man has not been in Africa. You talking about the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, dummy. You're not talking about the writing of the Dead Sea Scrolls, silly. Don't be
Yeah,
stupid.
he was there before them too.
If you find,
Yeah, the writing of the Dead Sea Scrolls is during the Ptolemaic dynasty,
if you
stupid.
find a historical document, Dodo, then that doesn't date the document, Dodo. You can only
Yes,
say
it
that's
does.
when you found it.
The
Obviously, it's
Ptolemaic
older
dynasty.
than obviously the document is older than when you found it. So now shut up, Dodo, and let me finish. You're
Come
making a
on,
moot
gentlemen.
point,
Let's
and it
tighten up.
doesn't matter. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. So now, so when he say that Cush refers to a land, you notice that every time they said that, it was the white man coming in saying, well, but it became known as the black people. And then they got to squash it and say, well, if he coming from the Bible, then that's religion, not history. But I just told everybody that they can look this up as a Sumerian tablet because, like the Bible say, right? Cush, the son of Nimrod, built Babel. He built Babylon. When we look on the walls in the temples of Babylon, we see what? Black kings, Cushite kings. They call them that, the Cushite kings. They even call them Kassite kings. That's Cushite. He mentioned Cush and Cass. There you go. So now, when they show you the Cushite kings on the walls in Babylon, and the Bible tells you that, hey, the Cushite kings, the people of Cush built the city of Babel, that's black people building that. And then when I say Cush is the land of Tarseti in ancient Egypt, they also built that too. He confirmed that. Then when I say Balad Sudan means black, and that's Sudan, and that's right next to Egypt, he confirmed that. Then when I say the people of Ta-Nehesi were also called the black people, right? He confirmed that. But yet he's still saying that it's no black people and no black people call themselves that. But that's just the same thing that the scholars do when they go into Egypt. They look at the word Kemet and they know good and well that the word Kemet means black. And the T on the end is feminine. And like I said, it's a feminine abstract and it means that which is black. The white man, Jonathan Winterman, came on Smash Rockwell's show and explained that the T means that which is black. And what I asked in the chat was, if the T means that which is black, I agree, it's an abstract. What is it describing when it says that which is black? And he couldn't answer. Because the answer gonna be, if you put a T on the end of a word and it's saying that which is black, and the word is Kim, and it's telling you something is black, what follows that is a man and a lady, a seated man and a lady, which is the determinant for a people. That's what's black. Those people are black. They the black people of that black land. But when we go straight to a primary, because that's what I'm doing, I'm dealing with the primary glyphs. I'm not talking about Medu Neter. That's a mistake. What I'm speaking right now is what we call Ernie Kemet. All right, you can look that up. Ernie Kemet. That's the language of the ancient Egyptians. You don't speak Medu Neter. You speak Ernie Kemet. So when people say they speak Medu Neter, you can say, no, you don't. You speak Ernie Kemet. You can't speak Medu Neter. Medu Neter is not a spoken language. It's only written. Ernie Kemet is the spoken language of ancient Egypt. So now, I just show that, not to show off, but to say that it's a lot of things that happen in the community that I just sit silent on, but to come on here and have to debate somebody that does not speak Ernie Kemet, that does not know the hieroglyphics, that knows nothing about ancient Egyptian, knows nothing about Kush, knows nothing about Tarseti, just learn the word Ta-Nehesi. If I ask him what does the word Nahes mean, he don't know. So yes, the word means black, and it always meant black, and it ain't never referred to the land because the people of Cush didn't even have a land. When they came to build a land, they named the land Babel, and they built 7 cities: Akkad, Calneh, all that. Ain't none of those cities called Cush. But when you look up the language in the Middle East, I'm gonna give y'all a secret. The language in the Middle East, you look up where alphabet first got found at, where they first found the first language tablets at, is 2 places. One of them called Lakish, Lakisah, Kish, Lakush. That's Lakush right there, where the language is found at. And the other place is called Lakash, Lagash, or Gashsh, Lagash and Lakish. Both of them mean Lakush. Both of those places are the Kush. So when they tell you it's no black, that's all it ever was people recognizing their blackness. The Sumerians called themselves the black-headed ones. The Egyptians were called the Blackfeet people. When you come to Native America, you got the Blackfoot people, Black Elk people. The people knew their color and they recognized that, and they wanted it to be known. I'm
Shout
done.
out Mika Wash in the chat. She says you're wrong, and it
Yeah.
doesn't mean black people. Our skin
Exactly.
isn't black. Our skin is actually brown. So I don't
That's
know.
pseudo and anachronistic. He's talking
look,
about some
look, I already did.
I think that she
You
would
right.
say that you applying modern day race constructs to
Right.
people in
That's what I'm
antiquity.
saying, and
You
that's
let me.
silly.
You
That's
didn't say
silly.
anything. If you would let me finish, you're not saying what I'm saying, and you're not
That's
saying what
silly.
she's saying because we both don't agree with you. And I'm speaking for her right now. I think that she would say it's actually anachronistic for you to put modern day racial constructs on people in antiquity. But don't call what we're doing anachronistic. What you're actually doing is literally the definition of. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yo, can I respond? Let me respond. Yeah, Babylon, hold
Yeah.
up. Let me respond. Yo, so all right, so here's the thing. What Cosmon showed was correct. The Ta-Nehisi meant the people of the black land. All right. And so what I was trying to explain is from the brother Dr. Kamalu in his book, Personal Divinity and Nature. He explains that when African people are talking about themselves, they're not just talking about the people, they're talking about the land as well, because they saw themselves as being connected with the land. And that's not something that we do in Western culture. We don't see ourselves as being connected with the land, but they saw themselves as connected with the land. So if they're calling the land black land, they're also calling the people black people. And Obadale Cambone showed this, that they not only, because as you pointed out, the word Dudu means black in Yoruba. And so you have Ila Aduda Wall, the people of the black land. So what is a person? When he asked the question, what is a person? A person is Aduda Wall. Dudu, again, Dudu, black person. And it's the same thing in tree. When
So
you
the
have
black,
a BB, wait, hold up. You have
so
a
the
BB.
black is a descriptive term. It's not the person itself.
You have
It's just describing its color.
You're describing a color,
right? But the color is not black.
Cosmon, they're recognizing the color. You're acting like they don't see the color. They understand the color. Okay.
Well,
now,
but the people aren't black.
Okay.
Can you share my screen?
Let's let him finish so I can respond to him because I want to respond.
Share my screen. Share my screen.
Because he keeps saying they see the color, and so does Babylon Don, but the color is brown. It's not black. But I digress.
I think the biggest mistake I think the biggest mistake is that he took the Bible as a history textbook.
I'm not even talking. I didn't even mention
not you.
Hey, can you share my screen? Share my screen.
Your screen share? Oh wait, I'm sharing the wrong screen. I'm sorry.
That's not mine.
I'm sorry. Let me take this.
Right.
And so,
but
the thing is that you have to understand that these people.
He said the Bible was a history book. That's crazy.
All right, so oh man, what the hell? And I had this joint queued up. Hold up. I had this joint queued up. I want to show this joint because Obadale Cambone explains this.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hold up.
We find a similar thing in the prophecies of Imam Nefertiti given in the court of Saras and Neferu. Before the term Pan-Africanism was born, you had people doing very Pan-African actions, right? Saying Africa for the Africans like Nana Martin Delaney did long before the term was coined. Similarly, you have all of these Pan-African actions before we even see the first attestation of the word Metiu. So it was born in substance before the term was coined per se. But again, a lot of this even deals with there's a paucity of evidence, and there's a lot of things. The term may have been in existence before this, but we'll deal with it in terms of absence of evidence is not necessarily evidence of absence. That is to say, even though we don't see the term there, it could exist in any archaeological dig can uncover it. So this is talking about the nature of the Amu. It says the Amu, the Eurasians, traveled by their strength. They terrorized the hearts of those upon the harvest, meaning farmers. They seized oxen on the plow. So here are these Amu, these southwestern Eurasians, destroyed and taken away are those things of goodness. All goodness has been exposed. So we're lamenting that these Amu come into Kemet. Now, one interesting thing is that Kemet has a connotation of blackness, black, land of black people, right, or the black nation. However, Amu does not have a connotation of whiteness. Here you just have Am, which is a throw stick, letting you know that they are foreigners. So whereas we're organizing on the basis of being black, we're not referring to them, and they themselves are not organizing on the basis of being black.
Hey, Haru, stop it real quick. Haru, where it's, Massa, where it's saying, Amu at? And it got the owl in it, right? Okay. So, but it don't denote that they white people, right?
Which they still are.
Right. And hold on. He was saying the owl. Hold on. He was saying the owl is referring to that blackness. We see that same blackness in the Amu and that owl that we see in the word Kemet. Go back a little bit, bro. So they can see that the owl, which bro was saying mean the blackness, is in Amu and it's in Kemet.
Shout out to the owl.
Right,
that's
and this would have been read right to left. Why does it say Eurasian?
Yeah, and Babylon dying, man. If you still listening, quit running off the stage every time.
Well, I do
bump
get
heads. Hold on for a second, cuz, man.
Oh, my bad.
Babylon dying. Quit running off the stage every time we bump heads. If you cut me off, I'm gonna get aggressive every time. Because one, you violating the rules to the person who enforces them. When I get to talking, just fall back for a second. I'm overly respectful, and when I cut people off, I let people hold me accountable. The rest of the panel will hold me accountable, and I'll fall back and I'll mute out. So I'm not even above these rules. So don't be running off like you getting bullied, because you're not. All right, my bad, Cosmo. Back to you.
I was just asking, does that phonetic M that's in Kemet, that's in Amu, hold on, my bad. Said the host muted your screen. Okay. Can y'all hear me, y'all?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's an echo coming from somewhere. It was from Massa Herc's screen, though. When Massa Herc shares his screen, every time it's like it's picking up the audio, too, and it gives an echo. It did that the other day, too.
Okay.
My bad.
I couldn't even hear it, so I know it was probably echoing crazy. I was asking her this owl, right? That's in the M, right? In Kemet, right? Which would stand for black, like the brother explained. I'm asking you. Does this owl, this determinative, right, mean the same thing in Kemet as it means in Amu? And what does it mean, bro? Explain it to me.
To truly explain, for me to truly explain, I don't know. All I know is that the owl does not mean black. That's not the determinative that means black at all.
What do the owl mean, bro?
Over here is the charcoal that means black. All right. So let's let him finish. Let him finish.
Which they still are. But it deals with the resolution of this problem. So it says, this Nesut will come from the south. Amani, true of voice is name, son of this woman of Taseti, child of the interior of Nechem. He will take the white crown, he will wear the red crown, he will join the two mighty ones. Eurasians, and again you see the Amu here referring to those who are on that landmass now known as Eurasia. So Eurasians will fall to his sword, Libyans to his flame. This is Chimhu. And what's interesting is that before the whitening of Ta Chimhu, they were counted among the black allies.
Come on, man. I gotta watch this nigga while he playing with his hair, man.
Yeah, man, this
This
weird,
shit getting
bro.
real weird, bro. But
Weird.
where is he? Where is he from? What scholar?
And I don't trust his. I don't trust his reading because when I be seeing
stop. All right, wait, stop.
I was playing, man. I was playing with you for real.
I know. No, he from New York. The nigga from New York.
I don't want to discredit a black scholar, so I was at least gonna ask for his credentials, though.
Nah, he from
a young Rashad Jamal over here. I don't know where.
No, he from he from New York. He moved to Ghana. You know what I'm saying? He got his PhD in linguistics. And
I saw you share him the other day too. You shared something with him, breaking something else down.
Yeah, he moved to Ghana, you know what I'm saying, years ago. But he, you know what I'm saying, he is like the modern today, you know, checking the Diop and Theophil Binga, because he studied the languages. He speaks 5 African languages. And so when we're talking about this concept of being black in his works and in the works that he's done, he's shown that back then they saw themselves as being black, as a color, not just, you know what I'm saying, it was a color and it was a political thing when they was fighting the foreigners. That's something.
Can you show me? Is that what that brother was showing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Can you let it finish then? Because I actually do want to see. Because I was about to ask where are you getting this information from, but you were just showing it, so it wouldn't be fair for me to tell you to cut.
Yeah. I can let it.
So if you could pull that back up, just so that way I can finish it, because I still don't agree with the brother. I don't agree that they were confused. I think that they knew the difference between brown and black. And I don't think that we forgot the difference between brown and black until white folks confused us.
Right.
And start identifying us as black when we're not black. Nigga, my shirt is black, my skin is brown. And you're trying to tell me that Egyptians were confused for absolutely no reason at all.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes,
I'm not saying they were confused.
Well, granted, you're not saying they were confused. But when you say that they thought that our brown skin was black, I'm telling you that that's what you're saying. We're confused today. And now you're trying to apply the same confusion that Europeans have created today with these artificial constructs to the people back then. And I'm saying that's anachronistic. I don't think they were confused about skin color. I think they knew the difference between black and brown. I don't think they identified themselves as brown, as black
colors.
And I think that was just for the land.
And again, so again,
but I like to sit through anything that you have, because I do want to see the sources.
The thing that he points out is that you had the skin color ranges. You got all types of depictions showing the different ranges of the skin color of the people.
They would be nonetheless African, right?
Well, hold up. They showing you light skinned black people. You know what I'm saying? Dark skinned black. There was different ranges, but the thing was that it was an understanding that they all considered themselves as being black people because they saw the creator as being a black person, not a black person.
Well, but they seen themselves different as the people from the land of the blacks.
That's what I'm saying. No, if you call the land black, you're calling yourself black. And that's what he's
the Egyptian was calling a whole nother people the people of the black land.
No. That's what he was pointing out. That they were.
That's Ta-Nehesi.
All right,
that's what Ta-Nehesi means.
Let's let it finish. You listen to what he was trying to say.
Okay.
To bar the racial from entering. So we're keeping these non-blacks, these foreigners, out land of black people, so we're even building walls to prevent them from coming into the land of black.
You gotta mute something, bro.
This isn't Pan-Africanism.
I did it for you. Go ahead, hit play. Just press play.
And there's nothing that's been done since the coining of the term before or after that in Pan-Africanism, this is truly protecting the land of Black people coming together on the basis of being Black for our survival against common non-Black enemies. And it says, they shall, and again,
common non-Black enemies.
They shall beg water as beggars to allow their cattle to drink. Then Ma'at will return to her seat while Isfet is driven away, right? So these people in modern times, they say Ma'at is like, holding hands, kumbaya, turn the other cheek. But Ma'at is not anything about that. When you read the primary text, Ma'at will only be able to return to her seat after these ones have fallen to the sword, those ones have fallen to a flame, and they are driven out as the very incarnation of Isfet. Isfet being, wrongdoing, falsehood, all of these types of connotations. So here, I want you to check it yourself. This deals with unification among Blacks, right? In the sense of, Amani is going to come and drive out these Eurasians militaristically, expansion of the land of Black people. But basically what I want you to do, and this is your assignment, is to look at these different criteria and see, does this text qualify as Pan-Africanism? Does it deal with evidence of knowledge of self, right? In the Black survival thrust, does it deal with evidence of knowledge of enemy and preventing the enemies of Black people from destroying Black people? If so, then we will say that this is truly a Pan-African text, but I'll leave this to you in order to evaluate. We find similar sentiments in Imahu Sanhat's text, where again it has the idea of bringing other Africans equals Blacks into the empire by gaining their allegiance through force of diplomacy while maintaining a focus on repelling the Amu, the Eurasians, right?
I think that's an assumption right there.
I reached the walls of the ruler created to repel Eurasians.
He's making a lot of assumptions.
And crush sand-faring Bedouins, right? So they're very clear. These people in modern times may not be so clear on who the enemy is, but in classical Kemet, we were very clear that we are building, and again, it's a reference that we saw in the.
And then he labels what other. Hold on, can you pause it? I just need clarification from you, Hercules. And when he says it's very clear that we knew who the enemy was, who is the enemy? White people, so-called white people of antiquity. I say so-called because they didn't identify it like that. But nonetheless, go. I mean, if you can answer that for me. Oh, I'm sorry. You're muted out as well, Hercules. When you play your video, you have to mute out so that way it doesn't echo. You have to unmute your actual. No, yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, today we wouldn't label them as that. What he's saying is that they label them as all. He said they label all of them as foreigners. There was no particular distinction, between the Persians and the Romans and the Greeks. There was no particular distinction. They just labeled them as Amu, as foreigners. That's what he's saying.
Okay, and the foreigners were the enemy. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, the foreigners. He said
okay, I'm making sure he wasn't trying to identify white people as enemies of Black people.
Today we call them European, Eurasians. Today we would label them as that, but back then they didn't label them as that. They just called them Amu.
Because I think they were more tribal than racial. It was tribal.
Yeah, but
it wasn't about
but what he's showing you
were.
Yeah, but he's showing you that they didn't make the distinction. They just called them all Amu.
Exactly, got you. That further helps my point, but I'll show you.
Well, then how are you defining that these are definitively white people today?
By the pictures, I'm sure, because the pictures depicted a lot of them as Caucasians that they had captured and enslaved.
Or were they light-skinned Negroes?
Could have
because it doesn't say he just says they're foreign. He don't say they not African. Foreign mean just not Egyptian.
But the framing on this whole thing is what bothers me, because it gives the impression that they were warring against white people and white people were the enemy. Like this is how it sounds.
Nope, and that's the thing. That's the thing that you trying to make it seem. Cosmo trying to make it seem that there was also black people. Actually he does in his works. He does show you that there were black people who were aligning with the Amu, that the Egyptians were fighting with as well. That today
they're not black, bro. You gotta stop using that common term.
Wait, hold up. Today
that's what's confusing you.
Today we would call them house niggas or coons because they was aligning with the foreigners. And that's what he's showing you in the works. And he's showing you the primary text as where they are describing these people. He's not, you know what I'm saying? He's not giving just his interpretation.
How we describe them, bro?
He's showing you the primary text as they describing them.
Can you
how they describe them, bro?
All right, I'm gonna let it play. When he talk about they describing them. Hold up, I'm gonna let it play.
Right. See if it match what he's saying.
It probably the description probably matched, but it doesn't mean that they identified them or that they had they have these same social constructs that we have today. What his claim is, and he's making this claim without saying the words. He doesn't realize that this is what his claim has to make a reality. The fact that they had the same social constructs back then that we have today, as far as race goes, with black, white, etc. It's it's absurd. But I'm gonna let him further his point, and then I'll respond to it at the end when I actually hear what's presented, because I don't want to respond to an assumption. That's an assumption so far. This guy can land somewhere else.
He's Eurasian. It says he has extended state frontiers. And this is what Pan-Africanism in the classical form was all about, is bringing in more black people and more lands of black people. But let's read it says, he has extended the state frontiers. He will take possession of the southern lands without thinking about the foreign lands to the north. He was born to smash the Eurasians and to trample upon the sand-faring Bedouins. So again, very clear in terms of bringing together black people, smashing non-black people and trampling upon them, right?
Totally not cool.
Just dealing with the black
Smashing non-black people.
In that regard, then we would have.
I don't think the text says that either.
Yeah, I don't think it says that either. But
we need a different scholar.
Can you get on that, Cosmon, while this is playing? See if you can pull up this text and see what another translation is saying.
Right on.
Yeah. Let me see what it's called again. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Get out.
Before you let it play again, Hercules, can you tell us what it's called? Or is that it right there?
Yeah, what's that text called? The Chemes way?
So Cosmon can look it up while you let it finish playing.
Let me see what that is.
Because I'm not liking where this is going. I mean, and
getting a little racist.
Because one, I just don't think it says that. And if it does say that, that doesn't further help the narrative of
that they somehow white.
Of white people being of black people being completely innocent of anything. It sounds like it was one big war going on for control.
That wasn't an argument.
And we just happened to lose. No, it wasn't an argument. Through the claim, though, I'm reading between the lines. I'm hearing what's being said, even though people aren't saying it.
But the argument, hold up,
one thing to be true, it means that these certain things have to change. And I'm going to some things that have to change.
Hold up. Wait, hold up. Let's be clear. The argument was that black people back then, the African people back then, identified themselves as being black and as a racial group. That's the argument. You know what I'm saying? So
and you seem to think that the people of antiquity had the same racial constructs as people of 2026.
What is the name of that? What is the name of that text?
That's what you think.
Could you bring that back up, bro?
They say nothing is new under the sun. They say nothing is new under the sun, brother.
Is that a yes?
What's the name of that?
For the record.
What's the name of that? What papyri is that? Where is that from?
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Oh, no. Was it that Kimsu? That's the name of it?
Yeah, that's the name of it.
Okay.
Egyptian, that's the Egyptian text.
So I'm gonna take that as a yes.
And even for this particular project, we have a good just short of 100 texts that we'll be bringing forth in the forthcoming book. What we're doing now is we're releasing an article that's going to have about 12 texts, and then the book is going to have at least, so far we have well over between 80 and 90 texts, but by the time it's all said and done, we should have, approximately 100 or more. But it says, a ruler is in Hubweret, and another in Cush. I sitting joined with an Am and a Nahasi, right? The Am is the Eurasian, and Nahasi is what they now translate as Nubian, right? I prefer not even to give these Eurasian translations, but to give the original text. Now, one issue that we find is that the Am and the Amu and the Nahasiu are in league with each other, and they're actually sending letters back and forth about how they're going to subdue and divide up the land of Black people. We'll see that in the text, so that's come. Each man having his own portion of this Kemet land of Black people, sharing the land with me. Now, again, you have the Nahasiu who qualify as Black people phenotypically, but do not see themselves as Black people. They don't self-identify as such, and rather they're willing to be in league with these Amu.
That's a headshot. He shot himself in the head.
What's important about this is that we have a very
Pause it. What did he say?
He said Kim don't. He said they didn't call themselves Black.
Oh shit, son! I didn't hear that.
And then when I brought up that word, Kim Su in ancient Egyptian, the root word Ilkim means black. When it is attached to the grammatical suffix like SW, its definition changes based on sentence structure. Kemet U or Kemet U in standard Egyptology, when the root Kim, black, is followed by a feminine ending T, the plural marker, and a people, quote unquote people, determinative, a man in power glyph.
That's not what he said, Cosmo. Stop. That's not what he said.
No, I was trying to find that text, but this is what it brought up. It forms Kemet Wu or Swu. It literally translates to the Black people or those of the Black land. In the Kahun papyrus. See, I'm just honest.
Black people,
Let's go back and listen to what he said. That's not what he said.
Hold on. Or it says those of the Black land. Wait. But hold on. But what he showed, the Kim with the SW, right at the end, because I didn't know what that means. I was looking it up. In standard Egyptian grammar, the SW is a third person masculine singular, dependent pronoun meaning him or it. Therefore, when deciphered directly from Middle Egyptian medical text, a phrase written.
That's not what he said.
Hold on.
No, stop. You interrupting. That's not what he said. Could you stop? Let's go back.
Hold on, wait a minute. But I'm saying what I'm saying.
I'm not saying exactly to what he said.
Hold on, bro. We was just trying to figure out what it even says in the text, what Kim Swu means. Because what it translates literally to is it is black or make it black. That's what Kim Swu means. Not that the land is black or that the people is black. It literally means it is black. In the context of the Kahun medical practice, it is used as a diagnostic observation by a physician describing bodily fluids or person's physical symptoms. So I was just saying that that is saying
that there's nothing to do what he is saying. You have a comprehension problem, Cosmon.
No, I comprehend very well. And what we're learning is that this black, this black was never used as a social, construct to divide the people anciently. Never was.
Fine. Can we go back? Thank you. Okay, good. Thank
right. Because that's not the lie that this dude is telling.
Duration translation.
Hercules, you need to make your point too, bro, because you be saying like you gonna correct something or make a point, and then you never make a point at all. So make a point.
One issue that we find is that the Amu and the Nahasyu are in league with each other, and they're actually sending letters back and forth about how they're going to subdue and divide up the land of Black people. We'll see that in the text. So let's come. Each man having his own portion of this Kemet land of Black people, sharing the land with me. Now, again, you have the Nahasyu who qualify as Black people phenotypically, but do not see themselves as Black people. They don't self-identify as such, and rather they're willing to be in league with these Amu, with these non-Blacks. And what's so important about this is that we have a very similar situation right now. In contemporary times, we have those who qualify phenotypically as Black, but they don't self-identify as Black, right? They don't even want to deal with Kemet as being land of Black people, and they want to identify as Black Americans and ADOS and American slaves and so forth, descendants of slaves, all types of stuff. So this is a situation that we are in right now, right? We have those who are in league with the Amu, who the Amu are saying it means Black soil, and then they're following behind, so they're in league.
So
with
the Amu are white people today? So he's saying
that,
okay.
And they're lying to the people.
Crazy.
They're lying to the people, and that is something that is not tolerable for us. And it says, I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his belly. For my intention is to save Kemet, land of Black people, striking the Eurasians. Dividing the land with me is not tolerable for me. By the same token, it's not tolerable for us to deal with these anti-Black sellout house Negroes who are defrauding the people. It says the Eurasians allied with him. I shall sail northwards to do battle with the Eurasians. And again, you see the term Amu, the original term.
The hate and racism is astounding.
If he intends,
it's a turnoff.
There will be an ease in, and there's a lacuna in the text. And it says, then his eyes will be about to weep, and the entire land will say, the ruler within Waset, so-called Thebes. Kamos the valiant is protector of Kemet, right? Very powerful. Mek Kemet, the protector of the land of Black people, which is what we still need to this very day. Protector of the land of Black people.
You got me agreeing with Cedric Ortega. That dude is a racist.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, shout out Cedric Ortega in the chat. I don't know, but I see where like a lot of. I don't. Okay, I'll let you go first.
Here's the thing that we're saying. You're saying you could disagree and how you feel about it, but here's the point: that you will have to literally show that his translations are incorrect, because you're dealing with a brother who actually lived over there, who moved from America, moved over there, and literally, studied linguistics, under, Teofilo Binga and Foucault, and has translated the text himself. And so you would have to literally show that his translation of their understanding is incorrect. And he's not, and that's where we're coming from, because what he is doing is he's standing on the shoulders of Cheikh Diop and Teofilo Binga and John Henry Clark, and showing that what Europeans, what white people have been doing for the last couple of centuries, they have been translating the text, or they've been ignoring what he has shown. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. I just don't agree. You got one lonely Black man who went and studied under other people who have racist sentiments. It's funny because you can identify these same sentiments in other people as racist behavior, but you don't see it when you go step in front of the mirror, and it's just like, how? Two, yeah, I disagree with the whole thing. We already have a debate, a face-off. We got scheduled for Science is Racist, because I would love to debate you on this topic as well. I think this topic is a lot more tricky, so I would have a lot more fun with this one. So maybe down the line, somebody will get in the ring with me on this as well. But yeah, this is, I'm not going to say too much, because like you say, when I attack it, I want to attack the source material. I want to attack the
Yeah,
translations.
and that's
I
the
don't
thing,
want to just
because
tell you how I feel about it. So
yeah,
you got the floor.
it's not about how you feel or what you think. And then usually when you come with, and when y'all disagree, your guys disagree with is always you know what I'm saying, Egyptologists or European sources. You know what I'm saying? It's never another black person who disagrees with what they're saying, because
Come get him, said. Come get him.
most of black people, most of black people, most of the black scholars, they all agree what Obadale says. You know what I'm saying? There hasn't been, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know of any black, you know what I'm saying, archaeologists and philosophers that have done a research that disagree what he's saying.
Okay, but I hear that you see that these people are saying this, but you don't see that what these people are saying is that the people of antiquity somehow subscribe to the same modern constructs of race that we have today, and you don't see how that's actually bogus and most likely bullshit.
It's only bogus because you think that, what's the old saying, that there's nothing new under the sun. You're thinking that these are new concepts that you know what I'm saying, older people that they never thought of.
That phrase is poetic, but that doesn't, just because it sounds good doesn't necessarily means it applies. You haven't shown evidence. You haven't shown evidence to make those things apply. I'd rather you do that.
But the thing is, here's the thing: Obadale has shown you that he's showing you evidence that there's nothing new under the sun. He's literally showing
I would
you
really
that.
rather you just.
because
I would
my
really rather you quote
ratio-
a source than quote some poetic cliche, because nothing new under the sun isn't a source. So I'd rather
right, and these are, and what he's failing to realize is these are modern.
How come you ain't yelling that's religious, Cosmon? That nothing new under the
What?
sun.
Yelling
That's
what
what
religion?
you ain't know it, huh? You don't even know that that's not the Bible.
Oh wait, hold on. I don't know
What?
what page you on said. I dropped a link over here on the
What is
Titans
you talking
page
about?
though.
Never mind, man.
He might be on OTK
Yeah, he
page.
he
I'm
just
gonna go
wanted
over
to talk
there.
to me about something. What you want to talk about?
Go ahead, Babylon. You got the floor.
Oh man, I ain't talking to that nigga. He know what I said. He always get straightened out. Then he try to make like he in question mode or something. All of a sudden these niggas be getting deaf. But yeah, so but this what I do want to say, A1. Now A1, I know you have strong views on things, but I want you to take some time out with me for just 1 second and understand one thing. It's something called the linguistic argument. You don't have to speak the Ernie Kimmett to know it, to do this. Now, you know about linguistics. You're an intelligent man. I talk to you. I hear you on your show. So what I'm saying is, when we look at the name Ham, which means ham, it means burnt black. When we look at the name Kush, just bear with me, it means black. When we look at the name Egypt or Kemet, it means black. When we look at the word Ethiopia, it means burnt faces. We look up the word Sudan, it means black. But that ain't my point. My point is this right here, A1, is that, and oh yeah, when we look up Top Nakesi, you see that K there? Nakesi, and Lakish, and Lakash. When we look up these words, when we look up them and we make the linguistic link between all of these words, and then we go to Egypt, and then we say, what does the letter K, what does word with K, what does that mean? Then we go first, we say, whoa, we see Kemet already, but that's the word with the T on it. Let's take the T off. Then we just got Kim. Then we say, but what does Ke mean? We can go to the Ogdoad A1. It's something called the Ogdoad, the 8 primordial beings. They start out, they come from Atum, but they start out, they go Noon and Nunet, He and Hehet, Ket and Keket, Amun and Amunet, like that. So when you get to Ket and Keket, you know what that means? That means darkness, total blackness. So what I'm trying to show you is that in the word Kush, in the word Kemet, in the word Nakesi, because that word is Ta Nah Hesi. That's several words. The word Ta is land, right? but they say it mean land, but then they say it's the land. Ta also means the. So it can't be the and land at the same time. And it's at the front of the word and not at the end of the word, like Kemet, which would be Kim Ta, like Kim Ta, and not uh, Ta Kim, or like Ta City, or Ta Nahesi. So they don't know whether that's a ta for land or a the symbol. But my point here, A1, is that just do a little research for yourself, then good wistfully, and you will find out that that letter K, like Kim, meaning complete, K, meaning darkness, is always there, meaning black, meaning to finish, meaning to be complete, meaning all. So that's all I'm gonna say right there, A1. And that's something now. I will say this, that I haven't heard anybody say in the community or from white people nowhere in the land. They always come with the same old biblical argument and all of that. I went to a straight to the text, straight to Egypt, straight to the origin of the word, where the people first adopted the word, and that's where I'm getting my origins from. For where I'd say the letter K is the beginning of the words for darkness and blackness.
That is religious, subjective psycho dribble.
The hell up. Ain't no Egyptian, no fucking Ernie Kimmett is not religious though. You can't say that. You just jumped out the window for no reason.
Everybody,
That's
we
stupid.
have Cedric Ortega from the
Doodoo
Pseudo
mean
Killers
black.
on the panel. Let's make sure we keep it respectful, gentlemen. I know you guys have prior history. Let's leave it where it was.
I don't know him.
Start today
I ain't never met
fresh.
this nigga.
Let's start today on a fresh note. Babylon Don. All right, Ced,
Oh,
you got the floor.
I don't know. He ain't gonna say nothing good.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Now, you know when people have of strong opposing views, for example, me and our good brother Cosma, have a point where you can simply say we agree, then it is clear that what we're dealing with is some Hercules has been on this rant since he came into the community, and slowly but surely, people are starting to see how suited this brother actually is, right? Because from day one, first of all, he does the false appeal to authority when he got into the community, misappropriating mathematical terminology, theoretical math, to supposedly be able to quantify the supernatural. Now, when someone says they got a cure for cancer, and they just throw that term out there, not talking about which type of cancer, whether it's soft tissue, whether it's hard tissue, whether it's malignant mutations, whether it's cellular mutations, and the different forms of cancer, for example, blood cancers, etc. When they just say, I got a cure for cancer, you know your alarm bell's supposed to shoot up, because they actually don't know what they're talking about. Now, when you claim you can prove the supernatural, just supernatural, and then apply some mathematical terminology, you come up with a theorem misappropriating how dimensions are used within holographic spheres, for example, to model that onto the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension. When you do all that, the pseudo killers already understand your hyper pseudo, right? And this has been Hercules' spill from day one, and I've been on his head since day one. He's later evolved his rhetoric into this very racialized, subjective misappropriation and what we call anachronistic doctrine. This brother that we're dissecting now, I've been watching it for a while. His whole foundation is firmly rooted in an anachronistic, westernized, and I'm not going to say African American, but Afro American in its broader sense. All of us that have experienced the transatlantic slave trade or are the product of the transatlantic slave trade have adopted a phenotypical identity based on color, coming out of a European 16th century indoctrination. Negro, nigger, black is all the same damn thing.
Listen, y'all got me up here
It's the
agreeing
same
with
thing.
Cedric. Come on, man. The brothers, he making too much. I've been saying it all night, Cedric. They've been pushing against this all night.
I
Common
know.
sense.
Listen, for us to have coherent conversations, for us to have actual battles, there should be no subject in which me and Cosman agree. That means you're absolutely redundant. If you are being chastised from the two most outer opposite spectrums of the equation in this environment, you have rendered yourself null and void. There is no there is, there
Are you finished? Are you finished?
no, I'm not finished. That was a pause for the cause. We needed a break to laugh at this whole
Hey, good
endeavor.
question, Hercules.
So and then you're trying to paint our position, and I'm going to say it like this: even within the context that we live today, it is an outdated rhetoric. It is like, the Japanese guy that 40 years after the war was still trying to fight the World War II. The station you guys are rooted at is outdated, irrelevant, and not gonna help our people move forward. Simple as. You're trying to pretend as if we still need to be marching in the streets when you guys have an American passport. I have a Dutch passport. We travel the world. You pop your collar as an American, and then talk about this systemic racism when we have access to college. If it's not HBSUs, it is a regular system. Now, don't get me wrong. I went
Bro,
to school in Europe, the old country. So I know what racism is. So don't pretend that I do not acknowledge that existence. However, however, do not paint the picture as if the white boogeyman, who the scary white boogeyman. You know that Europeans, white people exist below the poverty line. You know that white ignorance killed a lot of people during the pandemic as well. You think that you guys are unique when you're echoing most of the QAnon sentiments, and they prey on ignorant white people. Y'all ever been to Florida? When I'm driving around in my family's Range Rover and I see white people begging, I'm like, whoa. Y'all paint a picture as if this whole thing is one sided. The problem is economics, and there are poor white people. Maybe y'all didn't know. I travel up and down the East Coast of the United States. I drive when I get to Miami. Granted, I'm home.
Everywhere.
I'm home. I get in the car and I drive. I just came back from the DR. I get around.
bro, what is he
So
talking
you
about?
know this thing called poverty? It doesn't talk about color. It doesn't give a shit about your skin color. It gives about your intellect, your ability to function, to be a productive part of society, and you make your way, you get by. Every human being, every single one, has an up, a down, and a bounce back. It is part of life. I don't care if you got a PhD. I don't care if you're a sweeper in the street. You're going to have that pretty car. You're going to have the opportunity to build a mansion. You're going to lose that job. You're going to fall flat on your ass, and you're going to have to find your way back. That's the circle of life. No man, what's his name? The comedian, Martin Lawrence. No man is immune to the trials and tribulations of life. That's Martin Lawrence. If these people, that's your superstars, Martin Lawrence, again, no man is immune to the trials and tribulations of life. Stop this rhetoric. It doesn't help. It's a feel-good aid. The white man, all the while you're sitting on your ass doing nothing. Don't stop it.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Hercules, you got the degree. You're standing in the classroom. You're making that money, and you're out here pushing the rhetoric. You were scamming, Hercules, because you know better. You passed through the rigor to obtain an academic degree. The shit you push in the conscious community, sorry for my French, you cannot bring to the classroom. So it's
Yeah,
feel
I was
good,
gonna
it's
ask.
ego stimulation out in these youth. It's not
I was
about
gonna ask.
building the community. It's not about giving. It's not about giving a quality substance for your community to grow because you know better. Here, you're just trying to be Hercules Mansa. You're trying to have a alter ego, a character. You see, that's why my name is Cedric Ortega. Who I am always, all the time. I ran my plane. Stop the nonsense.
All right, all right. Cosmon, did you want to say something before I respond?
No, you know what? Go ahead, bro. No.
All right. It's funny. So since we doing this little rhetorical, you know what I'm saying, response and speech, let me say this. Yes, I am Hercules Baxter, and you know what I'm saying. My degree is in mathematics, and I enjoy doing math. That's the reason I got my degree. Now the thing that I've always say every time I come on this platform, I always tell you guys that I stand on the works of the elders, my elders, you know what I'm saying, and I named them: John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Renoka Rashidi, Checker. I named these elders, these people, you know what I'm saying, that I stand on their works. Now, I find it interesting. This is a fact. I find it interesting that Cedric disagrees with me, you know what I'm saying, his crew, his whole crew disagrees with me, and they push back against me. And I have done about, I think, 8 presentations on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? On this platform, on other platforms, all about 8 presentations. And if you notice, near one of them, not Cedric, not none of them pushed back on neither one of my presentations. The only person that pushed back was DMG and A1. They were the first 2 brothers to push back on either presentation that I've done. And Cedric prides himself in methodological naturalism and the modern, scientific methods. But you notice that when all the presentations that I have done, he has a pushback on either one of them. And so when it comes to me understanding the method and what we're talking about, science, and when you're talking about mathematics, you need to understand that I don't do this haphazardly. I double check my work. I have AI to check my work, and I'll have other people to check my work before I do a presentation to make sure that I'm not making any mistakes. So when it comes down, what all this comes down to is which direction are you going in? You know what I'm saying? I would stand behind Mariba Ani. I stand behind John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima. I would defend their work because I believe their work was true work doing to help liberate the minds of African people, of Black people, period. But you notice, but I want to say this, you guys need to notice that these pseudo killers, they've been going against the elders of the Black conscious community. They don't stand on their word. They go against, and they